The moment Xiang Yu appeared in the outside world, the three laws within his body surged out uncontrollably. The three phantom trees of the law stood tall between heaven and earth, appearing much more imposing than the 9 law trees of the little grandfather. Unfortunately, Xiang Yu only had 3 divine trees of law, so his aura was much weaker than that of his great-uncle. As soon as the 3 divine trees of laws appeared, a wave of energy rippled through the heavens and earth, pouring down streams of heaven and earth power, a sign that he was about to break through to the Tai golden, immortal realm. Xiang Yu dared not delay and immediately gathered his vital energy and spirit, channeling it into the divine tree of laws within his body. With the nourishment of essence, energy, spirit, and the power of heaven and earth, the divine tree of laws seemed to undergo a complete transformation, with strands of energy converging towards its canopy. Flowers of law bloomed one after another, and Xiang Yu officially began his breakthrough to the Tai golden, immortal realm. However, Kang Jai was not happy to see this scene. When Xiang Yu broke through, there were no strange phenomena in the world at the beginning, unlike his great-uncle. This surprised Kang Jai. Could it be that Xiang Yu's aptitude was not enough to bloom a 9th-grade law flower? Or perhaps, because his great-uncle had already blossomed a 9th-grade law flower, Xiang Yu did not initially exhibit any unusual phenomena in the heavens and earth. While Kang Jai, analyzing, Xiang Yu's law flower evolved all the way and soon broke through to the 6th rank. Upon reaching the 6th rank, the speed at which Xiang Yu's flower of law bloomed noticeably decreased. Judging from this trend, he is clearly much worse off than when his great-uncle broke through. Everyone frowned. Could it be that Xiang Yu's talent was inferior to that of his great-uncle? According to their understanding, Xiang Yu's aptitude was clearly far superior to that of his great-uncle. So how could he be inferior to his great-uncle? However, they did not know that Kang Jai had spent 100 national fortune coins to raise his great-uncle's aptitude to the limit he could. This is why the youngest uncle's current qualifications are actually superior to Xiang Yu's. However, the others were unaware of these things, and they all frowned as they looked at Xiang Yu, whose evolution speed had greatly decreased. Fortunately, Xiang Yu lived up to his reputation. Although the speed at which the flower of law bloomed slowed down, he still managed to break through to the 8th rank. However, after reaching the 8th rank, Xiang Yu ran out of energy. The flower of law almost stopped blooming, and the power of heaven and earth began to recede. Seeing that Xiang Yu couldn't break through to the 8th rank, Kang Jai frowned slightly. Does this mean that Xiang Yu's talent was destined to remain at the level of a great immortal? This disappointed Kang Jai somewhat, as Xiang Yu's original aptitude was roughly equivalent to that of a great Luo immortal. Have I tried so many, only to find it was all in vain? Kang Jai was somewhat unwilling and transmitted his voice to Xiang Yu, saying, "Overlord, release the derived laws as well." Upon hearing Kang Ji's voice transmission, Xiang Yu was slightly taken aback, but ultimately followed Kang Ji's instructions and released all of his derived laws. As soon as the derived law was released, it immediately connected with the 3 divine trees of law. The originally powerless divine trees of law seemed to be infused with power again and regained their vitality. As if sensing something, the power of heaven and earth, which had been almost stagnant, began to flow again towards the 3 divine trees of laws. With the renewed nourishment of the power of heaven and earth and the connection of derived laws, the flower of laws, which was about to take shape, showed signs of evolving once again. What's going on? Weren't we all done? How come it's suddenly starting to evolve again? Everyone was puzzled by Xiang Yu's behavior. A glint of light flashed in Emperor Hongwu Zhu Yuansang's eyes as he looked at Kang Jai and asked, "Fellow Taoist Kang, is it because of those laws?" Everyone actually saw the derivative laws, released by Xiang Yu. But they didn't know that those were derivative laws born from the collision of Xiang Yu's three major laws. I thought it was just some other principle that Xiang Yu had comprehended in his spare time. Li Shimin also noticed something unusual and looked at Kang Jai, asking, "Fellow Taoist Kang, Brother Xiang's laws must be extraordinary, right?" Kang Jai chuckled, without hiding anything, recounted his attempt. Everyone was shocked to hear this. The derivative laws born from the collision of three originally related laws could actually help people improve the grade of the law flower. Everyone looked at Kang Jai with suspicion, then at Xiang Yu, who was breaking through, and fell silent. The doubts in everyone's hearts did not last long. With the help of the derivative law, Xiang Yu actually opened the 9th petal. As Xiang Yu broke through to the 9th rank, strange phenomena appeared in the world once again. It was still a spectacle of flowers falling from the sky and golden lotuses springing from the ground. But this time the scale was much smaller, only covering the Xuan Turtle Island where they were located. "Why is Brother Xiang's celestial phenomenon so small?" someone asked, puzzled. "Perhaps Brother Xiang's law flower is not as good as Brother Kang An's. After all, Brother Kang An almost bloomed a 10th grade flower," someone speculated. "Not necessarily. Perhaps it's because Brother Xiang wasn't the first to break through to the 9th rank." While everyone was speculating, Xiang Yu slowly withdrew the divine tree of law and walked happily toward the crowd. Xiang Yu never expected that Kang Jai's attempt would actually raise the grade of his flower of law by 1 level. A 9th rank official. He also has the potential to break through to the quasi-saint realm. Xiang Yu bowed to Kang Jai and said gratefully, "Thank you for your help, fellow Taoist Kang. From now on, I, Xiang Yu, will follow your lead." When he said this, Xiang Yu looked extremely serious. Although he was arrogant, he was also a very trustworthy person. Seeing Xiang Yu's serious expression, Kang Jai also smiled. Xiang Yu's arrival at least provided a great deal of security for his Sun City. As for Zhu Yuanzhang and Lei Shimin standing to the side, their expressions were complex, showing both envy and helplessness. They are not like Xiang Yu, they have few worries. They all have their own dynasties and their own factions, so it's impossible for them to follow Kang Jai. Kang Jai didn't seem to care much about this, and looked at Xiang Yu to ask, "How do you feel about your strength after the breakthrough?" Upon hearing this, Xiang Yu's eyes lit up. He didn't say anything, but simply took a step back, and after distancing himself from the crowd by several miles away, he released the aura of law surrounding him. Sensing the aura and power emanating from Xiang Yu, the great uncle was greatly surprised. How come it feels even stronger than my aura?" My great uncle broke through before Xiang Yu, and almost blossomed into a 10th grade law flower. But now, he felt that he was no match for Xiang Yu, who had just broken through to the next level. How could this not surprise him? Not only was the great uncle shocked, but everyone else was also shocked. They had experienced the aura of their great uncle, and found that he was slightly inferior to Xiang Yu. To be more precise, Xiang Yu's aura was more unified and cohesive, making him even more aggressive. It's as if the great uncle could unleash 100% of the power of his own laws, while Xiang Yu could unleash 120% or even more. This strange feeling made everyone even more curious about Kang Jai's experiment. Could it be that incorporating the derivative law really has such benefits? Just as everyone was lost in their own thoughts, Xiang Yu landed back beside Jai, his eyes shining as he looked at him. Kang Ji's experiment not only raised the grade of his flower of law, but also significantly increased his strength after breaking through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Looking at Xiang Yu's excited face, Kang Ji chuckled and said, "Are you confident you can take on that one outside this time?" Xiang Yu narrowed his eyes and looked towards the direction outside the city, his eyes blazing with boundless fighting spirit. "Why not?" Seeing Xiang Yu's high morale, Kang Ji nodded and said, "There's no time to lose, let's give it a try, we'll back you up." Without wasting words, Xiang Yu flew directly towards the city wall and charged into the formation. "It's you!" The actor portraying Xiang Yu was somewhat surprised when he saw the historical Xiang Yu. "Ha, are you here to die? Or do you think that just because this formation traps me, you can take the opportunity to kill me?" Looking at the historical Xiang Yu, the portrayal of Xiang Yu shows his disdain. In his view, the historical Xiang Yu was far inferior to him. Although the historical Xiang Yu was quite capable, the portrayal of Xiang Yu in the drama is just so-so. He was almost able to bloom a 9th grade law flower. But he was just unlucky and missed the opportunity. Looking at the disdainful expression on his face as he portrayed Xiang Yu, the historical Xiang Yu gave a cold smile. "Killing you is enough for me alone." As soon as he finished speaking, the historical Xiang Yu unleashed the aura of a Tai Golden Immortal. The person opposite Xiang Yu's pupils shrank, and he said in disbelief, You've broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm? How is that possible?" He knew Xiang Yu's strength in history. He was only at the early stage of the Golden Immortal Realm. How could he have broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm so quickly in such a short time? Impossible. This is definitely a smokescreen. Yes, this is an illusion. A formation illusion. The actor portraying Xiang Yi immediately became alert, looking around as if afraid of being attacked, and even stopped looking at the historical Xiang Yu. The historical Xiang Yu, holding his overlord halberd, looked at the wary-looking actor portraying him with a sneer. Although the actor portraying Xiang Yu was more talented and stronger, he was far less intelligent. To put it simply, when portraying Xiang Yu, all that comes to mind is muscle. The historical Xiang Yu didn't waste any words. With a flick of his overlord halberd, he thrust it straight at the opponent, embodying the spirit of Xiang Yu. As Xiang Yu's pupils contracted, he immediately met the attack with his overlord spear. The spears clashed, and both sides took a half step back. Both the historical Xiang Yu and the fictional Xiang Yu were taken aback, not expecting their opponent to be so strong. Watching the two men test each other on the city wall, Wei Delong asked with some concern, "Jie, who do you think is stronger?" Everyone looked at Kang Ji, who was the strongest among them. A glint of light flashed in Kang Ji's eyes, and he chuckled. "No matter who's stronger, that Ye Jiangxiang Yu is doomed." Everyone was taken aback, but then they understood what Kang Ji meant. Even if the historical Xiang Yu couldn't defeat the fictional Xiang Yu, they would still intervene. Therefore, the fictional Xiang Yu is doomed to die this time. However, Kang Ji still hoped that the historical Xiang Yu could defeat the fictional Xiang Yu. Although they come from different worlds, they are, in a sense, from the same root. If one of them defeats or even kills the other, what other changes might occur? Kang Ji felt a faint sense of anticipation. He had a feeling that there was something special about this place. While everyone was discussing this, the fictional Xiang Yu and the historical Xiang Yu clashed again. This time, his portrayal of Xiang Yu was significantly improved. This is innate divine strength, embodying the power of Xiang Yu, even stronger than the historical Xiang Yu. It's not just strength. The portrayal of Xiang Yu seems to have other enhancements that make his combat power surpass that of the historical Xiang Yu. Just as everyone was worried about Xiang Yu in history, his aura suddenly changed. The three laws that were originally used individually immediately changed when they were linked together by the derived laws. The Qian blood law begins to amplify the power law through its derivative laws, and the power law, in turn, begins to amplify the martial arts law under the influence of the derivative laws. In this way, Xiang Yu's attack power instantly increased by nearly double. That's impossible! The story depicts Xiang Yu being caught off guard and sent flying by a single blow from the historical Xiang Yu's halberd. The scene depicts Xiang Yu gripping his overlord's spear tightly, the spear trembling slightly, his hand splitting open, and trickling blood spreading from his palm to the spear shaft, dripping towards the tip. Feeling the pain of his injuries, Xiang Yu's eyes turned bloodshot. He was Xiang Yu. Moreover, this is a fictionalized version of Xiang Yu, yet he can't even defeat a historical Xiang Yu. His eyes were bloodshot as he portrayed Xiang Yu, and his breathing became rapid. As his breathing became rapid, his aura began to rise. The onlookers' expressions hardened, and some asked in confusion, "This guy's aura can still rise. Could it be that this guy gets stronger when he gets angry?" Everyone looked at the interpretation of Xiang Yu with suspicion, while Kang Jie's eyes narrowed slightly. He sensed an unusual aura emanating from the interpretation of Xiang Yu. At this moment, Xiang Yu, the historical figure, also became nervous. As the portrayal of Xiang Yu gained momentum, he was now on par the historical Xiang Yu. But this was not the end. The momentum of Xiang Yu's portrayal continued to rise. Just as the historical Xiang Yu was about to make his move, a roar came from the body of the fictional Xiang Yu. Immediately afterwards, a huge phantom rose up from behind Xiang Yu. A colossal phantom, hundreds of feet tall, appeared, both demonic and divine. More importantly, the other person's appearance was exactly that of Xiang Yu. But the opponent's aura was far stronger than that of Xiang Yu. What is that? Everyone stared in shock at divine and demonic phantoms released by Xiang Yu, completely stunned. What's going on? Is this portrayal of Xiang Yu some kind of cheat code? They even managed to create such a terrifying phantom image, and it was even in the image of the other party. Of all those present, perhaps only Kang Jie remained relatively calm, but Kang Jie's heart was not at peace either. What did he see? He actually sensed the aura of the Chaos Demon God's phantom. No, to be more precise, it should be that the descendants of the Chaos God's bloodline activated the bloodline of the ancient Chaos, releasing the phantom of gods and demons. It is revealed that Xiang Yu possesses the bloodline of a chaotic demon god. This was completely beyond Kang Jie's expectations. He never imagined that Xiang Yu would possess the bloodline of the Chaos Demon God. Although this bloodline is extremely thin, so thin that it can be ignored. But who would have thought that such a thin bloodline would be activated by the portrayal of Xiang Yu? Whether a bloodline is activated or not makes a difference. Even though the Chaos Demon God bloodline within Xiang Yu was very thin, it was eventually activated, resulting in a unique divine and demonic phantom that belonged only to Xiang Yu. In this way, the portrayal of Xiang Yu's fighting power increased several times over. Chapter 493 Historical Xiang Yu's request. The fated battle overlord, do you need help? Kang Jie couldn't help ask. In this situation, the historical Xiang Yu would be no match for the fictional Xiang Yu. No matter how hard the historical Xiang Yu tried, he would only be killed by the fictional Xiang Yu. However, to Kang Jie's surprise, the historical Xiang Yu actually refused. Thank you for your kindness, brother Kang. I would like to give it a try. This is a battle between him and me, and it is also our destiny. I hope you will not interfere." After a pause, Xiang Yu continued, "If I die, I hope Brother Kang will spare this scoundrel." Kang Jai was stunned and asked uncertainly, "Are you sure you want me to let that guy go?" Xiang Yu nodded and said with a wry smile, "The moment he released the phantom of the demon god, I sensed a sense of destiny. Between him and me, only one can survive. The one that survives will devour the other. So even if I die, I'm just being devoured by him, living on in another way. So, I hope Brother Kang can let him go. It's my plea to you. As for that promise I made to you, I can only repay it in the next life." Kang Jai stared blankly at Xiang Yu's back for a long while before sighing. "All right, I agree, but don't be discouraged. Your 3 laws are not bad either, and you are not without the power to fight." Although he said that, Kang Jai knew that it was just a way of comforting him. It's quite impressive that they were able to apply these 3 principles to such an extent in such a short time. Even if we were to take it a step further, I wouldn't dare say I'm 100% certain. Just as everyone was filled with worry, Xiang Yu finally made his move. His move immediately put Xiang Yu at a disadvantage. The portrayal of Xiang Yu, who unleashed a demonic phantom, possessed combat power several times greater than that of the historical Xiang Yu. In just a dozen breaths, the historical Xiang Yu was knocked away multiple times. "Jai, are we really not going to get involved?" the great-uncle asked anxiously. Historically, Xiang Yu was cultivated to the Tai Golden Immortal realm by Kang Jai spending a great deal of resources. It would be such a pity if he died like this. However, Kang Jai did not answer, but stared straight at the fallen Xiang Yu, his eyes flickering. He discovered that the historical Xiang Yu seemed somewhat unusual. Although he was defeated each time, Xiang Yu's eyes did not show any dejection. Instead, they grew brighter and brighter. This is not how a dying person should behave. It doesn't seem like something a desperate person should have. Could it be that Xiang Yu in history also had some backup plan? Kang Jai wondered. If the fictional Xiang Yu had a backup plan, did the historical Xiang Yu also have a backup plan? Just as Kang Jai was wondering, Xiang Yu from history slowly stood up. The Xiang Yu opposite him looked at him mockingly. "Why aren't you arrogant anymore? Is that all the strength you've got?" Looking at the mocking portrayal of Xiang Yu, the historical Xiang Yu smiled slightly. "You are indeed quite strong, but who says I'm bound to lose?" When Xiang Yu's body erupted with the laws of history, the laws of QI and blood amplified the laws of strength, which in turn amplified the laws of martial arts. The laws of martial arts split into 2, with one part continuing to drive the laws of QE and blood, which in turn amplified the laws of strength. Meanwhile, another part of the martial arts principles were used to enhance the power principle, making the power principle even stronger. As the cycle continued, the power and laws governing Xiang Yu's body grew stronger and stronger, showing signs of breaking through his current limits. In an instant, Xiang Yu's muscles swelled, and his body could not withstand the immense power, causing wisps of blood mist to erupt from his body. However, due to the laws of Kai and blood, these blood mists were bound around the physical body, forming a blood-colored phantom. When the laws of power were amplified to their fullest extent, a blood-red figure materialized behind the historical Xiang Yu. The moment he saw the blood-red figure, Kang Jai involuntarily took a step forward, staring intently at the phantom. A silent roar erupted within him, the aura of Pangu. It's actually the aura of Pangu. This has activated the bloodline of Pangu's descendants. Kang Jai was shocked. The bloodline of the Chaos Demon God's descendants was not enough, and now the bloodline of the Pangu's descendants had appeared. Kang Jai didn't know what to say. As the phantom of Pengu's bloodline appeared, the aura of the historical Xiang Yu surged once again. At the same time, both the historical Xiang Yu and the fictional Xiang Yu harbored a sense of hostility. This hostility was beyond their control, as if only killing the other party could eliminate it. A sense of destiny arose simultaneously in their hearts. The two locked eyes, and without any hesitation, simultaneously unleashed their strongest attacks. The image depicts Xiang Yu's spear, piercing the void like a cold glint at the dawn of creation, thrusting towards the historical Xiang Yu. The historical Xiang Yu, holding his overlord halberd high, was like wielding an unusual giant axe, fiercely cleaving towards the fictional Xiang Yu. In an instant, a beam of axe light streaked across the sky, like a ray of light cleaving through chaos, and slashed fiercely at Xiang Yu. The halberd's edge and the spear's edge collided, and the world instantly froze. The next second, a bright light burst forth from the point where the spears and halberds clashed, and then grew larger and larger, as if to illuminate the entire world. With a loud boom, the entire space trembled. If Kang Jai hadn't forcefully stabilized the situation, this space would likely have been shattered by the two's attacks. The entire world was shrouded in white. Everyone looked at Kang Jai with great concern and asked, Ajay, how's Brother Xiang? Kang Jai focused gaze on the battlefield, using the power of the formation to observe the situation. At this moment, both historical Xiang Yu and the fictional Xiang Yu were lying on the ground. Neither of them was in a good position. Their all-out attack had resulted in both of them being seriously injured. Moreover, both of them were in very bad condition and were in danger of dying. Kang Ji's eyes flickered, as if he wanted to help, but in the end he just sighed. He transmitted a message to the historical Xiang Yu. Brother Xiang, hold on. Upon hearing the telepathic message, Xiang Yu regained some of his senses. With difficulty, he turned his head to look in the direction of Xiang Yu, only to see the other lying there motionless. Upon seeing this scene, Xiang Yu grinned. Unfortunately, his injuries were too severe, and he couldn't laugh out loud. He could only laugh silently. Cough, cough! After a while, the historical Xiang Yu struggled to move his body, trying to crawl to the side of the fictional Xiang Yu. Unfortunately, he was too badly injured to move his body. Just then, the fictional Xiang Yu also woke up. Hearing the commotion on the historical Xiang Yu's side, he couldn't help but turn his head to look at him. The historical Xiang Yu grinned, as if to say, I won. Xiang Yu's pupils contracted, as if he wanted to something, but at that moment, his breath caught in his throat, neither rising nor falling. Hiccup! Hic. The Xiang Yu, staring wide-eyed, his pupils growing larger and larger until he finally suffocated and died. As soon as Xiang Yu died in the fictional story, the historical Xiang Yu stiffened, as if sensing something, and looked in the direction of the fictional Xiang Yu. At this moment, everyone finally saw the scene on the battlefield and exclaimed in surprise. The situation on the field was truly horrific, with one dead and one seriously injured, and the historical Xiang Yu also seemed to be nearing his end. Just as everyone was preparing to rescue Xiang Yu, a sudden change occurred suddenly. The fictional Xiang Yu, who had been dead, disintegrated, turning into a stream of light that merged into the body. The historical Xiang Yu. Everyone stared in astonishment at the sudden turn of events, unsure whether they should enter the battlefield. At this moment, Kang Jai spoke up. Don't disturb Brother Xiang yet. As Kang Jai spoke, Xiang Yu's body was also undergoing tremendous changes. First, the injuries on his body are healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, Xiang Yu felt that the divine tree of laws within his body seemed to be somewhat out of control. What happened? Just as Xiang Yu was wondering, the divine tree of laws within his body burst forth. The tree of laws, which burst forth from the body, immediately began to absorb the power of heaven and earth. At the same time, streams of special energy emanated from his body and poured into the tree of laws. This is the power of the divine tree of laws manifesting Xiang Yu's power. Xiang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. He hadn't expected that after his death, the divine tree of law would also into his body. Everything about the other party has actually merged with me. Besides the divine tree of laws, the other party's origin, aptitude, fortune, and so on, all merged with me. Is this the reward for killing the destined one? Xiang Yu's eyes flickered, and in that instant, many thoughts raced through his mind. At that moment, the divine tree of laws, which was incorporating and interpreting the laws of Xiang Yu, suddenly underwent another change. Xiang Yu looked at his divine tree of laws in disbelief. The flower of laws, which had already taken its final form, changed once again. The law flower of the 9th rank slowly unfolded its 10th petal. 10th grade. Even the people outside the arena were stunned. Once the flower of laws has taken its final form, can it still advance to a higher level? Everyone stared in disbelief as Xiang Yu's flower of law evolved from the 9th grade to the 10th grade. This doesn't even include that. Even after the 10th grade law flower bloomed, Xiang Yu did not stop cultivating, and the world continued to nourish his law flower. As the power of heaven and earth was poured in, along with the power of Xiang Yu's laws, the 11th petal of the law gradually began to take shape. How is this possible? Brother Xiang, are you about to evolve into the heavenly Tao form? They envied the appearance of a quasi-saint, let alone the appearance of a 10th grade saint. Now that Xiang Yu is about to evolve into the form of the heavenly Tao, how could they not be shocked and envious? However, among those present, only Kang Jai remained remarkably calm, even revealing a hint of regret in his eyes. Because Kang Jai could see that Xiang Yu's foundation was ultimately too weak, and he simply couldn't bloom the 11th petal. Just as Kang Jai had anticipated, as the 11th petal was about to take shape, it began to shimmer incessantly, eventually transforming into a faint phantom that hung on the flower of laws. What a pity, Kang Jai sighed. In the end, Xiang Yu only managed to cultivate a law flower of the 10th rank. Even so, this is still quite remarkable. It almost reached the level of the heavenly Tao. Even the 3 corpses of the Tongjian sect leader could not reach this level. Of course, this may also be related to the fact that Xiang Yu broke through on Earth. The heavenly Tao of Earth is weaker than that of the primordial world, even weaker than that of chaos. Therefore, the requirements for living beings are not as high. As Xiang Yu successfully broke through, extraordinary phenomena once again appeared in the world. This time, however, the phenomenon is far more extraordinary than the last one. A towering golden beam descended from the sky and struck Xiang Yu directly. The injuries that had not yet healed were completely cured in an instant. Moreover, the powerful blessings and merits of the heavenly Tao caused the originally faint, illusory image of the 11th petal of the law flower to gradually solidify. Although it failed to condense an 11th petal, it at least made the illusory petal image no longer so ethereal, as if it might shatter at any moment. The illusory petals now exist in a state between reality and illusion, appearing translucent. Unfortunately, even with the help of heaven, Xiang Yu's flower of law did not change again. Jai, Brother Xiang's strange phenomenon this time has caused quite a stir. It has covered the entire Dragon Kingdom, Wei Delong said upon receiving the news. Kang Jai was shocked. He hadn't expected that when Xiang Yu broke through to the 10th rank, the phenomenon would cover the entire Dragon Kingdom. News has come from the Central Cabinet that the Tai Golden Immortal enemy, who was originally blocking the two patriarchs' rescue, is now trying to come here to investigate, but was stopped by the two patriarchs. Now the roles of offense and defense have been reversed. They are asking us what our plans are. Wei Dalong looked at Kang Jai. Two enemies at the Tai Golden Immortal realm want to come over? Kang Ji's eyes lit up, and he grinned, saying, "Tell the two ancestors not to stop them. Let them come over." Just have them come over? The great uncle frowned. Although we have 3 Tai Golden Immortals on our side, but... The great uncle was somewhat worried. Although they had 3 Tai Golden Immortals, 2 of them had only just broken through. What if the person who came was Nai Golden Immortal in the early stage? However, Kang Jai chuckled and said, "Even the 2 patriarchs could stop them, so how strong do you think they are?" The young granduncle was taken aback for a moment, then came to his senses. That's right. The 3 ancestors had just broken through. Since they were able to stop the other party, those 2 enemies must have only recently broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal realm. If that's the case, what do they have to be afraid of? Thinking of this, the great uncle stopped stopping him and asked Wei Dalong to contact the Central Cabinet. At this moment, Kang Jai suddenly seemed hesitant to speak. Seeing this, his great uncle asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Is something the matter?" Kang Ji opened his mouth, but finally asked, "How is the Feng family doing now? Why didn't the Feng family patriarch go to help the 2 patriarchs?" In fact, since Kang Jai broke through to the Tai Golden Immortal realm, his previously sealed memories have been unsealed. He also learned about his engagement with Jiang Exu, that his mother was the eldest daughter of the Feng family, and his relationship with the Feng family. However, Kang Jai was not happy after learning all this. When the Kang family suffered a disaster, no one from the Feng family came to their aid. This left Kang Jai with a lingering resentment. This time, the Feng family didn't contribute anything, and the Feng family patriarch didn't cooperate with the other 2 patriarchs to intercept the Tai Golden Immortal realm opponent, which made Kang Jai even more uncomfortable. The great uncle opened his mouth, sighed, and said, "It seems your memories have returned." Kang Jai nodded, and the great uncle sighed and shook his head, saying, "It's not that the Feng family is unwilling to help, but the Feng family patriarch took your maternal grandfather to the demon suppression tower, and is not on Blue Star." You took my grandfather to the demon suppression tower? Kang Jai frowned slightly. The great uncle nodded. The events of that year were rather complicated. In fact, I only recently learned about them myself. The great uncle hesitated, seemingly weighing whether or not to inform. Kang Jai frowned and looked at his great uncle, saying, "Great uncle, my cultivation level is now among the best, even on Blue Star. Is there any news that I cannot know?" The great uncle was taken aback, but upon looking at the current state of Kang Jai, he suddenly felt relieved. Yes, what is there in the current calamity that we cannot know? Looking at Kang Jai, he sighed, "Since you want to know, then I will tell you everything, including what happened back then." Kang Ji's eyes lit up. Although his memories had been unsealed, the memories that were sealed back then were only those from before he was 8 years old. Before he was 8 years old, he knew very little, especially about his mother. The great uncle slowly said, "Your mother was the eldest daughter of the Feng family. Back then, the Feng family intended for your mother to marry Ji Wuming, the pride of the Ji family. But who would have thought that your mother would meet your father at Longting University and then follow him? Because of this, your maternal grandfather was very unhappy and openly severed ties with your mother, even forbidding the Feng family from having any dealings with our Kang family. Hearing this, Kang Jai frowned slightly. He was surprised that his parents had such a history. No wonder his mother rarely mentioned his maternal grandfather's family when he was young. Kang Jai was somewhat dissatisfied with this, and he was dissatisfied with the Feng family. But at this moment, the great-uncle said, "Don't blame your grandfather. He did this back then for the sake of your mother and our Kang family." Kang Jai raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "For the sake of my mother and the Kang family?" The great-uncle nodded. "Our Kang family is just a weak family. Compared with the Feng family and the Ji family, we are simply not worth mentioning. What your mother did back then not only slapped the Feng family in the face, but also the Ji family. Only by severing ties with your mother can we protect her and our Kang family. Of course, there's something even more important." At this point, the great-uncle suddenly stopped. Kang Jai asked in confusion, "What is the more important point?" The great-uncle sighed and said, "More importantly, your maternal grandfather had an accident years ago, and it was that incident that led to your maternal grandfather being sent to the demon suppression tower." Kang Jai became more and more confused and frowned as he looked at his great-uncle. Before Kang Jai could ask, the great-uncle continued, "Do you know that your maternal grandfather had a nickname, Old Demon Wind?" Kang Jai narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself, "Old Demon Feng?" The great-uncle nodded. "Your maternal grandfather was an absolute genius, a colored talent, and a master of 18 spiritual energy vortexes. He could have become a golden immortal like the Feng family's ancestor. Unfortunately, your grandfather was too proud and arrogant, and he conducted a crazy experiment that directly caused his progress to stagnate, and his reputation as a genius was tarnished." Kang Ji's eyes widened in surprise. "A crazy experiment? What kind of experiment?" "Absorb the demonic laws of the ghost realm," the great-uncle said solemnly. "The demonic laws of the ghost realm?" Kang Ji's eyes widened in disbelief. At this moment, even Kang Jai felt somewhat incredulous. It's important to understand that the reason the ghost realm is so difficult to deal with is because the laws governing its universe are completely different from those of Earth. Furthermore, Kang Jai, who had been to the Chaos Realm, was well aware that the laws of heaven and earth in the ghost realm were different from those in the entire Chaos Realm. In particular, its main law, the law of demonic cultivation, is different from all the laws of demonic cultivation in the myriad realms. The difference is not a superficial one, but fundamental difference stemming from a conflict in underlying logic. Even for a prodigy like Kang Jai, after entering the ghost realm, the ghost cultivator only dared to absorb the calamity energy within, but not cultivate the laws within it, and this is the If one cultivates the laws within, at best they will conflict with each other, at worst they will be controlled by the demonic laws within, ultimately becoming a machine that only knows how to kill. However, to Kang Ji's surprise, his maternal grandfather actually dared to absorb the demonic laws of the ghost realm. Was he insane? Seemingly sensing Kang Ji's shock, the great-uncle sighed. Your maternal grandfather, relying on his own talent, tried to forcibly find a way to integrate with the demonic laws of the ghost realm world. If successful, then Blue Star will no longer fear the ghost realm, and may even be able to launch a true counterattack against the ghost realm, turning it into a part of Blue Star. Unfortunately, he overestimated himself. Even with his exceptional talent, his cultivation ultimately stagnated due to the demonic laws of the ghost realm. That's not the most important thing. The most important thing, that your grandfather often loses control, because he absorbed the demonic laws of the ghost realm. When the Kang family was in trouble, your maternal grandfather suddenly lost control for some unknown reason. The entire Feng family did their best to suppress him, and they even had to call upon the Feng family patriarch to help him regain his senses. This also meant that when the Feng family came, the Kang family had already been wiped out. Later, when your maternal grandfather awoke, he immediately forbade the Feng family from contacting the Kang family, and even tacitly approved the Ji family's use of a memory seal on you. At this point, the great-uncle frowned, something he couldn't understand. Although the Feng family failed to rescue the Kang family in time, why did they even refuse to let someone from the Feng family contact the Kang family? For 10 years, no one was allowed to visit Kang Jai and his sister, which was quite abnormal and heartless. Kang Jai was equally shocked at this moment. My grandfather absorbed the demonic laws of the ghost realm, yet he didn't go completely insane and was able to regain his sanity. It's simply unbelievable. Kang Jai was no novice. After his ghost cultivator body entered the ghost realm, he had tried to analyze the demonic laws of the ghost realm. However, the bizarre nature of the demonic laws in the ghost realm is beyond his current ability to analyze. That is a kind of demonic law completely different from the chaotic world. From the bottom of logic, the two are in conflict. This also leads to the fact that any creature from the chaos world, once corrupted by the power of the ghost realm, will transform into a ghost realm creature that only knows how to kill. No one has ever been able to maintain their sanity after being corrupted by the power of the ghost realm. Seeing Kang Ji in a daze, the great-uncle sighed. Don't blame your maternal grandfather and the Feng family. Perhaps there are some unspeakable reasons that we don't know about. Kang Ji didn't speak. He had some guesses, but he still needed to see his maternal grandfather before he could say anything. At that moment, Xiong Yu finally absorbed all the rewards from the heavenly Tao of Blue Star, and his aura became even more magnificent, and his presence even more profound. Concealing his aura, Xiong Yu approached Kang Jai and bowed deeply, saying, I cannot thank you enough. Brother Kang, please feel free to give me any orders in the future. Kang Jai came to his senses, looked at Xiong Yu, whose cultivation had greatly improved, and nodded in satisfaction. Xiong Yu's current combat strength is absolutely comparable to the mid-stage of the Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm, and he is an absolute powerhouse, even in the mid-stage realm. With such a powerful figure in charge of Sun City, I can feel more at ease. Nodding to Xiong Yu, Kang Jai turned to his great-uncle. Great-uncle, you just said that my grandfather is currently in the Demon Suppression Tower? The great-uncle nodded, seemingly guessing Kang Jai's thoughts, and asked, You want to go to the Demon Suppression Tower? Kang Jai nodded, then looked at Xiong Yu. Brother Xiang, could you help me guard Sun City for a while? Kang Jai didn't specify a time, but Xiong Yu nodded in agreement without hesitation, saying, Why not? Don't worry, with me here, Sun City will be perfectly safe. Seeing Xiong Yu pat his chest and make a promise, Kang Jai was even more satisfied. Xiong Yu was indeed a man of his word, and it was worth it for me to help him. With a wave of his hand, a porcelain bottle appeared in his hand, the very bottle containing the elixir of 1,000 years. Since Brother Xiang agrees, then on behalf of Sun City, I hereby appoint you as a retainer. This bottle of pills is your payment. Are you satisfied? Catching the porcelain bottle, Xiong Yu looked at Kang Jai with disbelief and asked, Are you really going to use this as my reward? Kang Jai nodded. What? Not satisfied? Xiong Yu shook his head repeatedly, gripped the porcelain bottle tightly, and laughed heartily. How could that be? I am extremely satisfied. Kang Jai grinned. That's good. From now on, Brother Xiang can receive a bottle of this pill from Sun City every year. Xiang Yu's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed in surprise, every year. Kang Jai nodded again. Watching their interaction, the others were all thinking rapidly. Although we don't know what kind of elixir Xiang Yu had, his behavior suggests that the elixir in the porcelain bottle was anything but ordinary. Unfortunately, neither Xiang Yu nor Kang Jai mentioned it, and they were too embarrassed to ask. Kang Jai then looked at Wei Dalong. City Lord Wei, I'd like to trouble you to arrange the matter of those two Tai golden immortal enemies. I need to go to the demon suppression tower now, so I may not have time to stay and help. Wei Dalong glanced at Xiang Yu, whose strength had surged, and then at his great uncle, who had also broken through to the Tai golden immortal realm. He nodded and said, "Don't worry, AGI. With Brother Xiang and Brother Kangan here, and with the help of the Jiang family patriarch and the Ji family patriarch, those two are nothing to worry about." Seeing his confidence, Kang Jai did not delay any longer. He took the teleportation array from Sun City directly to Xianyang in Zhongshu, and then entered the demon suppression tower through the channels in Xianyang. Inside the demon suppression tower, "You're Feng You's child?" An elderly man with graying hair looked at Kang Jai. "This is a special space. Apart from a tall altar, there are only two people in the entire space. One was a middle-aged man sitting on the altar, bound by countless chains of laws. Wisps of demonic energy surged from his body, and when they touched the chains, they hissed. The other person sat beneath the altar, closely watching the person on it, constantly releasing purifying power to suppress the demonic energy within the person on the altar. Upon seeing Kang Jai, the old man looked him over curiously and asked a question. Kang Yi glanced solemnly at the scene on the altar, and nodded when he heard the old man's question. "You must be the ancestor of the Feng family, Ancestor Feng Yun, right?" Old Ancestor Feng Yun chuckled. "I never expected that girl Feng Yao would give birth to such a monstrous talent as you. Did you come here to see your maternal grandfather, or do you want to ask something?" Kang Jai shook his head, then nodded. Before coming, he did want to ask some questions, but when he saw his grandfather's condition, he understood everything. "My grandfather's current situation is not optimistic. He probably foresaw all of this back then, which is why he didn't want the Feng family and the Kang family to have any connection. After all, the Feng family's situation is not optimistic right now. The old ancestor of the Feng family, Feng Yun, is clearly not in a good position. Otherwise, a Tai Golden Immortal would not look so old. Something must have happened to the Feng family patriarch. His maternal grandfather's condition was even worse. He was originally the most promising person to succeed the Feng family's patriarch, but he ended up like this. The Feng family's days are probably not going to be easy." In just a moment, Kang Jai had analyzed everything. Looking up at Ancestor Feng Yun, Kang Jai said, "I did have some questions I wanted to ask, but they're not important now." Turning to look at the altar, Kang Jai asked, "What is my grandfather's condition now?" Feng Yun Patriarch glanced at Kang Jai with some surprise, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. But when he saw Feng Wuchen on the altar, he became worried and distressed. "Your grandfather's condition is not optimistic. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as dangerous. Your grandfather, relying on his own talent, attempted to absorb the demonic laws of the realm. But the magical laws of the ghost realm are not so easy to absorb. Over the years, no one has been seen to have successfully absorbed them. Once someone becomes tainted by the demonic laws of the ghost realm, the only possible outcome is that they will be corrupted by those laws and ultimately reduced to a machine that only knows how to." When someone on Earth proposed this crazy idea, many people tried it. Unfortunately, apart from your grandfather, everyone else eventually turned into creatures of the ghost realm, either being killed or escaping into the ghost realm. Your maternal grandfather, relying on his colorful talent, entered the path of demonic cultivation. Although he forcibly suppressed the demonic laws of the ghost realm, his cultivation stagnated from then on. Furthermore, because he possesses the demonic laws of the ghost realm within him, he could suddenly lose control and reason, and attack everything around him in a frenzy if he's not careful. For this reason, even though he could suppress the demonic laws of the ghost realm, he was confined to the Feng family's old residence and not allowed to leave. However, during this demon cave riot, your grandfather forcibly participated in the battle. During this time, the power of the ghost realm suddenly forcibly injected into your grandfather's body, causing the two demonic laws within him to become unbalanced. The demonic laws of the ghost realm directly surpassed the demonic laws of Blue Star and directly reached the peak of the golden immortal realm. That's why your grandfather suddenly went mad during the battle and almost turned into a monster from the ghost realm. Fortunately, several golden immortal realm experts were present at the time. With their cooperation, they forcibly sealed your grandfather and brought him to the demon suppression tower. Fortunately, the demon suppressing tower was able to temporarily suppress the demonic laws of the monstrous world within your grandfather's body. Kang Ji's mind stirred slightly, and he frowned, saying, "So, the demonic laws of the ghost realm within grandfather's body have been suppressed." Feng Yun ancestor shook his head, not entirely. The demonic laws of the ghost realm within him are still slowly eroding the demonic laws of Blue Star within him. Once it completely corrupts the magical laws of Blue Star, your grandfather will be completely transformed into a creature of the bizarre realm, and will utterly lose his mind. Kang Ji frowned, not expecting things to be so complicated. "Isn't there a solution?" Feng Yun Patriarch opened his mouth, as if to say something, but in the end he could only shake his head and sigh. Just then, the spirit of the demon suppression tower suddenly spoke. "Little one, actually your grandfather is not without a cure." Kang Ji was startled and quickly asked, "Please enlighten me, Senior." The demon suppression tower transformed into the appearance of a middle-aged man and appeared before everyone. "Feng Yun greets Senior." Ancestor Feng Yun hurriedly bowed. Kang Ji followed suit, but the demon suppression tower waved its hand. "These are unnecessary." Looking at Kang Ji, he said, "I've heard that guy from the Tower of Babel mention you. You really are an amazing little guy. Your growth rate is truly terrifying." Kang Ji opened his mouth, unsure how to answer. Before Kang Ji could reply, the demon-suppressing tower continued. "Originally, your maternal grandfather had no chance of survival, however." Looking at Feng Wuchen on the altar, the demon suppression tower said with a complicated expression, "However, your maternal grandfather, extraordinary, and he actually managed to successfully fuse a trace of the demonic laws of the ghost realm. Although he borrowed the demonic laws of Blue Star and fused them with the demonic laws of the ghost realm, he did something unprecedented. If it weren't for this accident, and given enough time to balance the two laws and gradually merge the magical laws of the two worlds into a unique magical law, it wouldn't be impossible." Kang Ji stared wide-eyed, somewhat incredulously, and said, "What? My grandfather has successfully fused a trace of two demonic laws?" Kang Ji was shocked. Even he had once tried to analyze the demonic laws of the ghost realm and attempt to absorb them. Ultimately, Kang Ji concluded that the demonic laws of the ghost realm were something he could not touch at his current level. It was only because he had tried it himself that Kang Ji knew how difficult and terrifying it was. But what he heard now was that his grandfather had actually successfully integrated a trace of it. Even a tiny bit is terrifying enough. Just as Kang Jie was marveling at his grandfather's extraordinary talent, the old ancestor Fengyun shook his head and sighed. What's the use? The two demonic laws are now out of balance, and your grandfather has lost his only hope. Kang Jie looked at the demon suppression tower. Senior, you just said my grandfather could still be saved. Then, the demon suppression tower shrugged. There are indeed ways, but you can hardly do either of those two methods. Kang Jie frowned and pressed for an answer. Please enlighten me, Senior. I'd like to give it a try. Seeing this, the demon suppression tower did not hide anything and said frankly, one method is to expel the demonic laws of the ghost realm from its body. But now, demonic laws of the ghost realm have completely merged with your grandfather, even becoming integrated into his soul. It's simply impossible to expel them. Kang Jie frowned, somewhat unwilling, and said, what if we use the law of deprivation to deprive them? Both the demon suppression tower and the wind and cloud ancestor shook their heads. The wind and cloud ancestor explained, that won't work. The laws of magic in the ghost realm are very special, and the laws of Blue Star have very limited effect on them. Otherwise, with so many people on Earth cultivating the purification law, the problems of the ghost realms should have been solved long ago. To date, Blue Star has only been able to deal with the Blue Star lands that have been polluted by the ghost realm, and to guard the demon cave passage between Blue Star and the ghost realm. The reason why Earth could hardly launch a counterattack against the ghost realm was because the laws of Earth had little effect on the laws of the ghost realm. Kang Jie frowned. Using the ghost cultivator's true form, Kang Jie tried it out and found that it was indeed the case. This is because the underlying logic is flawed. Could it be that the ghost realm, the chaos realm, are not the same world? Kang Jie was startled by his own thoughts. It should be understood that both the primordial world and the 3,000 demon god realm are actually within the chaotic world. Although their laws differ, their underlying logic still belongs to the chaotic world. However, the laws and logic of the strange world are completely different from those of the chaotic world, which is truly bizarre. Suppressing his doubts, Kang Jie looked at the demon suppression tower again, his gaze intense, and asked, besides this method, are there any other ways? The demon suppression tower nodded. There is another way, which is to have your grandfather cultivate the Blue Star demonic laws to the peak of the golden immortal realm, or even break through to the Tai golden immortal realm in order to suppress the demonic laws of the ghostly realm within his body. Kang Jie's eyes lit up. This method is good? Why? Meeting Kang Jie's questioning gaze, Feng Yunyan ancestor gave a wry smile. This method is feasible, but the problem is that the demonic laws of the ghost realm within your maternal grandfather's body have become even more powerful after eroding the demonic laws of Blue Star. Originally, your grandfather used this method to cultivate the demonic laws of Blue Star to the peak of the golden immortal realm, which did indeed give him a chance to suppress the demonic laws of the ghost realm. However, even if your grandfather cultivates the magic laws of Blue Star to the peak of the golden immortal realm, it is unlikely that he can suppress the magic laws of the ghost realm, unless he can break through to the Tai golden immortal realm in one fell swoop. But breaking through to the Tai golden immortal realm is not so easy. Not to mention whether the demonic laws of the ghost realm allow it. Even if they do, your grandfather's time is running out. Now that your grandfather can't even stay conscious, how can he cultivate the magic laws of Blue Star? Moreover, your grandfather's Blue Star magic laws are already bound together with the magic laws of the ghost realm. Anyone who cultivates the demonic laws of Blue Star will trigger the demonic laws of the ghost realm, making it impossible for your grandfather to cultivate normally. Upon hearing this, Kang Jai frowned deeply, realizing that the demonic laws of Blue Star were bound to the demonic laws of the ghost realm. If one cannot cultivate normally, how can one allow Grandpa's Blue Star demonic laws to suppress the demonic laws of the ghost realm? Kang Jai looked at Demon Suppression Tower and humbly asked, "Does the senior have any way to help my grandfather cultivate the demonic laws of Blue Star?" The Demon Suppression Tower shook its head directly. "Impossible. The reason I was able to help suppress the demonic laws of the ghost realm within your grandfather's body is because I also suppressed the demonic laws of Blue Star with him. Otherwise, even his last shred of sanity would be corrupted, and he would be completely reduced to a creature of the bizarre realm. If you want him to cultivate demonic laws, he'd have to start cultivating them again. And it's best not to cultivate the demonic laws of Blue Star, otherwise it will still cause anomalies in the demonic laws of the ghost realm. Not cultivating the demonic laws of Blue Star." Kang Ji's eyes flickered slightly, but at this moment, the old ancestor Feng Yun sighed. "Senior, your method is as good as nothing. If we don't cultivate the demonic laws of Blue Star, are we supposed to cultivate the demonic laws of those smaller worlds? The demonic laws he cultivates must not be weaker than the demonic laws of Blue Star. So the only way is to go to the 3,000 demon god realm. Given Wuchen's current condition, he simply cannot go to the 3,000 demon god realm. Once he leaves this place, without your suppression, he will instantly transform into a creature of the ghost realm." Feng Yun Patriarch sighed helplessly, looking at Feng Wuchen on the altar, feeling utterly resigned. Originally, Kang Ji's maternal grandfather was supposed to succeed him and become the pillar of their Feng family. But now, hearing the sigh of the old ancestor Feng Yun, Kang Ji's eyes lit up. "Who says you can't cultivate other demonic laws without going to the 3,000 demon god realm?" He not only comprehended the demonic laws of the 3,000 demon god realms, but also the demonic laws of the primordial world, and even dabbled in the great Tao of demons in chaos. Of all these demonic laws, which one isn't stronger than the demonic laws of Earth? The magical laws of Earth can rival those of the ghost realm. If Grandpa could comprehend and absorb the magical laws of the primordial world and the 3,000 demon realms. Thinking of this, Kang felt a little eager to try. It seems that this isn't entirely unacceptable. Now, the only difficulty is how to awaken Grandpa and enable him to cultivate on his own. Otherwise, everything is just empty talk. Looking at the spirit of the Demon Suppression Tower, Kang Jai asked with some anticipation, "If I have a way to enable my grandfather to cultivate a demonic law stronger than that of Blue Star, do you have a way to suppress his current demonic law in the ghost realm and awaken it so that he can cultivate and comprehend the law on his own?" The Demon Suppression Tower looked at Kang Jai. "Strange expression. You said you have a way to make your grandfather cultivate demonic laws stronger than those on Blue Star. You don't really want to take your grandfather to the 3,000 demon god realm, do you?" Kang Jai shook his head. No, I know that my grandfather cannot leave here, and I do not intend to. Let him leave. As long as you can suppress the demonic laws of the ghost realm within him and allow him to awaken and cultivate, that will suffice." The Demon Suppression Tower gave Kang Jai a deep look before speaking. If that's the request, then the Blue Star's demonic laws must be suppressed as well. I can mobilize the power of the Demon Suppression Tower to suppress the 2 demonic laws within your grandfather's body. After the suppression, your grandfather is essentially free from the laws of the demonic path and can remain conscious for a period of time. However, if his cultivation level cannot be increased during this period, he will fall into a deep sleep again. Moreover, after falling into this deep sleep, he may never wake up again. Are you sure you want to try? The demon suppression tower stared intently at Kang Jai and asked. Kang Jai nodded. In the current situation, if they didn't take the risk, his grandfather would only face death. Rather than waiting to die, it's better to take a risk. Seeing Kang Jai's insistence, Feng Yun Patriarch wanted to say something, but after glancing at Feng Wuchen on the altar, he ultimately sighed and did not stop him. At this moment, Kang Jai asked again, if I accelerate time for my grandfather, will it affect your ability to suppress the demonic laws within him? Kang Jai pressed for an answer. The demon suppression tower laughed arrogantly. You underestimate me too much. How could a mere time acceleration possibly defeat me? Seeing the demon suppression tower's confidence, Kang Jai breathed a sigh of relief. However, the demon suppression tower found it amusing. Although Kang Jai's cultivation had reached the Tai Golden Immortal realm, even if he possessed the law of time, how much faster could he accelerate time? The laws of time are not so easy to master. Just as the demon suppression tower was taking it lightly, Kang Jai arrived at the altar. At this moment, the demon suppression tower reminded them. If possible, you can also use the purification law to help him suppress the demonic laws within his body, and at the same time remove the negative effects from his body. This way, the effect will be even better when they complement each other. Kang Jai nodded upon hearing this. At this moment, Feng Yun Ancestor also arrived at the altar, intending to help Kang Jai. Kang Jai did not refuse, pointing to his grandfather's back and saying, Ancestor, you just sit there and use the purification law to help expel the negative effects from your grandfather's body. After saying that, Kang Jai sat down opposite his grandfather, looked at the demon suppression tower and said, Senior, that's enough. The demon suppression tower nodded slightly and immediately mobilized the demon suppressing power within it, transmitting it along the chains of law in the void to Feng Wuchen's body. In an instant, the demonic energy that was emanating from Feng Wuchen was suppressed and forced back into his body. The demon suppression tower's voice rang out. All right, it's up to you now. The demon suppression tower was very curious, wondering what Kang Jai planned to do. Kang Jai took out a pill and put it into his mouth without hesitation. The demon suppression tower's eyes widened the moment it saw the elixir. The law of time! The demon suppression tower was startled. Without thinking, it immediately mobilized more demon suppressing power and poured it into the law chains. Just then, a fluctuation of time emanated from Kang Jai's body, and then the power of time spread outward, enveloping Feng Wuchen and Feng Yun Ancestor. Because the controlled area was slightly larger this time, the effect of the 1,000 years pill was greatly reduced, and it could not achieve the effect of fading 2,000 years. Even if it's not 2,000 years, it's still at least 1,000 years. The demon suppression tower's expression changed the instant time accelerated. I thought that if the time of the heavenly tribulation were accelerated by 10 or 100 times, it would be quite remarkable. Even if it's accelerated 1,000 times, he can accept it. But Kang Jai's 1,000-year pill is based on the timekeeping of the 3,000 demon god realms. Therefore, although it is only an acceleration of 1,000 years, this 1,000 years is calculated according to the 1,000 years in the 3,000 demon god realms, which is equivalent to 365,000 years on Blue Star. This is terrifying. It's not just a matter of accelerating 1,000 times, but more than 100 million times. Fortunately, Kang Jai did not accelerate time to its maximum speed, but even so, the flow of time around Kang Jai reached tens of millions of times. This caught the demon suppression tower off guard, and it almost failed to suppress the demonic laws within Feng Wuchen's body. Holy crap! What the hell? What kind of pill is that? How can it be so terrifying? Isn't this time acceleration a little too fast? The demon suppression tower's face turned deathly pale. The impact of that moment had almost left him unable to recover. Fortunately, most of the power of the demon suppression tower was mobilized in time, which barely managed to suppress the demonic power within Feng Wuchen's body. The consequence of doing so is that most of the power of the demon suppression tower has to be used to suppress the demonic laws within Feng Wuchen's body. With a determined thought, the demon suppression tower had no choice but to halt most of its activities. The cultivators who were training and hunting monsters in the demon suppression tower were suddenly teleported outside the tower. Everyone looked around in bewilderment, trying to re-enter the demon suppression tower, only to find that they couldn't get in, no matter what they did. Kang Jai was unaware of the demon suppression tower's actions. He breathed a sigh of relief when he sensed that the demonic laws within his grandfather's body been completely suppressed and that no problems had arisen even with the acceleration of time. With the suppression of the demonic laws, Grandpa Kangji finally opened his eyes. Upon seeing Kang Jai, Feng Wuchen was stunned, thinking he was hallucinating. Before he could speak, Kang Jai said, "Grandpa, from now on, cultivate the demonic laws I have demonstrated with all your might." Feng Wuchen was about to speak when Kang Jai released his demonic laws. The demonic laws released by Kang Jai were primarily based on the 3,000 demon god realms and the primordial world. As the laws of demonic cultivation were revealed before Feng Wuchen, he was about to speak when he suddenly froze. This law. Not only was Feng Wuchen stunned, but the old ancestor Fengyun behind him was also stunned. The demonic laws displayed by Kang Jai were of a significantly higher quality than those of Blue Star. The old ancestor Fengyun exclaimed in amazement. Could this be the demonic laws of the 3,000 demon god realms? It is indeed far stronger than the demonic laws of Blue Star. The demon-suppressing tower outside the altar was equally shocked. This kid actually cultivated demonic laws, and he even reached the Tai Golden realm. It's unbelievable. When Kang Jai first appeared, he was radiating pure immortal power, leading people believe that he had only cultivated immortal laws. Unexpectedly, Kang Jai had even cultivated the laws of demonic cultivation to the Tai immortal realm. Sensing the demonic laws before him, Feng Wuchen was completely bewildered. Am I dreaming? Just as Feng Wuchen was stunned, the old ancestor Fengyun behind him couldn't wait to transmit his voice to him and tell him what had happened. Finally, Ancestor Fengyun urged, "Don't think too much about it now. It's not easy for AGI to maintain the laws and time acceleration. You should start cultivating now." Feng Wuchen was startled, realizing that Kang Jai had used a precious time acceleration pill, and he couldn't let Kang Ji's good intentions go to waste. As for other things, I'll talk about them after I've suppressed the demonic laws within my body. Calming his mind, Feng Wuchen began to fully comprehend the demonic laws released by Kang Jai. Kang Jai wasn't idle either. Sensing the restless demonic laws within his grandfather's body, Kang Jai also released purification laws to dispel the negative effects on his grandfather. At the same time, Kang Jai began to preach, accelerating his grandfather's absorption of demonic laws. With Kang Ji's help, Feng Wuchen quickly absorbed and comprehended the demonic laws released by Kang Jai. Gradually, a divine tree of demonic laws began to condense again, within Feng Wuchen's body. With the emergence of a new divine tree of demonic laws, the divine tree of demonic laws, which had been corrupted by the demonic laws of the ghost realm, began to resist, attempting to squeeze out the newly sprouted seedlings of the divine tree of demonic laws. However, at this moment, the power of the demon Shen Tower appeared, suppressing the corrupted demon law divine tree so that it could not move. Seeing this, Kang Jai breathed a sigh of relief. Without the help of the demon suppression tower, it would have been very difficult for my grandfather to cultivate the laws of demonic cultivation again. Fortunately, the laws of demonic cultivation in the ghost realm are now suppressed, allowing my grandfather to freely cultivate new laws of demonic cultivation. As Kang Jai explained, Feng Wuchen's understanding of the laws of demonic cultivation deepened, and the divine tree of laws also grew rapidly. Time flies, and when Kang Jai swallowed the third 1,000 years pill, Feng Wuchen actually cultivated the new demonic law to the peak of the golden immortal realm. This is even with the effects of the elixir reduced by half over 1,000 years. In reality, Feng Wuchen only accelerated time by 3,000 years. Even converted to Earth's time scale, it's only 1,000,000 years. In 1,000,000 years, he cultivated the laws of demonic cultivation to the golden and immortal realm, and these laws were from the primordial world and the 3,000 demon god realms. Even Kang Jai was somewhat amazed by this talent. The reason why my cultivation is so fast is because I have countless clones assisting me. But my grandfather was different. He relied entirely on his own talent. The talent for color is indeed not to be underestimated, Kang Jai thought to himself. At this point, Kang Jai faced another problem. Should we let Grandpa break through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm now? Or wait until his other laws have also been cultivated to the peak of the Golden Immortal Realm before breaking through together? Breaking through together is of course the best option, as it allows us to cultivate highest quality laws. The problem is that my grandfather has 18 laws, and Kang Jai has not been involved in many of them, at most only reaching the Xuanxian realm. In this situation, should I first cultivate these laws to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm myself, and then assist my grandfather in his cultivation? Although the demonic laws of the ghost realm have been suppressed, as new demonic laws are cultivated to the peak of the Golden Immortal Realm, the demonic laws of the ghost realm become increasingly restless. Now, not only does the demon suppression tower need to suppress it, but even the wind and cloud ancestor has joined in the suppression. If my grandfather cultivates all 18 laws to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, who knows what unexpected things might happen? That's why Kang Jai didn't actually want to wait. However, this also concerns his grandfather's future cultivation potential. So Kang Jai had to treat it with caution. Inform your grandfather about the situation and leave the choice to him. After listening to Kang Ji's explanation, Feng Wuchen didn't hesitate at all. I'll break through now. Rather than breaking through all the laws at once, Feng Wuchen chose to break through first. He could sense that the demonic laws of the strange world within his body were becoming increasingly violent, and it seemed they were also sensing the threat of the new demonic laws. In this situation, it is more important to first break through the cultivation barrier and then completely suppress the demonic laws of the ghost realm. Kang Jai didn't say anything about Feng Wuchen's choice. He also agreed that he should break through first. What good is high talent if you lose your life? Thinking of this, Kang Jai no longer hesitated, took out the national fortune gold coin, and injected into his maternal grandfather's body to help strengthen his foundation. The reason why Grandpa was only allowed to absorb the national fortune gold coins now was because Kang Jai was worried that the power of the national fortune gold coins would be absorbed by the demonic laws of the ghost realm. In fact, as Kang Jai injected the national fortune gold coins, the demonic laws of the ghost realm indeed seized the opportunity to plunder the power of the national fortune gold coins. Fortunately, my grandfather was no longer the same as before. His new demonic laws had also reached the peak of the golden immortal realm, and he was in no way inferior when it came to competing with the demonic laws of the ghost realm. Soon, the power of the national fortune gold coins was completely plundered, and my grandfather's own resources had accumulated to their fullest extent. At this point, Grandpa no longer suppressed his cultivation. As my grandfather released the divine tree of demonic laws, a fluctuation appeared in the world. Huh? The demon suppression tower is actually connected to Blue Star. Kang Jai was somewhat surprised. He was very familiar with the fluctuations just now. They were the power of the heavenly Tao of Blue Star. At this moment, the voice of the demon suppression tower rang out. Don't be surprised. I was originally conceived by the heavenly Tao of Blue Star, so it's not surprising that this place can receive the heavenly Tao of Blue Star. Kang Jai narrowed his eyes slightly. The demon suppression tower was actually conceived by the heavenly Tao of Blue Star. How could such powerful magical treasures as the demon suppression tower and the Tower of Babel, which were once so weak, have been born on Earth? Kang Jai narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed that Blue Star was not as simple as he had thought. As the heavenly Tao of Blue Star detected Feng Wuchen's aura, the power of heaven and earth rapidly gathered towards the demon suppression tower and then poured towards Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen wasn't idle either. After releasing his new demonic law tree, he began to mobilize all his essence, energy, and spirit, pouring them into the law tree. As the essence, energy, and spirit were infused, the tree of laws slowly blossomed with the flower of law. First rank, second rank, third rank, the flower of law advanced with unstoppable momentum, quickly breaking through to the 9th rank. However, after reaching the 9th rank, the speed at which the flower of law bloomed clearly slowed down, showings of stopping. Even so, Kang Jai was still shocked. My grandfather only cultivated the laws of demonic cultivation to perfection. He didn't cultivate the other laws much at all. Even so, a 9th grade law flower actually bloomed. If all 18 laws are cultivated to the golden immortal perfection realm, then will Grandpa be able to bloom a 10th grade law flower? That's the appearance of a saint. What a pity. Kang Jai sighed inwardly, but even if he had to choose again, he would still agree that his grandfather should break through immediately. After all, life is more important than future cultivation potential. Just when Kang Jai thought the matter had settled down, another unexpected event occurred. That the divine tree of laws, which had ceased its blooming, was preparing to retract its aura and retreat back into Feng Wuchen's body. But at that moment, the original demonic law divine tree within Feng Wuchen's body suddenly broke free from its confinement and burst out of his body. Before anyone could react, they plunged headlong into the new tree of laws. Oh no! How did the divine tree of laws get out? Everyone was startled and mobilized their power in an attempt to drive away the old divine tree of laws. Fortunately, this law tree had only recently merged into the new law tree, so expelling it wouldn't be too difficult. But when Kang Jai and the others applied their power to the Feng Wuchen law tree, their expressions changed. How could this be? Even the usually composed demon suppression tower was taken aback at this moment. The old law tree, which had just been integrated into the new law tree, has actually merged with the new law tree. How could the two combine in such a short time? Shouldn't the new divine tree of laws reject the demonic laws of the ghost realm? After the initial shock, everyone quickly discovered the problem. Damn it! It's the magic law of Blue Star! Kang Jai cursed under his breath. Although the new divine tree of demonic laws is based on the demonic laws of the 3,000 demon god realms and the primordial world. However, it still absorbed some of the magical laws of Earth. Furthermore, since this breakthrough occurred within the jurisdiction of the heavenly Tao of Blue Star, the new divine tree of demonic laws will not reject the demonic laws of Blue Star. The old magical law tree, by taking advantage of this relationship, directly integrated the Blue Star magical path into the new magical law tree. The tree of laws is still undergoing a breakthrough. Although it is nearing its end, it is not yet truly finished. At this moment, the laws of the Blue Star's magic path merged into the divine tree of laws. And the divine tree of laws did not obstruct it at all. As the laws of the Blue Star's magic were integrated, the laws of the ghost realm world's magic were immediately integrated into the new law tree, thanks to the fusion law that had already merged with the Blue Star's magic. Oh no! What do we do now? The group exchanged bewildered glances. They hadn't expected this situation either. The demon suppression tower looked annoyed. It's all my fault. I never expected the demonic laws of the ghost realm could unleash such power, allowing him to break free of his restraints. The demon suppression tower felt very guilty. Kang Jai shook his head and said, "You can't say that. The power that the opponent just unleashed was too unexpected. Even if it were someone else, they wouldn't have been able to defend against it." Indeed, the demonic laws of the ghost realm are extremely cunning. The power released during their previous struggle was not the whole thing. It was merely a deception. Just as they were all relaxing, their opponent struck with all their might, and they finally broke free from their restraints. What do we do now? The group exchanged glances, none of them having a good solution. Feng Wuchen can only rely on himself. Fortunately, Feng Wuchen's new demonic laws have broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, which can completely suppress the demonic laws of the ghost realm. Just as everyone was tense and worried, something unexpected happened. As the laws of magic on Earth merged with the new tree of laws, the laws of magic in the ghost realm began to decompose automatically. The decomposed demonic laws, using that trace of fusion law as a catalyst, quickly merged into the new divine tree of laws, actively beginning to transform into fused demonic laws. What's going on? What are the demonic laws of the ghost realm trying to do? Everyone was shocked and wanted to stop it, but they didn't know where to start. They don't quite understand the current situation either. By doing this, the demonic laws of the ghost realm are essentially relinquishing their autonomy. Even if it can integrate into the new law tree, it will still be suppressed by other demonic laws in the future. Just as everyone was in shock, Feng Wuchen made his move. Sensing the changes in the divine tree of demonic laws, Feng Wuchen immediately manipulated that wisp of fusion law, devouring the newly comprehended demonic laws. At the same time, the flower of law, which had stopped blooming, suddenly stirred again. As the law of fusion merged with Feng Wuchen's new demonic law, the flower of law instantly blossomed with its 10th petal, a 10th grade law flower. The appearance of a saint. Everyone stared in shock at the changes taking place, and for a moment no one spoke. This wasn't the end. As the 4 types of demonic laws, the primordial demonic law, the demonic law of the 3,000 demon god realms, the demonic law of Blue Star, and the demonic law of the ghost realm began to initially merge, the wisp of merged demonic law began to devour the other 4. As the laws of fusion were absorbed, the flower of laws, which had already reached the 10th grade, began to evolve once again. No, no way. Could it be that Wuchen can actually bloom an 11th grade law flower? Fengyun Patriarch said incredulously. Kang Jai remained silent, as he was currently focusing all his efforts on analyzing the new law tree, especially the fusion of demonic laws within it. This is a fusion of the demonic laws of the ghost realm. Even Kang Jai couldn't do that. Kang Jai was very curious about how his grandfather had managed to integrate two conflicting underlying laws. Just as Kang Jai was trying to analyze it, his grandfather's divine tree of laws finally bloomed with the 11th flower of law. 11th rank. He actually reached the 11th rank. This is the appearance of a saint, Fengyun Lau exclaimed in surprise. Kang Jingji's pupils also contracted, as his grandparents had actually managed to unleash an 11th grade law flower. Just as the 11th grade law flower was revealed in the outside world, the world instantly changed color. Whether inside the demon suppression tower or on Blue Star, the entire world was suddenly filled with swirling winds, billowing clouds, and flashing lightning. Upon seeing this scene, Kang Jiji's expression changed. Logically speaking, shouldn't the blooming of an 11th grade law flower bring auspicious omens, abundant merit, and purple aura from the east? This situation doesn't look like a blessing from heaven at all. Just as everyone was in shock, countless thunderclouds gathered in the sky and earth, with wisps of lightning swirling within them. The space they were in particular, was terrifying. A golden vertical pupil slowly opened, surrounded by countless bolts of lightning. The power of divine punishment, both Kang Jai and the demon suppression tower exclaimed in alarm. Unexpectedly, Feng Wuchen's breakthrough to the 11th grade of the law flower not only failed to attract heavenly Dao merit and rewards, but also attracted the power of heavenly punishment. What's going on? How could this have attracted divine punishment? Kang Ji's eyes flickered, his mind racing. The only thing that came to his mind was the demonic laws of the ghost realm. Could it be because Grandpa fused with the demonic laws of the ghost realm? No, no. If the beings of Blue Star can absorb and integrate the demonic laws of the ghost realm, shouldn't that be a good thing for Blue Star? Once the magical laws of the ghost realm no longer pose a threat to the beings of Blue Star will be able to launch a counterattack against the ghost realm. This should be a great thing for Earth. If this is such a great thing, why would the heavenly Tao of Blue Star send down divine punishment? Staring intently at the emotionless vertical pupil in the sky, Kang Ji's pupils contracted. Could it be? Could it be? Kang Jai suddenly turned his head and looked at his maternal grandfather, Feng Wuchen, his eyes flashing. Could it be that there's something wrong with the demonic laws governing those strange realms? Kang Ji's eyes flickered as he recalled the scene when his grandfather broke through. The demonic laws of the ghost realm actively decomposed and merged into the divine tree of laws. This is inherently unreasonable. Now, the presence of the eye of heavenly punishment has further confirmed Kang Ji's speculation. Grandpa, release your laws and let me see them. Kang Jai suddenly shouted. Huh? Feng Wuchen snapped out of his daze at the eye of heavenly punishment and turned to look at Kang Jai, somewhat confused when he heard Kang Ji's voice. Grandpa, release your laws. There must be something wrong with your laws, otherwise you wouldn't have attracted the eye of heavenly punishment. Kang Jai shouted again. Feng Wuchen was startled. Was there something wrong with the laws he had merged with? Despite his doubts, Feng Wuchen obediently released the demonic laws he had just fused with, displaying them to Kang Jai without reservation. Kang Jai leaped into the air, ignoring the warning from the Eye of Heaven, and arrived in front of Feng Wuchen. Release your divine sense and directly probe into the laws of the demonic path. It connects to countless clones, even at the cost of mobilizing the power of humanity. In an instant, boundless spiritual light exploded in Kang Ji's heart, and his grandfather's laws were quickly analyzed. The underlying logic hasn't been integrated at all. Looking at the two still clearly distinct underlying logics, Kang Ji narrowed his eyes slightly. This situation is very strange. Logically speaking, if there is no law of fusion, why has no conflict occurred? This is some kind of will. When Kang Ji discovered that there was a force in the underlying logic of the chaos demonic path system and the ghost realm demonic path system, forcibly binding the two demonic law systems together. This force is very much like some kind of will of heaven and earth. Could it be that this is the will of heaven in the ghost realm? Kang Ji's eyes flashed as he stared intently at this power. But soon, Kang Ji discovered another anomaly. This will seem to lack intelligence, and was more like some kind of predetermined program. Could it be that this predetermined procedure is the only way to temporarily bind together two completely conflicting magical systems? Kang Ji's eyes lit up, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. Just as he was overjoyed, the thunder in the sky finally couldn't hold back and struck down. Snap! A bolt of heavenly punishment lightning, as thick as a water bucket, slammed into Feng Wuchen and onto the divine tree of demonic laws. The terrifying power of divine punishment surged in, directly flowing into the newly fused demonic laws. This is... Unable to attend to his grandfather's condition, Kang Ji, who had been keeping a close eye on his grandfather's demonic laws, discovered that when the power of the blue star heavenly punishment surged into the divine tree of demonic laws, the power of the heavenly punishment directly struck that will. As expected, there's something wrong with this will. Kang Ji narrowed his eyes as he watched the heavenly punishment power relentlessly bombarding that will. Under the bombardment of the power of divine punishment, that will could no longer take into account the two demonic systems and began to collapse. As that will disintegrated, the newly merged demonic laws began to conflict with each other. The underlying logics of both sides began to clash, unleashing an unimaginable and terrifying force. Click! The divine tree of demonic laws began to crack, and Feng Wuchen immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Oh no! If this continues, Grandpa will definitely not be able to hold on. The current situation is no longer as simple as just eliminating that will. Today, the chaos demonic system, including the primordial demonic laws, the demonic laws of the 3,000 demon god realms, and the demonic laws of Blue Star, has been combined with the demonic system of the ghost realm. The force that allows them to combine is that will. Now that will has been ravaged by the power of the Blue Star's heavenly punishment. Once it is completely destroyed, the power of the two completely combined demonic laws will erupt completely. At that point, at very least, Grandpa's demonic laws would be completely destroyed, and his cultivation would regress. More likely, however, is that the laws will clash, leading to destruction. Under this power, my grandfather will perish, and even his soul will be left behind. Sensing his grandfather's crisis, Kang Ji was also very anxious. But the heavenly Tao of Blue Star was determined to destroy this will. Although this will forcibly merged the two demonic law systems together, that will originated from the ghost realm world. In other words, it is a fusion law dominated by the world of ghosts. No wonder the demonic laws of the ghost realm were able to relinquish their dominance back then. It turns out that the true dominance had long been controlled by the will of the ghost realm. If it succeeds, with Grandpa's cultivation, This will eventually completely control the fusion law. By then, even if Grandpa wanted to resist, he probably wouldn't have the chance. What can we do? Without that will either. Without that will, the two systems of demonic laws will completely collapse and erupt, and then Grandpa will only have one way out: death. Leaving this will behind, even if the heavenly Tao of Blue Star allowed it, would bring endless troubles in the future, and might even completely control my grandfather. Kang Jai was caught in a dilemma and felt anxious. Unless there is something that can replace it. Kang Ji's spiritual light flashed, and he vaguely grasped something. Without delay, all computing power was mobilized immediately to begin calculating all possibilities. This will is somewhat similar to the will of heaven, except that it is more like a program written using the will of heaven. This process, through deception, fooled two different legal systems, allowing them to merge and coexist peacefully. Kang Jai quickly analyzed the key points, but the problem was, where could he find something similar to the will of heaven to write this kind of program? Kang Ji's eyes flashed, and he quickly came up with several possibilities. One is the heavenly Tao will of the Three Kingdoms world. Another is the heavenly Tao will of the spirit realm. And the third is the heavenly Tao will of the soul lotus realm. These wills of heaven can all be used to write such programs. After some thought, Kang Jai decided to abandon his plan to utilize these three types of heavenly Tao wills, because their level is too low and not suitable for my grandfather's current situation. My maternal grandfather has already cultivated to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, and in the future he will break through to the Dalio Golden Immortal Realm, and even the Quasi-Saint and Saint realms. In this situation, using the heavenly Tao will of Kang Jai would seem somewhat weak. Moreover, once a program is written using a certain will, it becomes bound to that will. With Kang Ji's current cultivation level, it is not suitable for him to be bound to his maternal grandfather. Even if Kang Jai tried and experimented himself, he found that those three types of will were not suitable for use. In addition to the three heavenly Tao wills that he possessed, Kang Jai also thought of the Blue Star will. Looking at the relentless heavenly punishment power crashing down from above, a glint of light flashed in Kang Jai's eyes. It doesn't seem like a bad thing to bind my grandfather to the will of Earth. However, if he wanted to conduct experiments first, the will of Blue Star was not suitable. The reason why the will of Blue Star is not suitable is because the level of Blue Star's heavenly Tao is still a bit low compared to the primordial world, the 3,000 demon god realms, and even the chaos Tao. The level of the Blue Star heavenly Tao is insignificant. Under these circumstances, binding oneself to the heavenly Tao of Blue Star is clearly unwise. Besides the will of the heavenly Tao of Blue Star, what other will can Kang Jai mobilize? I definitely can't mobilize the primordial will and the will of the 3,000 demon gods, unless I can draw out their power of divine punishment. Hidden within the power of divine punishment is a portion of their will. But I clearly don't have that ability. After much deliberation, Kang Jai finally focused his attention on the path of humanity. The primordial human way is comparable to the primordial heavenly way. He had long been bound to the primordial human way. Since that's the case, why not bind yourself even more deeply to the primordial human way? Thinking of this, Kang Jai no longer hesitated and directly mobilized his human will to begin simulating the will program within his grandfather's body. As Kang Jai experimented, the ghost cultivator's true form, far away in the ghost realm, also began to use the human will program written by Kang Jai to deceive the demonic laws of the ghost realm. As Kang Jai continued to experiment, wisps of the demonic laws of the ghost realm began to merge into the ghost cultivator's body. At this moment, Feng Wuchen was in a very miserable state. With the bombardment of the power of heavenly punishment, the entire demonic law divine tree had cracked open. Countless 11th grade law flowers on it began to wither. If things continue like this, Feng Wuchen will eventually be annihilated in this space-time by the power of divine punishment and the conflict with the laws. Not far away, the old ancestor Fengyun was extremely anxious. Looking at the motionless Kangji, the ancestor Fengyun looked at the demon suppression tower beside him and said, "Senior, please help Wuchen." The demon suppression tower gave a bitter smile. "How? Save it. This is the power of heavenly punishment, and it contains a lot of the will of the heavenly Tao. This means that the heavenly Tao of Blue Star is determined to eliminate those things that shouldn't exist within Feng Wuchen's body." Fengyun Patriarch was extremely anxious and stamped his foot. "What should we do?" I'd have a solution. The Kangjai created many miracles, and now the old ancestor Fengyun can only place his hopes on the Kangjai. When there was no response to his calls to Kangjai, Fengyun ancestor was about to go forward and call him. But the demon suppression tower grabbed him. "Don't disturb him. This kid, probably deducing something. Maybe he really can find a way to Feng Wuchen." Pulled back by the demon suppression tower, the old ancestor of wind and cloud's eyes lit up. "Can AGA really do it?" The demon suppression tower did not answer, but simply watched Kangjai standing not far from Feng Wuchen. At this moment, Kangjai was emanating a strange fluctuation. The demon suppression tower knew that it was a unique fluctuation that a living being would exhibit when comprehending the Tao. But the fluctuations emanating from Kangji's body were somewhat terrifying. The demon suppression tower had never seen such terrifying fluctuations in comprehension. The demon suppression tower suspects, even if all the living beings in the Dragon Kingdom were added together, their comprehension would not be comparable to that of the heavenly tribulation. Just as the demon suppression tower was shocked by Kang Ji's strong comprehension, Kang Ji finally slowly opened his eyes. The moment Kang Ji opened his eyes, a golden light shot out from them. Through continuous deduction, Kang Ji finally discovered the key to that will program. Having made some discoveries, Kang Ji, after various attempts, can now not only deceive the demonic laws of the ghost realm, but also other laws within the ghost realm. Through this deceptive act, he was able to forcibly absorb the power of various laws in the ghost realm and integrate them into his own laws. After numerous attempts, Kang Ji finally grasped all the key points and also deduced a method to replace the will of the ghost realm world with the will of the Blue Star Heavenly Tao. "Grandpa, try my method." Kang Ji pointed out a finger, and a beam of spiritual light shot into his grandfather's sea of the consciousness. Having exhausted all other options, Feng Wuchen, upon hearing Kang Ji's words, immediately accepted Kang Jingji's inheritance without hesitation. As the inheritance of Kang Ji was continuously received, Feng Wuchen's mouth gaped wider and wider. Feng Wuchen never expected that Kang Ji would actually ask him to capture the Blue Star's will within the power of heavenly punishment, and then weave the Blue Star's will into a program. He would then use this program to deceive the two law systems and force them to merge together. Will this really work? A look of confusion and struggle flashed in Feng Wuchen's eyes. Should he really try the method Kang Ji gave him? If the attempt fails, he will really have no chance. After struggling with his thoughts for a moment, Feng Wuchen finally gritted his teeth. Back then, he dared to forcibly absorb the demonic laws of the ghost realm. So doesn't he dare to capture the heavenly Tao will of Blue Star today? There's a reason why Feng Wuchen is called Old Demon Feng. When he goes mad, he's more insane than anyone else. As Feng Wuchen attempted to do so, the heavenly Tao of Blue Star initially resisted, even intensifying the power of heavenly punishment. However, as Feng Wuchen refined the Blue Star will, in a special order, the Blue Star will gradually lost its power to resist. In the end, even the power of Blue Star's divine punishment was replaced by the power of the Blue Star's will, which was directly poured into its body to help it replace the power of the will of realm. When the entire demonic will within the divine tree of laws was replaced and expelled, the previously withered law flower bloomed anew, breaking through to the 11th rank once more. This time, the flower of law is even more beautiful and exquisite, truly a top-grade 11th rank flower. As my grandfather completely merged the two systems of demonic laws, the eye of heavenly punishment finally disappeared. Instead, there are boundless golden clouds of merit and abundant rewards from the heavenly Tao. Hiss! The heavenly Tao of Blue Star is being incredibly generous this time. Feeling the generosity of the reward, Kang Jai was somewhat shocked. The reward from Blue Star this time was comparable to the scene when a saint attained enlightenment in the primordial world. The entire Blue Star was covered with golden clouds of merit. While the quality of the merit contained within is not comparable to that of the primordial world, its quantity is comparable to that of the saints when they attained enlightenment. Seeing the ever-increasing amount of merit power, Kang Jai swallowed hard. Just when Kang Jai thought that all the merit power would be poured into his grandfather's body, the merit power suddenly split in two. Half of it was still poured directly into my grandfather's body, but the remaining half crashed down on Kang Jai. There's even a share for me. Kang was somewhat surprised. After all, he had not used the will of Blue Star to deal with the laws of the strange world. Instead, it used the humanitarian will of the primordial world, which, to put it bluntly, is a bit like betraying one's own people. After all, using the will of Blue Star to control the laws of the ghost realm would also be beneficial to Blue Star. It's really unfair that these benefits are now being given to outsiders. However, the heavenly Tao of Blue Star did not blame Kang Ji. Instead, it still gave him a large reward. This surprised Kang Ji. Although somewhat surprised, Kang Jai did not stand on ceremony and accepted all the merit power without hesitation, condensing it into a golden wheel of merit behind him. As for how to use these merits, Kang Jai hasn't figured it out yet. After all, these merits can only be used on Earth. His 9 original bodies would certainly not be confined to Blue Star, and it would be impossible for them to absorb this power of merit. Furthermore, those clones in the primordial world could not possibly absorb the merits of the Blue Star. As for his natal magic weapon, it is a chaos spiritual treasure. Except for the merits of the great Tao, other merits will only lower its level to him. After much thought, the only use that Kang Jai could think of was for Sun City. Sun City is his only property on Earth, and now Sun City is combined with Sun Tree. Kang Jai had always wanted the 3 kingdoms heavenly Tao to govern Sun City. However, due to concerns about the heavenly Tao of Blue Star, they have not taken any action. If these merits from Blue Star were integrated into Sun City, and Sun City were directly refined into a merit treasure, and then the heavenly Tao of the 3 kingdoms were allowed to refine this treasure. In that way, the heavenly Tao of the 3 kingdoms could appear openly in Sun City. In fact, out of consideration for the merits they have accumulated, even if the heavenly Tao of the 3 kingdoms does something out of line, the heavenly Tao of Blue Star will probably turn a blind eye. Thinking of this, Kang Jai felt relieved and began to consider the power of merit from Blue Star. On the other hand, Feng Wuchen didn't have so many concerns. Now, he is completely bound to the heavenly Tao of Blue Star, and he has no worries at all when using the power of Blue Star's merits. Therefore, the moment the power of merit was poured into his body, Feng Wuchen directly used the power of merit to cleanse his body, transforming his physical body into a body of merit. There is one advantage to doing this. It will make cultivating the laws of Earth much easier in the future. Having done all this, Feng Wuchen hadn't even used up 1% of his merit power. He gritted his teeth and directly used the merit power to raise all 17 other laws to the Tai Gunwaldal realm. With the help of a massive amount of merit, this upgrade was very easy. However, there is a downside to doing this. It makes one's own foundation unstable. However, Feng Wuchen didn't care. Because after doing all this, there was still 90% of the merit power left. With so much merit, if he were to improve just one law, it might allow Feng Wuchen to directly raise his cultivation to the level of a great Luo golden immortal, or even a quasi-saint. Just as Feng Wuchen was about to continue improving his cultivation, Kang Ji interrupted him. "Grandpa, don't use merit points to improve your cultivation anymore. It will make your foundation unstable." Feng Wuchen frowned, somewhat reluctant to stop. The pleasure derived from accumulating merit and improving one's cultivation level is something that ordinary people cannot resist. Back then, even the 6 sages of the primordial era couldn't resist this temptation. The attainment of sainthood is not something that ordinary people can resist. If this merit hadn't been divided in 2 and had been given entirely to Feng Wuchen, it might have enabled him to become a saint in one fell swoop. Although he is only a meritorious saint on Blue Star, he still holds the status of a saint. As long as Blue Star exists, the saint will never die. Unfortunately, this time the merit was split in 2, with half being absorbed by Kang Jai. The remaining half was not enough to support Feng Wuchen in breaking through to the saint level. Not to mention, Feng Wuchen's strongest cultivation level only reached the Tai Golden Immortal realm, which is quite far from the saint realm. Rather than wasting merit on this and ultimately failing to become a saint, it's better to first cultivate to the peak of quasi-saint, and then use merit to make the final push. Forcibly suppressing the urge to continue absorbing merit to improve his cultivation, Feng Wuchen slowly opened his eyes. Phew! Sensing the state of the other 17 laws, Feng Wuchen felt somewhat fortunate that Kang Jai had stopped him in time. Otherwise, given the exhilarating feeling of improving his cultivation level just now, he might have used all his merit points to further enhance his cultivation. As for the cultivation level boosted by the power of merit, just as Kang Jai said, it is somewhat erratic and unstable, more like a reflection in a mirror or a flower in water. Although he can use the laws that have been elevated in this way, it's as if there's a veil between them, and he needs to go through the heavenly Tao to mobilize these powers. However, the laws he cultivated were as easy to use as his own limbs, and he could use them however he wanted. Phew! Luckily you stopped me, otherwise all this merit would have been wasted. Feng Wuchen looked at Kang Jai with a mixture of relief and satisfaction. At this moment, the old ancestor of wind and cloud and the spirit of the demon suppression tower also arrived beside them. Feng Yun Patriarch looked at Feng Wuchen with envy. "You kid, you really turned misfortune into blessing this time. You should thank Ajai properly. If it weren't for Ajai repeatedly pulling you back from the brink of death, your grave would probably be overgrown with weeds by now." Upon hearing this, Feng Wuchen turned to look at Kang Jai, his expression somewhat complicated. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but didn't know where to begin. Seeing this, Kang Jai coughed lightly and changed the subject, saying, "Grandpa, ancestor, would you like to come and sit in my Sun City for a while?" Fengyun Patriarch and Feng Wuchen were slightly aback. They had heard of Kangji's Sun City, but the two exchanged a glance, and the old ancestor of the wind and clouds spoke first. "Let your maternal grandfather go with you. I'm an old man. I won't go and join in the fun." Just as Kang Jai was about to speak, Feng Wuchen also said, "We won't be going to Sun City for now. Our ancestor has some health problems, and I need to take him back for treatment as soon as possible." Kang Jai was taken aback upon hearing this. In fact, he had already noticed that Ancestor Fengyun had a physical problem. He didn't know the specifics of the problem. Now, hearing his grandfather mention it, Kang Jai asked curiously, "Grandpa, what is the problem with our ancestor's health?" Feng Wuchen thought for a moment and then explained. The ancestor encountered some problems when cultivating the laws back then. If he had taken good care of himself, it wouldn't have been a big deal. However, due to another change on Earth, many powerful beings descended, including many Taiyi golden immortals. In this situation, the ancestor's golden immortal cultivation level is somewhat insufficient. For the sake of the family and the Dragon Kingdom's stability, the ancestor forcibly broke through, which damaged his foundation and shortened his lifespan. Without timely treatment, he probably won't live much longer. Did forcibly breaking through damage your foundation? Kang Jai frowned slightly. This kind of injury can be considered serious, but it can also be considered not serious. If the damage is merely caused by a disorder in the laws, then the laws can be straightened out. However, if the origin or foundation of one's Dao is damaged, then things will get a bit complicated. Looking at Ancestor Fengyun, Kang Jai said, "Ancestor, could you release your laws so I can see them?" The ancestor was somewhat reluctant to trouble Kang Jai, but Feng Wuchen also persuaded him, and in the end, Fengyun ancestor released his own laws. Kang Jie glanced at it and frowned slightly. "Ancestor, your laws seem a bit chaotic." Kang Jai stared at the 18 laws released by the old ancestor Fengyun and said with a slight frown, "As one of the 3 great ancestors of the Dragon Kingdom, Fengyun Patriarch possesses exceptional talent and aptitude. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risen to prominence a century ago and become one of the 3 great ancestors of the Dragon Kingdom." To Kang Ji's surprise, the laws of the wind and cloud ancestor were not only chaotic, but many of them were also quite ordinary, which greatly exceeded Kang Ji's expectations. As if knowing what Kang Jai was thinking, he smiled bitterly and said, "Aren't you curious that among the 18 laws, many of them are actually quite ordinary? Logically speaking, someone like me, one of the 3 great patriarchs of the Dragon Kingdom, should be cultivating top-tier laws." Right? Kang Jai was quite surprised that the old ancestor Fengyun had cultivated many ordinary laws. Take, for example, the 5 elements theory and the yin-yang theory. Nowadays, even if someone with slightly better aptitude doesn't get into the top 3 universities or the top 10 colleges, it's not actually that difficult to learn about the 5 elements or yin principles. Only those cultivators with mediocre talent and no resources, who are too ordinary, would choose to cultivate a single law from the 5 elements and yin-yang. However, as one of the 3 great ancestors of the Dragon Kingdom, the 5 elements and yin-yang laws he cultivated were all these scattered laws: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, yin, and yang. This occupied 7 of the 18 laws of the Fengyun ancestor. Nowadays, as long as a cultivator has a little talent, it is difficult to obtain the combined laws of the 5 elements and yin and yang. However, the situation of the old ancestor Fengyun is really inconsistent with his status as an ancestor. Fengyun Laozu smiled wryly. "You think too highly of our era. 100 years ago, it was considered fortunate to be able to obtain even one law inscription, to obtain a complete set of 5 elements, and yin-yang laws was an even greater stroke of luck. And I am the oldest of the 3 ancestors. It can be said, when I began to rise, the other 2 had not yet risen. After Blue Star weathered its most difficult year, they gradually rose to prominence, and by then they had acquired far more law inscriptions. Therefore, the other 2 patriarchs cultivated laws far better than mine. Hearing the explanation from the old ancestor Fengyun, Kang Jai opened his mouth, feeling somewhat moved. A century ago, the human race on Earth truly had no idea how they survived the catastrophe at the beginning. At that time, it must have been extremely difficult. Even so, the Blue Star human race still survived, which moved Kang Jai slightly. Kang Jai was slightly stunned when he saw the most ordinary laws of the wind and cloud ancestor. After a moment of stunned silence, Kang Jai frowned slightly. While amazed by the simplicity of the laws of the wind and cloud ancestor, what truly made Kang Jai frown was the chaotic nature of these laws. Or to be more precise, it's the chaos of those derived laws. Kang Jai never expected that Ancestor Fengyun had already tried to cultivate using derived laws. However, his derived laws are extremely chaotic, so chaotic that even 2 unrelated laws collided to produce derived laws. For example, the law of purification and the law of metal have actually collided to give rise to derivative laws. While these 2 principles are not entirely unrelated, their connection is certainly not as strong as that between the 5 elements principles. However, these 2 laws unexpectedly collided and gave rise to derivative laws. Furthermore, these derived laws become entangled with other derived laws, eventually leading to mutual entanglement, repulsion, and ultimately chaos. But that's not the most troublesome part. The most troublesome thing is, when the old ancestor Fengyun broke through to the Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm, he actually chose the purification law. In this way, the purification law broke through to the Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm first, and then, due to the chaotic derivative laws, it suppressed the breakthrough of other laws. This makes it extremely difficult for other laws to be broken. Looking at the situation of the wind and cloud ancestor laws, Kang Jai also had a headache. This was the first time he had ever seen such chaotic laws. Looking at Ancestor Fengyun, Kang Jai asked curiously, Ancestor, why did you choose to purify the laws to break through to the Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm? If you had chosen to break through using the 5 elements principle together, or the yin-yang principle together, this situation wouldn't have occurred. Fengyun Ancestor gave a wry smile. The situation was urgent at the time. The greatest threat to the demon cave was the purification law. In addition, the purification law was the fastest for me to cultivate, so I naturally chose the purification law to break through. After listening to the explanation from the old ancestor of wind, cloud, Kang Jai sighed. And your injury? Fengyun Patriarch smiled wryly. This injury was caused during the breakthrough. When the purification law broke through to the Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm, it caused an imbalance in the other laws, resulting in disorder in the derived laws, conflict between the laws, and ultimately damage to the foundation. Kang Jai clicked his tongue. It was pretty much what he had guessed. If that's the case, it's really not a good solution. First of all, the purification laws within the body of the old ancestor Fengyun are a problem. To improve one's health, it's best to first break through to the Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm in other aspects as well. In this way, the 18 main laws within the body of the wind and cloud ancestor will not clash with each other. Once all 18 main laws have been mastered, then we can sort out these messy derivative laws. Once the derived laws are sorted out, The life laws can be used to sort out the body and repair the foundation of the Tao, so that the injuries of the wind and cloud ancestor can be truly healed. This is a very long process that requires someone to help regulate the body from time to time using the laws of life. But Kang Jai didn't have that much time. More importantly, the purification law within the body of the wind and cloud ancestor is now hindering his normal cultivation of the other laws. If other laws can be cultivated normally, the purification law of the wind and cloud ancestor must be suppressed or even sealed. Looking at Ancestor Fengyun, Kang Jai said directly, "Ancestor, your condition is not incurable, but what?" Before Ancestor Fengyun could speak, his grandfather anxiously pressed for an answer. "However, we need to seal the ancestors' purification laws first." Kang Ji explained his treatment method, and Feng Wuchen immediately frowned. "The law of sealing and purification? This?" Feng Wuchen frowned and said, "We do not object to the sealing and purification laws. Now that my cultivation has broken through to the Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm, there is no problem for me to protect the Feng family. The problem is that the ancestors' purification law has been cultivated to the Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm. To seal a purification law at the Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm, at least a sealing law at the same Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm is required. Where can we find a sealing law of this caliber? I've never heard of anyone cultivating a sealing law to such a level." Spoke. Feng Wuchen turned to look at the spirit of the demon suppression tower. However, before Feng Wuchen could ask any questions, the spirit of the demon suppression tower waved its hands repeatedly. "I can only seal the laws of demonic cultivation. I cannot seal the laws of purification." Upon hearing this, both Feng Wuchen and Fengyun Laozu were somewhat disappointed. Feng Wuchen looked at Kang Jai and sighed, "What do we do now? Even the senior of the demon suppression tower can't help us. Where are we going to find a cultivator who has cultivated the sealing law to the Taiyi Golden Immortal?" Seeing his grandfather's worried face, Kang Jai grinned and pointed to himself. "Grandpa, have you forgotten about me?" Everyone was stunned. The spirit of the demon suppression tower exclaimed in surprise, "You didn't cultivate even the sealing law to the Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm, did you?" Kang Jai nodded calmly. The three gasped in astonishment. Feng Wuchen clicked his tongue in surprise and said, "Didn't you break through to the Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm using only one law?" Kang Jai nodded again. The three looked at each other in bewilderment. The old ancestor of the wind and clouds trembled slightly and said, "Ajie, could it be that you cultivated all the laws to their extreme before breaking through to the Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm at the same time?" Upon hearing this, both Feng Wuchen and the spirit of the demon suppression tower widened their eyes, some with anticipation and others with disbelief, facing the complicated gazes of the crowd. Kang Jai chuckled, "Indeed, as you all think, I did break through to the Taiyi Golden Immortal with all the laws at the same time. Therefore, the problems you find troublesome are not problems for me. I can seal away the ancestors' purification laws. Only." Kang Jai looked at Ancestor Fengyun and said with some teasing, "However, for a long time, Ancestor, you will no longer be a Taiyi Golden Immortal, but can only act as a minor cultivator. I wonder if Ancestor can bear it?" Faced with this question, Ancestor Fengyun laughed and said, "What's the big deal? I've been through all sorts of storms. It's just a matter of sealing off a portion of my cultivation. Why would I care? Now that you and Wuchen have both broken through to the Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm, what do I have to worry about?" Seeing that the wind and cloud ancestor didn't seem to care at all, Kang Jai nodded and looked at the wind and cloud ancestor, saying, "Why don't we try it now?" Fengyun Patriarch did not hesitate and nodded. in agreement. As he said, now that Feng Wuchen and Kang Jai have both broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, what else does he have to worry about? Even if something happens to the Feng family, the two of them will go to resolve it. Seeing that Ancestor Fengyun agreed, Kang Ji no longer hesitated and immediately released his own sealing law, heading towards Ancestor Fengyun's purification law to seal it. Faced with the seal of the heavenly calamity, the purification law instinctively wanted to resist. However, when the two came into contact, the old Ancestor Fengyun was shocked to find that even though he had reached the purification law of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, he was no match for Kang Jai. Its own purification laws were almost powerless against sealing laws of the same level, and were completely sealed by Kang Jai. In the blink of an eye, the purification law of the Wind and Cloud Ancestor was sealed, and the Wind and Cloud Ancestor's aura rapidly declined, soon dropping to the Golden Immortal Realm. This is because the most profound cultivation of the other laws by the old Ancestor Fengyun was only at the late stage, the Golden Immortal Realm. After sealing the purification law of the Wind and Cloud Ancestor, the next step is to help him break through the rest of the laws to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. However, these things are no longer suitable to be kept in the Demon Suppression Tower. Looking at Ancestor Fengyun and his maternal grandfather, Kang Ji invited them again. "Grandfather, Ancestor, I'm afraid you'll need to come with me to Sun City. Only there can I help Ancestor recover faster and better." Feng Patriarch and his maternal grandfather exchanged a glance, both finding it somewhat amusing, thinking that Kang Jai was using this opportunity to invite them to Sun City again. Grandpa laughed heartily and said, "Good, good. Only your Sun City can speed up the Ancestor's recovery. Then we'll go to Sun City with you." She could tell from her grandfather's teasing that they didn't believe her at all. But in reality, he wasn't completely lying, because if the Ancestor of Wind and Cloud wants to truly restore his body, he needs the laws of life to regulate his body over a long period of time. But I simply don't have that kind of time. So the only ones who can do this now are my great-uncle and the Heavenly Tao of the Three Kingdoms. The Heavenly Tao of the Three Kingdoms possesses its own laws of life. However, it has not cultivated these laws to the level of a Tai Golden Immortal. However, the life law of the young great-uncle had already been cultivated to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, which was perfect for the old Ancestor Fengyun. Kang Jai didn't explain. After bidding farewell to the spirit of the Demon Suppression Tower, he led the two towards Sun City. Upon returning to Sun City, Kang Jai discovered that a battle was raging outside the city. Jai, you're outside the city." Grandfather and Fengyun Ancestor looked out of Sun City at the same time. When they saw the Jiang family patriarch, the Ji family patriarch, and their uncle besieging two unfamiliar Tai Golden Immortals, they immediately understood what was going on. Grandpa was the most impatient of all. Without saying a word, he rushed out of the city, leaving behind a message in the air. "I'm going to help them." Ancestor Fengyun also wanted to help, but Kang Ji quickly stopped him, advising, "Ancestor, you are not suitable for fighting now. You can just watch the battle from the city wall." Despite being dissuaded by Kang Jai, Fengyun Lao Zu did not insist. The main problem is that there are enough people outside, so even if he goes out, he won't be of much help. After persuading Fengyun Patriarch to stop, Kang Jai did not rush to watch the battle. He knew the situation outside very well. With his maternal grandfather included, there was no need to worry about 5 Tai Golden Immortals attacking 2 Tai Golden Immortals. Taking advantage of this brief moment, Kang Jai directly channeled all the heavenly Tao merit he had just acquired into Sun City. At the same time, Kang Jai had a thought, and the heavenly Tao of the three kingdoms also mobilized some of its merit power and injected it into the Sun City. The merits of the two worlds converged in Sun City without any conflict. This relieved Kang Jai. As the merits of the two worlds collided, they merged together without any hindrance. It seems that merit is indeed a very versatile and inclusive thing. Merit from two different worlds can be merged. Seeing the power of merit merging into the Sun City, Kang Jai breathed a sigh of relief and mobilized the heavenly Tao of the three kingdoms to begin refining the Sun City. With the addition of the power of merit, Sun City, which was originally just an ordinary building, is rapidly transforming into a magical artifact. Since the power of merit is a panacea, I wonder if it is possible to integrate one's natal magic weapon into Sun City. Kang Jai suddenly had a brilliant idea. With a thought, he moved his natal magic treasure, which was originally placed under the Sun City, towards the Sun City. Moreover, a series of magical seals were cast and imprinted into the Sun City. Those were various formations obtained from the Tongjian sect master. As the formation was integrated into Sun City, the already enormous city experienced rapid expansion of its internal space. Today, the land within each ring of the city is expanding rapidly. At the same time, countless secret realms of varying sizes have sprung up throughout the entire Sun City. Although Sun City is still a city, it is evolving into a small world under the influence of the Azure Calamity formation, the natal treasure, and the power of endless merit. It seems something's missing? As Kang Jai watched the ever-evolving Sun City, he felt that something was missing. The artifact spirit, yes! The Arctic spirit is missing! Kang Ji's eyes lit up. Although Sun City was evolving towards becoming a merit-based spiritual treasure, the entire Sun City had not yet given birth to its own unique artifact spirit. Could it be because of the heavenly Tao of the three kingdoms? Kang Jai frowned slightly. At this moment, the three kingdoms' heavenly Tao clone sent a message. My lord, that Sun City failed to give birth to a spirit is indeed related to me, because my branches are spread throughout the entire Sun City, and therefore my will has also been integrated into Sun City. Now that I've refined the entire Sun City, it will be extremely difficult for it to give birth to Again. Is that so? Kang Jai frowned slightly. Then will you be in charge of everything in Sun City from now on? The heavenly Tao of the three kingdoms nodded, then added, I can indeed take over, but I suggest someone else take over. My foundation is still the three kingdoms world, and the time flow of Sun City is different from the time flow of my side. If I take over, it will cause some trouble. Kang Jai rubbed his temples. The flow of time was indeed a problem, so he asked, then who do you think would be suitable to take over? Or should I create another soul avatar and merge it into Sun City? The heavenly Tao of the three kingdoms shook his head. My lord, Sun City is ultimately just a magic weapon, and is not suitable for a soul clone to reside in. It would limit the potential of the soul clone. Even though it's just a soul clone, I still don't recommend doing this. My suggestion is that you combine the heavenly thunder bell with the Sun City, making it that the spirit of the Sun City and guarding it. Little Li? Kang Jai was slightly surprised. However, considering that Xiao Li has already been transformed into a weapon spirit by him, it doesn't seem like a bad idea. However, this would mean that the heavenly thunder bell of myriad tribulations would be bound again, and it's unknown whether he would be willing to do so. The heavenly thunder bell of 10,000 calamities was summoned, and Kang Jai asked for its opinion. Master, it's nothing. This is also good for me. As Sun City grows, I will grow too. Moreover, as long as Sun City exists, I will not truly die. Even if I want to go out and have fun, can't I just use a clone? The heavenly thunder bell of 10,000 calamities had thought it through clearly. The Sun City of today was no longer what it used to be, and even he would be envious of the terrifying amount of merit it had accumulated. If I were to become the spirit of Sun City, the benefits I could gain would be unimaginable. Moreover, its own body is a rare treasure of the heavenly Tao, which can also be considered kind of innate spiritual treasure. If he could control this massive amount of merit, he would be virtually invincible. Moreover, Sun City is currently evolving into a small world. Once it successfully evolves, then I will be equivalent to the heavenly Tao of Sun City. With his identity as a rare treasure of the heavenly Tao, his future achievements will only be even greater. Why wouldn't he agree to such a good deal? Seeing that the heavenly thunder bell of myriad calamities showed no sign of resistance, Kang Jai nodded. Then prepare yourself, I will integrate your true form into Sun City. With a wave of his hand, a massive amount of merit power was poured into the myriad tribulations heavenly thunder bell, gradually integrating it into the Sun City. Just as the myriad tribulations heavenly thunder bell was about to merge into the Sun City, a wave suddenly erupted from within the bell. This is the heavenly Tao space within the myriad tribulations heavenly thunder bell. Kang Jai was surprised. Why would the heavenly Tao space inside the myriad tribulations heavenly thunder bell suddenly appear and cause trouble? Before Kang Jai could ask, the true spirit of the myriad tribulations heavenly thunder bell was suddenly squeezed out. Immediately afterwards, the main body of the myriad calamities heavenly thunder bell suddenly shone brightly, echoing the entire Sun City. At this moment, the true spirit of the myriad tribulations heavenly thunder bell, which had been squeezed out, spoke up. Master, my true form wishes to transform into the heavenly Tao space of Sunday City. You want to transform into the heavenly Tao space? Kang Jai was taken aback for a moment, then came to his senses and realized that this was actually quite good. Within the myriad tribulations heavenly thunder bell, a small world had already emerged, and even a rudimentary form of a heavenly Tao space had been formed. If the myriad tribulations heavenly thunder bell were to transform into the heavenly Tao space of Sun City, then the entire Sun City would truly evolve into a small world. By then, Sun City's potential will be even greater. Without hesitation, Kang Ji immediately mobilized more merit power and poured it into the myriad tribulations heavenly thunder bell. With the infusion of merit power, the myriad tribulations heavenly thunder bell rapidly transformed, its entire form beginning to etherealize and gradually merging into the dimensional space of Sunday City. As the myriad tribulations heavenly thunder bell transformed into the heavenly Tao space, the entire Sun City trembled. Following this, Sun City expanded once again, with each ring of the city transforming into a real world, giving rise to numerous grottos, secret realms, and dimensional spaces. As Sun City evolved, the true spirit of the myriad tribulations thunder bell was once again absorbed into the myriad tribulations thunder bell. When the true spirit of the myriad tribulations heavenly thunder bell reappeared, it actually regained its physical form. The heavenly Tao body. It has actually condensed into the heavenly Tao body. Was somewhat surprised, not expecting that the myriad tribulations heavenly thunder bell would actually condense a heavenly Tao body. During this evolution, the heavenly body is a special form condensed from the laws of the heavenly way. This form is only possible to obtain in a certain world when one receives a special opportunity to manifest. Such a form is so rare that it might not even appear once in billions of worlds. As far as Kang Jai knew, the only one who possessed this form was Hongjun Laozu. That's because Hongjun Laozu merged with the heavenly Tao and used the power of the heavenly Tao to transform himself into that form. The myriad tribulations heavenly thunder bell is even rarer than that of Hongjun Patriarch, because it is self-evolved. Okay. Looking at the form of the myriad tribulations heavenly thunder bell, Kang Jai laughed heartily. In this way, the potential of both the myriad tribulations heavenly thunder bell and the Sun City will become even greater. With a single thought, the entire landscape of Sun City rapidly shifted. The original Sun City had 10 rings, but now, those 10 rings have been transformed into 10 different worlds. Moreover, each of these realms is incredibly vast, easily capable of containing the entire Dragon Kingdom of today. As the world expands, the original layout is no longer suitable for modern life. Everyone was teleported by Kang Jai to the outermost 10 rings. Immediately afterwards, the remaining 9 rings changed rapidly, cities rose from the ground, and buildings took shape quickly. Cities are separated by vast mountain ranges, rivers, and lakes. Furthermore, various teleportation arrays connect cities, making them both independent and interconnected. In addition, each ring of heaven and earth is separated by a huge portal. And only those who have reached a certain level of cultivation or have the necessary authority can enter the next ring. The 10 rings of heaven and earth were transformed in 10 directions of heaven and earth by the celestial calamity. The innermost ring of the world is naturally the Kang family's stronghold. Within the inner ring of the first layer, Xuan Turtle Lake and Xuan Turtle Island will become the core of the Kang family. As for the inner ring of the second layer, only those who have reached the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm in cultivation will be able to reside there in the future. The inner ring of the third layer is inhabited by Tai Golden Immortals. The middle ring of the fourth layer is inhabited by Golden Immortals. The middle ring of the fifth layer is inhabited by Xuan Immortals. And the middle ring of the sixth layer is inhabited by True Immortals. Further out, the seventh ring is for Celestial Immortals, the eighth for Earth Immortals, the ninth for Nascent Soul to Mahayana Cultivators, and the outermost 10th ring is for Kuei Refining to Nascent Soul Cultivators. Of course, it's not absolute. If someone in the family reaches a higher level of cultivation, they can apply to lead their family to live in a more inner space, paying a certain amount of contribution points. The deeper you go, the richer the spiritual energy of heaven and earth will become, the more active the laws will be, and the greater the benefits you will gain. Furthermore, Kang Jai plans to build different time acceleration training rooms in different spaces, transforming Sun City into a true holy land for cultivation. This is also the ability that Kang Jai gained after reforging Sun City, which brought the power of time from the Three Kingdoms world into Sun City. After arranging everything, Kang Jai looked at the battlefield outside the city with satisfaction. Upon seeing this, Kang Jai couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. On the battlefield, the 5 members of the Junior Uncle group were still unable to defeat the 2 Tai Golden Immortals on the other side. Huh? This power. Kang Jai teleported to the top of the city wall, looking at the 2 enemies on the battlefield with his eyes slightly narrowed. Divine power. This is a power bestowed by the gods. To be able to make 2 Tai Golden Immortal Realm experts become believers, just how powerful must this god be? Kang Jai was also somewhat surprised, as these 2 enemies at the Tai Golden Immortal Realm were originally only at the early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. However, by borrowing the power of a certain deity, he was able to raise his cultivation to the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Although he was only at the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, he was still much stronger than his uncle and the others. Only my maternal grandfather, who had just broken through to the next level, and Xiang Yu, were able to put up a fight against these two. However, these two were clearly not using their full strength. They were using these two enemies to hone the power they had just broken through to. Seeing this, Kang Jai breathed a sigh of relief but also shook his head. He didn't have much time to stay here. He still had to help the old ancestor of wind and cloud sort out the laws. Thinking of this, Kang Jai took a step forward and appeared directly in the battlefield. Upon seeing Kang Ji appear, the two enemies were startled, blasted back the crowd, and looked warily at Kang Jai and his companions. "Ah, Jai, you don't need to lift a finger, we can handle these two ourselves," Grandpa said with great certainty, full of confidence. Although it was only a breakthrough in the demonic laws to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, my grandfather had at all blossomed in an 11th grade lawer, and even fused with the demonic laws of the four worlds. My maternal grandfather's true combat stressed the early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. He had at least reached the middle stage, the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. His strength was in no way inferior to Xiang Yu's. However, my grandfather had only just broken through and was not yet proficient in using his power, so he thought of using the two of them to hone his skills. Seeing his grandfather like this, Kang Jai hesitated, wondering whether he should leave the two of them to practice on. Just as Kang Jai was thinking this, the two enemies exchanged a glance and simultaneously let out a loud shout. Immediately afterwards, their bodies rapidly expanded, emanating a powerful force of faith. Before anyone could figure out what was happening, the two bumped into each other. Immediately afterwards, their bodies merged together, causing Kang Ji's brows to twitch. As the two merged, an even more powerful aura emanated from their combined form. "Interesting." Kang Jai narrowed his eyes slightly and waved to his grandfather and the other four. "Grandfather, you should all step back. This person is beyond your ability to deal with." After the two merged, the aura emanating from their bodies was comparable to the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, far surpassing that of their maternal grandfather and Xiang Yu. However, my grandfather did not back down. He exuded a strong fighting spirit, and his face showed a crazy excitement. Xiang Yu shared the same fighting spirit as him. At this moment, the two surrounded the merged figure from the left and right, and their fighting spirit grew stronger and stronger. Seeing the two's behavior, the others secretly cursed them as lunatics. Whether it was the young great-uncle, the patriarch of the Jiang family, or the patriarch of the Ji family, none of them had any intention of fighting the enemy head-on. They were only at the early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. They hadn't lived long enough yet. After the three of them stepped back, Kang Jai looked at his grandfather and Xiang Yu with some helplessness. Sensing the immense fighting spirit emanating from the two, Kang Jai had no choice but to retreat slightly to cover for them. Hehehe. There are still two fools who don't know their own mortality. A hoarse voice came from the fused body, sounding like a duet between two people, or like a mutated voice, and it was extremely pleasant to hear. Neither grandfather nor Xiang Yu spoke. Without a word, they released their own laws and attacked directly. Holding the overlord halberd, Xiang Yu, empowered by the laws of blood and Kai, strength and martial arts, unleashed a terrifying halberd beam, imbued with terrifying power of the laws as it slashed towards the fused entity. Not to be outdone, The grandfather took out a large sword, and with the blessing of demonic laws, boundless demonic laws swirled around him, wrapping around the fused body. Before the blade even arrived, the demonic laws had already begun to erode the opponent's defenses. Heh. Is that all the strength you have? The voice of the merged entity emanated, elusive and uncertain, as if it were about to disappear into the void. Kang Jai, who was watching the battle, narrowed his eyes, and the law of cause and effect flashed in his eyes. Then his pupils shrank. Before anyone could warn them, Grandpa's blade and Xiang Yu's halberd had already struck the fused body. However, the sound of flesh being pierced, which I had imagined, did not come, nor did it sound like I had withstood the impact. Instead, a loud metallic clang rang out, and Grandpa and Xiang Yu were sent flying backwards simultaneously. Cough! The two had just used 8 or 9/10 of their strength, which meant that neither of them was in a good position after they clashed. What's going on? Grandpa and Xiang Yu's pupils shrank suddenly, and they looked ahead in shock. The enemies that were there before have now disappeared. Instead, there was only a dissipating phantom. Looking around, there was no trace of the enemy. Not only were the maternal grandfather and Xiang Yu shocked, but the 3 uncles who were watching the battle were also shocked. Just as everyone was in shock, Kang Jai snorted coldly and threw a punch. The void shattered, and countless laws rushed out from the void, locking onto a certain place. The 3 uncles who were watching the battle were startled, because Kang Ji's punch landed right not far from them. The pupils of the Jiang family patriarch and the Ji family patriarch shrank. That punch just now had made them feel a tremendous threat. But that was just a casual punch from Kang Jai. Is this kid really that powerful? The patriarchs of the Jiang and Ji families exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock and apprehension in each other's eyes. Kang Jai ignored everyone's expressions. After he threw a punch, a phantom appeared in the void. A look of surprise and wariness flashed in the phantom's eyes, and it quickly retreated. However, before the opponent could disappear again, Kang Jai threw another punch. However, Kang Jai did not strike the figure that was hiding, but instead struck another place. How did you find me? The other side was quite surprised, as it was truly shocked that Kang Jai had found its true form twice. Grandpa and Xiang Yu came to Kang Ji's side and asked curiously, Jie, what's going on? Is what we're seeing not the real thing? Kang Jai nodded. The other party is using the law of deception. What you see is not the real thing. The real thing has long since concealed itself using the law of deception. Everyone was shocked when they heard Kang Ji's explanation. The law of fraud. Not many people in the Dragon Kingdom cultivate this principle. The people of the Dragon Kingdom value honesty, and the mainstream values a conflict with this principle. So naturally, there are few people who cultivate it. Even if someone cultivates it, they wouldn't dare to use it openly, because no one likes someone who likes to deceive. On the other side of the ocean, in the United States, the entire nation worships a deceitful goddess statue. The statue of the goddess of deception is also one of only 2 national treasures of the White Eagle Kingdom. As long as one has faith in the statue of the goddess of deception, one can receive her blessings and even borrow her power. Now, this fused entity is using the opponent's deceptive power to fight against them. All right. My time is limited. You should die now. Kang Jai didn't have much time to waste on this guy. He needed to finish dealing with the matters in Sun City as soon as possible before heading to the 3000 Demon God realm. With a soft laugh, Kang Jai unleashed another punch, striking his opponent once more. No, impossible. How could you possibly break the law of fraud? The fused entity roared in anger and actually attacked Kang Jai, attempting to kill him. Unfortunately, A guy who only knows how to deceive is no match for Kang Jai. Kang Jai threw punch after punch, and the fused body began to deform. The fused body began to separate, as if tearing a person in half, with a large amount of blood spurting out. Seeing this scene, Kang Jai felt nauseous. The fusion of those two was not just a simple fusion, but a fusion of their own flesh and blood. Kang Jai pursed his lips and attacked even faster. Impossible! This is impossible. How could you break the law of deception? The law of deception should be invincible. The fusion entity continued to roar, its laws of deception permeating the entire void, as if it wanted to cover every inch of land and every inch of space. These laws. It was as if by doing this, he could turn the tide of the battle. Unfortunately, he encountered Kang Jai. Kang Jai cultivated a total of 36 main laws, and he also dabbled in the other 3,000 laws. Although the deception law is not as powerful as the opponent's, it is still possible to use it to sense the opponent's power fluctuations. Not to mention, even without the law of deception, Kang Jai has many other laws that can detect his opponent. For example, the law of souls allows Kang Jai to lock onto an opponent as long as their soul remains intact. Similarly, the laws of cause and effect, space-time, and destiny of Kang Jai detect the other party in a timely manner. The easiest way to accurately locate the other party is through the law of cause and effect. As long as the cause and effect of the other party is locked, no matter where the other party hides, or how the law of deception is used to deceive them, Kang Jai can accurately lock to the other party. As the celestial calamity continued to bombard it, the fused body finally could not withstand it and exploded with a bang. The shattered fusion did not return to its original form. Two mangled bodies fell to the ground like tattered rags, not a single part of them intact. Even their heads were all missing half. Looking at the two guys, who were mostly exhaling and barely breathing, Kang Jai became curious and wanted to go over and study them. But at that moment, a sense of crisis rose in Kang Jai's heart, and without thinking he threw a punch. This punch was even more powerful than the one he used to attack the fusion entity. Boom! The huge blast of air whipped everyone's clothes around as it were about to blow them away. Everyone was looking at a certain spot with solemn expressions. The two people who fell down are no longer there. Instead, a huge statue was erected. A deceitful goddess statue. The four men, including Xiang Yu, exclaimed in unison. Kang Jai's pupils also contracted. He hadn't expected that injuring the two enemies would lead to the appearance of this thing. Although it was obvious that this thing was not the real body, even though it was just an avatar, it still put a lot of pressure on Kang Jai. Kang Jai suspected that this guy's true form was probably on the same level as the Tower of Babel and the Demon Suppression Tower. "Did you kill my follower?" The statue of the goddess of deception spoke, and an invisible wave enveloped everyone. Kang Jai was startled and hurriedly mobilized the power of the formation to isolate the fluctuation. Such powerful application of the laws. Kang Jai was secretly shocked. Even a statue could be so powerful. Staring intently at the statue, Kang Jai felt that something was amiss. "You all step back. There's something wrong with this statue." As soon as she finished speaking, the goddess of deception made her move again. With laws spreading in all directions, she actually wanted to refine this void. Overestimating yourself. Kang Jai let out a cold snort and mobilized the power of the immortal slaughtering sword formation. Immediately, 4 enormous sword shadows appeared in the void. This is the law of slaughter and destruction. The statue of the goddess of deception suddenly stopped moving and looked warily at the 4 swords of Zhuxian in the void. At the same time, a subtle aura flashed across the statue of the goddess of deception. That was caused by his inability to contain his aura when he saw the immortal slaughtering sword formation. This wisp of aura vanished in a flash, but Kang Jai still caught it, a look of shock flashing in his eyes. How could this be? It's actually the aura of the chaos god. This statue actually contains the aura of a chaotic demon god. Kang Jai was shocked. How could a mere magic clone contain the aura of chaos demon god? Moreover, it is the pure aura of a chaos demon god, the aura of a certain demon god among the 3,000 chaos demon gods. Could it be that this statue is a chaos demon god reborn in another form? Or is this just a scheme set up some chaotic demon god? Or is it just a coincidence? Just as Kang Jai was making various speculations, the statue of the goddess of deception spoke. "Boy, you are quite good. I will give you a chance. Believe in me, and I will grant you unimaginable power." Kang Jai sneered. "Are you perhaps a fool? You want me to believe in you? You're not worthy." The three words, "Are you worthy?" struck the statue of the goddess of deception like a giant hammer, leaving it dizzy and disoriented. He was actually looked down upon. An overwhelming rage surged within her, and the statue of the goddess of deception roared, "You're courting death. How dare you, a mere human, humiliate me? You think reaching the Tai Golden Immortal realm is something extraordinary? Let me tell you, in my eyes, even a Tai Golden Immortal is no different from an ant." The statue of the goddess of deception erupted with boundless rage, as if it wanted to burn Kang Jai to ashes. With fury, Kang Jai sneered, unwilling to waste any more time chatting with the guy in front of him. If it were the real Kang Jai, he might be wary, but as for a mere clone statue, he wouldn't care. Although it poses some threat to him, he still has the Sun City that he just refined. Today, Sun City, after merging with the natal magic weapon and a massive amount of merit, has transformed into a top-grade acquired spiritual treasure. Even the myriad tribulations heavenly thunder bell, which transformed into the heavenly Tao of Sun City, evolved into a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. With Sun City around, even if the opponent's true form comes, I won't be afraid. Not to mention, it's just a mere clone statue. With a cold laugh, Kang Jai no longer hesitated, and the four swords of Zhuxianxian fell without hesitation, slamming them hard against the statue of the goddess of deception. "How dare you? You're asking for death." The statue of the goddess of deception roars in anger. However, no matter how angry she was, the deceitful goddess statue clone could not withstand the power of the four swords of Zhuxian under the Zhuxian sword formation. "You'll regret it. You'll definitely regret it." The statue of the goddess of deception roared in anger, its voice even piercing through the void and reaching Sun City. Looking at the dissipating phantom of the goddess of deception, Kang Jai sneered disdainfully. If the other party were truly capable, they wouldn't be holed up in the White Eagle Kingdom. They would have come to the Dragon Kingdom to stir up trouble long ago. Statue of the goddess of deception has remained quietly in the White Eagle Kingdom. All because the Dragon Kingdom has the Tower of Babel and the Tower of Demon Suppression. With these two national treasures in existence, the goddess of deception statue wouldn't dare to come near. Even without the Tower of Babel, the demon-suppressing tower, Kang Jai was not afraid of that guy. Now, Sun City has become a top-grade, acquired spiritual treasure, and it is impossible for it to be broken even if it encounters a powerful Grand Luo Golden Immortal. In this situation, as long as he doesn't encounter a quasi-saint level expert, Kang Jai has nothing to worry about. Time flies, and a month has passed in the blink of an eye. With the deception of the goddess statue resolved, Kang Jai has been busy dealing with matters on Blue Star. First, there's the issue of the Feng family's patriarch. With my help, the problem with the main law has been basically resolved. Although not all 18 main laws have broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, 7 of them metal, wood, fire, yin, and yang have all broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Among the other laws, the law of war, the law of immortality, and the law of martial arts have also broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. As for other laws, even those that couldn't be broken through, Kang Jai did his best to help them cultivate to the Golden Immortal Realm. At this point, the problem of the laws of the wind and cloud ancestor has been largely resolved. With these 10 laws supporting it, the purification law is no longer unique and can no longer suppress other laws. The 5 elements law and the yin-yang law are inherently stable laws. With these 7 laws in existence, it is virtually impossible for other laws to suppress the remaining laws. In this way, the remaining laws that have not yet broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm can be cultivated normally. As for the derived laws, Kang Jai preserved some useful laws for him. As for the rest, Kang Jai directly used the law of deprivation to strip them from the body of the wind and cloud ancestor, condense them into law fragments. If Ancestor Fengyun wants to cultivate again in the future, he can reintegrate them into his body. If one does not wish to cultivate, these fragments of laws can be gifted to other younger generations. Aside from the old ancestor Fengyun, Kang Jai also preached to his own people, and this sermon took about a month to complete. During this month, with the help of the 1,000-year pill, Kang Jai preached the Tao for nearly 100,000 years to everyone. Over the course of 100,000 years, even the person with the lowest cultivation level among his relatives and friends had reached Zhuangxian realm. Many of them even reached Golden Immortal Realm directly, such as Principal Sun Zhen, City Lord Wei Dalong, Aunt Mei Dianlai's mother, the 7 ancestors of the Zhu family, and many subordinates of the 3 kingdoms world. After listening to the Tao for 100,000 years, these people all broke through to the Golden Immortal Realm. Emperor Hongwu, Zhu Yuanzhang, and Emperor Taizong of Tang Lai Shimin took advantage of this opportunity to advance their cultivation to the peak of the Golden Immortal Realm, just one step away from breaking through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Unfortunately, they have great ambitions and seem not to be satisfied with breaking through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm with just one law. Otherwise, they would already be Tai Golden Realm experts by now. Besides, the one who gained the most and made the most progress this time was actually his younger sister, Kang Yu. After listening to the Tao this time, Xiao Kangyu's cultivation actually broke through to the peak of the Golden Immortal Realm. If it weren't for the fact that she possessed several laws that Kang Jai didn't primarily cultivate, her younger sister would probably have broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm in one fell swoop this time. This also shows just how extraordinary his younger sister's talent is. Along with her, her little mud skipper and dog also broke through to the Golden Immortal Realm. Unfortunately, their aptitude was ultimately lacking, and they couldn't keep up with Kang Yu's pace. As everyone's cultivation levels improved, the safety of Sun City also increased significantly. This allowed Kang Ji to leave with greater peace of mind and head to the 3,000 Demon God realm. This time, Kang Jai did not go alone. Besides himself, he also had to bring his own team, Gao Ming and Gao Ju, as well as the civil and military officials who followed him in the 3 kingdoms world. The civil officials selected were Go Jia, Shi Zikai, Xun Yu, Zhu Liang, Xu Shu, and Jie Xu. The military generals chosen were Xu Chu, Zhao Yun, Huang Zhong, Huang Su, Lu Bu, Ma Chou Wang Yu, Shi A, Zhai Zhang, Liao Pengde, Gao Shun, as well as Dian Wei and Taishi Si, who had already followed. Dian. In addition, Kang Jai also brought 2 special talents, Zhang Zhongjing and Hua Tuo, making a total of 24 people. All 24 people broke through to the Golden Immortal Realm, and most of them had even reached the peak of the Golden Immortal Realm. However, they did not break through to the peak of the Golden Immortal Realm in all laws, which is why they did not choose to break through to the Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm. In addition to these 24 people, Kang Jai also selected 10,000 peak-level Xuanxian soldiers to go to the 3,000 Demon God Realm together. This is the team that Kang Jai brought with him this time. With these people around, his foundation in the 3,000 God Realm will be quickly solidified. Once Xu Chu and the other 24 people break to the Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm, my influence within the Pangu sect will further increase. With an additional 10,000 soldiers could break through to the Golden Immortal Realm at any time, even when facing those veteran deputy sect leaders. The strength of their dragon kingdom would not fall too behind. Besides the people he was going to take with him, Emperor Hongwu Zhu Yuanzhang and Emperor Taizong of Tang Lai Shimin were also going to the 3,000 Demon God Realm with parts of their own teams. In addition, the Central Cabinet and various families sent 1 million cultivators, asking Kang Jai to help them enter the 3,000 Demon God Realm. This was also agreed upon by the Dragon Kingdom and Purple Moon to bolster the strength of Purple Moon Peak. As for Kang Jai's relatives, clansmen, and some friends, Kang Jai did not take them to the 3,000 Demon God Realm. The 3,000 Demon God Realm is, in essence, another world, and therefore carries a certain degree of danger. While those who stay in Sun City may have weaker cultivation techniques, Kang Jai will not lack resources for them. They would also be safer cultivating in Sun City. If my cultivation can break through to the Great Low Golden Immortal Realm, or even the Primordial Golden Immortal Realm in the future, perhaps I will allow them to enter the 3,000 Demon God Realm. As for now, it's best to stay on Earth. After all, he had enemies in the 3,000 Demon Realm. Because of this, his younger sister, Kang Yu, even threw a tantrum at him. Even so, Kang Jai did not allow her to enter the 3,000 Demon God Realm. After dealing with everything on Blue Star, Kang Jai led everyone into the 3,000 Demon God Realm. Let's go to the Blood Lake. As soon as Kang jeered, Ziyu immediately pulled him to the Blood Lake to cleanse everyone's bloodline. Before entering the 3,000 Demon God Realm, Lan Xing had already spoken with Ziyu and learned that Kang Jai had brought in 1 million people for her. With this population of 1 million, her Purple Moon Peak will be much more lively. During the time Kang Jai was away, more than 2 years had passed in the 3,000 Demon God Realms, which is more than 100 Blue Star years. Ziyu's life has not been easy for so long. Although Kang Jai left in a hurry and gave her the 1,000-year pill, Ziyu did not use it recklessly. If Jiang Xu and the others want to break through to the Golden Immortal Realm before they turn 10,000, it's not something that can be achieved simply by having the 1,000-year pill. Zeus and his 2 companions caused Ziyu no shortage of trouble in order to secure a spot as the Holy Sun. This further exacerbated the already sparsely populated Purple Moon Peak, making it impossible for the people to cultivate in peace. Fortunately, this time, the calamity brought her 1 million people. This also foreshadowed that the Pangu sect would not peace from now on. I heard that Kid brought back a lot of humans from Earth this time. Zeus said leisurely, his eyes narrowed. On a mountain peak, Zeus, Odin, and Truth sat cross-legged, their eyes flickering uncertainly. That's true. News from Earth says that the people that Kid brought back this time are all elites from the Dragon Kingdom, Odin replied, frowning slightly. Truth then spoke up. A year from now is the once-in-10,000 years void hunting competition. Fairy Purple Moon's addition of 1,000,000 people at this time is not a good thing for us. The three silent for a moment, then Odin stroked his beard and said, There's only 1 year left. They shouldn't be able to cause any trouble, right? Odin was also somewhat uncertain. Zeus shook his head and said, This concerns our lives, so we can't be careless. If we lose the contest, we'll have to go explore the Void Passage, which is a matter of life and death. And now, how confident are you that you can cultivate 3 Grand Luo Golden Immortals, or even sect Holy Sons, within a year? Upon hearing about exploring the Void Passage, all 3 shuddered, recalling the terror it contained. It turns out that the Pangu sect has a rule that every 10,000 years, all the vice sect leaders of the Pangu sect must participate in a competition. The competition was simple. Lead your forces to the void hunting grounds to hunt void beasts. The void beasts in the void hunting grounds are quite different from those on Wanbao Mountain. The void beasts in the void hunting grounds are all ferocious, lacking intelligence and bloodthirsty. They come from the void and are constantly impacting the void hunting grounds and void passages. To ensure the safety and stability of the void passage, the Pangu sect would launch a major campaign to exterminate these void beasts every 10,000 years. Only by luring most of the void beasts to the void hunting grounds for hunting can the safety of the void passage be guaranteed to the greatest extent. Every 10,000 years, the 3 vice sect leaders who come in last place in the competition are sent out to explore the void passage. Even though most of the void beasts have been hunted down, the void passage remains the most terrifying place. The most powerful void beasts often hidden in the void passages. Even experts who have reached the level of Great Luo Golden Immortal will die if they try to explore them. This is why Zeus and his 2 companions went to great lengths to cultivate powerful Grand Luo Golden Immortals and Holy Sons. Because as long as one's cultivation breaks through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, one will automatically be promoted to the position of Deputy Sect Leader. As for the newly ascended Grand Luo Golden Immortal, they naturally have no foundation. In this way, as long as 3 of the weakest Grand Luo Golden Immortals are trained before the void hunting competition, it can be ensured that these vice sect leaders will not be sent to explore the passage. In addition, if a holy son can be cultivated, the quota for exploring the void passage can also be waived. Of course, if all the vice sect leaders cultivate the sect's holy son, then they will cancel each other out. And the last 3 vice sect leaders will still be chosen to explore the void passage. In this generation, only Zeus among the 3 has absolute confidence, cultivating a Great Luo Golden Immortal to replace them. Of course, the Great Luo Golden Immortals cultivated under such circumstances basically have the realm, but little combat power. Even so, for the sake of their lives, they had no choice but to train them. However, this year's thing unexpected happened. There weren't enough scapegoats. Odin and Truth exchanged a glance, and Truth gave a bitter smile and said, I definitely can't do it. Last year I used up all my resources to cultivate a Great Luo Golden Immortal to replace myself. This year I don't have that many resources to cultivate another one. Odin frowned slightly. Although I have enough resources, those people below me have already developed a rebellious spirit. I'm worried that even in a year, I won't be able to cultivate a single Great Luo Golden Immortal. Hearing her answers, Zeus frowned. I'm doing a bit better. I should be able to cultivate a great Lugo Golden Immortal this year. However, in order to ensure our safety, we must ensure that Guji and Ziyu lose in this competition and become the last three. Otherwise, if they achieve high rankings, two of the three of us will inevitably have to explore the Void Passage. Odin and Truth felt a chill run down their spines. Odin frowned and said, "If all else fails, then we'll try to cultivate a sect's holy sun within a year. If we can cultivate a sect's holy sun, we can be exempted from the task of exploring the Void Passage. In this way, we can be considered to have escaped a calamity." However, Truth shook his head. "We can cultivate a holy sun, but the ancient realm and Ziyu can do the same. Don't forget, Ziyu has the 1,000-year pill in her possession." Previously, it was impossible to cultivate a holy sun within a year, but the 1,000-year elixir, anything is possible. Odin slapped his forehead and said in anguish, "Damn it, even if we managed to cultivate a holy sun, he might still be in danger of being sent to explore the Void Passage." For a moment the three looked at each other and fell silent. In this situation, the only way for them to avoid becoming one of the last three is to compete in the Void Hunt rankings. Of the 9 vice sect leaders, they dared not make any moves against the 4 vice sect leaders of Tauti. Although they seemed to ignore sect affairs, Zeus and the other 2 knew that their power was not to be underestimated. Over the years, these 4 have hardly explored the Void Passage. Even if mistakes require exploring Void Passages, they can eventually return alive. Therefore, neither Zeus nor his 2 companions dared to set their sights on the 4 Tauti. Apart from the 4 Tauti, the remaining 2 vice leaders are Guji and Ziyu. Only by making Guji and Ziyu lose this competition can their safety be guaranteed. But now, Kang Jai has brought back 1 million people from Blue Star to Ziyu, which has brought a lot of variables to Ziyu. If this group of people turns out to be exceptionally talented and allows Ziyu to turn the tide, they'll have nowhere to even cry. "We can't let her take in 1 million people like this," Zeus said through gritted teeth. "That's right. The people of the Dragon Kingdom are the most suitable race for cultivation on Blue Star, with the highest aptitude. If Ziyu gets these 1 million people, perhaps there really will be a chance to turn the tide," Odin said through gritted teeth. Truth squinted and said in an icy voice, "If that's the case, then go and rob it. Just like last time, who says those people have to become disciples of the Purple Moon sect? If we offer enough benefits, are we afraid we won't be able to poach those people?" The 3 exchanged glances, each understanding the other's thoughts. The 3 exchanged a smile, and then disappeared above the mountain peak. On the other side, Ziyu couldn't wait to bring Kang Jai to the Blood Lake Canyon. "All right, release them. Let them complete their bloodline baptism as possible. If it takes too long, I'm worried that Zeus and his 2 companions will come looking for trouble." Without wasting any words, Kang Jai threw the 1 million inhabitants of Blue Star, along with the 3 kingdoms' forces he had brought, into the Blood Lake. "You'd better call the deputy sect master of the ancient realm over as well. If possible, use the promise Elder Suani made to you before as well." Looking at the more than 1 million people in the Blood Lake, Kang Jai said solemnly. Ziyu was taken aback and with some surprise. "You're even going to use the promise that Suani made before? That was a favor from the Vice Master of Tausi." Ziyu frowned slightly at Kang Ji's caution. "Last time, I gave Dianlai to the Vice Sect Master Tausi, and that's how I earned a favor from him. Because of this favor, Zeus and his companions dared not go too far with her. Therefore, it's more worthwhile to not use this favor than to use it. But now Kang Jai is asking her to use this favor directly. How could Ziyu not be surprised?" Despite her surprise, Ziyu felt a deep sense of reluctance to part with him. Seeing that Ziyu had not taken any action, Kang Jai frowned slightly. This commotion will be no smaller than the last one. While there may not be top-tier geniuses like Jiang Xu and Feng Buhui, the number of geniuses at the next level will likely be dozens of times greater. Last time. Upon hearing this, Ziyu was completely stunned. Although Kang Jai said that it was unlikely there would be any geniuses with the same holy sun qualities as Jiang Xu and Feng Buhui this time, even those who are slightly less talented are still very rare. This time, Kang Ji actually said it would be dozens of greater than last time. How could this not shock Ziyu? Kang Jai pointed in the direction of Zhu Yuanzhang and Lai Shimin in the lake and said, "Do you see those people? Those people might not be as talented as Jiang Xu and the others, but they were definitely top tier." Kang Jai discovered a pattern. Those who stand out from the historical world are all exceptionally talented. His Three Kingdoms world is like this, as is Xiang Yu's, and the worlds of Zhu Yuanzhang and Li Shimin are absolutely correct as well. Upon seeing Zhu Yuanzhang and Lei Shimin, Ziyu's eyes lit up. Peak of the Golden Immortal Realm. Their cultivation has actually reached the peak of the Golden Immortal Realm. Ziyu exclaimed in surprise, her eyes shining as she stared at the two people. No, the laws they cultivate. They seem to be able to break through to the Tai Golden Immortal at any time. They're just suppressing their cultivation. Ziyu became increasingly shocked as she spoke, and at the same time, she felt a surge of excitement. A powerful expert, who is about to break through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, is extremely important to her Purple Moon Peak. She has been with the Pangu sect for so long, serving as the deputy sect leader for several years, yet she doesn't have a single Tai Golden Immortal Elder under her command. This made her appear extremely poor within the entire Pangu sect. At this moment, two cultivators, who were about to break through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, suddenly appeared, and they were even geniuses. How could she not be happy? Don't be too happy yet. Kang Jai poured cold water on your enthusiasm. If you can't hold on, it'll all be a joke. Ziyu was startled and quickly composed herself. You're right. Even if there are talented people, I have to protect them. He then changed the subject, shaking his head and saying, however, if it's just these two, I'm still confident I can hold them off. Kang Jai neither confirmed nor denied this, but reminded her, take a good look at the others. The people you brought in this time all have very good aptitude. Especially those 10,000 men on the left. They're all my men. You'd better guard them for me. What Kang Jai was most worried were actually the people he had brought in. Let's not even talk about the 10,000 peak-level Xuanxian soldiers. These 10,000 soldiers are all capable of breaking through to the Golden Immortal Realm at any time. While these 10,000 individuals may not be considered prodigies, they would still be considered rare geniuses even on Earth. Not to mention, there were also Zhao Yun and 24 others, who were Kang Ji's core group. Among the 24 men including Zhao Yun, most of them were no less talented than Zhu Yuanzhang and Lei Shimin, and some were even more talented, reaching the level of Xiang Yu. With so many outstanding talents, it's no wonder they attract attention. The historical figures that Zhu Yuanzhang and Li Shimin brought in were actually quite remarkable. This is also why Kang Jai reminded Ziyu. Upon hearing Kang Ji's words, Ziyu couldn't help but scan the entire blood lake. Upon seeing this, Ziyu was immediately stunned. The fluctuations emanating from the blood lake revealed that the person Kang Jai brought in this time was indeed extraordinary. This Ziyu was startled and disregarding everything else, hurriedly contacted Guji and Suani. At the same time, Kang Jai secretly made a hand seal and hid in the void, fearing that Zeus and the other two would be desperate and directly seize his subordinates. Meanwhile, in the void, Zeus and his two companions stared intently at the scene in the blood lake. These people are incredibly talented. Truth looked down at those absorbing bloodlines with envy, especially historical figures like Zhao Yun. The strange phenomena they caused as they absorbed blood were becoming increasingly pronounced. No, these people absolutely cannot be left to them and Ziyi. Otherwise, the risk to us in this competition will be too great, Zeus said coldly, his eyes flashing with a cold light. So what do you plan to do? Neither Ziyu nor that kid Kangjai are easy to deal with. One of them is the vice sect leader, and the other is a main peak elder. If we forcibly take them, I'm afraid. Odin didn't finish speaking, but the two knew that if the matter reached the sect leader, they wouldn't fare well either. Zeus's eyes flickered as he looked at the blood lake below and gritted his teeth, saying, "If we don't seize it, we probably won't be able to recruit many people. If that's the case, it's better to just rob them first, then forcibly brainwash them. Even if the sect leader blames us afterward, we can simply return them to them." However, Zeus let out a strange laugh. Once they had forcibly brainwashed him, what use would it be to return to them? Odin and Truth exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. They hadn't expected Zeus to be so crazy. Seeing the two men's shocked expressions, Zeus said leisurely, "Look at the aptitude of those people below. How many of our people have such aptitude? If we give them time to grow, do you think we can win in this competition?" When faced with Zeus's question, Odin and Truth exchanged glances. Odin was somewhat better off, as he and Zeus were both long-established secondary rulers. But the Truth is different. He has only been the vice sect leader for 100,000 years. His foundation is nowhere near that of Zeus and Odin. If Ziyu were to grow stronger. Thinking of this, Truth was the first to agree. "Let's go for it. At worst, we'll be punished by the sect leader. We're just taking some disciples. She brought in 1,000,000 people this time, so what's wrong with us taking a few? Even if we get punished by the sect leader, we'll still come out ahead." Seeing that Truth also agreed, Odin gritted his teeth and finally nodded, saying, "Then let's do it. Let's go down now. If they refuse, then nobody's going to get away with it." Zeus and Truth looked at Odin in surprise, not expecting that Odin was even more ruthless than Zeus. If they didn't get their hands on him, he would even try to destroy the bloodline baptism. "This is cutting off people's path to enlightenment," Truth said with some worry. This might not be good. If we disrupt the bloodline baptism, the sect leader won't let us off." Zeus also said, "The punishment for breaking the bloodline baptism is far greater than that for us stealing people." Odin scoffed. "Who said we disrupted the bloodline baptism? Could it be that we accidentally interrupted these people's bloodline baptism during our conflict with Ziyu and the others?" Upon hearing this, Zeus and Truth were immediately impressed. This was a brilliant idea. The three exchanged a glance, then, without further hesitation, immediately headed downwards. As soon as they moved, Kang Jai and Ziyu looked up at the void. "Oh no! It's Zeus and his two buddies!" Ziyu leaped into the air and rushed to stop her. Kang Jai frowned slightly and hurriedly followed. Zeus and his companions arrived much faster than expected. "This is going to be troublesome." As Kang Jai murmured to himself, he couldn't help but look into the blood lake. At this time, these people had only just undergone the bloodline baptism, and there was still a considerable amount of time before it ended. "Halt, Zeus, what do you want? This is the blood lake. If you dare to cause trouble, the sect master will not let you get away with it." Ziyi blocked Zeus and the other two's path, her face grim. Zeus and the other two exchanged a glance. Zeus chuckled and said, "Purple Moon Fairy, please don't get excited. We just heard that people from Blue Star have come again, so we came to see if there are any destined ones." Zeus sneered coldly. "There are no kindred spirits here for you. You can leave now." Odin smiled and shook his head. "Fairy Purple Moon, whether or not someone is destined for you is not up to you to decide. We'll have to ask around." "Yes, Fairy Purple Moon, have you forgotten that sect disciples are free to choose their masters?" Zhenli said with a smile. Seeing the three smiling tigers, Ziyu's face darkened. She wanted to drive them away, but she was no match for them. Facing the three shameless individuals, Kang Jai stepped forward and said, "Three vice sect leaders, aren't you a bit too early in your search for a destined person? This is the time for bloodline baptism." Facing the calamity, the three narrowed their eyes slightly. Zeus said, "Of course we know this is the time for bloodline baptism. We just wanted to ask the opinions of a few people who have taken a liking to us first." Seeing Zeus's smiling face, Kang Ji's expression also darkened. He realized that these three people had come with ill intentions and actually wanted to disrupt the bloodline baptism. "Vice Sect Master Zeus, what do you mean by that? Sect rules stipulate that no one is allowed to disturb the bloodline baptism. Are you trying to disrupt the bloodline baptism?" Zeus narrowed his eyes, exuding the aura of a great Luo golden immortal, and looked at Kang Jai with a cold smile. "Elder Kang Jai, don't try to pin this on me. When did this deputy sect leader ever attempt to disrupt the bloodline baptism? This deputy sect leader merely wanted to inquire about the opinions of any disciple he favored beforehand. Is that what you call disrupting the bloodline baptism?" In the end, the oppressive aura of Zeus, the great golden immortal, pressed directly down on Kang Jai. Seeing this, Zeyu quickly stepped forward and stood in front of Kang Jai. But Zeus was, after all, a late-stage great Luo golden immortal, much stronger than her, who was only an early-stage great Luo golden immortal. Faced with Zeus's oppressive aura, Ziyu retreated repeatedly until she reached Kang Ji's side. At that moment, Kang Jai stepped forward and faced Zeus's oppressive aura directly. Although Zeus's aura was strong, it was immediately absorbed by Kang Ji's chaos unification divine power as soon as it approached him, and it did not have much effect on him. Upon seeing this, Zeus's pupils immediately contracted. He didn't expect that Ziyu, a powerful early-stage Grand Luo golden immortal, couldn't withstand his pressure, but Kang Jai, a minor early-stage Taiyi golden immortal, blocked his pressure. As expected of someone who can become a main peak elder, Elder Kang Ji is indeed extraordinary. As soon as he finished speaking, Zeus suddenly increased his pressure, which even flowed towards the blood below. While exerting his pressure, Zeus said, "This deputy sect master is eager to test Elder Kang Jai. Is that all right?" Zeus asked the question, but his body was already radiating a terrifying pressure that pressed down on Kang Jai. Upon seeing this, Kang Ji's pupils contracted, and he let out a cold snort, causing ripples to spread around his body. With the unleashing of his divine power, the innate 8 trigrams military formation diagram spread outwards in all directions from Kang Jai as its center, enveloping the entire blood lake. Unfortunately, this time Kang Jai used his own supernatural powers to create the formation, rather than using his natal magic weapon. Therefore, the formation's power was much weaker than that of his natal magic weapon. Even so, with divine power of one person forming an array, the innate 8 trigrams military formation still withstood the pressure of Zeus. Seeing this, Zeus and his companions finally changed their expressions. A mere early-stage Tai Golden Immortal cultivator actually managed to withstand Zeus's oppressive aura. This can no longer be described as monstrous. This child must not be allowed to live. The same thought arose in the minds of all three. However, in Kang Ji's identity, they couldn't openly kill him. Zeus glanced at the protected pool of blood below, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes. If we can't have it, then let's destroy it together. Zeus laughed heartily. Elder Kangji is indeed powerful. Now take my move. Zeus's sudden move caught everyone off guard, even Odin and Truth. Ziyu shouted loudly, disregarding everything else, and directly unleashed her own power of law to attack Zeus. Kangji's pupils contracted, and he was greatly alarmed. Once Ziyu makes her move, regardless of whether she can withstand the opponent's attack, the collision between them will definitely interrupt the baptism of the blood lake below. By then, those people below will definitely be seriously injured, and their cultivation and aptitude will be greatly reduced. What a vicious fellow! Kang Jai squinted and stared intently at Zeus. This guy's schemes were too deep. No, we must stop them, or Zilong and the others will all be doomed. With a thought, the national fortune money tree appeared in his hand. Block it for me. With a loud shout, a large number of copper coins fell from the national fortune money tree. All the fallen copper coins poured into Kang Ji's body, and in an instant, the energy of the laws within Kang Ji's body surged rapidly. Give me the town! All the copper coins from the national fortune money tree were transformed into the power of the array laws within Kang Ji's body. Without hesitation, Kang Jai poured all of this array law power into the innate 8 trigrams military array diagram. With the enhancement of the array's power, defensive capabilities of the military formation diagram instantly increased. It's a pity we can't use the immortal slaughtering sword formation, otherwise it would be much easier to block the opponent's attack. The immortal slaughtering sword formation had already been revealed in the prehistoric world, and Kang Jai was worried that the Divine Rebellion sect master and the others might also know about this formation. If they notice anything unusual about you, they will probably arrest and interrogate you without hesitation. To be on the safe side, Kang Jai did not use the immortal slaughtering sword formation, nor did he use his natal magic weapon. Heh, you really are overestimating yourself. As Zeus watched the array rising from the sky, a slight smile appeared on his lips. Zeus glanced at the purple moon's attack, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes. Boom! The two attacks collided, and Ziyu was sent flying backward without any doubt, letting out a muffled groan, as blood spilled from her mouth. At the same time, the energy shockwaves generated by the collision of the two attacks spread in all directions. The vast majority of them actually headed towards the blood lake below. Hold on! Kang Jai coldly shouted in his heart, his eyes flashing with divine light, and streams of law power poured into the formation. Thump! Another loud bang was heard, and Kang Jai was forced to retreat, his surrounding laws fluctuating. Even the shockwave from the collision between the two had a huge impact on Kang Jai. That was close. Suppressing the surging blood and Kai within his body, Kang Jai secretly rejoiced, realizing that he had almost failed to block the aftershock. Seeing that Kang Jai had actually blocked the aftershocks of the attack, Zeus and the other two all changed their expressions. How is this possible? The three were horrified. After all, the aftershocks of the attack had reached the level of a great Luo Golden Immortal. This level of attack was actually blocked by a cultivator at the early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal realm. This child is dangerous. The same thought arose in the minds of all three. The extent of Kang's monstrous talent had exceeded their imagination. Even the most holy sons of those sects are not as monstrous as this. If Kangji's bone age hadn't already exceeded 10,000 years, and if he hadn't broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm without causing any extraordinary phenomena in the heavens, Earth, he probably would have been absorbed into the bishop's ranks long ago. No. How could such a monstrous talent not have caused any extraordinary phenomena when he broke through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm? The three exchanged glances, each seeing confusion in the eyes. Before they could resolve their doubts, a loud shout rang out. "Zeus, how dare you disrupt the bloodline baptism?" Guji's figure gradually appeared, roaring angrily at the three of them. Seeing that Guji had arrived, Ziyu immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Zeus and his two companions reacted quite differently, their expressions turning extremely grim. With this late-stage Grand Luo Golden Immortal from the ancient realm arriving, it's unlikely they can do anything more. Zeus snorted coldly and retorted directly. "Ancient realm, don't talk nonsense. When have we ever disrupted the bloodline baptism? I was simply eager to test my skills against Elder Kangjai. It's a pity that Fairy Ziyu insisted on interfering in our conversation, which caused the mistake. Otherwise, with my cultivation at the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, how could I have lost control of my strength?" Zeus shamelessly turned the tables, making Ziyu's face turn red with anger. "Zeus, you are utterly shameless. What were you trying to do just now? Are you all blind? Do you really think everyone else is a fool?" Zeus's face turned cold, and he was about to retort when another figure appeared. It was Elder Suani. With the appearance of Elder Suani, Zeus and the other two finally changed their expressions. Suani represents the deputy leader of Taoti, and the four deputy leaders of Taoti have always been of one mind, which makes Zeus and the other two very wary. If the vice sect master of Taoti also sides with Ziyu, then they will really be in deep trouble today. They dared to do this because the void hunting competition only lasted for 1 year, and the sect could not abandon its 3 vice sect leaders. After all, every 10,000 years, 3 vice sect leaders at the level of Great Luo Golden Immortals are needed to go and explore the way. This time, their Pangu sect only has 9 deputy sect leaders, and they still need to train cannon fodder, or they themselves can serve as cannon fodder. Considering the sect's need for manpower, as long as it's not targeting super prodigies like the Holy Sun, the sect won't exterminate them. But to produce another prodigy like Jiang Exu or Feng Buwei, who are at the level of a Holy Sun, is not so easy. After glancing at the blood lake below, Zeus and his companions immediately felt more confident. Although there are many geniuses in the blood pool below, none of them have reached the level of Jiang Exu and the others. As long as they are not prodigies at the level of Holy Suns, they are still safe. Considering the upcoming void hunting competition, as long as we survive this void hunting competition, who will care about a purple moon who is already dead? Seeing Zeus and his 2 companions suddenly become fearless, Kangjai narrowed his eyes slightly and sent a telepathic message to Ziyu, asking what was going on. After a moment's thought, Ziyu understood what was going on. After recounting the events of the Void Hunt and the exploration of the Void Passage, Ziyu sighed and said, "If it were any other time, the sect might have severely punished them. However, with only 1 year left until the Void Hunt competition, it is unlikely that the sect will severely punish them. Unless I am still alive after the Void Hunt ends and persist in pursuing the matter, the sect will severely punish them. But at this critical juncture, the sects are unlikely to launch a major offensive." After hearing this, Kangjai narrowed his eyes slightly. He had suffered such a huge loss. How could he feel at ease if these 3 people went unpunished? Thinking of this, Kang Jai disregarded asking about the void passage and stepped forward, saying, "Vice Sect Master Zeus is truly impressive. His ability to distort the truth is something that no one can match. I believe that Vice Sect Master Zeus shouldn't just be a Vice Sect Master. The position of Sect Master of the Pangu sect should be yours." Upon hearing this, not only Zeus and the other two changed their expressions, but Ziyu and the others also changed their expressions. The Divine Rebellion Sect Master is the supreme ruler of the Pangu sect. No matter how the deputy sect masters of the Pangu sect change, no one can affect his position. But now, Kang Jai has uttered such rebellious words, which has truly shocked everyone. At the same time, a hint of fear flashed in Zeus's eyes. Kang Jai was so bold as to say such a thing, which would surely affect him. "Shut up! What nonsense are you spouting? Don't try to smear me," Kang Jai sneered. "Isn't that right? I am a main peak elder. Your attack on me is a provocation against the sect leader. Don't talk about sparring. If you say sparring, did this elder agree to it? You dared to attack me without my consent? Do you even respect the sect leader?" Kang Jai bombarded Zeus with a series of questions, leaving him pale-faced. Before the other party could explain, Kang Jai continued, "Furthermore, you said you wanted to choose people. As the electing the main peak, haven't even made any selections yet. You're already rushing to beat me to it. Do you even respect the sect leader?" I disagreed, so you attacked us and even disrupted the bloodline baptism of the sect's disciples. Zeus, do you really respect your sovereign? Or perhaps, you've actually been dissatisfied with the sect leader for a long time, trying to provoke him and challenge his position. Upon hearing this, Zeus's expression changed repeatedly. He wanted to reprimand Kang Jai, but when he thought of Kang Ji's identity, his face turned bright red. Oh dear, so Vice Supreme Zeus is planning a rebellion. No wonder he was so disdainful and aggressive towards me. His Vice Supreme, just now. He was trying to establish his authority by using me. Ziyu spoke at the opportune moment, looking at Zeus and the other two with a mocking expression. Zeus and the other two looked grim. If these words were to reach the ears of their patriarch, Sheni, they would surely suffer. Zeus and his two companions stared intently at Kang Jai and Ziyu, wishing they could tear their mouths apart. Unfortunately, just as the three were pondering a plan, a cold voice rang out. "All of you, come to the main peak." Everyone was startled, recognizing the voice of the sect leader, Shen Ni. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. This farce had actually alarmed the sect leader, and everyone was a little uneasy for a moment. Ziyu transmitted her voice. "Won't your rebellious words just now displease the sect leader? What if we are punished for it?" Kang Jai comforted him. "Don't worry, I was just saying that. The ones who really made a mistake are Zeus and the other two. If anyone is to be punished, it will be the three of them. We will only get a scolding at most." Kang Jai really has nothing to fear. He is now a main peak elder and can be considered a member of the Divine Rebellion. No matter how unhappy Shen Ni was, he couldn't just kill him. Besides, even if we kill him, so what? He's just one of his 9 true forms. As long as one of the 9 original bodies is alive, the rest can be resurrected. The only thing that needs to be spent is time. With the elixir of 1,000 years remaining, time is the one thing the celestial calamity has in abundance. Under these circumstances, Kang Jai naturally had fewer concerns. "Zeus, Odin, truth, do you three know your sins?" Shen Ni's cold voice rang out. Zeus tried to argue. "My lord, this is all a misunderstanding." Before he could finish speaking, Sheni waved his hand lightly, and with a slap, Zeus was slapped out of the hall. With a loud crash, Zeus was hurled into a mountain by the god Reversal, causing the mountain to collapse. Upon seeing this, Odin in truth knelt down without saying a word. Those are mountains within the main peak area. Every mountain peak here is incredibly hard. Even a golden immortal realm expert couldn't break some of the rocks on them. But Shen Ni's slap just now directly blasted Zeus into the mountain and shattered the entire mountain peak, which shows how terrifying Shen Ni's strength is. They didn't want to end up like Zeus, getting slapped to a dead dog. If you're not dead, get back here, Shen Ni said coldly. Puffed. Cough, cough. A violent coughing sound, mixed with what sounded like spitting blood, came from the ruins of the mountain. Upon hearing the god's command, Zeus rushed out of the mountain ruins, ignoring the dust on his body, and like a disheveled dead dog, hurriedly rushed back into the palace. Seeing this, Kang Jai shook his head and sighed. Who told this guy to court death? He deserved it. At this critical juncture, the god of gamblers will not severely punish them, or even pay them any attention. But Kang Jai didn't play by the rules and directly brought up the position of Shen Ni sect master. Even if Shen Ni didn't want to get involved, he had to intervene. Seeing Kang Ji's gloating expression, Shen Ni narrowed his eyes. At this point, if trouble is caused to him, Shen Ni's perception of Kang Jai will rapidly decline. There is only 1 year left until the void hunting competition, after which the exploration of the void passage will begin. This exploration of the void passage is extremely important, so much so that he has been very busy lately, and even the ancient demon god cult has begun to inquire about it. Under these circumstances, how could Shen Ni in a good mood when Kang Jai and his gang caused all these troubles? After glancing at Kang Jai, Shen Ni slowly withdrew his gaze, since Kang Jai was now considered one of his men. Look again at Zeus kneeling on the ground. Do you now realize your mistake? Zeus quickly kowtowed. I was wrong. I was wrong. I will accept any punishment from my sovereign. This time, Zeus dared not be stubborn anymore and obediently accepted the punishment. If he behaves himself, he might still live, but if he angers Shen Ni, he will only face death. Shen Ni snorted coldly. It's good that you know you're wrong. As for your punishment, Shen Ni glanced at everyone, especially at Kang Jai, who looked expectant, and said calmly, as for punishment, the death penalty can be waived, but punishment is inevitable. Your score in this void hunt competition has been reduced by 50%. Upon hearing this, Zeus turned deathly pale. What's the difference between this and sending him to his death? If his rating drops by 50%, then among all the vice sect leaders, he will be either at the very bottom or one of the last 2 or 3. In this situation, he will definitely be one of the 3 spots for exploring the void passage. Zong. As soon as Zeus opened his mouth, he met Shen Ni's cold gaze and immediately shuddered. He dared not say another word, slowly lowered his head, and replied, Yes, sir. Shen Ni snorted coldly, then withdrew his gaze and looked at Odin and Truth, who were so frightened that they immediately kowtowed and admitted their mistake. Shen Ni didn't even ask them, and directly said, Although you two didn't fight, you still participated. Your scores in this competition will be reduced by 30%. Upon hearing this, Odin and Truth turned pale instantly. Cold sweat poured from their foreheads, and they were filled with fear. Their ratings dropped by 30%, which is about the same as Zeus's. The last 3 spots in the competition will almost certainly go to these 3. At this moment, no one was happier than Ziyu. Of the 9 deputy sect leaders, she was the weakest, so she was destined to be last in this competition. But with these 3 people by her side, it seemed she wasn't without a chance to take a gamble. As long as her score is higher than the other 3, the task of exploring the void passage will not fall to her. Although she had never experienced void exploration, She knew from the few words she heard that being chosen for void exploration was almost certain death. Just when everyone thought the matter was over, Shenni spoke again. Kang Jai, this time, you will also participate in the competition on behalf of the main peak. Huh? I'm involved too? Kang Jai was stunned. When Kang Jai met Shenni's gaze, he was startled, knowing that his previous words had still angered the sect leader. This is clearly an attempt to make things difficult for him. He opened his mouth, about to say something, but Shenni waved his hand impatiently. It's settled then. If your sect has a holy son, you will take him and your people to participate in this competition. Everyone was stunned again. Leading the sect's holy son to participate in the competition? What is the sect leader thinking? The holy son is a crucial figure in the sect, second only to the sect leader. He is a talent who would be sent to the bishop. How could they be allowed to participate in such a competition? Just as everyone was wondering and about to ask, Shenni had already disappeared. The crowd had no choice but to suppress their doubts and look at Kang Jai with either schadenfreude or sympathy. Kang Jai frowned slightly. He was also puzzled by Shenni's actions. If Shenni wanted to punish him, why did he have to involve the sect's holy son? The sect's holy son is far more precious than him. Could it be that Shenni just wants to use this opportunity to train the sect's holy son? Or does he believe that no sect's holy son will be born within a year? Although Shenni allowed him to lead the sect's holy sons to participate in the competition a year later, Shenni did not specify whether he should explore the void passage if he failed the competition. Or is it that Shenni simply wanted to teach him a lesson, which is why he made him participate in the competition, and he doesn't actually intend to punish him? With doubts in their hearts, Kang Jai and Ziyu returned to the Blood Lake in the ancient realm. Back at the edge of the Blood Lake, Kang Jai asked impatiently, Fairy Ziyi, Vice Sect Master of the ancient realm, do you know what this void passage is? Why would the sect send people to explore it, and why would it send 3 vice sect leaders to lead the team? Faced with Kang Ji's question, Ziyu shook her head and looked directly at the ancient realm. Although Ziyu is the vice sect leader of the Pangu sect, she doesn't know much about many things, especially some secrets. Seeing the two looking at him, Guji didn't hide anything and said directly, the reason why we need to let people explore the void passage is because on the other side of the void passage is a world called primordial world. The primordial world and our 3,000 demon god realm are mortal enemies. Every 10,000 years, we send a group of people to explore it. As for the rest, that's beyond my knowledge. It's said that only those who venture into the void passages are told the specifics. After hearing Gu Ji's explanation, Ziyu simply looked enlightened. But Kang Ji's heart was in turmoil. On the other side of the void passage was actually the primordial world. There is actually a passage connecting the primordial world to the realm of 3,000 demon gods. But why had he never heard of it in the prehistoric world? While filled with doubt, Kang Jai also made up his mind to find a way to investigate the prehistoric world. For so many years, the 3,000 demon god realms have been filtrating their power into the primordial world, while the primordial world remains completely unaware. It is unknown whether those people sent by the 3,000 demon realm died in the void passage, or were discovered by the heavenly Tao of the primordial world and died in the primordial world. Kang Jai was overwhelmed with mixed feelings and was momentarily stunned. While Kang Jai was still in a daze, Gujai said, somewhat embarrassedly, Fairy Ziyu, I heard that you have 1,000-year pills. I wonder if I could exchange some with you? You want to exchange for the 1,000-year pill? Ziyu was slightly surprised and frowned. I heard that the sect leader and the others obtained quite a few 10,000-year flowers from the forbidden land of time and space. You should have gotten some too, right? Guji nodded. That's right, I did get a few eternal flower plants, but as you know, eternal flower plants cannot freely control time. Once you take them, 10,000 years will pass in the blink of an eye. This flower is beautiful, but for those geniuses who want to compete for the position of Holy Sun, it is useless. If one were to use this flower to achieve a breakthrough, their bone age would certainly not meet the required standard, therefore. Ziyu immediately understood what the ancient realm meant. He wanted to use the last year to cultivate a holy sun, but Ziyu still frowned, puzzled, and said, Vice Sect Master Gu, there is something I don't understand. Since you have the flower of 10,000 years in one glance, can't you refine the pill of 1,000 years yourself? Upon hearing this question, Gujai smiled wryly. Fairy Ziyu may not know, but not just anyone can refine this elixir. Putting aside the preciousness of the pill formula, even if one were to obtain it, one would still need to hire an alchemist who possesses the laws of time to refine such a pill. Even if an ordinary alchemist possessed this formula, it would be impossible to refine a pill that grants 1,000 years of life. After hearing the explanation, Ziyu suddenly understood, but she was immediately shocked. Kang Jai had given her several bottles of 1,000-year pills, and he had them in such a short time after getting the 10,000-year flower. It didn't seem normal at all. Could it be that this kid has also cultivated the law of time? Ziyu was shocked. She knew that Kang Jai could refine pills. After all, he had even become a disciple of the 7th ancestor of the Zhu family. However, Kang Jai possessed the law of time, which she was unaware of. That's the law of time. Time reigns supreme, space is king, destiny is unchangeable, and cause and effect are supreme. This is not just talk. Ziyu glanced at Kang Jai, unsure how to respond to the ancient realm's request, since the pills were given to her by Kang Jai. Kang Jai, of course, also heard the conversation between the two, and a glint of light flashed in his eyes. He still had his eye on the World Tree Mother Tree branch that Guji possessed. Vice Sect Master Gu, I have pills, but I can't give them to you for free. Guji was taken aback. He had asked Ziyu for it, but he didn't expect Kang Jai to reply to him. Ziyu explained, those pills of mine were also given to me by Elder Kang. Guji was slightly taken back, then a sharp glint flashed in his eyes, and his gaze towards Kang Jai changed. Unexpectedly, Kang Jai, who became a main peak elder by sheer luck, had such a hidden trick up his sleeve. Regardless of how those millennium pills were obtained, it's no small feat that Kang Jai could acquire them. Just as the ancient realm was in shock, Kang Jai sighed inwardly. No wonder Elder Kui Long traded the pill formula to him so easily. It turns out that to refine this pill, one needs an alchemist who cultivates the laws of time. At that time, neither Kui Long nor the Chaos Vice Sect Master behind him probably expected that they would actually possess the law of time. However, they probably already know that they possess the laws of time. Even the leader of the Divine Rebellion sect was aware of this. Could it be that the reason why Sect Master Sheni asked me to participate in the void hunting competition today is also because of this? Just as Kang Jai was lost in thought, Gu Jai snapped out of his shock and smiled at Kang Jai. Elder Kang, rest assured, of course I won't take your pills for nothing. I can exchange them with rare and precious materials. Kang Jai's eyes lit up. This was exactly what he wanted. Looking towards the ancient realm, Kang Jai's eyes lit up as he asked, could you trade me this withered tree branch that Vice Sect Master Gu has? Gu Ji's expression changed, and he immediately looked at Kang warily. This is a branch from the World Tree Mother Tree, and his true form is also the World Tree, so you can imagine how important this branch is to him. However, the ancient realm would never allow Kang Jai to covet the branches of the Mother Tree. His desire for the elixir of 1,000 years was merely to nurture a holy son, but the branches of the World Tree Mother Tree are closely related to him. How could he abandon the greater for the lesser? Seeing that Guji's expression changed, and he seemed about to refuse to leave, Kang Jai hurriedly said, "Vice Sect Master Gu, don't be in a hurry. Besides the 1,000-year pill, I have something else that you absolutely cannot refuse in this trade." Gu Jia, who had originally intended to find an excuse to leave, paused upon hearing this, his expression somewhat strange. He said, "Do you know what this branch in my hand is? What does it mean to me? Are you so sure that your possession can tempt me? Tempt me enough to exchange its branch?" Sensing the disdain in Ji's tone, Kang Jai remained calm and said leisurely, "Of course I know that this is a branch of the World Tree Mother Tree. For you, it is a treasure, inheritance. How could you exchange it so easily?" Gujia, who had been wearing a mocking expression, froze, staring at Kang Ji in disbelief and saying, You actually knew!" Kang Jai grinned, ignoring the shock from the ancient realm, and calmly said, "Now, would you like to hear what I want to trade with you?" Guji took a deep breath, his gaze towards Kang Jai flickering with uncertainty, but he finally nodded. "All right. This Vice Sect Master wants to hear what treasure Elder Kang can offer that I can't refuse. Vice Sect Master Gu, take a look at this. Would you be willing to trade it for that withered tree branch you have?" With a flick of his wrist, Kang Jai produced a seed in his palm, the very seed of the World Tree within his body. The World Tree has long since evolved into a true chaos spirit root. Therefore, the seeds produced by the World Tree are also seeds of chaotic spiritual roots. While the ancient realm's true form is also the World Tree, it is not a chaos spiritual root, but a pseudo-chaos spiritual root, at most at the level of an innate spiritual root. If the ancient realm wants to go further, or even break through its current constraints and reach a higher realm, then its physical body must evolve. Originally, the branch of the World Tree Mother Tree in his hand, his hope. However, he was neither a chaos spiritual root nor a chaos being, so he was unable to absorb the branches of the World Tree Mother Tree. This resulted in the branches of the Mother Tree being in his hands all the time, yet unable to be used to their full potential. However, the World Tree within Kang Ji's body is different. It is a true chaos spiritual root, capable of perfectly absorbing this branch of the Mother Tree. As for the seeds that the World Tree produced within Kang Ji's body, they can also help the ancient realm advance further. The transaction between the two parties is a win-win situation, just as Kang Jai had expected. When Gu Jai saw the Chaos World Tree seed in Kang Ji's hand, he trembled all over. This is a World Tree seed of the Chaos Spirit root level. Gu Ji's voice trembled as he reached out to take it. However, with a flick of Kang Ji's hand, the World Tree seed disappeared. "No!" Gu Jai cried out, in disbelief. Kang Jai coughed lightly and looked at the out-of-control Gu Jai, saying, "Vice Sect Master Gu, do you think this item can be used for trade?" Gu Ji did not respond, but stared intently at Kang Ji's hand. After a long while, Gu Jai slowly came to his senses, his gaze towards Kang Ji shifting between light and shadow. He never expected that Kang Jai would possess a World Tree seed at the level of a chaos spiritual root. If he can fuse with this seed, his true form will have the opportunity to evolve into a true chaos spiritual root. Once he evolves into a chaos spiritual root, he will be able to absorb that branch of the mother tree. Therefore, he wanted both the seed of the Chaos World Tree and the branches of the mother tree. Sensing the change in Gu Ji's expression, Kang Ji's face darkened. He guessed what the ancient realm was thinking, but he couldn't accept it. Wanting both? There's no such thing as a free lunch. The ancient deputy sect leader must understand one principle. Everything in excess is as bad as too little. Greed will only backfire. Gu Ji was taken aback, and his expression changed again. He understood, of course, that Kang Ji was pointing out his weakness. He couldn't possibly want both the seed of the Chaos World Tree and the branches of his own mother tree. But he really wanted both. If he can merge the two, he will receive the inheritance of the mother tree. At that time, he will have the opportunity to become an existence like the Chaos God, Elder Kang. Seeing that Gu Ji still wanted to argue, Kang Ji impatiently interrupted. Vice Sect Master Gu, if you are unwilling to make the deal, then forget it. Seeing Kang Ji's resolute attitude, Gu Ji opened his mouth, his expression changing once again. With his eyes lowered, Gu Ji was constantly weighing his option, struggling with his dilemma. For a fleeting moment, he even considered snatching it directly. However, considering the sect rules and the power of the Divine Rebellion's sect master, the ancient realm ultimately abandoned that idea. But he was very unwilling to make the deal like this. Taking a deep breath, Gu Ji looked at Kang Ji and said, I want another 100,000-year pills. The ancient world is asking for a huge sum of money. However, Kang Ji rolled his eyes and chuckled. Vice Sect Master Gu, do you think that's possible? 100 Millennium Age pills. If Vice Sect Master Gu doesn't want to trade, then forget it. Seeing that Kang Ji refused to make the deal and no longer wanted to deal with him, it was now the ancient realm's turn to get anxious. Elder Kang, don't be impatient. Since it's a transaction, can't we still negotiate the price? Kang Ji glanced at him and said directly, 20 pills. I won't get involved with you. 20 pills, plus that seed. If you're willing to trade, then we'll have a fair deal. If you don't agree... Gu Ji wanted to say something more, but seeing Kang Ji's obviously impatient expression, he finally nodded and said, Okay, that's fine. Kang Ji handed the seeds and pills to Ziyu and said to Gu Jia, who looked puzzled, We will all give our things to Fairy Ziyu, and then Fairy Ziyu will give the items to the other party. Gu Ji was taken aback for a moment, then immediately understood Kang Ji's intention in doing so. He was afraid that Gu Ji would forcibly take it. To be honest, for a fleeting moment just now, he really wanted to snatch the seed of Kang Ji and forcefully fuse with it. Once the deed is done, even if it reaches the sect leader's side, at worst I'll go bankrupt to compensate the other party. Unfortunately, Kang Ji was overly cautious and didn't give him a chance. With a sigh, Gu Ji had no choice but to follow Kang Ji's method and hand over the mother tree branch to Ziyu. Ziyu smiled and handed the items to the other party. Having obtained the branch he desired, Kang Ji teleported directly to the chaos entity without any hesitation. Upon receiving the branch from the World Tree Mother Tree, the chaos entity did not hesitate and directly sent it into its own chaos world. The branches of the World Tree Mother Tree transformed into a stream of light and merged directly into the World Tree's body. As the branches of the Mother Tree merged into it, the World Tree within the body trembled violently. Master, I'm going to evolve. As soon as the World Tree finished speaking, its entire body rapidly expanded, countless branches and leaves to sprout, and fruits appeared on the treetops. The laws of the world surged continuously, flowing into every inch of the World Tree. The World Tree of today is the true World Tree. Every inch of its trunk, branches, leaves, and fruit contains a world within it. Endless worlds bloomed on the world tree, creating worlds of varying sizes. This is not the biggest change in the world tree. The biggest change is in its roots. After the world tree absorbed all the branches from the mother tree, it seemed to have received some extraordinary inheritance. Its roots began to extend into the depths of the chaotic world, even penetrating the chaotic world within the body of the chaotic entity. Huh? What's going on? The world tree seems to have pierced through the chaos world. Sensing the disappearance of the world tree's roots, the chaos entity was filled with shock and bewilderment. The world tree had always remained in its chaotic world, but now its roots had penetrated through the chaotic world, yet it did not appear in the chaos outside, as if it had completely disappeared. Just as Kang Jai was shocked and about to ask, a special energy came from the roots of the world tree, then entered the world tree's body, and was eventually transformed into some kind of energy, expelled, flowing into the chaos body. As this energy was released, the chaotic world within the chaos body began to expand rapidly. The chaos body was shocked as it sensed the changes within its body. These changes even attracted the attention of Kang Ji's mind. Kang Ji's mind entered the chaos body and quickly discovered the anomaly. This energy, it's actually chaotic energy. Kang Ji gaped in shock as the world tree expelled appeared to be waste gas chaotic energy. What shocked Kang Ji even more was that the special energy coming from the roots of the world tree, though only a small amount, was able to be transformed into a large amount of chaotic energy. The roots of the world tree pierced through the chaotic space and entered an unknown place. The energy it absorbed was able to be transformed into chaotic power, which was simply incredible. What's going on? What kind of place have you entered? Kang Ji asked curiously. Master, I don't know where I've entered. All I know is that it's an innate ability of our world tree. Once we become a truly complete Chaos Demon God world tree, we can activate this ability. This ability allows our tree roots to penetrate the chaotic void and enter a very special place. There, we can draw upon a very special kind of energy, which only requires a small amount to transform into a large amount of chaotic energy. The chaotic world outside today is largely composed of chaotic energy, transformed from the former world tree mother tree. After hearing the world tree's explanation, Kang Ji fell silent for a moment. What kind of energy is capable of transforming chaotic energy? There is a saying from the past that chaos was born after the primordial chaos was broken. Could it be that the place the roots of the world tree reach is actually primordial chaos world? Kang Ji's heart stirred, and he looked at the world tree, saying, "Could you take me into that world to have a look? If one could enter the primordial world, what a blessing that would be. That's a world even more advanced than the chaos world." However, the world tree shook its head. Master, it won't work. I can only rely on my racial instincts to allow my roots to penetrate the chaotic space and enter that place. Even my own mind cannot actually reach there. The fact that my roots can get there is purely instinctive, as if it were pre-programmed. Since I awakened this ability, I have uncontrollably taken on a responsibility to continuously transform that energy into chaotic energy. Now I can't even leave this chaotic space. Kang Ji's eyes widened in astonishment at the information from the world tree. Instinctively, preordained, and burdened by the responsibility to transform chaotic energy, one cannot leave the chaotic space. This series of answers stirred Kang Ji's heart, giving him a sense of destiny. Could it be that the world tree appeared in order to evolve its chaotic world into a mature chaotic world? Kang Ji's eyes flickered, a sense of fear rising within him. and he suddenly felt as if his fate was being manipulated. Moreover, the one who controls their own destiny is not an ordinary person, but someone who even surpasses the great Tao of chaos. Phew! Calm down, calm down. Kang Jai tried his best to control his emotions. If he fell into this fatalistic view of fate, his spirit and energy would be severely damaged. Once he loses his willpower, it will be almost impossible for him to advance further in his cultivation. Whether it's fate or manipulation, only by becoming strong enough can one break free from the game and seek the truth. Kang Jai's eyes flashed with divine light. He knew very well that only power could break through everything. Slowly closing his eyes, Kang Jai sensed the situation of the world tree. As the world tree breathes, a special kind of energy is transmitted from its roots. Once this energy entered the world tree, it was immediately transformed into chaotic energy, which was then expelled from the world tree's body, becoming nourishment for its own chaotic world, helping it grow stronger. Meanwhile, the leaves and fruits of the world tree absorbed the chaotic energy from the chaotic world, which he had refined and imprinted with his spiritual mark, transforming it into various abilities that were then absorbed the endless world. Kang Jai wanted to enter the roots of the world tree to explore that special energy. Fortunately, no matter what Kang Jai did, he could not come into contact with that energy. It was as if that energy was not in the same dimension as Kang Jai, and was simply beyond Kang Jai's current reach. As for Kang Jai's desire to enter that space along the roots of the world tree, that's just wishful thinking. Kang Jai followed the roots of the world tree. When his mind reached the place where the roots of the world tree disappeared, the roots of the world tree entered another space, while Kang Jai's mind returned to the chaos world. It was as if the roots of the world tree broke off directly after reaching the edge of the chaotic world. After several attempts, Kang Jai finally had to give up. At least for now, he is truly not qualified to access that space. Since my cultivation level isn't high enough, I'll just have to become stronger. Having made up his mind, Kang Jai returned his consciousness to his cultivation body. As for the chaos body itself, it was left to cultivate on its own. With the evolved world tree, the speed at which chaos itself evolves into chaos will greatly increase. In this way, the speed at which the chaos body cultivates will also become faster. With his mind at ease, the deputy sect master of the ancient realm, having completed the transaction, did not linger and immediately departed. At this moment, he couldn't wait to fuse with the Chaos World Tree Seed. Once the fusion is complete, his cultivation level will surely reach a new level. As for those talented disciples in the Blood Lake, disciples can be found anytime, but that's nothing compared to breaking through one's own cultivation. Watching Ancient Realm, Ziyu breathed a sigh of relief. She was very worried that the ancient realm would ask her for disciples, since the two sides were allies, and it would be difficult to give them away or not. Fortunately, the ancient realm was in a hurry to fuse with the Chaos World Tree Seed, so it left directly. Seeing the delighted Ziyi, Kang Jai was about to make a joke when messages came from his many clones in the primordial world. They were asking how to deal with the situation, as their cultivation levels could no longer be suppressed. Kang Jai was startled and could no longer care about the Blood Lake, leaving the Blood Lake to be handled by his immortal body. There wasn't much going on in the 3,000 demon god realm. After Shu Chu and the others finished absorbing the bloodline, they would teach Dian Lai, Jiang Gexu, and the others, helping them break through to the golden immortal realm. These things can be done by the cultivator's physical body. So Kang Jai directly descended his mind into the primordial world. This time, however, The one that Kang Jai chose to descend upon was Kuo-shu's clone. The reason for choosing to praise the book is that at this moment, Kuo-shu was in the Wuzhuang Temple with Hao Yi. The situation regarding clones in the primordial world is now somewhat complicated. Many of the clones' cultivation levels have already reached the peak of the golden immortal realm. If they don't break through soon, they will be unable to suppress their power. Once they break through, it will inevitably trigger extraordinary phenomena in the heavens and earth. After all, whether it was Kuo-shu's clone, Suiren's wind, or Yuchao's mountain, their talents were all top-notch. Besides them, some of the human clones also possessed excellent aptitude. It's unknown how many people will trigger extraordinary phenomena during the heavenly tribulation, but there will definitely be many. More importantly, the yin-yang divine tree in the demon court has also reached the peak of the golden immortal realm and can break through to the Taiyi golden immortal realm at any time. However, Kang Jai was not willing to break through like this because he had not yet absorbed and integrated the star fruit tree inside the yin-yang divine tree. However, the yin-yang divine tree had long been restricted by Emperor Jun, so even if it regained its senses, it could not devour the star fruit tree. The star fruit tree is something that Kang Jai must devour, as it relates to Kang Ji's subsequent arrangements and backup plans. However, it is certainly not possible to devour the star fruit tree using the yin-yang divine wood itself. In this situation, only external force can help. Among the demon race, the only external force they can rely on is the Kunpeng. However, with Donghuang Taiyi and Dijun around, even Kunpeng couldn't do anything. Therefore, he had to set a trap to lure Dijun and Taiyi away. Not only should they be lured away, but they should also be made to willingly protect the yin-yang divine tree afterwards. Therefore, the level of difficulty is self-evident. Furthermore, what if Kuo-shu and his clones break through the next level, triggering extraordinary phenomena in the heavens and earth? The calamity that descended upon the primordial world made me think of many things in an instant. After a short while, Kang Jai, having grasped the current situation in the prehistoric world, immediately came up with a plan. The key to this plan lies in the book's clones and the Wuzhuang Temple. Perhaps we can take advantage of this opportunity to get the spatial travel ability from Zhen Yuanzi. As Kang Jai thought this to himself, he couldn't help but look at Zhen Yuanzi opposite him. This is the ginseng fruit tree? No wonder it's one of the 10 great innate spiritual roots. It possesses all 5 elements and can even transform the power of the earth's veins, helping to regulate them. Amazing, amazing! He praised the book lavishly, admiring everything in this little world as he did so. Besides the ginseng fruit tree, the entire small world also contains many rare and precious natural treasures and spiritual roots. This weed seems a little different. Kuo-shu seemed to have stumbled upon something, looking at a weed not far from the ginseng fruit tree. Zhen Yuanzi, who was stroking his beard and smiling, couldn't help but meet Kuo-shu's gaze and look at the weed not far away when he heard Kuo-shu's words. "Oh, you mean this weed? Quite interesting. When I found it, it had already developed some intelligence. Moreover, given the quality of this herb, it would be an extreme achievement if it could grow to the celestial immortal realm. Unexpectedly, after I transplanted this weed into the ginseng garden, it actually grew all the way to the mystic immortal realm, which was truly peculiar." As Kuo-shu listened, he curiously approached the weeds, seemingly examining them with interest. As Kuo-shu approached, the weeds seemed to sense it and swayed even without wind, as if welcoming Kuo-shu. Seeing this, Kuo-shu smiled and said, "It has indeed gained sentience." Looking at Zhen Yuanzi, he said, Brother Dao, I see that this herb has quite a bit of spirituality. Why don't we give it a chance to succeed? Xuanzi was taken aback. Give him good fortune. What kind of good fortune doth Brother Kuashu plan to give him? Zhen Yuanzi was very curious. He was already somewhat surprised that Kuashu, the ancestral witch, had suddenly visited his Wuzhuang temple. Now, seeing a weed in his orchard, Kuashu actually said he would bestow a great fortune upon him. Despite his doubts, Zhen Yuan followed up on Kuashu's words and asked a question. Kuashu pointed to Hao Yi beside him, then to himself, and then looked at Zhen Yuanzi and said, "How about the three of us discuss the Tao? With our level of cultivation, discussing the Tao here will surely bring blessings to all living beings in this small world. Wouldn't that be considered a great fortune for them?" Seeing Zhen Yuanzi's surprised expression, Kuashu added, "Of course, the premise is that Brother Dao does not look down on my low cultivation level." Zhen Yuanzi snapped out of his daze and quickly waved his hand. "What are you saying, Brother Kuashu? How could I possibly find fault with you?" Zhen Yuanzi's mind raced as he pondered Kuashu's intentions. Could it be that this boy came here because he actually wants to discuss the Tao with me? Zhen Yuanzi glanced at Kuashu's realm, peak golden immortal realm. He could break through to Taiyi golden immortal realm at any time. Could it be that this young man intends to break through to the Taiyi golden immortal realm through discussions on the Tao? This was Zhen Yuanzi's first thought. After all, once you reach the peak of the golden immortal realm, you naturally need to accumulate foundation before breaking through. Or perhaps, they've hit a bottleneck and need external help. This is also why Zhen Yuanzi thinks this way. With this in mind, Zhen Yuanzi felt somewhat at ease and made a decision. In any case, befriending and praising books will not do him any harm. Looking at Kuashu, he said, "Since Brother Kuashu has this intention, then we will do as you say." The three of them sat down, without changing their location, right next to the weed and began to discuss the Tao by releasing their own laws. Huh? These are 12 laws, and all of them have been cultivated to the peak of the golden immortal realm. When Kuashu released its own laws, Zhen Yuanzi was taken aback. He never expected that Kuashu had cultivated 12 laws at the same time, and had cultivated all 12 laws to the peak of the golden immortal realm. What surprised him even more was that the 12 laws that Kuashu cultivated were all exceptionally, and some of them were ones that he had never even touched before. This struck him as somewhat unbelievable. Even he only cultivated a few laws as his focus, and only began to cultivate other laws as secondary focuses after breaking through to the great Luo golden immortal level in those laws. But Kuashu suddenly mastered 12 laws, which really surprised Zhen Yuanzi. Although it was unexpected, Zhen Yuanzi did not show anything, but simply displayed more of his own laws, including those he cultivated as a supplement. The purpose of praising books and discussing principles is certainly not to cultivate one's own laws. In fact, he had already cultivated all 12 of his own laws to the limit of the golden immortal realm. Unless he broke through, he would not be able to continue cultivating. Praising the book is just a pretext. As the three discussed the Tao, the weed clones not far away underwent a change. The body, which originally resembled weeds, began to transform under the intertwining of the three people's laws. In particular, Zhen Yuanzi's 5 elements and space law are the 2 main laws he cultivates. The laws governing the book also include the 5 elements law, as well as the even stronger space-time law. Under the intertwining of these laws, the weed clone actually began to evolve from a weed into a large tree. Its roots transformed into a tree trunk, from which 5 branches grew, and 5 colors appeared on the tree. Immediately afterwards, a spatial fluctuation emanated from the tree. This giant tree not only evolved the 5 elements, but also spatial attributes. Seeing this, Kuashu's eyes lit up. The time had come. With a thought, Kuashu's clone seemed unable to suppress its cultivation any longer, and a wave of energy emanated from it. Immediately afterwards, boundless energy from heaven and earth converged on this place. He's about to break through. Zhen Yuanzi was slightly surprised. Shua shua! The 12 divine trees of law burst forth from the body, and the inexplicable fluctuations in the world grew even stronger. Splash! A beam of energy descended from the sky, pouring down upon the tree of laws. At the same time, Kuashu also mobilized all his energy and spirit, pouring it into the tree of laws. Suddenly, Kuashu trembled. Immediately afterwards, flowers rained down from the sky, golden lotuses sprang from the ground, and Taoist charm arose everywhere. Before the divine tree of the Book of Praise even blossomed, strange phenomena appeared in the world, which startled Zhen Yuanzi, who was standing nearby. The unusual phenomenon appeared ahead of schedule. Brother Kuashu's breakthrough is quite remarkable. Zhen Yuanzi's eyes flickered. He had a feeling that Kuashu's breakthrough would cause some bad things. Before Zhen Yuanzi could finish marveling, the surrounding plants and animals underwent changes after absorbing the celestial flowers and golden lotuses caused by the exaggeration. As a result, many creatures gained sentience, and some even underwent bloodline evolution. Just as Zhen Yuanzi was marveling at how the strange phenomenon of the book had brought such good fortune to the creatures in his orchard, the weed clone beside him also underwent a change. A mysterious aura emanated from the weed clone, and a strange wave surged towards the sky. Immediately afterwards, the once clear sky suddenly became covered with dark clouds, with streaks of lightning flashing through the clouds. However, before the tribulation lightning could fully take shape, the falling celestial flowers scattered above the dark clouds. Then, these dark clouds gradually dissipated and eventually disappeared without a trace. A beam of golden light descended and shone on the weed clone. The next second, the weed clone flickered and reappeared as a handsome young man, dressed in 5 colored black robes. As soon as the boy took human form, he bowed to the 3 people, including Kuashu, and then silently stood to their side. Looking at the boy who had taken human form, Zhen Yuanzi's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he secretly praised the creation. Because of the breakthrough in Kuashu, the weed clone did not undergo the tribulation of lightning and directly took human form. Not only do they not have to go through the tribulation of life and death, but they are also specially blessed by the heavenly Tao. This opportunity is rare indeed. Looking at the weed clone standing quietly, not far from them, Zhen Yuanzi's eyes flickered slightly. He remembered that the attributes of the weed clones were exactly the same as his own, which was suitable for inheriting his mantle. However, Zhen Yuanzi was not in a hurry to take on a disciple, but instead turned his attention to Kuashu again. At this moment, as Kuashu was infused with essence, energy, and spirit, his aura gradually rose and the flowers of law began to bloom one after another. First rank, second rank, third rank, 9th rank. Even up to the 9th rank, the praise of the book never stopped. Seeing this, Zhen Yuanzi's eyes gradually narrowed. At the 9th rank, one is already at the level of a quasi-saint. Although Kuashu's cultivation method differs somewhat from his, the meaning represented by this flower of laws is the same regardless of the path taken. The 9th rank is considered top tier in the entire prehistoric world. However, this was not the end. With the continuous infusion of the power of heaven and earth, the flower of laws quickly surpassed the 9th grade and reached the 10th grade. Upon reaching the 10th rank, the strange phenomena in the world grew larger and larger. quickly exceeding the boundaries of Zhen Yuanzi's Wuzhuang Temple and spreading towards the primordial world. He broke through to the 10th rank so quickly? Staring blankly at the 10th grade law flower that Kuo-shu had produced, Zhen Yuanzi was completely bewildered. This is the 10th rank. This already possesses the qualities of a saint. Could it be that this ancestral witch, Kuo-shu, possesses the potential to become a saint? Could this guy really be the reincarnation of Pengu? This thought suddenly popped into Zhen Yuanzi's mind, but Zhen Yuanzi quickly shook his head. If he were truly the reincarnation of Pengu, then he couldn't possibly be only at the 10th rank. Just as Zhen Yuanzi, the flower of the Law of Praise book changed once again. While Zhen Yuanzi was stunned, the 11th petal gradually took shape and appeared as a phantom. At this point, the strange phenomena in the outside world had grown increasingly large, covering a large part of the primordial world. By this time, all the powerful figures were aware of the unusual situation at Wuzhuang Temple. Several powerful beings extended their divine senses, traversing space, and descended upon the Wuzhuang Temple. It's Kuo-shu Zuwu. He's broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal realm. Because of Kuo-shu's breakthrough, the heavenly Tao sent down a signal, forcibly opening the connection between the Wuzhuang Temple's small world, the primordial world. Therefore, people from the outside world naturally saw the scene inside the small world. When everyone saw Kuo-shu about to bloom with an 11th grade law flower, they were all stunned. An 11th grade law flower. This is the very essence of the heavenly Tao. Everyone stared in disbelief at Kuo-shu, who had unleashed an 11th grade law flower, their hearts churning with emotion. Countless divine thoughts secretly glanced in the direction of Zixiao Palace, wondering if anyone had noticed this. They must have noticed it. Kuo-shu's situation was naturally discovered by the demon race. The demon race's first reaction was to prevent Kuo-shu from successfully breaking through. Even if we succeed in breaking through, we must eliminate them at all costs. Kuo-shu possessed the merit of creation itself, so even Daijun and Tai Yai dared not actually kill it. Just as the two were struggling with their dilemma, Daijun suddenly received a telepathic message, and his eyes lit up immediately. Second brother, let's go, let's get revenge. Daijun took a step forward, leading Tai, and headed towards Wuzhuang Temple. Meanwhile, the 12 ancestral witches, upon receiving the news, were equally excited. Big brother, my little brother, he actually blossomed into an 11th grade law flower. Our witch clan is about to rise. Seeing the excited crowd, Dijiang remained calm. He glanced in the direction of the heavenly court and said in a calm voice, "Don't get excited yet. It's a good thing that my little brother broke through, but everyone wants him to succeed." Everyone was taken aback, but then they realized something. The hot-tempered Zhu Rong waved his fist and said, "If those two scruffy birds dare to cause trouble, we'll wipe them out first." The others echoed their agreement. Their cultivation levels were now vastly different from before, and beating Daijun and Tai Yai was no problem at all. If Kuo-shu hadn't repeatedly urged them to keep a low profile, the demon race would have been wiped out long ago. However, Dijiang shook his head. Daijun and Tai are easy to deal with. Any two of you can restrain them. But our real enemies aren't those two. Don't forget, there's someone else taking sides. Everyone was taken aback at first, but then they all thought of Hongjun Laozu. At worst, we'll take care of that old bastard too. As his power increased, Gonggong also became more violent and spoke without any politeness. "Yeah, brother, let's take care of that old bastard too." Zhu Rong, unusually, did not refute Gonggong, but instead echoed his words. Seeing the two troublesome individuals, Dijiang snapped at them impatiently. "Shut up, both of you." He glared at the two men and scolded. "That old bastard may not be a good person, but don't forget, he has already begun to achieve Dao integration. Although our cultivation has made progress, we haven't even reached the level of a Grand Luo Golden Immortal yet. How can we possibly fight against them? Once exposed, do you think the other side will give us another chance?" After being scolded, the two immediately became much more obedient. At this moment, Xuanming spoke up. "Big brother, what do you suggest we do?" A glint of light flashed in Dijiang's eyes. "Our mission is simply to ensure the safety of our underlings. As for the rest, we can deal with that after they break through." The group exchanged glances and then nodded in agreement. On the other side, as the Book of Praise blossomed with the 11th grade law flower, the strange phenomena it caused spread throughout the entire prehistoric world. This is why Dai Jun and Tai Yi's murderous intent towards Kuo-shu reached its peak. Just as Dai Jun led the demon race toward Wuzhuang Temple, the 12 witch clan members blocked their way. Just as the two sides were locked in a standoff, Kunpeng emerged from his secluded cultivation place in the heavenly court. Phew! The ancestral witch of the Book of Praise was absolutely right. Dijun and Tai Yi really did hide this divine tree here. In a mysterious space, Kunpeng looked at the towering yin-yang divine tree and was somewhat shaken. The entire yin-yang divine tree is extremely tall, its height being countless billions of miles. The entire divine tree exuded terrifying energy. Although it would only possess the cultivation of a peak golden immortal, the energy contained within it was enough to make even a quasi-saint like Kunpeng somewhat alarmed. Looking at the terrifying yin-yang divine tree before him, Kunpeng couldn't help but turn his gaze toward the Wuzhuang Temple. Looking at Kuo-shu, who had blossomed with an 11th grade law flower, Kunpeng felt fortunate for the first time, grateful that he had cooperated with Kuo-shu and the others. An 11th grade law flower. This is the very essence of the heavenly Dao. Even if Kuo-shu doesn't reach the heavenly Dao realm in the future, he can still at least try to reach the Honyuan Daluo Golden Immortal realm. If Kuo-shu becomes equivalent to a saint, wouldn't he also have a saint as a backer? With the Wu clan in the picture, Kunpeng suddenly felt that joining forces with Kuo-shu and his group might not be a bad idea. Now, all he has to do is follow Shu's instructions to help the divine tree in front of him break the seal and help it refine the starfruit tree within its body. The thought of the starfruit tree made Kunpeng hesitate and feel reluctant. That's a starfruit tree. Wouldn't it be a waste to let this golden immortal level yin-yang divine tree, such a top-grade innate spiritual root? Although this yin-yang divine tree is also very magical, it can even give birth to the golden crow and the black rabbit. Ultimately, the yin-yang divine tree is merely a divine tree that evolved, and it is still far inferior to the starfruit tree. A struggle flashed in his eyes, but when Kunpeng caught sight of the strange phenomena that now covered the entire prehistoric world, he finally gritted his teeth. Let's do it. You have to give to receive. This demon master is willing to give up a mere top-grade innate spiritual root. When Kunpeng said this, he was in great pain. With a wave of his hand, he sealed off the entire void. Immediately afterwards, a series of hand seals were cast, and the aura of the yin-yang divine tree grew stronger and stronger. Sensing the change in the yin-yang divine tree, Kang Ji immediately withdrew his mind from the Kuo-shu clone. Kuo-shu's clone has successfully broken through to the 11th grade of the law flower. Next is the finishing touch. Kang Ji naturally sent his main mind to the yin-yang divine tree. With the seals placed on the yin-yang divine tree, Bai Jun, Tai Yi, and others lifted, Kang Jai naturally restored the yin-yang divine tree's sentience. As soon as the yin-yang divine tree regained its sentience, Kang Jai pretended that it had just gained sentience and said thank you to Kunpeng. Upon hearing the thank you, Kunpeng was first taken aback, then his eyes lit up. It has actually developed intelligence. Kunpeng was somewhat excited, his eyes flickering as if he were weighing something. Before he could formulate a plan, the yin-yang divine tree, which had just regained its sentience, immediately mobilized all its power and headed towards the star fruit tree. Upon seeing this, Kunpeng's expression changed once again. The moment the yin-yang divine tree gained sentience, it was about to refine the star fruit tree. Was this a coincidence or something else? The thought of Kua Shu asking him to help the yin-yang divine tree refine the star fruit tree made Kunpeng's heart tremble. He always felt that there was some secret he didn't know about. No matter how he tried to deduce it, he couldn't come to a conclusion. Could this be one of their backup plans? Kunpeng's eyes flickered, but he gritted his teeth and obeyed Kua Shu's instructions to help him refine the star fruit tree. With Kunpeng's help, the yin-yang divine tree immediately became much more relaxed. Kunpeng, after all, a quasi-saint level expert, and was able to suppress the star fruit tree in terms of realm. As the star fruit tree was absorbed by the yin-yang divine tree, the aura surrounding the yin-yang divine tree also changed continuously. Originally a purely acquired yin-yang divine tree, it has now acquired a trace of innate energy. That's not enough! Kang Ji's heart stirred, and he immediately released the aura of law that he had prepared beforehand. Long before, Kang Jai had secretly controlled the yin-yang divine tree and cultivated 12 unique laws belonging to it. The 12 laws are yin-yang law, tai-yin law, tai-yang law, 5 elements law, chaos law, star law, differing law, fusion law, fortune law, nurturing law, calamity law, and reversal law. The Tai-yin law and the Tai-yang law were created by the bloodline of Dijun, Taiyi, Sai, and Changxi. Because he gave birth to the golden crow and the black rabbit, these two laws had to be cultivated. The yin-yang law and the chaos law were created because the prototypes of these two laws were born during the initial evolution, and Kang Jai simply had the yin-yang divine tree cultivate these two laws. With these two laws in place, the laws of yin and yang can be integrated, and with the 5 elements law, chaos, yin and yang, and the mutual transformation between the 5 elements can be formed. The laws of devouring and fusion were also present when the yin-yang divine tree first evolved. In addition, these two laws are naturally required to successfully fuse with the star fruit tree. As for the final stars, fortune, gestation, reversal, and the laws of calamity, the star law is for successfully fusing with the star fruit tree, while the nurturing law is for nurturing the golden crow and the mysterious rabbit. Only the final law of destiny, the law of reversal, and the law of calamity were specifically chosen by Kang Jai for the yin-yang divine tree. The reversal law allows the yin-yang divine tree to potentially transform into an innate spiritual root after absorbing the star fruit tree. The law of destiny and the law of calamity are Kang Ji's plans for the future, especially after the Lich War. Kunpeng was completely dumbfounded as he watched the yin-yang divine tree unleash 12 laws. The divine tree before us has actually cultivated 12 laws, and all of them reached the perfection of the golden immortal realm. But didn't the yin-yang divine tree not yet develop sentience before? How did the divine tree, which had not yet developed sentience, cultivate the 12 laws to the perfection of the golden immortal realm? At this moment, Kunpeng sensed the aura of a conspiracy, and it was as a conspiracy against the demon race. However, Kunpeng had no intention of reporting it. All indications suggest that the witch clan clearly has more potential than the demon clan. Rather than be buried with the demon race, it's better to completely submit to the witch race. Thinking of this, Kunpeng's gaze toward the yin-yang divine tree burned even brighter. Make sure to befriend the tree in front of you. Befriending him is also befriending Kuo-shu. Just as Kunpeng was getting excited, the strange phenomenon in the heavens and earth that disappeared because of Kuo-shu's successful breakthrough suddenly reappeared. Huh? What's going on? Where did this strange phenomenon come from? Kunpeng was stunned for a moment and didn't come to his senses. When he came to his senses, he realized that the cause of the strange phenomenon was actually the divine tree in front of him. How could this be? Could it be? Kunpeng stared wide-eyed at the yin-yang divine tree with an incredulous expression. What kind of being could break through to the Taiyi golden immortal realm and cause such extraordinary phenomena in the primordial world? How could Kunpeng not know? Just as Kunpeng was shocked, a vast amount of celestial energy descended from the sky. Kunpeng was startled. This is bad. Without a second thought, Kunpeng darted away and quickly left the area. The yin-yang divine tree's breakthrough triggered extraordinary phenomena in the heavens and earth, breaking the connection between this isolated small space and the outside world. If we continue to stay here, we will surely be discovered. Without a second thought, Kunpeng hurriedly fled the place. As soon as Kunpeng left, the yin-yang divine tree eagerly poured all its essence, energy, and spirit into the law divine tree. As the essence, energy, and spirit were infused, the tree of laws began to condense into the flower of laws. First rank, second rank, third rank. When the 10th grade law flower bloomed, half of the primordial world was once again alarmed. This time, everyone was dumbfounded. Because of the existence of the yin-yang divine tree, very few people know about it. When they discovered that the cause of the strange phenomenon was actually a divine tree that had been created later, they were all astonished. But soon, they discovered the golden crow and the black rabbit on the yin-yang divine tree. 9 golden crows and 9 black rabbits. For a moment, everyone looked completely bewildered. When did the demon race give birth to 9 golden crows and 9 black rabbits? The black rabbit is fine. It usually stays on the Tane star and rarely participates in major events in the prehistoric world. But the golden crow is the symbol of the demon race, the royal family of the demon race, and also represents the destiny of the demon race. Originally, the fall of the 9 golden crows had significantly reduced the fortune of the demon race. But now, the demon race is about to give birth to 9 golden crows. If successful, the demon race's fortune will soar. Now, there are less than 20,000 years left until the Dao ancestors' 30,000-year deadline. At this critical juncture, the sudden appearance of 9 golden crows and 9 black rabbits among the demon race is quite significant. Many people's eyes flickered, and their gazes toward the demon race became uncertain. Although the Wu tribe gained an ancestral witch, who was suspected to be the reincarnation of Pangu, the demon tribe also gained 9 golden crows and 9 black rabbits. More importantly, this divine tree that nurtured the golden crow and the black rabbit seems a bit strange. Actually bloomed 10th grade law flower. No! It's already. When everyone saw the yin-yang divine tree unleash the 11th phantom of a law flower, they were completely stunned. What's going on? It's one thing for the book to bloom with an 11th grade law flower, but after all, it belongs to the ancestral witch of the witch clan, and is even suspected of being the reincarnation of Pangu. But what about this acquired divine tree? Not only can it nurture golden crows and black rabbits, but it can even bloom 11th grade law flowers. At this moment, not only was the entire prehistoric world stunned, but even Tai and Dijun were equally dumbfounded. How did the yin-yang divine tree, which they sealed, suddenly break through its cultivation level? Not good. The two realized at the same time that someone had disturbed the sacred tree. "My son!" Dijun cried out inwardly and hurriedly looked towards the place where the golden crow was conceived. "Phew! Thank goodness!" He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the 9 golden crows were safe and sound. But then Dijun frowned again. The yin-yang divine tree's breakthrough signifies that it has developed sentience. The yin-yang divine tree, which has given birth to sentience, can no longer be measured by ordinary spiritual roots. At this point, the yin-yang divine tree was able to control the life and death of the 9 golden crows and the 9 mysterious rabbits. After all, both the golden crow and the black rabbit can only be nurtured by the yin-yang divine tree. If the yin-yang divine tree wished, it could even stop the gestation of the golden crow and the black rabbit. At that time, the golden crow and the black rabbit will only face certain death. More importantly, even if the yin-yang divine tree continues to nurture the golden crow and the black rabbit, since the yin-yang divine tree has already developed intelligence, the golden crow and the black rabbit that it nurtures will also establish a connection with it, and you may even regard it as their parents. This is something Dijun cannot accept. But even if he refused, there was nothing he could do unless he didn't want the 9 golden crows and the 9 mysterious rabbits. In this situation, Dijun felt very complicated, and even forgot that there were still the 12 ancestral witches not far away. After the yin-yang divine tree appeared, the 12 ancestral witches naturally took notice of it. When they saw that the yin-yang divine tree could actually nurture the golden crow and the black rabbit, a murderous intent immediately arose in their hearts. They had witnessed the terror of the golden crow, especially for ordinary creatures in the primordial world. Once that the golden crow burns the sky, even the witch clan cannot withstand it. Kwafu was once toyed with and killed by 9 golden crows, which shows how terrifying the golden crows are. Now, this strange tree in the heavenly court has actually given birth to 9 golden crows and 9 black rabbits, which is a huge threat to their witch clan. If the appearance of the golden crow and the black rabbit only aroused the 12 ancestral witches' murderous intent, then the blooming of the 11th grade law flower from the yin-yang divine tree completely shattered their illusions. This strange tree must die. Without a second thought, the 12 ancestral witches ignored the stunned Emperor Jun and led the witch clan to attack the heavens. Tai was the first to come to his senses, and was furious when he saw the Wu clan's behavior. Although he was also surprised by the breakthrough of the yin-yang divine tree. Regardless of the circumstances, the yin-yang divine tree also belongs to their demon race. Now, it has even blossomed into an 11th grade law flower, comparable to the book-praising ancestral witch of the witch clan. Based on that alone, he couldn't possibly let the yin-yang divine tree get into trouble. This is the source of their demon race's confidence, their confidence to compete with the witch race. Otherwise, if the witch clan produces someone who can bloom an 11th grade law flower, while the demon clan does not, it will be a huge blow to the demon clan. "Big brother, stop them!" Tai shouted loudly, waking Dijun. At the same time, Tai took out the chaos bell, and with a ringing of the bell, the world suddenly fell silent. The 12 ancestral witches, who were originally heading towards the heavenly court, instantly frozen in place. Sensing the power of the chaos bell, The 12 ancestral witches immediately tried to break free. The existence of the yin-yang divine tree has greatly threatened their Wu clan. Even if they reveal part of their cultivation level today, they will still destroy the yin-yang divine tree. In an instant, Dong Guangtai's expression changed, and he shouted, "Help me." Once he regained his senses, Di Jun didn't hesitate and immediately released his own laws to help Tai stabilize the Chaos Bell. Do you really think the Chaos Bell can stop us? Di Jiang let out a cold laugh and prepared to break free of the Chaos Bell's restraints with all his might. But at that moment, another fluctuation appeared in the world. Before everyone could recover, another extraordinary phenomenon appeared in the primordial world. Hey, big brother, does this look like the strange phenomenon that happened when I and that weird tree broke through to the next level? Who had been observing the primordial world was the first to notice the anomaly and immediately alerted Dai Jiang beside him. Dai Jiang, who was about to make a move, was taken aback and then noticed the new fluctuation in the world. That direction is human? Di Jiang looked at Zhu Jiuyin beside him with some uncertainty, his face full of question marks. Is there any human capable of causing extraordinary phenomena in the heavens and earth? It should be noted that when the three ancestors of the human race broke through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, no unusual phenomena were triggered. Not to mention, the current aptitude of these humans is not even as good as that of the three human ancestors. Brother, it seems to be that human boy who's been getting close to me. Although sealed by the Chaos Bell, Zhu Yin still saw the strange phenomena among the human race through the river of time. Zhu Juyin waved his hand, temporarily setting aside the need to break the Chaos Bell's restraints, and to directly use the power of time to retrieve a scene from the human realm from the river of time. All the people saw was Sui Renfeng sitting cross-legged on Shuoyang Mountain, the land of human destiny, with three Suiren guarding him. At this moment, Suren Shifeng was releasing the 33 laws he had cultivated, each of which had reached the peak of the golden immortal realm. Moreover, at this moment all 33 laws blossomed into 9th flowers. However, this was not the end. The divine tree of laws, which had blossomed into a 9th grade flower, did not stop there. Instead, it showed signs of continuing to bloom. How is this possible? That brat, Suiren Shifeng, is just a human who was born after birth. How could he have such talent? The 12 ancestral witches recognized this human boy who was very close to their witch clan. The main reason is that Kua Shu had a good relationship with Suiren Shifeng, which made the 12 astral witches pay more attention to Suiren Shifeng. Even so, in their eyes, Suiren Shifeng was just so-so, and his future achievements were predetermined by his innate talent. But now, Suiren Shifeng has shown a talent that is no less than that of Kua Shu, which is astonishing to them. Moreover, Kua Shu only broke through 12 laws at the same time, while Suiren Shifeng broke through a full 33 laws at the same time. From this perspective alone, Suiren Shifeng seems to have a higher level of talent. Of course, the 12 ancestral witches did not believe that Kua Shu's overall qualities were inferior to those of Suiren Shifeng. After all, the book still possesses the body of a primordial being and the merits of creation. Just as everyone was shocked by Suiren Shifeng's talent, the strange phenomena caused by the yin-yang divine tree in the heavenly court gradually subsided, and the law flower that the yin-yang divine tree bloomed finally settled at the 11th rank. 11th grade. That strange tree of the demon race has actually blossomed into an 11th grade law flower. While keeping an eye on the situation of Suiren Shifeng, the 12 ancestral witches also kept an eye on the yin-yang divine tree in the heavenly court. Seeing this, some of the 12 ancestral witches became restless and wanted to attack the heavenly court again. But at that moment, Dijiang stopped them. "Don't rush. Let's check on the human boy first." Dijiang's eyes flickered, a strange light shining within them. Zhu Juyan also said, "Listen to your elder brother, we shouldn't be the ones in a hurry right now." Upon hearing this, both Zhu Rong and Gong Gong were taken aback and asked, somewhat puzzled, "Second brother, what do you mean by that? Why aren't we the ones in a hurry? Then who should be?" Zhu Juyan chuckled, glanced at the chaos bell that trapped them, and then looked up at the sky. The most anxious group right now is not the Wu tribe. Although the emergence of a human being with talent comparable to their own made them somewhat wary, they were only slightly wary, after all. The human race could not compare with them in terms of bloodline, aptitude, or racial fortune. Not to mention that Kuo-shu was the 13th ancestral witch clan. With support from all sides, they didn't think Kuo-shu would lose to a mere acquired human. Furthermore, since their witch clan and human clan are allies, they should be happy that their ally has produced a genius. So why should they be in a hurry? In contrast, the demon race. Although the demon race also produced a strange tree, it also blossomed with an 11th grade law flower. However, that strange tree had not yet taken human form, and compared to Kuo-shu and Suiren Shifeng, it ultimately had more constraints. Yes, the yin-yang divine tree did not take human form after breaking through to the Tai Golden, immortal realm. This surprised not only the 12 ancestral witches, but also the demons of the demon race. The only thing that wasn't unexpected was the yin-yang divine tree itself. Because when he wanted to take human form, the primordial heavenly Tao actually refused. The primordial heavenly Tao did not send down the tribulation of transformation, which completely stunned the yin-yang divine tree that was originally preparing to transform. My lord, what does the heavenly Tao mean by this? It's actually preventing me from taking human form. The yin-yang divine tree was furious and communicated with Kang Ji himself. Kang Ji's expression was somewhat solemn. In the primordial world, there were not many who were not allowed to take human form, but each one carries the weight of the various schemes of the primordial heavenly Tao. For example, many of the 10 innate spiritual roots were found early on and their intelligence was erased, turning them into natural treasures that could not take shape. Like the yellow plum and the naturally formed peach, they all have their own missions. Because of this, they not only cannot take human form, but their intelligence is also erased. Furthermore, the giant tortoise that was the last to support the sky was also unable to take human form, because it had long been targeted by Hongjun and intended to be used as a pillar to support the sky after the collapse of Buzhou Mountain. Now that the yin-yang divine tree has suddenly lost its ability to take form, Kang Ji has to think things through. With his eyes slightly narrowed, Kang Ji's thoughts raced. If this was Hongjun's scheme, according to Hongjun's original plan, both the Wu and Yao races would eventually decline. Once the demon race declines, will he, the yin-yang divine tree that has failed to take human form, still be able to gain any advantage? I'm afraid the final result will only be that he will be captured alive by some powerful figure. After capturing them alive, their intelligence is either erased and they are refined into magical treasures or planted as innate spiritual roots like peach trees. They will either be branded and enslaved for life. In short, as long as the demon race is gone, what waves can this yin-yang divine tree, which has failed to take human form, make? Thinking of this, Kang Ji felt a chill in his heart. If it is as he thinks, then it means that Hongjun has already set his sights on the yin-yang divine tree. What should we do then? Yin-yang divine tree asked anxiously. My lord, why don't you find a way to create a clone and use the power of enlightening all spirits to bring me into form? Looking at the anxious yin-yang divine tree, Kang Jai shook his head. Your size, too large. Unless you have an avatar with the power to enlighten all spirits that is 2 major realms higher than you, it is impossible to enlighten you. While the power of enlightening all spirits can help living beings take human form, it also consumes the energy of one's own body. It's fine to enlighten beings with low cultivation levels, but the yin-yang divine tree is just too big. In this situation, even those powerful beings who possess the laws of creation cannot help the yin-yang divine tree take form. Unless a being like Nua enlightens him. Unfortunately, what should we do? Are we really going to be tricked to death by that old silver coin? Yin-yang divine tree was unwilling to give up. Kang Jai narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, Don't worry, I have a plan, perhaps. Kang Jai explained his plan and yin-yang divine tree's eyes lit up. Is this even feasible? Won't that old silver coin Hongjun be furious? Looking at the yin-yang divine tree with its eyes shining, Kang Jai chuckled. Wouldn't it be better if it died of anger? Just as Kang Jai was communicating with the yin-yang divine tree, the commotion from Surenshi Feng's sangs finally took precedence over the yin-yang divine tree. After the yin-yang divine tree completed its breakthrough, the strange phenomenon completely disappeared. But at this time, Surenshi Feng also blossomed with a 10th grade law flower, and strange phenomena of heaven and earth covered a small part of the prehistoric world. However, the breakthroughs of Surenshi Feng were not the end. Because Surenshi Feng broke through 33 laws at the same time, he had higher requirements for his own foundation. However, the foundation of Surenshi Feng is still somewhat inferior to that of Kuashu and Yin-Yang Shenmu. After breaking through to the 10th grade of the law flower, Surenshi Feng seemed to be lacking in strength. Seeing this, everyone, whether they were demons, witches, or any of the myriad races of the primordial world, breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the human race is just a weak race in the prehistoric world. If even the human race can produce an 11th grade law flower, wouldn't that be a slap in their face? However, just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, Surenshi Feng shouted, Come here! A powerful force of fortune converged towards Shuoyang Mountain and then poured into Surenshi Feng's body. With the infusion of the power of human destiny, Surenshi Feng's initial feeling of weakness immediately disappeared. Using luck to break through, this kid has some guts. Streams of divine thoughts intertwined in the void above, uttering exclamations of wonder. Using the power of luck to increase the grade of the flower of law is not impossible, but the risks involved are huge, and very few people would do it. First, if one breaks through using the power of destiny, one will be completely bound to one's own race. Once the race is severely damaged, the backlash from destiny will also damage one's own foundation. This is tantamount to handing someone a handle to use against you, thus binding yourself to your race. Therefore, even if someone knows that the power of luck can help them improve the grade of their law flower, not many people will do it. Secondly, not just anyone can invoke the power of destiny. One must be recognized by the destiny of their race. Since the Azure Calamity is already bound to the destiny of humanity, mobilizing some of the human race's destiny is naturally a piece of cake. There was a reason why Kang Jai did this. It wasn't that he was unaware of the consequences of doing so, but rather that he did it intentionally and had no choice but to do it. Humanity is inherently weak. If humans were to produce 9th, 10th, or even 11th grade law flowers one after another, I'm afraid the entire primordial world would not let them go. Because such humans are too terrifying, they would instill fear in all living beings. Only by making yourself appear less capable, or even giving others leverage over you, will people lower their guard. There are quite a few people among the human race who are about to break through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, especially Kang Ji's own clone. These clones, even if they don't necessarily bloom into 11th grade law flowers, will definitely produce many 10th grade or 9th grade ones. If people knew that their human race had produced a large number of 9th and 10th grade law flower cultivators, even their ally, the Witch Clan, would probably not feel at ease. This would put humanity in even greater danger. If they want to preserve their human race for the time being, then they must make people look down on them and deliberately hand over their weaknesses. Using the luck of the human race to help him break through was the handle that Kang Ji deliberately handed over. Because in this way, these geniuses who break through by relying on the power of luck will no longer be a threat. If anyone dares to harm their race, they can easily weaken the human race's fortune by killing a large number of ordinary humans, thus severely injuring these geniuses, or even causing their cultivation to regress. With such leverage, the human race will not pose a threat to the myriad races of the prehistoric world. Kang Ji did this out of necessity, because many of his clones were on the verge of breaking through, and only in this way could he stabilize most of the races in the prehistoric world and prevent them from targeting the human race now. Otherwise, if multiple individuals with extraordinary talent were to emerge from the little human race, other races would definitely be tempted to kill them. Of course, while Kang Ji voluntarily handed over his weakness, he also made thorough preparations. You can't put all your eggs in one basket. Now that the world tree has evolved again and given rise to the endless world, it's a good opportunity to migrate a portion of the human race into it. Of course, Kang Ji needs to plan carefully to achieve this. If the beings of the primordial world notice anything amiss, they will certainly not allow him to succeed. With the infusion of human fortune, the slow-moving flower of the law of Suirenshi underwent another change. The 11th petal gradually took shape, and with the help of human fortune, broke through to the 11th rank in one fell swoop. At the moment of breakthrough, the extraordinary phenomenon completely covered the entire prehistoric world, and Suirenshi Feng also received a reward from the heavenly Dao. Hongjun didn't want to give these rewards, but he hadn't fully merged with the heavenly Dao yet, so he couldn't stop it. Looking at Suirenshi Feng, who had blossomed with an 11th grade law flower, Hongjun's eyes flickered uncertainly, while the other powerful beings also had complex expressions. Some were amazed, some were regretful, and some were gloating. The emergence of a being among the human race who has blossomed into an 11th grade law flower should, in theory, be cause for celebration and should have caused a sensation throughout the entire prehistoric world. However, this person only broke through to the 11th grade of the law flower by relying on the power of luck, and is now completely bound to the human race. If the human race is severely damaged, Suirenshi Feng will also be severely damaged. By then, even the talent of Suirenshi Feng might not be comparable to that of someone who has blossomed into a 9th grade law flower. If Suirenshi Feng didn't rely on the power of luck, he might not be able to bloom an 11th grade law flower, but a 10th grade law flower would have been a sure thing. With the potential of a 10th grade law flower, even if Suirenshi Feng cannot cultivate to the saint realm, he can still reach the quasi-saint realm. A quasi-saint is enough for the human race to establish itself in the prehistoric world, and it will not bind them to themselves. However, Surenshi Feng's current actions have bound him. Many people shook their heads and sighed, feeling sorry for the fate of Surenshi Feng. Even the demons who originally intended to annihilate the human race were now watching Surenshi Feng with great interest. A human race that has been compromised will naturally be less fearful. The 12 ancestral witches, who were imprisoned by the Chaos Bell, looked at each other in bewilderment. They had not expected that Suiren Shafeng would break through with the help of the human race's fortune. How could this kid be so stupid? Breaking through by relying on the power of destiny, isn't that just digging his own grave? Zhu Rong, with his fiery temper, muttered. However, Dijiang and Zhujiuyin exchanged a glance and saw amazement in each other's eyes. This kid is no ordinary person, Dijiang exclaimed. Zhu Juyin nodded. Anyone who can be chosen by me is indeed extraordinary. Their words surprised everyone. Zhu Rong stared at the two of them and said, Big brother, second brother, why are you praising that idiot? After glancing at his foolish younger brother, Dijiang didn't even bother to explain. Zhu Juyin explained, things are not as simple as they seem. Given the current situation of the human race, this is the best choice for him. As he spoke, Zhu Juyin explains to them in detail, and finally sighed. This is the only hope for the survival of their human race. After hearing the explanation, Zhu Rong and the others were dumbfounded. In particular, Zhu Juyin admitted that if Suirenshi Feng could bloom an 11th grade law flower without relying on the power of luck, their Wu clan might even take action against the human race. Zhu Rong and the others fell completely silent. It makes sense. How could they be at ease letting a being that could threaten their race grow? Just as everyone was marveling at the scene, another fluctuation emanated from the heavens and earth. Again, those who had not yet withdrawn their divine senses turned gazes back towards the human race. Fortunately, the fluctuations among humans this time were not as great as last time. Even so, the breakthroughs made by Yuchaoshi Mountain and others still surprised everyone. The Yuchao Clan Mountain has produced a 10th grade law flower, and it was almost able to condense the 11th petal phantom. Such talent, even with the help of the human race's fortune, still astonished everyone. Besides these, the other individuals who broke through also reached the 9th or 10th rank, which made the people of the prehistoric world increasingly terrified. If these people hadn't broken through by taking advantage of the human race's fortune, the entire prehistoric world would probably have already begun to besiege the human race. Have all these gone mad? In order to bloom a higher grade law flower, they've all used the power of destiny to break through. Countless powerful beings did not understand the actions of the human race, feeling that the entire human race had gone mad. They don't realize that the human race is inherently fragile. This crazy binding of the human race's destiny means that if the human race suffers a disaster, there won't even be anyone left to resist. While the living beings were puzzled by the actions of the human race, the demon race was also hesitant. Brother, have these humans gone mad? In order to bloom a higher grade law flower, they have actually trapped themselves, binding themselves to the human race. Why did they do this? Even without the help of luck, with their own talent, they should have no problem cultivating to the level of a great Luo golden immortal. Now, all those can raise the upper limit of one's own aptitude, it also traps oneself. This Dong Wang Tai was very puzzled and couldn't help but look at Dijun. Dijun squinted his eyes. He had guessed what the humans were thinking, but he did not explain. He always felt that the humans were doing this not just to protect themselves. Glancing at the Wu clan who were not in a hurry to break free of their restraints, Dijun turned to a subordinate beside him and said, Jiwaying, go and wipe out a portion of the human race. If possible, also wipe out those humans who have just broken through. Jiuying smiled cruelly, and without caring why Dijun did this, flew directly towards the human land. Meanwhile, the Wu clan members who saw Jiuying's actions were immediately startled. "Brother, the demon race is going to attack the human race." Zhu Jiuyan looked at Dijiang and asked hesitantly, "Should we provide support?" In this situation, if they don't help, the human race could suffer a blow. Once the human race suffers a severe blow, those human geniuses who have just broken through will also be severely injured and may never recover. This would be a good thing for the Wu clan. After all, the human race had just seen several Taiyi golden immortals break through to the next level, which had caused strange phenomena in the heavens and earth, putting them under great pressure and threatening them. However, if they do not provide support, a rift will inevitably form between the human race and their witch race. Just as Zhu Juyan was struggling with his decision, Dijiang spoke up. "Save them. Why not save them?" Dijiang looked towards the direction of the demon race and sneered. This was originally a test by the demon race to see if we would support the human race. If we don't provide support, they could wipe out the human race and damage our prestige among the myriad races of the prehistoric world. If a race won't even help its allies, why would other races pledge allegiance to us? The 12 ancestral witches were taken aback for a moment, then suddenly realized, but if the human race truly grows up in the future... Zhu Juyan hesitated slightly. Dijiang narrowed his eyes and said domineeringly, "So what if we grow stronger? Do you really think our Wu clan is weaker than the human clan?" Zhu Juyan's body trembled. He took a deep breath and shook his head fiercely. "Of course not. Even if they made these commotions with the power of their destiny, they could not possibly surpass our witch clan." Dijiang smiled slightly and nodded, saying, "Of course." After a pause, Dijiang continued, "We must save the human race, but not for nothing. They suddenly have so many geniuses. There must be some secret behind it. Let's take this opportunity to ask them properly." Everyone's eyes lit up. They hadn't expected Dijiang to have this idea. Having made up their minds, the group stopped hesitating and immediately mobilized their power, breaking the Chaos Bell's restraints in an instant. Caught off guard, Dongguang Taiyi stumbled. It's unbelievable that the Wu clan, who had been peacefully imprisoned, would suddenly launch an attack and break the Chaos Bell's restraints in one fell swoop. "Xiangliu, go and help the human race," Dijiang instructed. Immediately afterwards, Dijiang looked at the demon clan's heavenly court and said, "Let's go destroy that strange tree." Upon hearing this, the demon race immediately tensed up and forgot all about intercepting Xiang Liu. Now Dijun faces a dilemma. Should he obey the Dao ancestors' orders and continue to Wuzhuang Temple to kill Kuha Yi, or should he return to defend the heavenly court and block the attack of Guilan? As for the human race, it's just a matter of casually eliminating them. If we can eliminate them, we will eliminate them. If not, there will be plenty of opportunities later. Of course, this is also because all the geniuses of the human race broke through by relying on the power of luck. Otherwise, even at the risk of the heavenly court being attacked, he would have killed the newly enlightened geniuses among the human race first. Let's go back to heaven. In the end, Daijun chose to return to defense. As for Hongjun's request, I can only apologize. The story of Kuashu and Hao Yi still takes place in Wuzhuang Temple. Zhen Yuanzi possesses the Earth Book, so it's impossible for him to break through the Wuzhuang Temple's defensive formation in a short time. In this situation, choosing to continue attacking Wuzhuang Temple would put the Heavenly Court in grave danger. Gang Zhengjie had been paying close attention to the battlefield situation. Seeing this, He didn't rush to withdraw his attention from the yin-yang divine tree. He wanted to see Daijun and Tai Yi. Soon, Daijun and Tai Yi returned to the heavenly court and immediately went to the space where the yin-yang divine tree was located. Looking at the yin-yang divine tree, which had broken through to the Tai Yi golden immortal realm, and whose body had become even larger, a shadow of gloom flashed in Daijun's eyes. "Who are you?" Daijun looked at the yin-yang divine tree with a solemn expression. Although he was somewhat surprised that this space was found, what was even more terrifying was that the yin-yang divine tree had cultivated 12 laws to the peak of the golden immortal realm right under noses. Daijun did not believe that the yin-yang divine tree was just an ordinary spiritual root, much less that it had just developed sentience. It must be the reincarnation of a great master who deceived them all, thus enabling them to secretly cultivate the 12 laws to the peak of the golden immortal realm. Looking at Daijun's gloomy face and Dong Huangtai's curious scrutiny, Yin-Yang Divine Tree grinned. "Who I am is not important. What's important is that I can become a member of the demon race." "A member of the demon race?" Daijun narrowed his eyes, staring intently at the Yin-Yang Divine Tree. "You want to join the demon race? Why?" The Yin-Yang Divine Tree chuckled and countered. "I am a demon, so why can't I join the demon race?" Daijun slightly, but did not let his guard down, still scrutinizing the Yin-Yang Divine Tree. After a long silence, Daijun spoke again. "What do you want to get from the demon race? And what are you willing to give for the demon race?" Looking at Daijun's serious face, Yin-Yang Divine Tree chuckled. "Don't be nervous. Let's not talk about what I want to get first. You can first listen to what I can do for the demon race, and then you can give me the corresponding reward based on my contribution." Hearing Kang Ji's confident words, Daijun became interested, raised an eyebrow asking, "Then what can you contribute to the demon race?" "I can help nurture the demon race, including the golden crow and the black rabbit." Upon hearing this, Daijun was stunned for a moment. Then his pupils shrank sharply as he looked at the Yin-Yang Divine Tree in disbelief, and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Daijun's voice trembled slightly, as if he wanted to confirm, but also found it hard to believe. Yin-Yang Divine Tree chuckled. "It's just as you think. I cultivate the law of conception, and I also take into account the law of devouring and fusion. So as long as you give me the corresponding bloodline, I can help you conceive your offspring." Hearing the Yin-Yang Divine Tree's explanation, Daijun stared blankly at it, then looked at the golden crow and the black rabbit hanging on the Yin-Yang Divine Tree, and fell silent for a moment. "As long as I give you my bloodline, you can help me conceive offspring? Anyone's will do?" Tai Yi looked at the Yin-Yang Divine Tree with some excitement. The Yin-Yang Divine Tree nodded again. "That's right." After a pause, the Yin-Yang Divine Tree added, "However, if there is only one bloodline, the offspring born are more like clones. Only when two bloodlines combine can the offspring be considered true descendants." As Tai Yi listened to the explanation from the Yin-Yang Divine Tree, his eyes flickered as if he was thinking about something. Just then, Daijun finally came to his senses and looked at Kang Ji, asking, "Is there any limit to the number of children you can have?" The Yin-Yang Divine Tree thought for a moment. "As long as the heavenly Tao allows it, there are basically no restrictions." Daijun lowered his eyes, seemingly deep in thought. After a long while, Daijun raised his eyes and looked at the Yin-Yang Divine Tree, saying, "I agree to let you join the demon race. From now on, this will be your training ground." As he spoke, he made a series of hand seals which were imprinted into the void and the earth. Soon, divine runes appeared in the void and on the earth, eventually forming a seal. Daijun tossed the seal toward the Yin-Yang Divine Tree and explained, "This space is a primordial spiritual treasure called 100 Herbs Garden, and this seal is the core key to controlling the 100 Herbs Garden. After refining the key, it will be very difficult for anyone to this place without your permission. And since this place is part of the heavenly court, you don't need to worry about energy issues when cultivating here." Without hesitation, the yin-yang divine wood began refining the key. After initially refining the key, Kang Jai also learned the purpose of this 100 Herbs Garden. This is a place used to cultivate all kinds of rare and precious materials. It not only has a rich innate energy, but the earth also contains some of the 9 heavens' breath soil. Besides, the most precious thing in the entire 100 Herbs Garden was actually a lake he had never discovered before, which was the 3 lights divine water condensed from the stars of the heavens. The entire lake contained the 3 lights divine water. Even Kang Jai hadn't expected that such a treasure was hidden in the 100 Herbs Garden. You should know that even a single drop of the 3 lights divine water is very precious. Yet there is an entire lake of it in the 100 Herbs Garden. No wonder Dijun didn't bring the 100 Herbs Garden with him. It turns out he wanted to absorb the power of the Zhu Qian stars. Kang Jai was somewhat amazed. Although the 100 Herbs Garden was an independent, innate spiritual treasure, it had been part of the heavenly court since its birth. Only by placing it in the heavenly court can it draw upon the power of the heavenly court and absorb the power of the stars in the heavens, thereby condensing the power of the sun, moon, and stars into the 3 lights, divine water. Dijun had not refined the 100 Herbs Garden much before, which gave Kunpeng an opportunity to sneak in. However, now that the 100 Herbs Garden is in his hands, Kang Jai is naturally not going to be foolish enough not to refine it. Once the 100 Herbs Garden is completely refined, it won't be so easy for others to enter. Putting away the control seal, the yin-yang divine tree looked at Dijun with satisfaction. "Very good. I accept the heavenly emperor's gift." Dijun smiled, and his gaze toward the yin-yang divine tree was no longer filled with hostility and vigilance. "Welcome to the heavenly court. May I ask your name?" Just call me Zhoumu," yin-yang divine wood said with a thought. "Zhoumu." Dijun raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but secretly use the Heitu Luoshu to deduce the truth. "Aha!" Dijun suddenly groaned, his face instantly turning red. Taiyi, puzzled, turned to Dijun and asked, "Brother, what's wrong?" Dijun waved his hand, forcing down the blood in his mouth. Just now, he couldn't help but speculate on the name Zhoumu, on his past and future. However, before he could even see the deduced image clearly, a terrifying backlash almost caused his Dao to collapse. If the Hetu Luoshu hadn't blocked most of the backlash, and if he hadn't stopped his deductions in time, it probably wouldn't have been as simple as just spitting blood. A look of horror flashed in Dijun's eyes. What exactly had he deduced? How'd there be such a terrifying backlash? The image was very blurry, and he couldn't see it clearly at all. The image flashed by in an instant, and he could only make out 2 things. One was the yin-yang divine tree before him, but the yin-yang divine tree he saw was larger than the one he had seen before. Besides the yin-yang divine tree, he also saw the present-day Buzhou Mountain, which puzzled Dijun greatly. What is the relationship between Buzhou Mountain and the yin-yang divine tree in front of us? Why does the image of Buzhou Mountain appear when we deduce the name Zhoumu? Could it be that Zhoumu lived on Mount Buzhou in his previous life? Or perhaps Zhoumu was created by Buzhou Mountain? Dijun's eyes flickered, his heart unable to find peace. Regardless of the relationship between the yin-yang divine tree and Mount Buzhou, the mere fact that the name Zhoumu could cause him to suffer a backlash suggests that Zhou Mu is no ordinary person. After thinking for a moment, Di Jun looked at the yin-yang divine tree and said, Zhou Mu, your ability to help nurture any demon race descendant is extremely important to our demon race. Therefore, I intend to appoint you as the fourth emperor of my demon race. The fourth emperor after Nua, Donghuang, and Xihuang, the Wood Emperor. What do you think? You want to appoint me as the fourth emperor? The yin-yang divine tree was shocked. That's right. Although your cultivation level is a bit low, your role in our clan is enormous. It is not an exaggeration to appoint you as the fourth emperor. Yin-yang divine raised an eyebrow. How could he miss such a good thing? Okay, I'm willing. Yin-yang divine tree readily agreed. Di Jun laughed heartily, this time a truly unrestrained laugh. With a flick of his wrist, 4 strands of blood suddenly appeared in his hand, radiating the power of yin and yang. When Donghuang Tai saw the 4 streaks of blood, a glint of light flashed in his eyes. He recognized the owners of the 4 strands of blood, 2 of which belonged to his elder brother, Di Jun. The other 2 are those of Changxi and Sai. Holding the 4 strands of blood, Di Jun looked at the yin-yang divine tree and said, Emperor, can you help these 4 strands of blood to conceive offspring? The yin-yang divine tree looked at the blood in Di Jun's hand. Without saying a word, directly absorbed the 4 strands of blood. Under the influence of its laws of gestation, devouring, and fusion, the 4 strands of blood quickly condensed into 2 fruits, which hung on the treetops. As the 2 fruits successfully solidified, Di Jun could clearly sense that 2 faint lives were being nurtured within them. His bloodline with Sai is giving birth to a 3-legged golden crow. His bloodline with Changxi is conceiving a Taiyingxuan rabbit. As he sensed the 2 life forms gradually taking shape, a hint of excitement flashed in Di Jun's eyes. Both the golden crow and the black rabbit are very important to their demon race. However, whether it is the golden crow or the black rabbit, the difficulty of conceiving them is unimaginable. This is due to both the limitations imposed by the heavenly Tao and the reasons behind their powerful cultivation. The stronger one's cultivation level, the more difficult it is to conceive offspring. However, now that the yin-yang divine tree exists, everything has changed. With just 2 strands of blood, they can help conceive their offspring. What incredible fortune! Even if the offspring conceived in this way cannot compare with those conceived by their own parents. Ultimately, it helped them continue their bloodline and strengthen their race, which was of great importance to them. Moreover, if all the powerful members of the demon race were to leave behind bloodline offspring through the yin-yang divine tree, these powerful members of the demon race would fight even more fiercely, which would be a great thing for the demon race. Thinking of this, Di Jun's gaze toward the yin-yang divine tree softened even more. Wood Emperor, you should rest for a while. I will discuss this with the demons, and then announce to Earth that you will be appointed as the 4th emperor of the demon race. Watching Di Jun and Tai Yi leave the yin-yang divine tree slightly. My lord, it seems your plan has a higher chance of success. Kang Jai is playing a grand game. Making the yin-yang divine tree the 4th emperor of the demon race is more advantageous to him. This is nothing. Remember, when you conceive life in the future, remember to incorporate the law of destiny and connect the destiny of those offspring with ours. Yin-yang divine tree nodded repeatedly. If it weren't for the worry that Di Jun would notice something was wrong, he would have wanted to incorporate the law of destiny when he was nurturing the golden crow and the black rabbit. Those demon offspring who join the law of destiny will have their destiny bound to the yin-yang divine tree. The stronger these offspring become in the future, the more feedback they will provide to the yin-yang divine tree. Furthermore, since the law of destiny is based on the yin-yang divine tree, even if those offspring perish, it will not cause too much damage to the yin-yang divine tree. This is also why Kang Jai allowed the yin-yang divine tree to cultivate the law of destiny. Kang Jai is playing a grand game. He intends to bind all future demon races to the yin-yang divine tree. After calming his mind, and seeing that nothing was wrong with the yin-yang divine tree, Kang Jai withdrew his mind from the yin-yang divine tree and went to Suiren Shifeng. Sensing the situation of Suiren Shifeng, Kang Jai became somewhat solemn. Because of borrowing the fortune of the human race, whether it is him, Yuchao Mountain, or other human avatars, they are all bound to the human race, and very deeply so. If the human race suffers heavy losses, they will also ulcer heavy losses. This is extremely dangerous for them. Thinking of this, Suireng discussed it with the three ancestors of Suirenshi. You want to relocate a portion of the human race to other places to multiply and thrive. Suirenshi frowned and looked at Suiren Shifeng. Suiren Shifeng nodded. Father, you should be aware of the current situation. It is very dangerous for our human race if we do not have a safe place to recuperate and thrive. Suiren frowned. Do you have a safer place? Suiren Shifeng nodded and shook his head. Just as the three ancestors frowned, Suiren Shifeng explained, there is no absolutely safe place in this world. I just want to settle our human race in more places so that we can share the risks. The three ancestors of Suirenshi exchanged glances, and Suirenshi asked, where do you plan to place them? What? About Jinao Island and Wuzhuang Temple? Suiren Shifeng asked tentatively. Jinao Island and Wuzhuang Temple. We can understand Jinao Island, but would your master agree to it? Furthermore, we have no connection with Zhen Yuanzi, the great immortal of Wuzhuang Temple. Would he agree to this? Faced with this question, Suiren Shifeng shrugged. We have to give it a try. I'll talk to my master about it. As for Wuzhuang Temple, Suiren Shifeng paused for a moment and said, I have heard that Zhen Yuanzi is a kind-hearted immortal. Now that Kuashu Zuu is there, perhaps we can ask him for help inquiring. Whether it succeeds or not is another matter. If it succeeds, it will be a good thing for our human race. After thinking for a moment, the three ancestors of Suirenshi finally nodded and said, let's try it as you say. As soon as they finished speaking, Suiren Shifeng suddenly turned his head and looked in the southwest direction. Father, the enemy is coming. Suirenshi took a step forward and headed towards the direction from which Juing had flown. At the same time, Kong Xuan and the Golden Eagle, who were staying in the human race's territory, also took flight and chased after Suiren Shifeng. The three ancestors of Suirenshi exchanged glances and followed suit. Senior brother, the newcomer seems very strong. Kong Xuan flew to Suiren Shifeng's side and looked in the southwest direction. Although the person had not yet been seen, the terrifying aura of the nine-headed serpent had already swept over them. After shaking off Yang Liu, Zhu Ying arrived here at top speed, but slowed down when he got near the human race's territory. After slowing down, Zhu Ying immediately released its aura and slowly pressed down on the human race. He is a quasi-saint realm expert. Suiren Shifeng said solemnly, although the immortal slaughtering sword formation can trap quasi-saint level experts. However, the immortal slaughtering sword formation had already been given to Kuashu, so on the surface, he did not possess the immortal slaughtering sword formation. Of course, he could also use the immortal slaughtering sword formation, claiming it was a magical artifact given to him by the ancestral witch Kuashu. However, doing so would make them too close and easily arouse suspicion. Unless absolutely necessary, Sui Renshifeng did not want to use his natal magic weapon. As the nine-headed serpent drew ever closer, Suiren sighed. Is that the only thing we can do? Since Kang Jai dared to allow Sui Renshifeng to break through in the human race's territory, it was impossible for him to be completely unprepared. Long before preparing for his breakthrough, Sui Renshifeng had asked the Golden Eagle to return to Jinao Island and obtain some life-saving items from his fellow disciples. It's a pity that my master is still in seclusion. Otherwise, I could have asked him for another set of the immortal slaughtering sword formation. The life-saving items obtained from senior brothers and sisters are all one-time use magical treasures. Once used, they are gone. Kang Jai doesn't want to expend energy unless absolutely necessary. However, without those life-saving items, they seem to be no match for a quasi-saint level expert. Just as Sui Renshifeng hesitated about whether to use his trump card, he suddenly received a message from Kuashu. Xiangliu is here? Sui Renshifeng's eyes lit up. If Xiangliu, who was also a quasi-saint, were to help, Zhuing would not be invincible. However, Xiangliu has been left behind Zhuying, and it will take him some time to get here. And during this period, they need to stall for time. Just as Sui Renshifeng was pondering how to stall for time, Zhuying licked his lips and gradually pressed down on the human race. Humans, oh humans, it's all your fault for not being born into this world. And after you were born, you refused to obediently become food for my demon race. As Zhuying savored the memory of the human his subordinates had given him, he involuntarily swallowed. He came here not just to carry out Daijun's orders. He had noticed the unusual behavior of the humans as early as when his subordinates brought them food. In his original view, the human race, a weak and acquired race, could only serve as food to fill their stomachs. However, his surprise, after he swallowed those humans, he discovered that the bottleneck that had been stuck for so long had actually loosened a little. If it weren't for his unique physical structure, with 9 heads possessing 9 different abilities, one of which is ultimate control over his body, it was this ability that allowed him to discover the secrets of the human race. Other demon races would never have discovered this situation unless they had devoured a large number of humans. For this reason, he has never objected to his own people offering him human sacrifices as food. Now, due to his long-term consumption of humans, his bottleneck has been significantly loosened. If he can devour enough humans this time, perhaps he can break through the bottleneck and advance his cultivation to a higher level. Thinking of this, Zhuying quickened her pace as she walked towards the human race. As Zhuying approached, a cold glint flashed in Sui Renshifeng's eyes. He sensed a great deal of resentment from the 9-headed serpent. That's the resentment one harbors towards humans only after devouring a large number of them alive. Furthermore, because Kang Jai controlled the human realm, Sui Renshifeng easily sensed the resentment of the human race on Zhuying, as well as its intense greed. Has this guy discovered a secret about humanity? Sui Renshifeng's contracted, and his heart pounded wildly. The reason why the human race suffers is precisely because of its unique characteristics. Human flesh and blood have a fatal attraction for the demon race, helping them to accelerate their cultivation and even break through bottlenecks. Furthermore, the souls of humans are an important material for the witch-slaying sword. Kang Jai wasn't sure how much Zhuying knew, but at least the fact that humans could help the demon race's cultivation was something Zhuying definitely knew. Otherwise, he wouldn't have shown such greed. This guy can't be kept alive! Murderous glint flashed in Sui Renshifeng's eyes. He knew he couldn't let Zhuying, who had devoured humans and discovered their secrets, live. However, Xiangliu has not yet arrived. Even if they use their life-saving items, they may not be able to completely capture him. Just as Suren Shifeng was pondering a countermeasure, a golden red light appeared in the distant sky and headed towards the human race. Upon seeing the golden red light, even Zhuoying stopped in his tracks and frowned as he looked at the newcomer. Bah! A sharp, golden phoenix cry rang out, followed by a golden-red phoenix rapidly approaching. With a whoosh, a graceful figure appeared in the arena. Jin Feng had transformed into a heroic and spirited woman. The woman landed, glanced indifferently at Zhuoying, who was standing outside the human race, and then her gaze fell on Suren Shifeng. She slowly said, "By order of the goddess Nua, I will take Suren Shifeng to the Nua palace." "Little one, come with me." Jinfeng looked at Suren Shifeng, waiting for his response. Suren Shifeng was slightly taken aback and asked in surprise, "Does the Holy Mother want to see me?" Jinfeng nodded expressionlessly, glanced at Zhuoying again, but said nothing. Upon seeing this, Suren Shifeng frowned slightly, glanced at Jinfeng, then at Zhuoying, and began to have some guesses in his mind. It must have been Nua who saw his potential and didn't want him to perish in this calamity for humanity, so she wanted to take him away from the human race. As for why Nua didn't directly stop Zhuoying from slaughtering the human race, it's because was originally the demon queen Nua, and the human race was just a race that Nua created casually. On one side is the demon race to which he belongs, and he enjoys the fortune of the demon race. On the other side is the race he created, which also enjoys the fortune of the human race. In this situation, directly helping either side is not a good idea. Therefore, Nua thought of helping the human race preserve fire. As long as humanity is not wiped out, given their rapid reproduction rate, they will soon be able to recover to their former state. From the perspective of a sage, Nua's actions were nothing special. From Surenshi's perspective, he certainly wouldn't have wanted to. If Zhuoying wants to slaughter the human race, they will kill Zhuoying. The appearance of Jin Feng has given him an opportunity. This must be the Golden Phoenix Fairy by Her Majesty's side, right? Suren Shifeng asked. Jin Feng frowned slightly, somewhat impatient, and wanted to take Suren Shifeng away directly. "I am Jin Feng. The Empress wants to see you. Don't waste time here. Come with me quickly." He was about to forcibly take Suren Shifeng away, but Suren Shifeng hurriedly took a step back and came to Kong Xuan and Jin Peng's side. "Golden Phoenix Fairy, don't be in such a hurry. There's no rush to see the Empress. First, take a look at who these two are." Seeing Surenshi pointing at Kong Xuan and Jin Peng, Jin Feng frowned. She really didn't want to linger here, and even less did she want to get involved in the affairs between the demon race and the human race. But when he saw Kong Xuan and Jin Peng, he was stunned. A feeling both familiar and strange rose from the bottom of her heart. Jin Feng stared blankly at the two of them. "You two are..." Suren Shifeng grinned and said, "Speaking of which, Fairy Jin Feng is actually from the same clan as the two of them." "The same clan?" Jin Feng's pupils shrank. "You are also from the Phoenix clan?" But she immediately sensed something was wrong. The aura emanating from Kong Xuan and Jin Peng was somewhat different from that of the Phoenix clan. Before Jin Feng could ask, Suren Shifeng spoke first. "They are not only of the same clan, but their mother is Yuan Feng." "What? You two are the clan chief's offspring?" Ignoring everything else, Jin Feng rushed to Kong Xuan and Jin Peng, asking excitedly. At this moment, Jin Feng no longer cared about being used by Kang Jai and stared excitedly at Kong and Jin Peng. Kong Xuan and Jin Peng were surprised by Jin Feng's excitement. They glanced at Suren Shifeng and then nodded. Jin Feng forced herself to calm down, glanced at the composed Suren Shifeng, and then looked at Zhuoying, who was waiting outside the human race and was already getting impatient. Jin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Before Surenshi Feng could continue speaking, Jin Feng suddenly raised his hand and cast several talismans, which were directly imprinted on Kong Xuan and Jin Peng. In an instant, a phoenix cry emanated from Kong Xuan and Jin Peng's bodies, followed by two illusory figures bursting out from their bodies and appearing in the void. Before Surenshi Feng could stop her, Jin Feng made a hand seal, which made Surenshi Feng worried. Fortunately, the hand seals Jin Feng made only activated the bloodline phantoms within Kong Xuan and Jin Peng, and two phoenixes filled with ancient and majestic auras appeared in the void. It really is the clan leader. Upon seeing the two illusory figures, Jin Feng trembled with excitement. Just as Jin Feng spoke, the two illusory figures simultaneously lowered their heads and looked down. When the phantom saw Kong Xuan and Jin Peng, its eyes actually moved. At this moment, Kong Xuan and Jin Peng also saw the phantom in the sky. The moment they saw it, they froze, and then murmured, "Mother, mother." The phantom suddenly let out a phoenix cry, lowered its head and nuzzled against the Kong brothers. Kong Xuan and the other two instantly burst into tears, transforming into their true forms and rubbing against the illusory image of Yuan Feng. Seeing this scene, Jin Feng secretly wiped away her tears. Meanwhile, the nine-headed serpent, who was outside the human race, stared wide-eyed and murmured, "Yuan Feng! It's actually her. Those two boys, could they be her offspring?" Juing troubled. If Kong Xuan and Jin Peng were Yuan Feng's offspring, then Jin Feng would not stand idly by. "Damn it! No matter who you are, if you dare to ruin my plans, I'll wipe out your entire Phoenix clan." A sinister glint flashed in Juing's eyes. The Phoenix clan of today is no longer the Phoenix clan of the Dragon and Phoenix era. Otherwise, Jin Feng wouldn't have willingly become Nua's mount. All she wanted was to protect the Phoenix clan and find them a powerful backer. Nowadays, the Phoenix clan, including Juing, are not afraid of them. Not only has Yuan Feng become the seal of the undying volcano, but it will also be forever suppressed by the undying volcano and cannot leave it at all. Even the remaining phoenixes only dared to cower inside the dying volcano, helping Yuan Feng suppress it. He, Juing, was not afraid of such a Phoenix clan. As one of the 10 demon generals of the demon race, the power he can mobilize is far beyond what the current Phoenix clan can match. If Jin Feng dares to ruin his plans, he will surely annihilate the Phoenix clan afterwards. Just as Juing was thinking this, Yuan Feng finished being affectionate with her two sons and looked at Jin Feng. "Bah!" With a phoenix cry, Yuan Feng seemed to say something to Jin Feng. Jin Feng quickly and respectfully clasped his hand response. "Don't worry, clan leader. I will take good care of the two young masters and ensure their safe growth." Yuan Feng cried out, once more, finally turning its gaze to Surenshi Feng in the arena. Upon seeing Yuan Feng's gaze, Surenshi Feng hurriedly bowed respectfully. Yuan Feng gave Surenshi Feng a deep look, but said nothing. He glanced at Kong Xuan and Jin Peng one last time, and finally returned to their bodies. Before Surenshi Feng could react to Yuan Feng's disappearance, Juing was already rushing towards the human race. Seeing this, Surenshi Feng, Kong Xuan, and Jin Peng immediately came to the edge of the human race and looked at Juing with solemn expressions. Seeing this, Jin Feng's eyes flashed with a struggle. But she eventually came to Kong Xuan and Jin Peng's side and looked at Ju Ying with a solemn expression. "9 infants, what brings you to the human realm?" Ju Ying stopped in her tracks, her face darkening as she looked at Jin Feng and coldly snorted. "I am here on the orders of the Heavenly Emperor. Jin Feng, do you intend to stop me?" Jin Feng's expression changed, but she ultimately stood in front of Kong Xuan and the others, saying, "The human race was created by the goddess Nua. Do you really intend to offend her?" Nine-headed serpent snorted again. "Golden Phoenix, don't try to cause trouble here. Although the human race was created by the Empress, don't forget the human race is just an acquired race created by the Empress at will. And is food created for my demon race? Since it's food, then one should be prepared for it. What's wrong with me coming here on the orders of the Heavenly Emperor to collect some food?" Jin furious. "You're talking nonsense. When did Her Majesty ever say that humans are food for demons? Don't spout such nonsense and ruin Her Majesty's reputation." Nine-headed serpent scoffed. "Our queen is the Nua of my demon race. What else could she be but food for our race? If the Empress cared about these ants, why would she remain silent?" The Empress's silence means she tacitly agrees. Jin Feng pointed at Jiu Ying, wanting to reprimand him. But when she thought of the two Western saints who were acting on the orders of the Dao ancestor and blocking their Nua palace, Jin Feng dared not reveal the truth. Seeing the fearless Jiu Ying, Jin Feng stomped her feet in anger and said resentfully, "Don't cause trouble here. The Empress sent me to take Sui Renshifeng to Nua Palace. Doesn't that show that the Empress has always been concerned about the human race? If you insist on going against the Empress, I will report this matter to her, and then we'll see how you handle it." Jiu Ying's expression changed, but when he thought of the help the human race had given him to improve his cultivation, he was unwilling to give up. With a quick glance, Jiu Ying said in a deep voice, "Since your Majesty specifically requested Sui Renshifeng, I will naturally not oppose your Majesty. However, His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor wishes to see those few people in the human race who have just broken through." Jiu Ying stared at Jin Feng and said, "You wouldn't want to stop His Majesty, Heavenly Emperor, from seeing the person he wants to see, would you?" Jin Feng's expression changed. Facing Jiu Ying already put her under immense pressure. If they offend Di Jun, their Phoenix clan will be in real danger. Just as Jin Feng hesitated to hand over the person Jiu Ying wanted, Kong Xuan spoke up. "Sister Jin Feng, could you help us stall for time? The Wu clan will be here soon. Once the Witch clan arrives, you won't be in such a predicament." Jin Feng's heart stirred. She glanced at Kong Xuan and nodded without making a sound. He then looked up at Jiu Ying. "I naturally dare not stop His Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor, from taking the people he wants, but Jiu Ying, are those people really the people His Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor, wants? Or is this just your excuse?" These were originally Jin Feng's words to stall for time with unreasonable arguments, but as soon as she finished speaking, a hint of panic flashed in Jiu Ying's eyes. However, this moment of panic was fleeting, and she immediately shouted, "Jin Feng, I've been so tolerant. Do you really think I'm just good-tempered?" Yuan Feng's heart sank. Just as she was about to say something, a loud shout came from afar. "9 infants! You dare to cause trouble in the human race? You're courting death." Jiu Ying's heart sank. He hadn't expected Xiangliu to arrive so quickly. After glancing at Jin Feng opposite him, and then at Xiangliu, who was rapidly approaching, Jiu Ying hardened his heart and prepared to grab the person. But the next second, the environment changed. Jiu Ying's vision blurred, and the human race in front of him disappeared, replaced by a desert. Jiu Ying narrowed her eyes and immediately realized that she had been caught in an illusionary formation. Without a second thought, Jiu Ying swayed and immediately reverted to its original form, its 9 heads shaking and releasing the power of water and fire. Although Jiu Ying possesses 9 abilities, its strongest are the powers of water and fire. At the same time, 2 golden wheels appeared amidst the water and fire. These were the nine-headed serpent's natal magic treasures, the sun and moon golden wheels. The moment Jiuying revealed its true form, it was about to break through the formation in front of it. However, at that moment, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared from above. Without a second thought, Jiuying summoned the sun and moon golden wheel and used it to block the upward attack. With a loud clang, the sun and moon golden wheel was knocked away without any obstruction. The sun and moon golden wheel, hastily attempting to block it, was no match for this attack. After the sun and moon golden wheel was knocked away, a terrifying golden giant sword appeared in the sky. The giant sword continued its downward trajectory, glaring fiercely at the nine-headed serpent's true form. Wah! The nine-headed serpent let out a terrified cry like a baby, trying to stop the giant sword's attack. However, this was a life-saving item that Suirenshi Feng obtained from his senior brothers and sisters. It contained a one-time attack specially made for them by the Tongjian sect master, and the attack strength had reached the quasi-saint realm. With this sword strike, the three heads of the nine-headed serpent were severed almost without any resistance, and the serpent instantly let out a shrill scream. The sudden turn of events was something no one had anticipated. Even Jin Feng, who was standing to the side, did not expect that Suirenshi Feng would make a move so suddenly, and they were so ruthless when they started. Jiuying's strength is even greater than hers. Even so, the nine-headed serpent was severely injured after only one move by Suirenshi Feng. Looking at the sword talisman that Suirenshi Feng had just taken out, a hint of envy flashed in Jin Feng's eyes. Jin Feng recognized it at a glance. It was a sword talisman made by a sage. They knew that Suirenshi Feng was a newly accepted disciple of the Tongjian sect leader. But to everyone's surprise, the Tongjian sect leader was so kind to this human who had been born later in life, and actually gave him such a life-saving item. Seeing Jiuying's miserable appearance, Jin Feng couldn't help but shudder. But Jin Feng's expression changed immediately, and she stomped her foot, saying, "You little brat, you've caused trouble." Jin Feng said anxiously, "Jiuying is one of the 10 great demon generals of the demon race. He will not let you off the hook after you have severely injured him like this." Suirenshi Feng didn't take it seriously and said coldly, "Since you won't let us go, then die." Suirenshi Feng stepped forward, manipulating the formation while simultaneously sending a telepathic message to Xiangliu. "Great Shaman Xiangliu, how about we join forces to kill him?" Xiangliu, who had just arrived, was still marveling at the methods of Suirenshi Feng. But when he heard this, Xiangliu was stunned. Of course he knew who Jiuying was. But it was precisely because he knew him that he was shocked by Suirenshi Feng's idea. How insane that a mere human dares to attempt to annihilate the nine-headed serpent. After the initial shock, Xiangliu was filled with excitement. Jiuying is one of the 10 great demon generals of the demon race. If he is killed here, the demon race will surely be shaken. This is also a blow to the demon race. As for him, this is also an achievement. Killing one of the 10 demon generals of the demon race will surely impress the astral witches and reward him handsomely. Thinking of this, Xiangliu no longer hesitated and asked excitedly, "What do you want me to do?" Seeing that Xiangliu agreed, Suirenshi Feng also breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the agonizing Jiuying, Suirenshi Feng said directly, "Help me restrain him, and don't give him a chance to heal his wounds. I'll exhaust his strength and energy to the maximum extent possible, then find an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow." Xiangliu's eyes lit up. A one-hit kill? Good! Xiangliu thought of the attack that Suirenshi Feng had just launched. If it could happen again, perhaps Jiuying would really die. Without further hesitation, Xiang Liu immediately engaged in a fierce battle with the heavily injured Zhu Ying. The battlefield changed quickly that Jin Feng had not anticipated it. By the time she came to her senses, Surenshi Feng had already joined forces with Xiang Liu to fight Zhu Ying. You, how could you do this? The demon race will not let you get away with this. Seeing Jin Feng's anxiety, Surenshi Feng didn't take it seriously. The demon race has always wanted to slaughter our human race. We are destined to be enemies to the death. In that case, being able to slay one of their demon generals is a great thing for our human race. Jin Feng stamped her foot. You're too arrogant. With your human race's meager strength, you think you can contend with the demon race? Your actions will even implicate the two young masters. Upon hearing this, Kong Xuan immediately interrupted. Sister Jin Feng, please don't say that. We are as close as brothers to our senior brother. How could we possibly implicate him? Besides, the demon race has gone too far. What's wrong with killing one of their demon generals? Seeing that Kong Xuan and Jin Peng didn't take it seriously, Jin Feng was so anxious that she stomped her feet. Kong Xuan makes it sound so easy, but those are demons. The Phoenix clan of today is no match for them. Seeing Jin Feng's anxiety, Surenshi Feng chuckled and looked at the Zhu Ying and Xiang Liu locked in combat. Surenshi Feng said, Is Fairy Jin Feng worried the demon race will retaliate against the Phoenix clan? Jin Feng stiffened and slowly turned to look at Surenshi Feng. Since you knew, why did you still do it? Surenshi Feng turned to look at her and said with a relaxed expression, Relax, the demon race can't do anything to you at all, so why are you afraid of them? Huh? Jin Feng was taken and frowned. What do you mean by that? The Phoenix clan now only dares to hide in the undying volcano. You actually say we don't need to be afraid of the demon clan? Do you know that with the Phoenix clan's current strength, if any demon general leads a portion of the demon race to the undying volcano, our Phoenix clan is doomed to annihilation. Hearing this, even Kong Xuan and Jin Peng became nervous. Ultimately, they are also members of the Phoenix clan, and naturally they don't want anything to happen to the Phoenix clan. However, Surenshi Feng remained calm and chuckled. Your strength is indeed inferior to that of the demon race. But the demon race also dares not touch you. The demon race doesn't dare to touch us? Jin Feng was still puzzled. Karma, Surenshi calmly uttered 2 words. Karma? Jin Feng frowned and repeated the 2 words, still not understanding what was going on. Seeing that Jin Feng still couldn't figure it out, Surenshi Feng was speechless. Were all the creatures in the prehistoric world too simple-minded? He had given her so many hints, yet she still didn't understand. Taking a deep breath, Surenshi Feng said, Your Phoenix clan is now guarding the undying volcano, which is a meritorious deed for the primordial world. It is precisely because of this that your past karma is gradually being eliminated as you can guard the immortal volcano. However, if the demon race dares to lead a large army to attack your Phoenix clan, that would be to undermine your Phoenix clan's defense of the undying volcano, and would disrupt the stability of the prehistoric world. If they dare to do that, you can openly announce to the world your situation, and explain that you need to evacuate the undying volcano. If the undying volcano erupts, it will be the demon race's problem. If you are forced to leave the undying volcano due to the actions of the demon race, although you will be burdened with karma again, the demon race will only be burdened with even greater karma. Under these circumstances, I don't believe the demon race would dare to do anything to you. Upon hearing this, Jin Feng was completely stunned. Is this even possible? Isn't this moral blackmail? No, it should be called karmic kidnapping. Originally, their Phoenix clan had fallen into such a state due to their karma. But now, according to what Surenshi Feng said, these karmic debts have become a protective umbrella for their Phoenix clan. Although they need to guard the immortal volcano indefinitely, this also means that no one dares to make a move against them. If they encounter danger, they simply abandon the situation, claiming that the other party has threatened their racial security. Suddenly, Jin Feng's eyes lit up, as if she had seen a different path to heaven. Turning to look at Surenshi Feng, Jin Feng found it increasingly strange. What a shameless person it must be to come up with such a scheme, even plotting against the laws of heaven. Cough cough! Feeling a little embarrassed by Jin Feng's gaze, Surenshi Feng asked, "What does Fairy Jin Feng think?" Jin Feng's eyes darted around, and she said somewhat embarrassedly, I have to go back to the clan to discuss it." Looking at the thin-skinned Jin Feng, Surenshi Feng curled his lips. However, Surenshi Feng said nothing more and turned to look at the battlefield. In the midst of the battlefield, thanks to the help of Surenshi Feng, who single-handedly formed an army, the aftershocks of the battle did not reach the human race. However, the struggle between Xiang Liu and Zhu Ying has reached a stalemate. Seeing this, Surenshi Feng frowned slightly. At this rate it will take a while. Kang Jai couldn't help but turn his attention to the Wuzhuang temple, hoping that Kua Shu and Hao Yi come and help. Unfortunately, inside the Wuzhuang temple, Kua Shu, who had broken through to the golden immortal realm, did not leave the temple immediately, but instead began discussing the Tao with Zhen Yuanzi again. This time, Zhen Yuanzi was perhaps shocked by Kua Shu's talent, and actually took the initiative to show some of his own supernatural abilities, indirectly teaching Kua Shu. Among these is the limitless distance, supernatural power that Kua Shu has always desired. At the same time, Zhen Yuanzi also took the newly transformed weed clone as his disciple, and named him Wu Xing. Seeing that Kua Shu and Hao Yi were still cultivating, Kang Jai had no choice but to withdraw his attention and continue looking at the battlefield. There was no hope for Kua Shu, so Kang Jai had to rely on himself. He glanced Jin Feng beside him. It would be even better if Jin Feng could help. Seemingly guessing what Surenshi Feng was thinking, Jin Feng shook her head and said directly, "It is impossible for me to help you hunt down Zhu Ying. I am the mount of the goddess Nua, and she is the demon queen of the Nua clan. You want me to join forces with the Wu clan to kill Zhu Ying? Do you think that's possible?" Surenshi opened his mouth, but ultimately sighed helplessly. He also knew that it was impossible to get Jin Feng to take action. "It seems I can only rely on myself." Muttering to himself, Surenshi Feng looked at the three ancestors of Surenshi. "Father, my two uncles, lend me your power." The three, including Suiren, were back. Surenshi asked worriedly, "But we are all at the great Luo, immortal realm. Can you withstand our power?" Surenshi Feng nodded. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." The why Surenshi Feng dared to do this was because of the fate of the human race. Only by relying on the fortune of the human race could he borrow the power of the three ancestors for his own use. Moreover, he wasn't trying to absorb their power in his body, but rather to input it into the formation. His formation is too weak now. After all, he is only at the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. It is already remarkable that he can be of even the slight use to cultivators at the Dalio Golden Immortal Realm. It is impossible for him to achieve anything against a quasi-saint realm expert. Only by using the power of the three ancestors to increase the strength of the formation can the nine-headed serpent within the formation be affected. Without hesitation, Surenshi Feng channeled all the power of the three ancestors into the formation. Zhu Ying, who was locked in battle with Xiangliu, suddenly sensed that the environment had changed once again. This time, however, there were many more attacks in the sky. Although these attacks were not fatal to him, they were very disruptive. After a fierce battle, Zhuing finally couldn't hold back any longer. "Kid, get out here right now." Sui Renshi ignored the wind and was only thinking about sending Zhuing to hell. Just then, Zhuing suddenly said, "Boy, if you don't come out or let me go, I will expose the secrets of your human race." Upon hearing this, Sui Renshi Feng's heart trembled, but Qiangzi remained calm. Ignored it. The third ancestor of the Suiren clan, standing to the side, was taken aback and couldn't help but ask, "Human secrets? What secrets do we humans have?" Sui Renshi Feng said in a deep voice, "This must be that guy trying to trick us. We don't need to pay any attention to it." Seemingly guessing what Sui Renshi and the others were thinking, Zhuing said loudly, "Don't think I'm lying to you. This secret is unknown even to your own human race. This concerns the life and death of your human race. If you don't come out, I will expose your secrets, and then, your human race will be completely wiped out." Hearing Zhuing's words, the third ancestor of Sui Renshi became somewhat anxious. Feng, that guy seemed to be making it sound very convincing. Could it be true? Sui Renshi Feng remained silent. Of course, he knew it was true, and he understood that he couldn't let Zhuing continue speaking. He could only shake his head at the three of them. "I don't know either. I'll go ask him." With that, he took a step forward, already close to the battlefield. Sui Renshi Feng did not appear directly in front of Zhuing, but spoke from across space. "Zhuing, I know you say this only to seek a glimmer of hope. You think we'll just let you go like this? That's impossible." As he spoke, Sui Renshi Feng didn't forget to transmit his voice to Xiangliu. "Great Shaman Xiangliu, prepare yourself. I will take advantage of his momentary lapse in concentration to kill him with one blow. You must prevent his soul from escaping." Xiangliu's eyes lit up, and he transmitted his voice. "Don't worry, he can't escape." Sui Renshi breathed a sigh of relief, then said to Zhuing, "If you want us to release you, you must pay the corresponding price. As for your so-called secret, we don't care. Don't try to fool us with those idiot tricks." Hearing the distrust tone of Sui Renshi Feng, Zhuing felt resentful. At the same time, Zhuing also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he could escape this calamity, he would definitely make the human race pay. As for Sui Renshi Feng not believing in him, Zhuing had no doubts either. After all, he only discovered that secret by accident. However, in the instant he relaxed his mind, 4 sword beams shot into the sky and attacked from under Zhuing. Puff, puff, puff! Several heads were struck by the sword light in succession. After the sword light disappeared into the sky, the 5 heads fell to the ground with a series of loud thuds. "Great Shaman, make your move." Of the remaining 6 heads of the 9-headed serpent, 1 survived, only being cut in half and not falling completely. In this situation, Sui Renshi Feng was extremely anxious and hurriedly shouted at Xiangliu. Xiangliu was prepared, and just before Sui Renshi could utter a sound, a wind blade slashed past. The last head of the 9-headed serpent fell off. Watching helplessly as its 9 heads were severed, the 9-headed serpent let out a shrill scream. "Human, you're courting death!" A divine soul burst forth from the last head, about to soar into the sky. However, at that moment, Xiangliu, who was prepared, sneered and said, trying to run, "Where do you think you're going?" With a swift grab, the earth, wind, water, and fire elements coalesced into a miniature world, directly reaching for the 9-headed serpent. Seeing that escape was impossible, Zhuing roared in fury. "Human brat, Xiangliu, you forced me to this!" Upon hearing this, Sui Renshi Feng was startled and quickly shouted, "Watch out!" At the same time, Sui Renshi Feng returned to the edge of the human race and shouted to Jin Feng, Fairy, save me! No sooner had the words left his mouth than a roar rang out. Human brat, don't think that. Killing me will keep your human race's secrets hidden. I'll be waiting for you to pay with your lives. With a loud boom, followed by a deafening roar, Xiang Liu's entire body was thrown into the air. Even though Suirenshi Feng had already removed the formation immediately, Jiuying's self-destruction still affected him. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and then Suirenshi Feng's pupils shrank dramatically as he stared ahead in horror. The self-destruction of the nine-headed serpent not only blasted Xiang Liu away, but the energy it released also flowed towards the human realm. This was the self-destruction of a quasi-saint realm expert. Even though Xiang Liu blocked most of the impact, the remaining energy was beyond what the current human race could withstand. Seeing that the explosive energy was about to affect the human race, Suirenshi Feng prepared to release the Zhuxian sword formation at all costs to resist it. In this situation, only the immortal slaughtering sword formation can withstand such an attack. Just as Suirenshi Feng was about to make his move, a phoenix cry rang out. The golden phoenix transformed into its true form, flew in midair, and fiercely flapped its wings forward. Boom! The two waves of energy collided, and the golden phoenix was sent flying backward uncontrollably. Fortunately, thanks to Jin Feng's intervention, the aftershocks of the energy attack were blocked, and the remaining energy was easily blocked by the three ancestors of Suiren. Suirenshi Feng also breathed a sigh of relief. It had just too dangerous. He hadn't expected that Jin Feng would choose to intervene at this crucial moment. Looking back at the slightly disheveled Jin Feng, Suirenshi Feng felt a little embarrassed. Steadying herself, Jin Feng glared fiercely at Suirenshi Feng. Are you satisfied now, kid? With Jiuying gone, the demon race won't let you off the hook. Suirenshi Feng had naturally anticipated this, but he did not regret it. If the nine-headed serpent is not killed, the human race will suffer a severe blow, and the secrets of the human race will also be exposed, which is definitely not what Suiren Feng wants to see. Rather than be slaughtered, it's better to kill the other party. Of course, Suirenshi Feng was also aware of the consequences of doing so, and couldn't help but look at Kong Xuan and Jin Peng. Junior brothers, could you do your senior brother a favor? Kong Xuan and Jin Peng exchanged a glance. Kong Xuan waved his hand and said, Senior brother, there's no need to be so polite. There's no need for such formalities between us brothers. Suirenshi Feng didn't stand on ceremony and nodded, saying, In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. I would like to ask my two junior brothers to help me take some humans to Jinao Island, Wuzhuang Temple, and settle them there. Ah, Feng, are we going to migrate now? Suirenshi asked hesitantly. Suirenshi Feng nodded. Father, there is no time to lose. If we kill Jiuying, the demon race will certainly not let it go. If the enemy attacks, it will be very difficult for the human race to resist with its current strength. Therefore, we need to separate a portion of the human race, and then gather the remaining humans together, moving them towards the direction of the witch race. In this way, we can ensure the safety of humanity as much as possible. But senior brother, Master might agree to the Jinao Island issue, but what about the Wuzhuang Temple issue? Kong Xuan raised another question. At Wuzhuang Temple, the ancestral witch Guashu helped us make the connection, and the great immortal Zhenyuanzi has already agreed. Everyone was stunned, and a sharp glint flashed in Jin Feng's eyes. She had certainly heard of Guashu's great name. Jin Feng had never expected that this mysterious 13th ancestral witch would have such a good relationship with Suirenshi Feng. Just then, a sound came from not far away, and Xiang Liu struggled to crawl out of the ground. Suirenshi hurriedly flew over. Xiang Liu, was in a terrible state. One of his heads had even been blown apart. Seeing this, Su Renshifeng was also startled. If it weren't for Xiang Liu, even if he had a trump card that would have allowed him to kill Jiu Ying, the energy from Jiu Ying's self-destruction would have destroyed most of the human territory. Many thanks to the great shaman Xiang Liu this time, said Su Renshifeng, bowing in gratitude. Xiang Liu, transformed into human form, crawled out of the pit, and waved weakly. There's no need for that. Your human race and my witch race are allies. As allies, how could we stand by and watch you die? After pausing and regaining some strength, Xiang Liu continued. Moreover, killing the 9-headed serpent is a great thing for our witch clan. I will definitely be rewarded when we return, so you don't need to worry too much about it. Even so, we should still express our gratitude to Su Renshifeng. Just as Su Renshifeng was about to say something, Xiang Liu waved his hand, then flipped his hand and suddenly produced 2 items. This is Jiu Ying's natal magic weapon, the Sun and Moon Golden Wheels. It's useless to me, so I'll give it to you. This, looking at the golden wheel of the Sun and Moon in Xiang Liu's hand, Su Renshifeng did not take it. Although this magic weapon is useless to Xiang Liu, it is, after all, an innate spiritual treasure. The Sun Golden Wheel and the Moon Golden Wheel. When these magical treasures are combined, their power is no less than that of a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. The reason why we were able to kill Jiu Ying so easily this time was because Jiu Ying did not have the opportunity to unleash the full power of this magic weapon. Otherwise, with this innate spiritual treasure, it would have been impossible to kill the opponent so easily. Hey, just take it when I tell you to. Why are you dawdling like that? Without saying a word, Xiang Liu shoved the Sun and Moon Golden Wheel into the hands of Su Renshifeng. Looking at the golden wheel of the Sun and Moon in his hand, Su Renshi was unsure whether to accept it or not. After some thought, Su Renshifeng finally accepted the Sun and Moon Golden Wheel. The reason he accepted the Sun and Moon Golden Wheel was because he thought of the World Tree within the Chaos Body. Although the World Tree has evolved into the fully evolved Chaos World Tree, however, the World Tree is not yet a mature entity. Many of the endless worlds within it have only just been created. These newly created worlds could not naturally evolve into the celestial bodies of the Sun, Moon, and stars. A world without the Sun, Moon, and stars is ultimately unsuitable for the normal life of humankind. But it would be different if we had the Sun and Moon Golden Wheel. He could make the Sun and Moon Golden Wheel fly around the World Tree continuously, thus projecting the Sun and Moon Golden Wheel onto the World Tree like the Sun and Moon. As for the celestial bodies, it's even easier. They can be directly projected using the laws of stars. Once the infinite worlds within the World Tree evolve into true worlds, there will naturally be no need to worry about the lack of Sun, Moon, and stars. However, the World Tree now needs the Sun and Moon Golden Wheel to replace it. Having made up his mind, Su Renshifeng no longer hesitated. After accepting the Sun and Moon Golden Wheel, he thanked Xiang Liu again. Xiang Liu waved his hand and bid farewell to Su Renshifeng, saying, "I have to go back quickly. The demon race has lost a demon general, and they will certainly not let this go. I will inform the ancestral witches, and you humans should also be prepared." Su Renshifeng nodded solemnly. "We understand, and we will migrate our people as close as possible to the Wu tribe." Seeing this, Xiang Liu nodded in satisfaction, and then left without looking back. As soon as Xiang Liu left, Jin Feng said impatiently, "Now that everything is settled, hurry up and come with me to see the Empress. If we are delayed any longer, don't blame me if the Empress gets angry." Upon hearing this, the 3 ancestors of Su Renshi hurriedly urged, "Ah Feng, you should quickly follow the ferry to see the Goddess. Don't worry about things here, we will take care of everything. Seeing this, Suiren Shifeng nodded and looked at Jin Feng, saying, "Let's go." Just as Jin Feng was leading Suiren Shifeng to Nua's palace, news of Zhuang's death also reached the demon race. At this moment, Di Jun had just gathered all the high-ranking members of the demon race and was preparing to discuss the Yin-Yang Divine Tree's advancement to the fourth demon emperor. Your Majesty, I disagree. Who knows if Zhu Mu is a fraud? Kunpeng directly voiced his opposition, which was something the Yin-Yang Divine Tree had secretly discussed with him. Kunpeng must project an attitude of resistance and disgust towards the Yin-Yang Divine Tree in front of everyone. This would not only clear him of suspicion for trespassing into the 100 Herbs Garden, but also lower Dijin's guard against him. If the Yin-Yang Divine Tree and Kunpeng were joined forces, Emperor Jun would probably be the first to feel uneasy. Looking at Kunpeng's strong opposition, Dijin frowned, wondering if it wasn't him who had broken into the 100 Herbs Garden. Dijun's first suspect was Kunpeng, because Kunpeng was the most likely candidate. Those with the power and time to commit crimes are either Kunpeng or Fuxi. Since Nua became a saint, Fuxi has become very low-key, rarely involved in the affairs of the demon race, and it is even less likely that he would trespass into the 100 Herbs Garden. Although Kunpeng was severely injured and was in seclusion to recuperate, he had both the time and the strength to break into it. But Kunpeng's current performance doesn't seem to fit that description. If Kunpeng helped Yin-Yang Divine Tree break the seal and restore its intelligence, why would it so strongly oppose Yin-Yang Divine Tree advancement to become the fourth emperor of the demon race? Or rather, was he acting? Di Jun squinted and secretly observed Kunpeng, but Kunpeng's expression was firm, and it didn't seem like he was acting. If it were acting, Kunpeng should have given up after a while, because truly opposing the Yin-Yang Divine Tree becoming the fourth emperor would not benefit Kunpeng. However, Kunpeng's attitude was resolute, which left Dijun somewhat puzzled. At this moment, Kunpeng was actually quite uneasy. The Yin-Yang Divine Tree said that he only needed to firmly oppose it, and he didn't need to worry about anything else. Now, because of his persistent opposition, Dijun has become somewhat hesitant. Could this backfire? Looking at the others, they were also somewhat hesitant. After all, they had never actually seen the Yin-Yang Divine Tree give birth to offspring. If they are fraudsters, then wouldn't they have to submit to a fraudster? After all, Dijun was preparing to announce it to the world. Once this is announced to heaven and earth, it will be tantamount to acknowledging the status of the Yin-Yang Divine Tree, and it won't be easy to change it later. Seeing this, Baizi tried to smooth things over, saying, "Demon Master, there's no need to be so agitated. I know what the Demon Master is worried about. In fact, we are worried about the same thing. If the other party is merely deceiving His Majesty, once His Majesty announces this to the world, a large portion of our demon race's fortune will be diverted from them. If the other party can really help us have offspring, then so be it. Because that would also increase the fortune of our demon race, so it wouldn't hurt to share some with him. But what if they deceive us, or have limited abilities, and can only produce a few offspring?" Then, Baizi didn't continue, but Dijun understood what he meant. At the same time, Dijun also guessed the reason why Kunpeng was against it. This guy is probably feeling sorry for the amount of demonic luck he gets to enjoy. Among the demon race, the higher one's status, the more blessings one can enjoy from the demon race's fortune. With the Yin-Yang Divine Tree becoming the fourth emperor, Kunpeng's status will inevitably decline. In this way, Kunpeng will enjoy less of the blessing of the demon race, which Kunpeng is naturally unwilling to accept. Daijun thought he had guessed the reason for Kunpeng's opposition, and his suspicions about Kunpeng lessened. However, he was unaware that Kunpeng didn't care about the luck bonus from the demon race at all. After all, in his view, the demon race had chosen to perish. Even the fourth emperor of the demon race, whom Emperor Jun is about to personally appoint, is a member of the witch race. What can the demon race use to fight against the witch race? Just as Kunpeng was lost in thought, Dijun spoke up. Bai is right, and the demon masters are valid. Just as Daijun was thinking about how to resolve everyone's concerns, a little demon, guarding the demon summoning banner, rushed in. Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. The true spirit of the nine-headed demon general has returned and is summoning demons. Because the demon summoning hall collects a wisp of soul from all the demon races. Once these demons who have entered the demon summoning hall die, their true spirits will automatically return to the demon summoning hall, where they will slowly nurture their divine souls and then be reshaped into new physical bodies. This is similar to the investiture of the gods in the hands of the Taoist ancestor, sharing a similar essence. It was precisely because of this ability that the vast majority of demons did not resist Emperor Jun's rule. Although the demon summoning banner controls the life and death of the demon race. However, it also grants those who have been afflicted by the demon summoning banner an extra life. Even if they die, they will be resurrected in the demon summoning anime. Upon hearing of Zhuang's death, the crowd erupted in uproar. Now, with great calamities erupting everywhere and calamity energy permeating the primordial world, the secrets of heaven are in chaos, to the point that even with the death of the nine-headed serpent, they failed to detect the abnormality in time. You mean the nine-headed serpent's true spirit has returned to summon demons? Dijun looked at the little demon who came to deliver the news with a gloomy face. The little demon nodded repeatedly in terror. Your Majesty, it's absolutely true. I wouldn't dare lie to you. Dijun waved his hand, and a stream of light flew out from somewhere in the heavenly court, then flew towards him and landed in Daijun's hand. Everyone looked at the demon summoning banner in Daijun's hand, with somewhat puzzled expressions. Within the demon summoning banner lies a wisp of their soul. Although they gained an extra life as a result, they also lost their freedom. Just as everyone was lost in thought, a ray of light flew out from the demon summoning banner and transformed into the phantom of nine-headed serpent. It really is Zhuang. Everyone was shocked. How could Zhuang have died after just one trip to the human realm? Even though Xiang Liu chased after him, he couldn't kill Zhu Ying by himself. Could it be that other high priests were involved? But everyone felt it was unlikely. If other great shamans were involved, Zhu Ying would have run away long ago. How could she have remained foolishly silent until her death without sending them a message? Little did they know that Zhu Ying hadn't sent them a message immediately, because she wanted to monopolize the benefits of the human race. Zhu Ying never expected that Suiren Shifeng would have so many trump cards, so much so that he was unable to unleash his full strength before his death. And he was also unable to send a message to the demon court. Now that the true spirit has returned to the demon summoning arc, it can only be considered his bad luck. Looking at Zhu Ying, who had failed to even condense a soul form, Dijun also had a headache. We can't even find out the situation now, because Zhu Ying's soul is too fragile. Fortunately, Bai Zi spoke up at this moment. Your Majesty, a message just came from a minor demon near the human realm, in the lower realm. I roughly know what happened. Dijun was overjoyed and quickly inquired. After Bai Zi finished speaking, everyone was furious. Humans are courting. The demons were furious. How dare these lowly humans join forces with the witch clan to hunt down their demon general? It was simply unforgivable. Brother, I'm gonna wipe out the human race right now. Dong Huang Taiyi stood up abruptly, ready to cause trouble for the human race. But then Kun Peng spoke slowly. Dong Huang, do you want us to fight the Wu clan now? Taiyi paused, looking at Kun Peng with an unfriendly expression. Demon Master, are you going to stop me from taking revenge? Kun Peng calmly shook his head and said indifferently, Dong Huang, have you forgotten what's happening outside our demon court? Upon hearing this, the demons who had been furious all fell silent, because they then remembered that the 12 ancestral witches were still wandering outside the demon court. The 12 ancestral witches had always wanted to enter the demon court and destroy the yin-yang divine tree. Therefore, he is currently lingering outside the demon court, attempting to break into it. Unless the demon race wants to start a full-scale war with the witch race, it will probably not be easy for them to leave the demon court now. With Taiyi's strength, he could indeed force his way out. However, once the demon court loses Taiyi, it won't be easy to stop the 12 ancestral witches. The 12 ancestral witches don't need to fight the demon court to the death. They only need to restrain them, find the yin-yang divine tree, and destroy it. At that time, the prestige and authority of their demon race will suffer a huge blow. Regardless of whether they bestowed the title of the yin-yang divine tree upon them as the fourth emperor of their demon race, the fact that the yin-yang divine tree had blossomed into an 11th grade law flower makes it impossible for them to allow anything to happen to it. That is why Dong Huang Taiyi cannot leave the demon court. Taiyi understood this, but he was very unwilling. Are we just going to let it go like this? Did our demon general die in vain? Sing Taiyi's anger. Everyone else felt equally aggrieved. As Daijun gazed at the illusory image of the nine-headed serpent, a glint of light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Although the demon summoning banner can bring dead demons back to life, it also has many limitations. First, the demon summoning banner needs to combine the true spirit with a wisp of soul left in the banner to regenerate a new soul entity. After nurturing a new soul, a new physical body is reshaped using various rare and precious materials and a drop of essence blood left behind. However, the resurrected demons will certainly not be as good as their original aptitude. But what if we use the yin-yang divine wood? The yin-yang divine tree once said that if there is only one bloodline, the resulting creature will be almost like a clone. If that's the case, is it possible to allow the true spirit and remnant soul of the nine-headed serpent to possess the newborn body at the very beginning of its development? Thinking of this, Daijun couldn't wait to give it a try. If his 9 dead children could do it, then Zhuang should be able to as well. Daijun coughed heavily and explained his thoughts. Since we can't leave the demon court now, let's not seek revenge on the human race for the time being, but first test my conjecture. If successful, it would be a great thing for our demon race. Even if you die in the future, you need not worry, as you can be resurrected with the help of the Wood Emperor. The body obtained after resurrection in this way is far better than that obtained through the demons and summoning banner. As for the human race, a cold glint flashed in Daijun's eyes. Once the 12 ancestral witches leave, we'll wipe them out immediately. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment, and then nodded in agreement. They also wanted to see if the yin-yang divine tree was truly as miraculous as had described. If it's true, the thought of being resurrected after death, with the same bloodline and a high degree of compatibility, excited everyone. Upon arriving at the 100 Herbs Garden again, Daijun directly stated his purpose. Your Majesty's method isn't entirely unworkable, but ultimately, there will be a slight disconnect between the physical body and the soul conceived in this way. Daijun waved his hand dismissively, saying, "What's a little bit of estrangement? It's better than using a body conceived through the demon summoning technique." The yin-yang divine tree nodded. "That's true." After thinking it over, the yin-yang divine tree couldn't refuse. Even if it disliked Juing, it had to help nurture him. But nurturing 9 infants like this is not Kangji's style. Once Juing awakens, it will likely contact Jun immediately. At that time, the secrets of the human race will surely be known to the demon race. When that time comes, the myriad demons will slaughter the human race and feed on them, which is not what Kangjai wants to see. To delay the discovery of humanity's secrets, I must do something. Thinking of this, the yin-yang divine tree looked at Emperor Jun and the demons. "Your Majesty, everyone, I do have a method that can increase the compatibility between the soul and the body. I wonder if your Majesty would be willing to try it." Daijun's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but ask, "What method?" Even the other demon generals were excited, because if they were to be resurrected using this method, they hoped that their souls and bodies could be more in sync. Yin-yang divine tree chuckled, "Your Majesty, the method is actually quite simple. We seal all of the 9-headed demon general's memories, making him appear as a blank soul. Then we use the fortune of our demon race to help him disguise himself as a new life form, thereby deceiving the heavenly Tao and making his soul and body as compatible as possible." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, and Bai Zi couldn't help but ask, "Is this all right?" The yin-yang divine tree glanced at Bai Zi, shrugged and said, "Whether it's feasible or not, we'll know once we try it out." The group exchanged glances and finally looked at Daijun. After a moment's thought, Daijun finally nodded and said, "Then let's give it a try." As he spoke, Daijun took out a drop of essence blood, which was the essence blood that Jiu Ying had left in the demon summoning formation. With the essence blood, Daijun then handed over the true spirit of Jiuing, as well as that wisp of remnant soul, to the yin-yang divine tree. Without further ado, the yin-yang divine tree first absorbed the essence and blood of the 9-headed serpent, and then condensed a fruit on its treetop. After doing all this, the yin-yang divine tree sent the 9-headed serpent's true spirit and remnant soul into the fruit. At the same time, the yin-yang divine tree used its demonic identity to mobilize the demonic energy. However, at this moment, Daijun waved hand, and a large amount of demonic energy surged into the yin-yang divine tree, which he could then use at will. The yin-yang divine tree naturally wouldn't hold back. While mobilizing the fortune of these demon races, it secretly integrated its own fortune laws and fortune power into these fortunes, using the demon race's fortune as cover, and with his own fortune power as the core and the laws of fortune as the needle and thread. He shuttled between the soul and body of the 9-headed serpent, completely integrating his own fortune power into the 9-headed serpent's body. As its own fortune power merged in, the fortune power, like a contract, attached itself to Jiuing's soul and body, and became hidden. From now on, a portion of the fortune gained by Jiuing will be fed back to the yin-yang divine tree. Moreover, the yin-yang divine tree can secretly manipulate the 9-headed serpent's fortune, causing it to backfire when necessary. After completing all of this, the yin-yang divine tree slowly came to a halt. In everyone's eyes, after a series of operations by the yin-yang divine tree, the 9-headed serpent actually began to gestate anew. Moreover, according to their observations, the 9-headed serpent's soul and physical body were highly compatible. In fact, they could not detect any flaws whatsoever. How is this any different from being reborn? Aside from having its memories temporarily sealed, Jiuing is now like a newborn. Everyone was very excited, and their gazes toward the yin-yang tree changed. There is a difference between seeing something with your own eyes and hearing about it secondhand. Now that they have witnessed the rebirth of the nine-headed serpent, no one opposes the yin-yang divine tree, becoming the fourth emperor of the demon race. Just as Daijun thought no one objected and was about to announce it to the world, Kunpeng spoke again. "I disagree." Kunpeng spoke again, and everyone glared at him angrily. The existence of the yin-yang divine tree is equivalent to giving them an extra life, and one that doesn't diminish their aptitude by much. How could they possibly object to such a stroke of good fortune? Not to mention, the yin-yang divine tree can also help with conceiving offspring. They have seen the golden crow and black rabbit hanging on the top of the yin-yang divine tree. Given such good fortune, why would they object? But Kunpeng objected again. This time, not only were Daijun and Tai Yai displeased, but the other 10 demon generals also looked at Kunpeng with anger on their faces. However, Kunpeng seemed not to see this and shouted directly at the yin-yang divine tree. "I don't believe you can bear offspring, unless you help me bear an offspring." Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned, and then they immediately cursed Kunpeng for being shameless. I originally thought this guy was out of his mind to insist on opposing the yin-yang divine tree becoming the fourth emperor. But now it seems that this is what they were planning. Even Daijun and Tai Yai did not expect that Kunpeng would be so shameless. Only the yin-yang divine tree, seeing this, chuckled and said, "Oh, I wonder what kind of offspring the demon master wishes to conceive? Is it a child of a single bloodline, or a true offspring born from the union of two bloodlines?" Kung hesitated for a moment, then said somewhat embarrassedly, "Can we conceive one of both?" "Both?" Crowd once again berated him for being shameless. They could easily see Kunpeng's intentions. Offspring born from the union of two bloodlines are true offspring. The offspring conceived through a single bloodline are practically clones of the Kunpeng. If Kunpeng needs it, it can directly possess the other party. If they share the same bloodline and physical body, it will be much easier to possess another's body. The only troublesome thing is the soul that is born during gestation. But for them, such souls are simply gone once they're gone. This will also save them a lot of time, so why not? For a moment, everyone looked at Kunpeng with mixed feelings. Kunpeng truly lives up to his reputation as a demon master. His intellect and cunning are far beyond what they can match. Faced with Kunpeng's request, the yin-yang divine tree immediately nodded in agreement. Of course. Seeing that the yin-yang divine tree was so easy to talk to, the other demons immediately became restless. However, they didn't rush to speak, wanting to see if the Kunpeng could really give birth to two offspring. Kunpeng didn't stand on ceremony. With a flick of his hand, 3 bloodlines appeared immediately, as if he had prepared them in advance. 2 of them are of my bloodline, and the other one. At this point, Kunpeng suddenly became a little hesitant. Seeing this, everyone became interested, and their gossip-loving spirit ignited. Even Daijun and Tai Yai were not spared, and the yin-yang divine tree was no exception. Seeing everyone staring at him, Kunpeng coughed lightly. "It's not what you think. This blood was obtained from my battle with a strange beast. That strange beast was quite peculiar. Although it could not transform into human form, its strength was extremely powerful." Kunpeng paused, then said, "So I want to try and see what kind of creature would be born if my bloodline and her bloodline were to combine." Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. They hadn't expected it to be like this. If one were to find a very powerful bloodline, would it be possible to conceive an even more powerful offspring? The crowd's expressions flickered. They were not in a hurry to have offspring. but instead wanted to find some powerful bloodlines first. However, they were also curious whether such a bloodline combination could really produce offspring. Everyone couldn't help but look at the yin-yang divine tree. At this moment, the yin-yang divine tree was also confused, because his first thought of the giant tortoise in the North Sea. It's not surprising that Kunpeng, who also lives in the North Sea region, would encounter that giant tortoise. However, he did not expect that Kunpeng would combine the bloodline of giant tortoise with his own bloodline. Thinking of this, the yin-yang divine tree was also curious about whether the bloodlines of the Kunpeng and the giant tortoise could be combined. If so, how will Kunpeng face that giant tortoise in the future? After all, they have children together. The giant tortoise's ultimate fate was to have its limbs cut off to support the heavens and the earth. When that time comes, what choice will Kunpeng make? In an instant, the 8 trigrams heart of the yin-yang divine tree also began to burn fiercely, and its gaze toward the Kunpeng became even more ardent. Feeling the gaze of the yin-yang divine tree, Kunpeng suddenly felt a little uneasy. Ahem! Mr. Zumu, can these 2 bloodlines produce a child? Yin-yang divine tree regained its senses, took the 3 portions of blood and said, I've never actually tried this before. Generally speaking, it is safest to try between 2 bloodlines that have already produced offspring. In a situation like yours, which has no precedent, I really can't say. Yin-yang Shenmu spoke frankly, and everyone was curious whether this situation would actually work. Even Dai Jun and Tai Yi were very curious, especially Tai Yi. Does that mean he can also find some powerful bloodlines to conceive his own offspring? Amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, the yin-yang divine tree first nurtured the unique bloodline of the Kunpeng. Immediately afterwards, the yin-yang divine tree absorbed the Kunpeng and another bloodline. The moment the bloodline entered its body, the yin-yang divine tree confirmed that it was indeed the bloodline of that giant tortoise. The yin-yang divine tree attempted to combine the 2 bloodlines. However, the 2 bloodlines are extremely incompatible. Even with the Didaring law and the fusion law in place, the 2 bloodlines still repel each other. The yin-yang divine tree carefully sensed the condition of the 2 bloodlines. Although they repelled each other, there was still hope for them to unite. However, in this situation, it is extremely difficult to combine the 2 bloodlines, something that the yin-yang divine tree cannot do now. Without hesitation, yin-yang divine tree explained the current situation. After listening to the description, Di Jun asked, You mean that although the 2 bloodlines are incompatible, there is still hope for them to combine, but with your current strength, it is difficult to do so? The yin-yang divine tree nodded, and was about to say yes, when suddenly a thought crossed its mind, and it added, unless there is external intervention. External intervention? What do you mean? Yin-yang divine tree said frankly. For example, the power of merit and the power of fortune, these versatile powers, perhaps with the help of these powers, I can gain the ability to combine these 2 bloodlines ahead of time. Otherwise, I'll have to wait until my cultivation level is much higher before I can possibly combine such powerful bloodlines. The power of merit, the power of fortune, Di Jun murmured to himself for a moment, then looked at Kunpeng and asked, Demon Master, do you still oppose Zhu Mu becoming the Wood Emperor? Kunpeng immediately shook his head. No, I have never objected to the Wood Emperor becoming the 4th emperor of my demon race. I just want to see the Wood Emperor's abilities. Everyone looked at the shameless Kunpeng with disdain, but after the initial disdain, everyone felt a surge of envy. After all, Kunpeng was the first person besides the Heavenly Emperor and Juing to have offspring and a spare physical body. Such a benefit was obtained by a shameless person like Kunpeng. How could they not be jealous, ignoring the jealousy of the crowd towards Kunpeng, and seeing that they no longer objected, Dijun immediately proclaimed to heaven and earth that the yin-yang divine tree had become the fourth emperor of the demon race. He also wanted to see if, with the help of the power of destiny, the yin-yang divine tree could truly help Kunpeng give birth to a powerful offspring. If successful, this will be a tremendous change for the demon race. Their demon race will give birth to a large number of demons with powerful bloodlines. This is an incredible stroke of luck for the demon race. As Dijun proclaimed this to heaven and earth, the entire prehistoric world trembled. Jin Feng, who was on her way, stopped in her tracks, and Zhen Yuanzi, who was discussing the Dao, stopped his discussion. Even the high and mighty saints lowered their gazes and looked towards the direction of the demon court. In an instant, the demon court became the center of attention throughout the entire prehistoric world. However, since Yin Yang Shenmu and the others stayed in the 100 Herbs Garden, ordinarily couldn't detect their situation without Yin Yang Shenmu's permission. In addition, Dijun immediately mobilized the Zhu Tian star array to seal off the demon court, so even the sages could not detect the situation in the 100 Herbs Garden. And the more this is the case, the more curious and fearful the beings of the primordial world become about the changes in the demon court. Only Kang Ji's many clones had a glint of light in their eyes. The fourth demon emperor. Not bad, not bad. We've taken another step closer to the success of our plan. Many of the clones were overjoyed, but their expressions as they looked towards the demon court were inscrutable. In the 100 Herbs Garden, the moment Emperor Jun proclaimed this to heaven and earth, the yin-yang divine tree sensed its own difference. He has now become the absolute core of the demon race. He is the fifth most powerful demon after Daijun, Taiyi, Nua, and Fuxi. Nua, having already attained sainthood, no longer concerned herself with the affairs of the demon race. Since Nua became a saint, Fuxi has become much more low-key and basically doesn't concern himself with the affairs of the demon race. So, on the surface, he is now the most powerful person in the demon race besides Daijun and Tai Yi. More importantly, perhaps in order to enable him to better help the demon race to produce powerful offspring, Dijun actually granted him the authority to mobilize the demon race's fortune. This is the power to mobilize the destiny of the demon race. He himself cultivated the law of luck, which was a perfect match for him. The reason why Dijun dared to do this was because he had figured out that the yin-yang divine tree could not take human form. Even if a yin-yang divine tree that cannot take form becomes the fourth emperor of the demon race, it will pose no threat to him or Taiyi. However, the yin-yang divine tree's abilities enormous benefits to the demon race. In this situation, what difference would it make if the yin-yang divine tree were officially designated as the fourth emperor? Both sides had their own thoughts and felt they hadn't suffered any losses, and were quite satisfied with the current situation. Just as the yin-yang divine tree was immersed in its own transformation, Kunpeng's voice suddenly rang out. Wood Emperor, can you now help me conceive offspring? Kunpeng's expectant gaze. The yin-yang divine tree said, in a deep voice, wait a moment. As soon as he finished speaking, the yin-yang divine tree immediately used its authority to mobilize the fortune of the demon race, converging him. At the same time, the yin-yang divine tree, with its own fortune as its core, the law of fortune as its guide, the fortune of the demon race as its fuel, and the laws of devouring, fusion, gestation, forcibly combined the two bloodlines under the influence of these laws. However, this is not enough. The bloodlines of the Kunpeng and the giant turtle of the North Sea are ultimately the bloodlines of two different creatures. The two bloodlines are highly repulsive, and forcibly combining them would still present significant resistance. What should we do? If this continues, too much of the demon race's fortune will need to be burned. Even if Dejun agreed, we'd still feel bad for him. The yin-yang divine tree already regards the fortune of the demon race as its own wealth. So how could it possibly waste it like this? After much deliberation, the yin-yang divine tree turned its attention to its other laws. The law of yin and yang, the law of the five elements, the law of chaos, the law of the stars, the law of calamity, and the law of reversal. After quickly glancing over these laws, the yin-yang divine tree finally focused its attention on three laws. The law of yin, the law of the sun, the law of yin and yang. Of these three laws, the laws of the sun and the moon are mutually exclusive yet also interdependent. Perhaps applying them to the Kunpeng and the giant tortoise would produce unexpected results. With this in mind, the yin-yang divine tree no longer hesitated and integrated the laws of the sun into the Kunpeng's bloodline. Then, the yin principle was integrated into the bloodline of the giant turtle of the North Sea. Then, guided by the principles of yin and yang, the two bloodlines merge and transform, eventually evolving into a new life under the harmonization of the principles of gestation. The moment a new life is born, the entire fortune of the demon race trembles. Immediately afterwards, to the astonishment of all the powerful demons, the demon race's fortune suddenly surged. There are actually such benefits. Even Daijun did not expect that successfully giving birth to a Kunpeng descendant would actually enhance the fortune of the demon race. This level of growth was unprecedented, even when he conceived the golden crow and the black rabbit. Could it be that the descendants born from Kunpeng should not exist in the first place? Was it something that didn't exist in the primordial world, but was brought into existence now, and coupled with its powerful bloodline, that caused such a change? Everyone was speculating, and their gazes toward the yin-yang divine tree became even more fervent. Putting everything else aside, the fact that the yin-yang divine tree can produce powerful offspring is enough to excite them. The wooden emperor, Baizi stepped forward, about to speak, but was interrupted by the yin-yang divine tree. Wait, don't rush. There are still some issues with the experiment just now. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately stopped talking. Baizi wanted to say something more. Daijun waved his hand and looked at the yin-yang divine tree with a joyful expression, saying, "Wood Emperor, just say what you want to say. We are listening. If there is anything we can help with, we will do our best to help." Meeting Daijun's burning gaze, yin-yang tree coughed lightly and said, "I must remind everyone that when I was just conceiving the offspring of a demon master, I discovered that it takes far too much of the demon race's luck to conceive such a powerful offspring that would have been unlikely to appear in the primordial world. If I hadn't used special methods, the amount of luck required to combine with the bloodline of the demon master would have been more than the luck that the demon master could gain by joining the demon court. Therefore, if you all wish for me to conceive such life again, you would be best to apply to His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor first." Yin-yang divine tree directly shifted the blame to Daijun. Naturally, he wouldn't do anything that would offend people. Daijun frowned and couldn't help but ask, "Emperor Mu, you just said that using special methods can reduce the consumption of the demon race's fortune. What do you think?" Before Daijun could finish speaking, Yin-yang divine tree waved its hands repeatedly. "Your Majesty misunderstands. The special method I just used was actually borrowing the power of Taiyang and Taiyang that Your Majesty left in my body." Only through the complementary and life-giving properties of these two forces can the demon master's bloodline be successfully combined. If your majesty wishes to use this method to help others conceive, it is not impossible, provided that your majesty and the two empresses are willing to contribute a small amount of the power of the moon and the sun. Upon hearing this, Jun, who had just been trying to persuade him, immediately shut up. How could he possibly contribute his strength along Rai and the others? The power of yin and the power of yang are not commonplace. These powers, which contain the power of laws, are cultivated little by them. They would never use that money to help others have children. Seeing that Jun remained silent, the yin-yang divine tree turned to Bai Zi and the others again. Everyone, you would be best advised to nurture the offspring that have already been born in the primordial world. As for the rest, you need to consult His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor, because the power of fortune that the demon master's offspring just expended was simply too terrifying. If you all followed the demon master's example, the fortunes of our demon race would suffer a severe blow, which would not be a good thing for us. Upon hearing this, all the demon generals showed expressions of disappointment. Bai Zi, in particular, rushed to speak, hoping to gain an advantage. Unfortunately, it was too late. At this moment, everyone looked at Kunpeng with envy, jealousy, and hatred. This guy is not only insidious, but also very cunning, which allowed him to successfully conceive a powerful offspring. The yin-yang divine tree ignored the complex emotions of the crowd. At this moment, he was using his divine sense to investigate the situation of the Kunpeng offspring, and he was also filled with amazement. The offspring born from the union of the bloodlines of Kunpeng and the giant tortoise of the North Sea showed signs of surpassing both Kunpeng and the giant tortoise. Although this little life form is still in the process of gestation and evolution, the yin-yang divine tree has already roughly discerned its physical form. It inherited the bloodline of the Kunpeng, thus it can freely switch between the two forms. In its flying bird form, it still retains the image of a rock, with almost no change. However, in its water-based form, the giant kun changes drastically, almost completely losing its original appearance. Now, when the Kunpeng offspring are in the water, they resemble the giant tortoise of the North Sea, but they are different from that giant tortoise. In its aquatic state, the offspring of the Kunpeng resembles a giant turtle, a combination of the kun and the giant turtle of the North Sea. But regardless of whether the Kunpeng offspring is in aquatic or bird form, its defensive capabilities are far superior to those of the Kunpeng. Besides their defensive capabilities, the offspring of the Kunpeng will also be much larger than the Kunpeng itself, thanks to their bloodline inherited from the giant turtle of the North Sea. As for whether the offspring of Kunpeng will be able to take human form in the future, or whether they will be unable to take human form like their mother, the giant tortoise of the North Sea, yin-yang divine tree, has no way of knowing. No matter how the Kunpeng offspring change, his fate is already in his own hands. As early as when the Kunpeng offspring was conceived, the yin-yang divine tree wove a mark to its body with the power of fortune. This mark is inextricably linked to the opponent's fortune. If the yin-yang divine wood so desires, it can cause the opponent's fortune to backfire at any time. Of course, yin-yang divine tree would not want to use this tactic unless absolutely necessary. Seeing the silent demon generals, the yin-yang divine tree paid no further attention. Whether or not could produce powerful offspring depended on whether they could persuade Emperor Jun. If Jun agrees, the yin-yang divine tree will naturally not refuse. Regardless of what kind of offspring are conceived, it is all to help him and enhance his own fortune. Meanwhile, Suiren followed the golden phoenix through the chaotic gales and finally arrived at the Nuwa Palace. However, outside the Nuwa Palace, Suiren Shifeng unexpectedly saw the two of them. Jin Feng greets the two sages. Jin Feng bowed indifferently to Jiayan and Junti. It was only then that Suiren Shifeng realized that these two people were actually the two saints, Jiayan and Junti. Startled, Suiren Shifeng quickly followed suit and bowed. These two are no good people. Not only do they thrive on chaos, but they are also treacherous, cunning, shameless, and utterly shameless. If these two people set their sights on you, nothing good will come of it. Just as Suirenshi was performing the ritual, Jiayan and Junti were both staring at him with burning eyes. This guy has blossomed into an 11th grade law flower. How could they not be envious? But this guy is not only a human, but also a disciple of the Tongjian sect master. Even though they were very envious, they didn't dare to openly rob them. As they watched Suiren enter Nuwa's palace, Jiayan and Junti exchanged glances, their eyes constantly communicating, as if they were discussing something. On the other side, as he followed Jin Feng into the Nuwa palace, Suiren Shifeng also breathed a sigh of relief. Being watched by Jiayan and Junti, Suiren Shifeng always had an ominous feeling. Suiren Shifeng, do you know your crime? Upon meeting, Nuwa questioned her expressionlessly. Faced with Nuwa's questioning, Suiren Shifeng remained calm and retorted, I wonder what capacity your majesty has to question me? Nuwa narrowed her eyes, not expecting that Suiren Shifeng would be so bold to dare to question her. Before Nuwa could speak, Suiren Shifeng spoke first. If your majesty is asking as my master's junior sister, then I can only say that I am not wrong. Nuwa raised an eyebrow, a slight smile playing on her lips, and said with a hint of disdain, What if I were asking this as the holy mother of the human race? Suiren Shifeng bowed and said, Then the lad was right after all. Upon hearing this, Nuwa's breath hitched, and she looked sharply at Suiren Shifeng. Suiren looked directly at Nuwa, without flinching. After a long while, Nuwa chuckled coldly. Very well. It seems that the human race has grown strong enough that they no longer need a saint like me. Nuwa looked at Suiren Shifeng with a mocking smile, her eyes turning cold. Suiren Shifeng remained calm, cupped his hands and said, The human race naturally needs your highness, but we also understand your highness's situation and do not wish to put your highness in a difficult position. Upon hearing this, Nuwa narrowed her eyes and chuckled coldly. Know my predicament? What predicament do you think I am? You still don't want to make things difficult for me? Suiren Shifeng straightened up, but did not answer. Instead, he said casually, May I ask, Your Majesty, is this a suitable place to discuss such matters? Nuwa paused, sensing something different from Suirenshi's tone. With a wave of her hand, the entire Nuwa palace was sealed off. Even if the Dao ancestor wanted to spy on it, it would be impossible. Looking at Suiren Shifeng again, Nuwa showed less contempt and more caution. What did you mean by what you just said? Nuwa squinted and looked at Suiren Shifeng again. Suiren Shifeng pointed outside the Nuwa palace and said calmly, Don't the two people outside explain anything? Nuwa paused for a moment, but quickly regained her composure and sneered, What does this prove? What do you know? Do you think you can fool me with a few words? Despite Nuwa's disbelief, Suiren Shifeng remained calm. Your Majesty, Master has already found a way to break this deadlock. These words struck her like a thunderbolt. Nuwa, no longer caring about her image, stood up abruptly. You, what did you say? Do you even know what you're saying? Nuwa's expression was a mixture of excitement, longing and fear. The reason why Suiren Shifeng was willing to come with Jin Vinfeng was not to listen to Nuwa's teachings. He came here for a very important matter. Previously, there was no opportunity to come to Nua's place, and even if one came on one's own initiative, it would arouse the Dao ancestors' vigilance. Now that he has come here on this occasion, Suirenshi Feng naturally hopes to make a good plan. Seeing Nua's constantly changing expression, Suirenshi Feng took out a jade slip that he had prepared. And here are some things that my master created. Suirenshi Feng did not elaborate, but Nua's expression changed repeatedly. Looking at the jade slip in Suirenshi Feng's hand, he wanted it, but was also a little apprehensive. She feared it was all a dream conjured up by the wind of Suirenshi. After a long while, Nua finally composed herself and did not take the jade slip from Suirenshi Feng's hand. Instead, she asked, "What do you want to obtain?" Suiren raised an eyebrow, knowing that Nua was tempted. Looking at Nua, Suirenshi Feng bowed and said, "I know it is unlikely that your majesty can directly protect the human race." Nua frowned, then slowly relaxed her brow. "Since you already know that, why did you bring it up?" Suirenshi waved his hand. "I didn't want the Empress to directly protect our human race. However, since my human race was created by her Majesty herself, I would like to ask Her Majesty to take one of my human sons as her disciple." "That possible? Taking on apprentices?" Nua narrowed her eyes, staring at Suirenshi Feng, and asked, "Who want me to take on as my apprentice?" If it were Suirenshi Feng himself, Nua would be very happy to accept him. Unfortunately, Suirenshi Feng had already become a disciple of Tongtian Jiaozu. "Mount Yuchao, what is your majesty's opinion?" "Mount Yuchao?" Suiren mentioned Yuchao Mountain. Nua knew who it was through the fortune of the human race. After a moment's thought, Nua nodded. Yuchao Shishan was, after all, a prodigy who had cultivated a 10th grade law flower, and he almost reached the same level as Suiren Shifeng. Although it benefited from the luck of the human race, it could not conceal the immense potential of Yuchao Mountain. Such a genius is worthy of being her apprentice. Nua only thought about it briefly before agreeing. "I agree to accept you as my disciple. Do you have any other requests?" Suirenshi Feng didn't mince words and said directly, "I hope to relocate up of the human race to live in Nua's palace." "No!" Nua made a resolute decision, without even thinking about it. "It's acceptable to take Yu Chaoshi as a disciple, but allowing humans to reside in Nua's palace is a different matter entirely. Not only would the demon race have objections, but even Dao ancestor Hongjun would probably find it difficult to fool." Suirenshi Feng certainly knew this principle, but he still brought it up. He glanced furtively at Nua, and their eyes met. "Snort!" Nua snorted coldly in dissatisfaction. "Boy, what exactly do you mean? Just say what you want. Don't beat around the bush." Seeing that Nua was somewhat angry, Suirenshi coughed lightly and said, "I heard that your majesty has a primordial spiritual treasure that can contain countless living beings?" Nua narrowed her eyes and stared intently at Suirenshi Feng. "You brat. How dare you covet my mountain and river map?" Nua never expected that Suirenshi Feng would dare to covet the mountain and river map, which is a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure. That's incredibly audacious. Suirenshi coughed lightly. "Your Majesty has misunderstood. It doesn't necessarily have to be the original version. When my master accepted me as his disciple, he also gave me a top-grade acquired spiritual treasure, the immortal slaughtering sword formation. Since your majesty has accepted Yuchao Shishan as your disciple, you can't be stingy, can you?" Nua's lips twitched, and she glared fiercely at Suirenshi Feng. She can't compare to the Tongqin sect leader. Back then, the three Pure Ones obtained quite a few good things at the treasure distribution cliff. Given the profound resources of the three Pure Ones, Gifting them a high-grade, acquired spiritual treasure is nothing special. But Nua wasn't as wealthy as the three pure ones, so how could she be like the Tongtian sect leader? But what Suirenshi Feng said was also true. The Tongtian sect leader accepted a disciple and even gave him a magical artifact. If you're taking on apprentices, you can't just leave them with nothing. But she definitely couldn't give away the map of mountains. That was one of her few top-grade innate spiritual treasures, something even saints would covet. As for counterfeits, believe it or not, she did have a replica. However, that replica did not reach the level of a superior grade acquired spiritual treasure. It was only a mid-grade acquired spiritual treasure. Moreover, it is only at the bottom among mid-grade acquired spiritual treasures. It is incomparable to the top-tier, immortal slaughtering sword formation, a superior acquired spiritual treasure given to Suren by the Tongtian sect leader. In this situation, it would indeed be somewhat embarrassing to give away only a replica of the landscape and soil map. Nua hesitated for a moment, then looked at the jade slip in Suirenshi Feng's hand. Let's see if the contents of this jade slip are worth the price first. Nua had made up her mind that if she was not satisfied with the contents of the jade slip, she would not pay too much. If you are satisfied, Nua gritted her teeth and decided to bleed heavily when the time came. With a wave of his hand, the jade slip in Suirenshi's hand was transferred to Nua's hand. Nua didn't stand on ceremony and immediately began examining the contents of the jade slip. But the next second, Nua trembled and couldn't help but sit up straight, her eyes somewhat glazed over. 3 corpses. Divine tree of laws. Simultaneous cultivation of multiple laws. Nua became more and more excited as she looked at it, as if she saw a glimmer of hope for her escape. Excellent. As expected of my senior brother, you are indeed a peerless genius. You even managed to come up with such a method. Nua was so excited that she forgot all about maintaining her dignity as a sage. Seeing Nua's reaction, Suirenshi Feng could understand. After all, everyone loves freedom. Even saints. Hongjun Daozu used the method of severing the 3 corpses and the primordial purple key to trap them. Now that Nua saw a glimmer of hope for breaking the deadlock, she was naturally very excited. Slowly opening her eyes, Nua looked at Suirenshi Feng again, her expression softening considerably. This method is indeed important to me. After a pause, Nua continued, the original mountain and river map is impossible for you to obtain. The imitation I crafted is only a mid-grade acquired spiritual treasure. At this point, Nua fell into thought, seemingly considering what kind of compensation she should offer. After a moment, Nua continued, I have a set of mid-grade innate spiritual treasures, elemental pearls, which I will give to my good disciple along with a replica of the mountain and river. What do you think? Suirenshi's eyes lit up. The 5 spirit pearls. Although it's only a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, it's still an innate spiritual treasure, much stronger than an acquired spiritual treasure. More importantly, these 5 beads correspond to the 5 elements, and each one, when used individually, is a low-grade innate spiritual treasure. The 5 beads combined can even generate the 5 elements chaos, which is quite remarkable. Yuchaoshi Mountain itself cultivates the 5 elements laws, so if it obtains this treasure, its strength will definitely increase. Suirenshi Feng did not hesitate. These 2 magical treasures together were no worse than the ones his master had given him. Suirenshi bowed to Nua, and Fengti Yuchaoshi thanked her. Nua waved her hand and summoned the golden phoenix, instructing her to take Suirenshi Feng back and bring Yuchaoshi Shan to Nua Palace. The 2 had just stepped out of Nua Palace when they encountered Jiayin and Junti. Young friend Feng, Are you heading back to the human race? Junti looked at Sui Renshi with a smile and asked. Sui Renshi's eyelids twitched. He had a feeling that something bad was about to happen. Faced with Junti's question, Sui Renshi had no choice but to answer. Yes, sage. Her Majesty has just taken Yuchao Shishan as her disciple. We're going back to fetch him. Sui Renshi revealed the news in advance to prevent the two from shamelessly seizing Yuchaoshi Mountain. As long as they don't seize Yuchao Mountain, among the human race, Sui Renshi has already prepared a great gift for the two of them. So he's not worried that they won't take the bait. And Junti exchanged a glance, a hint of disappointment flashing in their eyes. As early as when the human race broke through, they had noticed the many outstanding talents among the human race. Among them, apart from Sui Renshi, Yuchao Shishan had the highest aptitude and almost blossomed into an 11th grade law flower. However, Sui Renshi now tells them that Yuchao Shishan has actually become a disciple of Nua, which greatly disappoints them. Senior sister is really quick, the two exclaimed at the same time, their faces full of regret. Sui Renshi did not respond, but cupped his hands to the two and said, If the two sages have nothing else to do, we still need to hurry back to the human race, so we will not disturb the two sages any longer. As he spoke, Sui Renshi was about to leave. However, at this moment, Jayan and Junti stopped him, saying, Nephew, don't be in a hurry. We also want to go back to the human race with you to take a look. As soon as the words were spoken, two figures sprang out from the two bodies and introduced them, saying, These are our two benevolent corpses. They wish to travel to the human realm. Why don't you two accompany them? Upon hearing this, Jin Feng immediately frowned. She had no good feelings towards the two of them, and had no desire to go to the human realm with them. Sui Renshi was the same, his face full of resistance, but faced with the request of the two sages, he dared not refuse directly, and chose to remain silent for a time. The two guides didn't care at all. They were too thick-skinned to care about such things. Even though Sui Renshi and Jin Feng didn't welcome them, they still cheerfully said, Gentlemen, let's go. The two benevolent beings stepped forward, grinning at Jin Feng and the other person. Sui Renshi and Jin Feng exchanged a glance, and had no choice but to lead the way. However, a glint of light flashed in Sui Renshi's eyes, while among the human race, Yuchao Shishan slowly opened his eyes. The plan is about to begin. Just then, two figures appeared at the secluded retreat site of Yuchao clan. Upon seeing the two, Yuchao Shishan nodded to them. Ksidigarba, Baisajaguru, it's up to you two now. Be prepared, because this separation may mean we won't have a chance to meet again for a long time. The two people who appeared were also avatars of Kang Jai, and were the only two remaining members of the human race who had blossomed into 10th grade law flowers. These two individuals, one named Ksidigarba and the other Baisajaguru, were specially prepared by Kang Jai for the two Western saints. Ksidigarba and Baisajaguru exchanged a glance with a smile. What are you saying, brother? This is what we should do for the sake of humanity. After he finished speaking, the three of them fell silent. They all knew very well what the purpose of this was, but at the same time, they couldn't say too much, otherwise it would be bad if the sage discovered that they were plotting against him. Without further ado, the three began to discuss the Dao, awaiting the return of Sui Renshi. Before long, with the help of Jian and Junti's benevolent corpse, the group quickly returned to the human race. Looking at the thriving human race, Jian and Junti exchanged a glance, both somewhat surprised. In just tens of thousands of years, the human race has developed such a civilization, which is truly beyond their expectations. Seeing the laughter and joy among the humans, Jaein and Junti took a serious look at this race for the first time. Senior brother, I sense that this human is not simple. Junti transmitted his voice. Jaein nodded calmly and replied telepathically, indeed, not simple. Compared to the ruggedness of the witch clan and the bloodthirstiness of the demon clan, I feel that this human has more potential. A glint of light flashed in Junti's eyes as he looked at Jaein and asked, Senior brother, do you feel the same way? Although great calamities are currently raging and the secrets of heaven are obscured, I have a feeling that these humans will become extraordinary in the future. Jaein did not reply, but released his divine sense to observe the entire human race more carefully. But he immediately frowned and said, You're right. If the human race continues to develop as it is now, its future achievements will certainly not be simple. But have you noticed that within the human race's destiny, there is a bloodthirsty aura? This bloodthirsty aura is even threatening to devour the entire human race's destiny. Upon hearing this, Junti looked into the depths of the human race's destiny, and indeed found the bloodthirsty energy. Junti was shocked. This is a sign of the extermination of our clan. Junti was shocked, never expecting that the seemingly prosperous human race would hide such a crisis. Senior brother, is the human race destined to be wiped out in the end? Junti asked with some reluctance. Although they were an acquired race, the feeling from humans was different from that of all the races in the primordial world. To be precise, he saw true civilization in the human race. The myriad races of the primordial era were driven primarily by survival instincts, completely different from the human race. Even the powerful demon and witch races, compared to the human race, ultimately lack something. Seeing such a race on the verge of extinction, Junti still felt a pang of reluctance. Jaein did not respond, because through the law of cause and effect, he saw that the cause of the extinction of the human race actually originated from the demon race. That's the demon race, the current ruler of the Great Tribulation. Even a saint like him wouldn't dare get involved in such a thing. Such consequences are simply beyond their capacity to bear. He then changed the subject, saying, Let's go take a look at that Yushao clan mountain. Even if we can't take him as an apprentice, it won't hurt to take a look. Junti and Jaein were of one mind. Knowing that Jaein did not want to talk much about the human race, Junti sighed helplessly. After glancing at the thriving human race, Junti ultimately said nothing. After returning to the human race, neither Suiren Shifeng nor Jin Feng paid any attention to the two who had been brought in. They thought the two wouldn't continue following them. However, once they found Yushao Mountain, the two of them followed it. Jin Feng glared at the two of them with displeasure, but unfortunately, Jaein and Junti pretended not to see it. Such pure Buddhist and Taoist principles. When the group arrived at the secluded retreat site on Mount Yuchao, Jaein and Junti instantly sensed the Buddhist and Taoist laws emanating from the two exchanged glance, both recognizing each other's shock. Senior brother, it not only contains Buddhist and Taoist laws, but also the laws of cause and effect and destiny, all of which are extremely pure. Junti was very excited. This was the law of Buddhism and Taoism, the law of cause and effect, and the law of destiny. This is in perfect harmony with the practices of their Western religion. A flicker of excitement flashed in Jaein's eyes. They traveled through the wilderness, but could not find anyone who was so compatible with their Western religion. Unexpectedly, they actually found it in this land of humans. Senior brother, could it be that Yuchaoshi Mountain? Junti asked with a worried expression. What if the people practicing Buddhist or principles are from Yuchao Mountain? Are they going to compete with Nua for her disciples? By blocking the entrance to Nua's palace, they had already offended Nua. If they really tried to steal Nua's disciple like this, Nua would probably fight them to the death. They weren't sure if the Dao ancestor would help them then. Jiayin frowned as well. He had also thought of these things, and for a moment he had a headache. They would never let go of such a perfect match for their Western religious followers. Junior brother, don't be in a hurry. It's not certain yet whether it's that Yu Chao clan member. Let's wait and see. Jiayin comforted Junti in this way. But Junti himself was not at peace at all, and even took the initiative to contact his original body. Upon receiving the information, the main body couldn't help but look towards the human race. A moment later, both the benevolent corpses of Jiayin and Junti breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that it's not Yu Chao. But soon they both frowned again. Although it wasn't Yu Chao Mountain, the people inside, who possessed the essence of Buddhist and Taoist laws, were actually the two remaining human cultivators who had blossomed into 10th grade. Flowers? Would the human race easily allow such cultivators to join the Western religion? Jiayin and Junti exchanged a glance, and Jiayin said fiercely, "If all else fails, we'll just rob them." These two aren't disciples of any of the other sages, so who would dare say anything if we robbed them? Junti's eyes lit up. That's right. These two are not like Surenshi Feng and Yu Chao Shishan, who took a sage as their master. These are just two ordinary humans. It is their honor to be accepted as disciples. Just as the two were exchanging thoughts, the three from Yu Chao Mountain finally stopped their discussion. As soon as they appeared, Jiayin and Junti stared intently at Ksitigarbha and Baisaja Guru. However, before they could speak, Surenshi Feng spoke first. "Dizang Yaoshi, since you are here, don't leave for now. I have something to tell you." The two who had been pretending to leave immediately stopped and looked at Surenshi Feng. Seeing that the two stayed, Jiayin and Junti exchanged a glance, feeling happy, and decided not to rush. But then, Surenshi Feng spoke up. "You two should have heard that I am preparing to relocate a portion of my people to Jinao Island to seek the protection of our master." Both Jiayin and Junti were taken aback by these words. They never expected that Surenshi Feng would have such a plan to migrate the human race to Jinao Island. Is this an attempt to scatter the human race? The two communicated with their eyes, a method that, while feasible, would involve cause and effect. Is Jinao Island truly willing to bear this burden of cause and effect? Just as the two were looking at each other in bewilderment, Surenshi Feng spoke again. "This migration will inevitably harm the interests of Jinao Island, so I plan to recommend that you take master as your master to make up for the losses to Jinao Island. What do you two think?" Before Ksitigarbha and Baisajaguru could react, Jiayin and Junti shouted, "No!" Whoosh! Everyone turned around to look at Jiayin and Junti, who were reacting strongly. Even with their thick skin, Jiayin and Junti's eyes twitched as they were stared at by everyone. Jiayin reacted quickly, clearing his throat and saying, "I don't think they are suitable to become Tongqian's disciples." Upon hearing this, Surenshi Feng and the others frowned. Jin Feng curled his lip in disgust and muttered under his breath, "If he's not suitable to become Tongqian Jiaozu's disciple, then he's suitable to become one of you too?" Although Jin Feng's voice was low, everyone present could hear it. Jin Feng was doing this on purpose. She had long disliked these two saints and showed them no respect whatsoever. Hearing Jin Feng's grumbling, Jiayin and Junti were not angry at all. Instead, they said happily, "Jin Feng, you're right. They are indeed suitable to become our disciples." Upon hearing this, the first to react was Surenshi Feng, who immediately shouted, "No way! Their decision to become disciples of the revered master was secondary. The most important thing was to ensure their people could migrate to Jinao Island for the sake of humanity. Ksitigarbha and Baisaguru both nodded. For the sake of humanity, we are willing to become disciples of the Tongtian sect leader. Seeing the determined looks in their eyes, Jiayin and Junti. The two exchanged a glance and communicated silently. Senior brother, what should we do? These two seem determined to become disciples of the Tongtian sect leader. Why don't we just rob them? Jian's eyes flickered, but he ultimately shook his head calmly. No, if senior brother Tongtian finds out, do you think he'll let us off? Junti shuddered. That was Tongtian. They couldn't possibly defeat him. What should we do then? Are we just going to give up on the apprentice we've already got? Junti was unwilling to give up and gritted his teeth, saying, If all else fails, can't we just kidnap them and hide in Mount Ling? Jiayin paused for a moment, then said, It hasn't come to that yet. Didn't you hear what they just heard? The reason they became disciples of senior brother Tongtian was for the sake of the human race. Junti's eyes lit up. Senior brother, do you mean we should take Tongtian's place and protect the human race? Jiayin shook his head again. No, directly protecting the entire human race is definitely not an option. But relocating a portion of the human race to our Mount Ling is possible. Let's say that these two are too lonely staying alone on Mount Ling, so we'll help relocate some humans to live there. This way, we won't directly offend the demon race. After a moment's thought, Junti agreed, saying, Senior brother is right. For the sake of humanity, the demon race won't offend us. Moreover, the human race has considerable potential. If we can preserve a portion of their race, they might bring us some surprises in the future. A glint of light flashed in Jiayan's eyes, and he was moved by Junti's words. Composing himself, Jiayan looked at Suirenshi Feng and said, Nephew, you want them to become disciples. Probably because you want to use Jinao Island to preserve a portion of the human race's fire, right? Suiren looked at Jiayan but did not reply. Jiayan didn't take it seriously and chuckled. Jinao Island can indeed protect some of the human race, but there are too many people and too much gossip on Jinao Island. Senior brother Tongtian may not necessarily protect the human race for your sake. Feng frowned and finally spoke up. What do you two sages want to say? Jiayan squinted and said, What I mean is that senior brother Tongtian may not choose to protect your human race. But my junior brother and I can help you protect a portion of the human race. Upon hearing this, others stared at Jiayan as if in disbelief. The disciple was very satisfied with their reaction and said with a smile, Of course, as a condition, we hope to take them as our disciples. What do you think, nephew? A hint of secret joy flashed through Suirenshi Feng's heart. This is of course the best option, since Ksitigarbha and Baisajaguru were originally prepared by him for the two Western saints. However, Suirenshi Feng did not immediately agree. Instead, he frowned and said, Do the two sages mean that they want to take Ksitigarbha and Baisajaguru as their disciples, and then promise to protect a part of the human race? Jiayan and Junti nodded simultaneously, and Jiayan asked, What do you think? Suirenshi Feng looked at Daizang and Yaoshi and said, You have heard what the two sages mean. I respect your choice. Jiayan and Junti breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to themselves, You're smart enough to know what's good for you. Immediately, the two looked intently at Ksitigarbha, Baisajaguru, their eyes burning with desire, and the two couldn't help but shrink back. Ksitigarbha and Baisajaguru did not immediately agree. Instead, they hesitated. Seeing this, Jiayan and Junti became anxious again. Just as Jiayan and Junti were about to speak, Suirenshi Feng spoke first. Two sages, please don't be in a hurry. Give them some time to think. Jian and Junti glared at Suren Shifeng with dissatisfaction. How could they not be anxious? This was the first time they had ever seen something so perfectly suited to their heritage, so how could they not be anxious? Surenshi coughed lightly and said to Dezang and Yaoshi, "The methods cultivated by the two sages are indeed very suitable for you, and they are very compatible with the laws you cultivate." Upon hearing this, Jian and Junti were immediately delighted, and their gazes toward Surenshi Feng softened considerably, thinking to themselves that this kid was quite sensible. But then Surenshi Feng added, "If you two were joined Jinao Island, the laws my master cultivates might not be suitable for you. However, my master has many treasures, and he will definitely give you many treasures to save your lives." Upon hearing this, and Junti nearly vomited blood, glaring hatefully at Surenshi Feng. They were just praising this kid, and then they set a trap for them. That's really unfair. Surenshi Feng didn't care what they thought. He was determined to fight for the benefits he deserved. He knew very well that these two were extremely stingy, and if he didn't help Daizang and the other man demand their money now, it would be very difficult to get it back in the future. Seeing this, the two guides knew that it would be impossible to avoid paying a price today. Jin Feng watched with amusement, finding it rare to see the two Western saints suffer such a setback. The two Western saints, in particular, are known for their stinginess. It is truly novel to see someone being cut open and bled by the wind of Surenshi. Jian and Junti exchanged a glance, and finally the two took out several items. Upon closer inspection, everyone saw 2 lotus flowers and 2 seeds exuding Taoist charm. That's all? Surenshi felt it was incredible. Kang Jai guessed that the 2 lotus flowers were likely low-grade merit lotuses, cultivated from the 12th grade merit lotus. Judging from its rank, it's only a 6th rank. Surenshi Feng felt incredulous. This was supposed to be a discipleship ceremony, yet he only gave her a 6th grade golden lotus of merit. How stingy could he be? Looking at the 2 seeds again, it's hard to tell what kind of seeds they are. But since they were able to produce 2 at once, they probably weren't particularly precious seeds. When the 2 disciples were accepted, they didn't even give them a single acquired spiritual treasure, let alone an innate one. They only gave him 2 golden lotuses of merit cultivated later, and 2 unknown seeds. This level of stinginess is unbelievable. Under the watchful eyes of Surenshi and the others, Jian and Junti coughed lightly, showing no embarrassment whatsoever. Junti feigned poverty, saying, "As you all know, our western region is impoverished, and this is one of the few good things we can offer. This is a merit lotus seed cultivated from a top grade, innate spiritual root, the 12th grade Gonlotus of merit. It not only combines offense and defense, but also accumulates merit to aid cultivation." As he listened to Junti's introduction, Surenshi Feng's lips twitched. If it were a 12th grade merit lotus, that would be one thing, but a 6th grade merit lotus, described as so amazing, is truly embarrassing to look at. But that wasn't all. Junti continued. Besides that, these 2 seeds are also extraordinary. They are 2 Bodhi seeds, capable of helping people attain enlightenment. They are rare treasures in this primordial world that can help people achieve enlightenment. Listening to Junti's boastful talk, Surenshi Feng's lips twitched. After a long while, Surenshi Feng spoke up. "Do the 2 sages know what my master gave me when he accepted me as his disciple?" Jian and Junti fell silent. The Tongqin sect leader gifted the immortal slaughtering sword formation, a superior grade acquired spiritual treasure, whose power is even comparable to some ordinary top grade acquired spiritual treasures. They would never be willing to give away such a treasure. Seeing the two remain silent, Sui Renshi Feng shook his head and looked at Daizang and the other, saying, I advise you two to become disciples of Jinao Island instead. Upon hearing this, Jie and Shunti froze. The two exchanged a glance, gritted their teeth, and said, Wait. The two reluctantly put away the 6th grade merit lotus, and then took out 2 9th grade merit lotuses. This is a 9th grade merit lotus. Although it cannot compare with those top grade innate spiritual treasures, its preciousness is in no way inferior to that of a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. With these 2 Bodhi seeds added to the mix, it seems we're not lacking in treasures like those given by senior brother Tongqian. They said this through gritted teeth, clearly unwilling. Sui Renshi Feng raised an eyebrow slightly and chuckled. These are barely acceptable. However, when my 2 sages and my master accepted me as their disciple, they did more than just give me some magical treasures. They also gave me many items to protect my life. The reason our human race was able to overcome the difficulties before was all thanks to the life-saving items given to us by our master. Therefore, joining Jinao Island not only benefits the individual, but also their entire clan. Jieyin and Junti narrowed their eyes, and Jieyin said in a deep voice, What exactly does my nephew want to say? Nephew, please feel free to make any requests. As long as they are not excessive, we, as your uncles, are not unwilling to grant them. Looking at the silent Ksitigarbha and Baisajaguru, Jieyin and Junti could easily see that they both listened. Sui Renshi Feng said so much. Wasn't it all just to ask for more benefits? In an instant, their goodwill towards Sui Renshi Feng plummeted. If Sui Renshi Feng dared to ask an exorbitant price, the 2 of them would dare to rob the person and run away. Let's see what Sui Renshi Feng can gain then. Seeing the 2 men's gloomy faces, Sui Renshi Feng knew he couldn't push them too far. After thinking for a moment, Sui Renshi Feng said, Uncle Master is joking. How could I, your junior brother, dare to make any demands on you too? Of course, if my senior apprentice is willing to pay a referral fee, I'd be happy to accept it. Sui Renshi Feng stared intently at the 9 merit golden lotus and the Bodhi seed in Jian's hands, as if to say, that. Following Sui Renshi Feng's gaze, the 2 men's lips twitched. With a flick of his hand, he directly put away the treasure. With another flick, 2 more items appeared in his hand. These 2 items are still the golden lotus of merit and the Bodhi seed. However, this time the merit lotus and Bodhi seed are clearly not as good as the previous ones. Not to mention that the golden lotus of merit is only of the 3rd grade. Even the Taoist aura emitted by the Bodhi seed is not even half of what it used to be, as if the seed is underdeveloped. Jieyin looked at Sui Renshi Feng expressionlessly and said, As your uncle, it's not unreasonable to give you some gifts. How about these 2 treasures as an introduction gift for your nephew? Jieyin squinted and spoke calmly. Sui Renshi felt a sudden pang in his heart, knowing that this was the limit for Jieyin and Junti. Although the items were of slightly inferior quality, Sui Renshi Feng did not mind. What he truly valued was the 3rd grade golden lotus of merit. Currently, a lotus divine tree grows within his chaotic body, which is formed by the fusion of a 9th grade soul lotus and a karmic fire red lotus. If the lotus tree could be fused with the 3 grades of merit golden lotus, who knows what other benefits it would gain. As for the Bodhi seeds, they are just an extra. It would be best if they could be planted, but if they could not, Sui Renshi Feng would not force it. Having made up his mind, Sui Renshi Feng looked at the 2 guides and said happily, Thank you, my 2 uncles. Sui Renshi Feng knew when to stop. He was already quite satisfied with the 3-grade merit lotus and the underdeveloped Bodhi seed he had obtained. Jain and Junti are not easy to deal with. Getting these things out of them is already the limit. If you ask for more, they won't give them to you. If you anger them, they might even steal Jizo and Baisajaguru and run away. In that case, it would be a great loss. As for the future, once Ksitigarbha and Baisajaguru have established themselves in the West, there will be plenty of time to poach their followers. Having made up his mind, Suren Shifeng cooperated by leading Di Zhang and Yaoshi to select people. When Jiayin and Junti looked at the human race chosen by Ksitigarbha and the other two, they were both filled with surprise and joy. Because the people chosen by Ksitigarbha and Baisajaguru are mostly cultivators who have practiced laws related to Buddhism and Taoism. This greatly surprised Jiayin and Junti. This was a scheme that Kang Jai had laid out long ago. Since they want to undermine the West, and even subvert the entire West, they naturally want as many of their own people as possible. Only those who are like this will receive genuine protection from Jiayin and Junti. Otherwise, when the demon race slaughtered the human race, would Jiayin and Junti truly care? The commotion on the human side naturally did not escape the eyes of the demon race, and the news quickly reached Daijun's ears. Damn humans. They actually want to curry favor with those two guys. West, how despicable. Emperor Jun was furious about the fact that some members of the human race had defected to the Western religion. Although he looked down on the two Western saints, they had become saints after all, and even he had to give them some face. Under these circumstances, it would be impossible for him to deal with the humans who were taken to the West. Daijun looked up at the outside of the demon court and found that the 12 ancestral witches were still wandering around outside, which made Daijun even more annoyed. Damn the witch race! They deserve to die, just like the humans. Wait until our race has finished producing offspring, and then we'll see how we deal with you. Daijun thought bitterly, his gaze involuntarily turning towards the direction of the 100 herbs. Garden. There, numerous demons were lining up, holding their own bloodlines, hoping that the yin-yang divine tree would nurture their offspring. Seeing the rising fortune of the demon race, Daijun's expression finally improved. There are less than 20,000 years left, until the 30,000-year deadline. They can afford to wait. Meanwhile, Suren Shifeng was also busy. While some of the human race migrated to the Western paradise, Yu Shaoxi Shan, after being taken to Nuwa Palace by Jin Feng, returned to the human race with a replica of the mountain and river map, given to him by Nuwa. Upon returning to the human race at Yuchao Mountain, the first thing they did was to relocate a large number of humans to the Shanhe Shejitu, a map of mountains and rivers. Then, taking advantage of the concealment provided by the mountain and river map, a portion of the human race was directly teleported from the mountain and river map to the Chaos World Tree. This, a long-term project. The heavenly calamity will only leave a portion of the human race in the primordial human territory, while the majority of the human race will quietly migrate into the world tree through the map of mountains and rivers. Only within the world tree is humanity truly safe. Moreover, many humans were also relocated to Jinao Island and Wuzhuang Temple. As time passed, nearly 10,000 years went by in the primordial era. Meanwhile, nearly a year has passed in the 3,000 demon god realms. During this year, Kang Ji's mind had long since returned to his cultivation form, and with the help of the 1,000-year pill, he helped everyone improve their cultivation, especially Dian Lai, Jiangixu, Feng Buhui and others, all of whom broke through to the golden immortal realm, and none of them were over 10,000 years old. Under these circumstances, everyone naturally rose to the rank of holy son of the sect. Like them were Ji Tianxia, Luo Yuanshou, Li Xuanyi, and others. This surprised Kang Jai somewhat, as he hadn't expected that Luo Yuanshou and Li Xuanyi would also become holy sons. In addition, within a year, Gojia, Shu Chu, and others, who were already at the peak of the Golden Immortal Realm, had already broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, and he broke through to the middle and late stages of Tai Golden Immortal with unstoppable momentum. Such cultivation level would make them an absolute backbone of the Pangu sect. As for the 10,000 peak-level Suangxian soldiers they brought, they have all now broken through to the Golden Immortal Realm. However, after reaching the Golden Immortal Realm, Kang Jai dared not use the 1,000-year pill extensively. So most of their cultivation levels stagnated at the early stage of the Golden Immortal Realm. Even so, 10,000 experts at the Golden Immortal Realm or above are enough to shock the world. As for Kang Jai himself, with the blessing of the primordial era, his cultivation progressed all the way during this year, and he broke through to the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm without hindrance. However, after reaching this point, Kang Ji's cultivation encountered a bottleneck. This is a bottleneck that Kang Jai has rarely encountered since he began cultivating. And this time, the bottleneck is not so easy to overcome. To break through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, one must retrieve one's past, present, and future self from the river of time and space, and leave an imprint on the river of time and space. Only then, even if one dies, can one possibly be resurrected in the unknowable future. But Kang Jai didn't just live in the 3,000 demon god realm. He also lived on Blue Star before. Therefore, to break through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, one must not only retrieve one's past, present, and future self from the time river of 3,000 demon god realms, but also retrieve one's past, present, and future self from Blue Star. Although there is a portal between the two worlds, their timelines are not in the same place. It's simply impossible to simultaneously access one's past, present, and future self in both realms. In addition, I have also been to the Chaos World, so the marks left there also need to be retrieved. In this situation, it becomes even more difficult to collect them all at once. In this situation, unless one's own body, which is seeking a breakthrough, enters the chaotic world and retrieves a mark from the river of time of the Great Tao, then, however, this would cause quite a stir and could easily attract the attention of Hongjun from the primordial world. Of course, there is another way to avoid making a fuss. Only extract the timeline of one world and discard the imprints of yourself in the other worlds. The advantage of doing this is that it's convenient and won't cause too much of a commotion. However, the downside is also obvious. The breakthrough is not perfect. If it were just a clone, that would be one thing, but Kang Ji's 9 main bodies are something Kang Jai definitely cannot do. In this situation, after making some inquiries, Kang Jai obtained a solution from Ziyu. The solution proposed by Ziyu was far beyond Kang Ji's expectations. You mean, for cultivators like us from the outside world, the only way to retrieve all the marks is to enter the void passage and seek a breakthrough. This news greatly surprised Kang Jai. The void passage was a place that even Great Luo Immortal Lordal level experts avoided like the plague. Going there to break through was no different from courting death. Ziyu gave a wry smile. That's all I know. It may seem unbelievable, but it's the truth. After a pause, Ziyu continued. It is said that the Void Passage is a very mysterious place. Although it only connects the 3,000 demon god realms and the primordial world, it can summon all the time and space rivers of the myriad worlds within it. Therefore, the only way to obtain All the marks is to break through the void passage. Furthermore, breaking through in the void passage will not cause any disturbance and will not be detected by anyone in the 3,000 demon god realms. As Ziyu spoke, she gave Kang Jai a meaningful look. Kang Jai ignored Ziyu's strange gaze and silently pondered the current situation. Currently, there are only two ways to perfectly break through to the great Luo golden immortal realm. One way is to break through into chaos, while the other is to enter the void passage. Void passage. After a moment's thought, Kang Ji ultimately chose the void passage. The void passage connects the 3,000 demon god realms with the primordial world. Kang Jai was very curious about the source of the passage on the other side of the primordial world. Time flew by, and soon it was time for the void hunting competition. The 9 elders of the Pangu sect, along with Kang Jai, headed to the void hunting grounds. My lord, that the situation is not good this time. Gojia walked beside Kang Jai and whispered something to him. Kang Jai glanced at Luo Yuanshou and the others without changing his expression and chuckled coldly. You mean those guys, right? Those few are in our ranks, and they are also holy sons. I'm afraid they won't behave themselves. If they join forces with others to cause trouble, I'm worried. Guojia didn't say it explicitly, but Kang Jai certainly understood. He glanced at Luo Yuanshou, then at Li Xuanyi not far away. Kang Jai always felt that Li Xuanyi was not the real name of this person. Unfortunately, the other party seemed to possess some kind of magical artifact that could shield them from cause and effect, and I was unable to discover their true identity. Even so, Kang Jai included Li Xuanyi in the list of suspects. Kang Jai would not easily trust anyone who might pose a threat to him. My lord, in this competition, am I allowed to kill that bastard Luo Yuanshou? Just as Kang Jai was chatting with Gojia, Shu Chu came to Kang's side, looking at Luo Yuanshou with hatred on his face. From the moment Xu Chu first saw Luo Yuanshou, he recognized him as the one who had slaughtered their Chu family village. Shu Chu would naturally not let his enemy go. Over the years, if it weren't for the rules of the Pangu sect, he wouldn't have had the chance to make a move. Otherwise, he would have killed Luo Yuanshou long ago. Now that he had finally escaped the Pangu sect, Xu Chu could no longer contain himself. Even if Luo Yuanshou disguised himself back then, with Xu Chu's current level of cultivation, his disguise from back then simply cannot escape his eyes. Looking at Xu Chu's face full of hatred, Kang Jai sighed inwardly. He naturally wanted to help Xu Chu avenge himself. But this time, with 9 vice sect leaders participating simultaneously, it's not so easy to make a move. Currently, his cultivation level is only at the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, although his combat strength is no weaker than that of the early stage of the Dalio Golden Immortal Realm. The gap between him and Zeus, who is in the late stage of the Dalio Golden Immortal Realm, is not small. It was virtually impossible to kill Luo Yuanshou right under Zeus's nose. Moreover, Luo Yuanshou is still nominally on his side, making it even more difficult for him to take action. Gently tapping the back of his hand, Kang Jai fell into deep thought. Revenge is definitely necessary. Putting aside the feud between Xu Chu and Luo Yuanshou, the feud between the Kang family and the Luo family alone would make it impossible for him to let the other side go. But nowadays there are too many restrictions, so killing the other party is not easy. Looking at Gojia, Shijikai, and other strategists, Kang Jai inquired about countermeasures. My lord, there is a method, but it is a bit risky, Zhu Ziliang suddenly spoke up. Kang Ji's eyes lit up. What method is it? I don't mind taking a risk. My lord, as far as I know, the purpose of the void hunt is actually to lure out the void beasts in the void passage for hunting. This would make it easier to send people. into the void passage for exploration later. So, in fact, would have entered the void passage from the beginning. Kang Jai raised an eyebrow, his expression somewhat grave, and said, "You mean, we should have entered the void passage on our own initiative from the very beginning?" Zhuge Liang nodded. "Only by entering the void passage will our Lord have a chance to break through to the great Luo golden immortal realm. Only when our Lord breaks through to the great Luo golden immortal realm will he be able to contend Zeus and the others. Only if our Lord can stand against them can we force Luo Yuanshou and the others to obey your orders. Otherwise, even if we wanted something, it will be useless without the strength." Listening to Zhuge Liang's analysis, Kang Jai also understood this principle. Everything depends on strength. Just as Kang Jai was pondering, they arrived at the void hunting grounds. The entire void hunting grounds have been transformed into a desolate world. Above them was an endless void passage. Passing through the void passage leads to the legendary primordial world. Once they entered the battlefield, the others had already left the void hunting grounds. Every 10,000 years, the rest of the contestants are eliminated from the void hunting grounds. This is not because the Pangu sect is domineering, but because during the 10,000-year competition, they will use special methods to attract as many void beasts as possible from the void passage. At this point, the number of void beasts will reach a terrifying level. Apart from the teams led by the 9 vice sect leaders, any other cultivators who participate will only face certain death. Everyone, are you ready? It's about to begin, 9 vice sect leaders. Now it should be said that there are 11 vice sect leaders. In that year, Zeus and Odin actually nurtured 2 powerful Grand Luo golden immortals, who successfully rose to become the vice sect masters of the Pangu sect. However, such a deputy sect leader has neither strength nor influence. He is merely a cannon fodder and a scapegoat. Including the main peak represented by Kangji, there are a total of 12 teams. The 12 teams were assigned to 12 directions according to their own circumstances, dividing the entire void hunting ground into 12 parts, with each team responsible for one area. To the left of Kang Ji's location was the team led by Ziyu. To the right of Kang Jai was the army led by Taoti. To the right of Taoti are, in order, Taowu, Qiangxi and Hunden. After chaos comes truth, and after truth comes Zeus and Odin. After Odin, there were 2 newly promoted vice lords, one named Tep and the other named Madin. Beyond Mating lies the ancient realm, and beyond the ancient realm lies the purple moon. The 12 people divided the entire void hunting ground into 12 parts, much like the 12 two-hour periods of the day. Among them, Kang Jai seems to be the weakest, because he doesn't even have a single Grand Luo golden immortal. In fact, Kang Ji's strength is even greater than that of the 2 newly promoted vice sect leaders. In fact, Kang Ji's overall strength is much stronger than Ziyu's. After all, Kang Ji's side has 25 golden immortal elders. As for Ziyu, even with the help of the Kang Jai pill, she only advanced 12 ranks in the past year. Among these 12 are Jiang Xu and Feng Buhui Uns. Everyone was in place. The Chaos Deputy Sect Master flew to the very center of the void hunting ground and slowly lit a huge incense stick. The incense is so enormous that it is like a towering mountain, tens of thousands of feet high. A giant incense stick was stuck in the ground, and the smoke from the burning incense spread in all directions. At this moment, the voice of the Chaos Deputy Sect Master rang out. Everyone, guide the incense into your territory according to your own circumstances. The more incense you have in your territory, the more void beasts you will attract. I urge you all to act according to your abilities and guide the incense according to your own strength. Otherwise, If too many beasts are attracted, you may all perish. After finishing his speech, the Chaos Deputy Sect Master returned to his own area, without waiting for anyone's reaction. Seeing the giant incense stick that had been lit, Kang Jai did not hesitate and immediately ordered the formation to be set up. My lord, wouldn't it be inappropriate to let those people join the formation? Because of the presence of Luo Yuanshou and his group, they had no choice but to include them in the formation as well. However, if these individuals disrupt the formation midway, it could cause the formation to collapse, and they themselves would also be implicated and suffer the consequences. Kang Jai simply waved his hand. It's all right, just proceed according to the plan. I have my own ways to guard against them. Kang Jai narrowed his eyes and stared at those people. If they dared to make a move, Kang Jai would show them what it meant to suffer the consequences of their own actions. Seeing this, everyone stopped talking and began to set up the formation according to the prearranged plan. As everyone took their positions, Kang Jai began to guide the smoke from the burning incense towards himself. At the same time, a commotion arose in the void above, with roars echoing, filled with rage. They're here. Everyone shall run down their spines and couldn't help but look up at the void. Above the void, ripples appeared, but no one could see anything with their naked eyes. The power of the laws of space and time surged into his eyes, and Kang Jai quickly saw countless void beasts. These void beasts were different from any he had ever seen before. These void beasts were larger and exuded a savage aura. The moment they appeared, they all rushed towards the giant incense. Unfortunately, before they could even touch the giant incense, they were blocked by an invisible force and were unable to get close to it at all. Unable to reach the giant incense, the void beasts became even more ferocious. Kang Jai even saw their eyes turn blood red before they turned and rushed towards the direction from which the smoke was drifting, beginning to frantically inhale it. Watch out! They're coming! With a command from Kang Jai, the entire formation was activated, ripples appeared, and the laws spread throughout the entire battlefield. Kang Ji glanced at Luo Yuanshou and the others, and seeing that they didn't make any moves, his eyes flickered. On the other side, Luo Yuanshou was talking to Luo Yuanjing. Brother, when do we make our move? Luo Yuanjing said calmly, it's not the right time yet. We've only just begun. Even if we take action, it won't pose a significant threat to them. We need to wait until everyone is in a stalemate and frantically attracting the void beasts. At that time, Master will help us and drive more void beasts to attack our side. Only then will it be time for us to act, destroy the formation and deliver the fatal blow. Luo Yuanshou scratched his head, somewhat anxiously saying, how long will that take? What if all the void beasts are killed already? Luo Yuanjing scoffed. That's impossible. You underestimate the terror of the void passage. There are simply too many void beasts inside to kill. Before Luo Yuanshou could complain, Luo Yuanjing continued. Wait patiently, you don't need to worry about the rest. After speaking, Luo Yuanjing ignored Luo Yuanshou and instead looked at the void beasts. Although void beasts are enemies to them, when a void beast dies, it drops many strange and unusual items, including rare and precious materials and even magical artifacts. Thump! Countless void beasts crashed into the formation, creating ripples. This is true not only in their area, but also in other places. With the void beasts' impact, the first wave of void beasts arrived. Kill! At Kang Ji's command, everyone launched an attack. The attacks of the laws struck the void beasts, causing countless void beasts to explode, spewing out endless debris and void beads. Kang Ji's space-time power permeated the entire battlefield, and the moment the void pearl appeared, Kang Jai put it away. The void bead can not only stabilize the void laws of the void hunting grounds, allowing the creatures living within it to move freely. These void pearls can also help Kang Jai create space-time insects, making them rare treasures for him. Who moved so fast? They picked up all the void orbs on the entire battlefield. Luo Yuanjing cursed inwardly. He had originally planned to take advantage of the battle to secretly collect the void pearl and other valuable items. But to everyone's surprise, Kang Ji acted so quickly, collecting all the void beads on the battlefield in an instant. On their side of the battlefield, at least several thousand void beasts have died in just a short time. Those are thousands of void beasts. The lowest cultivation level among them has reached the true immortal realm. And there are quite a few at the golden immortal realm. However, thousands of void pearls were snatched away by Kang Jai. How could Luo Yuanjing bear it? However, no matter how angry he was, the entire battlefield was under Kang Ji's control, and he was powerless to resist. He glared venomously in Kang Ji's direction. Besides Kang Jai, he couldn't think of anyone else who could take away all the void beads without making a sound. Sensing that someone was watching him, Kang Jai couldn't help but look in Luo Yuanjing's direction. Lixuanyi? Why is this guy looking at me like that? Kang Jai glanced at Lixuanyi with some doubt, his brows furrowing slightly. Kang Jai had always had some doubts about Lixuanyi's identity, but unfortunately, he couldn't find any concrete evidence. Ha! I hope you don't do anything foolish, otherwise. Kang Jai sneered inwardly, calmly tossing the void pearl to the time-space mother worm for absorption, and then the time-space mother worm would create more time-space insects. The time-space insects are more powerful than the void beasts, possessing not only spatial abilities, but also temporal abilities. Even though its time manipulation ability isn't strong, it's still unmatched by the void beasts. As the void beasts continued to descend, everyone felt the pressure, especially for Kang Jai, Ziyu, and the others who did not have a late-stage Grand Luo Golden Immortal to protect them. The pressure they felt was increasing. Something's not right. The void beasts this year are acting strangely. The ancient realm suddenly sent a telepathic message to Ziyu and Kang Jai. Something's not right. What's not right? Kang Jai and Ziyu looked puzzled. The battle had become intense, and more void beasts were entering the hunting grounds. More importantly, the strength of these void beasts is also increasing. And now there are even void beasts at the Tai Golden Immortal level. Kang Jai and the others had never experienced the void hunt, so they assumed that the void hunt was like this. But now, the ancient realm says that this year's void beasts are not right, leaving Kang Jai and Ziyu completely bewildered. Get ready, run if things get tough. There's something wrong with these void beasts. The ancient realm's warning shocked and bewildered Kang Jai and Ziyu. How did things suddenly escalate to the point of fleeing? Are the void beasts really that terrifying? Kang Jai couldn't help but look at the void beasts charging towards him. Although there were many of them, the strongest of them were only at the Tai Golden Immortal realm. Could they possibly pose a threat to a great Luo Golden Immortal, like the ancient realm? Seemingly aware that Kang Jai and the others did not believe it, the ancient realm had to transmit its voice again. This competition has only just begun, and a void beast of the Tai Golden Immortal has already appeared. In the past, it would have appeared at least in the middle or late stages. The year-long competition has only just begun, and such changes have already occurred. What do you think will happen later on? Guji's words truly startled Kang Jai and the other two, who couldn't help but ask. In previous years, only the mid to late stages of the Tai Golden Immortal realm would produce void beasts. Yes, Why, this hunt is so unusual. I suspect... Guji's tone grew increasingly heavy. I suspect that this might be a riot in the Void Passage. Millions of years ago, a similar situation occurred. The Void Passage erupted and hordes of void beasts stormed the void hunting grounds. If the sect leader hadn't personally intervened, the entire void hunting grounds would likely have collapsed. There was one more thing the ancient world hadn't said. The incident millions of years ago wasn't as sudden as this one. Back then, when a Tai golden immortal void beast appeared, a third of the competition had already passed. Guji looked at the void passage with increasing solemnity. Leaving the void hunting ground would lead to the void passage. Although it is called a passage, the void passage is actually boundless. After passing through it, one will reach the legendary primordial wilderness. Because the void passage is so vast and boundless, it is easy to get lost in it. This is the real reason why many explorers never returned. Just as Guji was filled with worry, Luo Yuanshou and his group on the battlefield finally took action. Brother, aren't there too many void beasts? When are we going to make our move? Luo Yuanjing also noticed the abnormality of the void beasts. The sheer number of void beasts was beyond his expectations. If we wait any longer, they'll probably all perish here. Let's retreat. Luo Yuanjing acted decisively, and before Zeus could take any action, he had already begun his own. As soon as Luo Yuanjing and his group moved, the entire formation immediately showed a flaw, and countless void beasts swarmed towards the flaw. What are you doing? Chu shouted, and the huge blade of light slashed towards Luo Yuanjing and the others without any mercy. Zhao Yun, Lu Bu, and others refused to be outdone. Those who retreated in the face of battle shall be executed. Then, Luo Yuanjing and the others were prepared. Before Xu Chu and the others could attack, they flashed and arrived at the border with the opposing Zeus camp. Upon seeing this, Zeus immediately took the group away. Zeus roared, "Elder Kangji, what are you doing? The holy sons, how dare you lay a hand on them? Are you betraying the sect?" Before Kangji could speak, Dianlai, unable to bear it any longer, roared, "Are you blind? They deserted in the face of battle, disrupting the formation. They deserve to be executed." Teoti and the other vice-sect leaders also glared at Luo Yuanjing and his group with hostility. This was a battlefield. To desert in the middle of battle was tantamount to killing people. However, Zeus snorted coldly and retorted, "Kangji's own strength is low, and he can't withstand the void beasts. If they don't retreat, are they just waiting to die?" Faced with Zeus's unreasonable arguments, Kangji had no time to engage in such nonsense. Because the void beast had already rushed into the formation, if it was not dealt with, the entire formation would fall apart. When that time comes, they will all surely suffer. With a cold snort, Kangji moved and soared into the sky. "Gentlemen, change formation." Splash! Countless laws surged forth from Kangji's body. These were the array laws that Kangji cultivated. Under the influence of the array's laws, a giant spear appeared in the sky, with Kangji at its tip, charging ahead towards the void passage above. Seeing this, the others changed formations, attaching themselves to the nodes of the formation according to their positions and rushing upwards. In an instant, Kangji unleashed power comparable to that of a mid-stage Grand Luo Golden Immortal, leading everyone directly into the void passage. Is this courting death? No one expected that Kangji would storm into the void passage. That was the void passage after all. Seeing this, Ziyu below tensed up. She guessed Kangji's thoughts, but she was still very worried. Kangji's decision to enter the void passage was indeed the right one, as he wanted to achieve a perfect breakthrough. But in the current situation, the void hunting grounds are fraught with danger, so entering the void passage would be tantamount to courting death. For a moment, everyone was puzzled as they watched Kang Jai rush into the void passage. Jiang Xu came to Ziyu's side and asked worriedly, "Will AG be alright?" Jiang Xu and Feng Buhui were not included in Kang Ji's group. Although Jiang Xu and Feng Buhui, who have been promoted to Holy Sons, can follow him. However, Kang Jai was not confident in his breakthrough, so he'd not take them on any risks, but instead had them follow Ziyu. Seeing Kang Jai rush into the void passage, Jiang Xu immediately became worried. With Jiang Xu's question, Ziyu didn't know how to answer. Meanwhile, Kang Jai, who rushed into the void passage, immediately felt tremendous resistance. Endless void beasts charged recklessly toward the hunting grounds below, their behavior hardly resembling that of someone attracted by the giant fragrance. Seeing this, Kang Jai felt a chill in his heart, sensing that something bad was about to happen. "Let's go to the left." Kang Jai took the lead, acting as the spearhead, and charged towards the left. He discovered that the boundless void beasts were simply rushing towards the void hunting grounds, completely ignoring them as they entered the void passage. This gave Kang Jai a chance to break through, and he headed towards the void passage on the left. After a bloodbath, Kang Jai finally led his men out of the void beasts' territory. Looking at the densely packed beasts behind him, Kang Jai felt a pang of worry. Once inside, it would be impossible for him to contact Ziyi and the others. Communication had been cut off unless Kang Jai returned to fight his way back. After entering the void passage, Kang Jai realized that the situation was even worse than the ancient realm had described. The hundreds of millions of void beasts have completely deviated from the original plan. Kang Jai instantly sensed the aura of a great Luo golden immortal deep in the void. A steady stream of void beasts poured into the void hunting grounds. If there were also void beasts at the great Luo golden immortal level. For a moment, Kang Jai dared not think about it. No, we must break through as soon as possible, otherwise once a void beast at the great Luo golden immortal level arrives, we won't even be able to provide any rescue. Kang Jai no longer hesitated. He first ordered everyone to retreat, and then released his own aura to guide the river of times in the darkness. Just as Kang Jai was seeking a breakthrough, the ancient realm found Ziyu. "What did you say? We're gonna rush into the void passage too?" Ziyu was shocked by the ancient realm's suggestion. Looking at the shocked Ziyu, Gu Jai smiled bitterly and said, "Now is the time for the competition. If the competition is not over, we will not be able to return to Pangu continent. In this situation, you either rush into the void passage or stay here to fight the void beasts. Which would you choose?" Ziyu was taken aback and asked in confusion, "Isn't the void passage even more dangerous?" Her meaning was clear. If she stayed here, she could at least join forces with the other vice sect leaders to resist void beasts. The void passage contains void beasts at the level of great Luo golden immortals. There are even legends of quasi-saint level void beasts. Under such circumstances, do they really have a chance of survival if they go in? Seeing Ziyu's somewhat reluctant expression, Guji earnestly advised, "This year's situation is not right. Now that a void beast at the Tai golden immortal level has appeared, are you sure that there won't be a void beast at the Dalio golden immortal level next? If a void beast at the level of a primordial golden mortal appears, we won't even have a chance to escape if we stay here. You know, the entire void hunting grounds are only so big. In the exhaustion passage, we at least have a chance to escape." Guji's words completely shocked Ziyu, who stared blankly at him and said, "Is the situation really that bad?" Ziyu was somewhat to believe it. If what the ancient world said was true, that void beasts at the level of primordial golden immortals had appeared in the void grounds, then everyone here would die. If that's the case, breaking into the void passage would indeed be safer than it is now. At least the void passage is boundless, so there's still a chance to escape. Just as Ziyu hesitated, Jiangxu spoke up. Master, I think Vice Sect Master Gu is right. This competition is too abnormal. We should enter the void passage. If all else fails, with Vice Sect Master Gu's strength, we can always come back. After merging with the Chaos World Tree seed sent by Kang Jai, the ancient realm has successfully broken through to the peak of the Great Luo Golden Realm. Ancient Realm, who had reached the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, was only slightly weaker than the 4 Vice Sect Masters among all the Vice Sect Masters of the Pangu Sect. With the transformation of his aptitude and foundation, breaking through to the primordial golden immortal realm in the future will not be a problem. It was because he received such an opportunity from Kang Jai that he found Ziyu and prepared to leave with them. Firstly, Ziyu is at least a powerful Grand Luo Golden Immortal, and the combined strength of the two is even greater. Another reason is to repay Kang Jai and return the favor he owed. With Jiang Xu's persuasion, Ziyu finally agreed to Gui's suggestion, and the two sides joined forces to attack the void passage. Their movement naturally caused a commotion across the entire battlefield. It's one thing for Kang Jai to storm into the void passage. After all, Kang Jai was only a Tai Golden Immortal cultivator. His sudden madness and entry into the void passage, everyone puzzled and unable to stop him. But now that Guji and Ziyu are also going to rush into the void passage, this is too abnormal, causing everyone's expression to change. The 4 deputy sect leaders of Taoti were exchanging telepathic messages, their conversation remaining unclear. After the 4 finished discussing, they began to organize their team, and following Ji and the others, rushed towards the void passage. Their move completely disrupted Zeus and his companions' plans. Now that only 5 of their teams remain, they dare not stay any longer. Something unusual must be going on. If it were just Kang Ji's team rushing into the void passage, they would definitely be watching with glee. When Guji and Ziyu joined in, they could only laugh at them as fools. But when the 4 vice sect leaders of Chaos Taoti followed behind, Zeus and the others panicked completely. Quick! Let's catch up! As soon as Zeus finished speaking, he led his troops to charge upwards. Unfortunately, as time went on, more and more void beasts rushed down. The difficulty for them to break through is increasing. Even the teams from the Ancient Realm and Purple Moon were stuck at the entrance and exit of the void passage, and the two sides were locked in a stalemate. At the same time, after Kang Jai released his aura, he began to draw upon the mysterious river of time and space. As Kang Jai continued to sense things, an illusory river of time and space appeared in the void. Is this the river of time? Kang Jai stared blankly at the river of time and space above. But Kang Ji immediately narrowed his eyes, because he sensed that this was only the space-time river of the 3,000 demon god realms, not the complete space-time river. This is not the complete river of time. It seems we have to continue. Kang Jai closed his eyes again, completely releasing his mind, sensing the unseen connection. As Kang Jai fully released his senses, another river of time and space appeared in the void. This river of time and space is no smaller than the river of time and space in the 3,000 demon god realms. It is actually the river of time and space in the primordial world. Besides, His immortal body had once been to the Chaos realm, so theoretically, he should have left a mark on the Great Tao River. As time went by, another river of time and space, comparable to the primordial chaos and the realm of 3,000 demon gods, fell. With a deafening roar, the massive river of time and space crashed between the primordial world and the 3,000 demon god realms, creating towering waves. Is this the timeline of Earth? Kang Jai stared in shock at the newly appeared river of time and space. The river of time and space on Blue Star was in no way inferior to that of the primordial world and the 3,000 demon god realms, which greatly exceeded Kang Ji's expectations. The only difference is that the space-time river on Earth is a bit strange. The higher you go, the narrower and smaller the space-time river becomes. The further down you go, the wider and more vast the river of time and space becomes. Faintly, Kang Jai even sensed that in that unknown future, the timeline of Blue Star would surpass even the primordial world and the 3,000 demon god realms. As the Blue Star's space-time river fell, countless smaller space-time rivers appeared one after another, constantly intersecting with the three, eventually converging into a boundless space-time river. As the river of time and space converges, the entire world seems to transform into the river of time and space. In Kang Ji's eyes, the entire void passage had become a river of time and space. He himself became a lone boat in the long river of time. Fortunately, only Kang Jai could see all of this, otherwise it would have alarmed countless powerful figures. With the final appearance of the Chaos Great Tao River, Kang Jai finally drew out all the rivers of time and space. Kang Jai closed his eyes and immersed himself in the river of time and space, sensing his own figure in the endless river of time and space. Suddenly, Kang Ji's eyes widened, and countless figures of Taoists were reflected in his eyes, flickering uncertainly. Splash! With a single swipe of his hand, Kang Jai seemed to conjure countless hands, which appeared in various places along the river of time and space. One after another, illusory figures were retrieved and gathered into Kang Ji's body. At the same time, all 36 main laws and the remaining auxiliary laws appeared within Kang Ji's body. The moment these laws appeared, primarily the laws of immortality, they began to weave continuously, eventually forming a chain of laws. A special aura emanated from the chains of laws, an aura that Kang Jai recognized immediately. It was the aura of the heavenly Tao. This also means that the laws that Kang Jai cultivated have evolved to have a trace of the aura of the heavenly Tao laws. This is something all cultivators in the Great Luo Golden Immor realm must go through. Only by allowing their own laws to be tainted with a trace of the aura of the heavenly Tao can they possibly break through to the Saint realm, or even the heavenly Tao realm in the future. The chains of laws took shape, phantom figures merged into them, making Kang Ji's aura increasingly mysterious and unpredictable. The moment all the phantoms merged, the entire river of time and space trembled. Immediately afterwards, countless illusory figures emerged from Kang Ji's body and jumped back into the river of time and space. Gradually, the river of time and space became calm, began to shrink and showed signs of dissipating. But at that moment, the river of time and space suddenly trembled and stopped in midair. At another part of the void passage, the enormous figure that was walking stopped the moment the Kang Jai space-time passage appeared. On the blank face, the originally lifeless eyes suddenly moved as the river of time appeared. The giant stared blankly at the river of time and space before him, like a fool, and watched Kang Jai break through. If Kang Jai knew, he'd be greatly surprised. After all, to witness the timeline of someone else's breakthrough, one would need to be at least at the level of a primordial golden and immortal, also known as a saint, unless their cultivation has reached the level of a primordial golden immortal. The giant before us, though seemingly dull and foolish, is able to see the river of time and space, which means that his strength has likely reached the level of a saint. How could a saint-level expert appear in a void passage? It's simply unbelievable. Fortunately, this giant did not disturb Kang Ji's breakthrough. But just as Kang Ji successfully broke through, and the river of time was about to dissipate, the giant suddenly grabbed the river of time. Because of his grab, the previously dissipated river of time and space suddenly stopped in midair. Kang Ji stared in horror at the river of time that was suspended in midair. He sensed a terrifying force binding the river of time. Who is it? Kang Ji rose in shock, searching for the source of that power. Unfortunately, even though he had broken through to the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, he still couldn't find the other party. However, Kang Ji vaguely sensed that a terrifying force was emerging deep within the void passage, binding the dissipating river of time and space. The giant gazed at the river of time for a long time, and finally, his gaze settled on a certain spot. Staring at that spot, the giant suddenly roared to the sky, the sound shaking the entire void passage. What a terrifying sound! Even from the edge of the void passage, Kang Ji and the others heard the roar. Following that roar, the entire void passage became even more turbulent. Countless void beasts charged toward the void hunting grounds as if there were some terrifying creature behind them. After the giant roared, 2 golden beams suddenly shot out from his eyes, which entered the time and space river of the 3,000 demon god realm and the primordial world respectively. Having done all this, the giant finally released the river of time from his grasp. Sensing the disappearance of the constraints of the river of time and space, Kang Ji was greatly shocked. Without time to think it through, I quickly focused all my attention on sensing all my imprints. Phew! Whoo! Thank goodness, all the marks are fine, so... Kang Ji was puzzled. If there was nothing wrong with his mark, then what was the other party doing when the river of time was bound? Isn't he attacking himself? Kang Ji was puzzled, but unfortunately, no matter how puzzled he was, he couldn't figure out what the other party wanted to do. As the river of time and space completely dissipated, Kang Ji shook his head helplessly. Aside from being able to summon the river of time when breaking through to the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, other timelines cannot be summoned at will. Even a quasi-saint level expert cannot summon the river of time and space with their own strength. Even a saint can only summon the timeline of their own world. It is rare for someone like Kang Ji to summon the entire river of time and space of all worlds. With a sigh, Kai composed himself and looked into the depths of the void passage. That roar just now made everyone aware that there was a terrifying being deep in that void passage. That terrifying being even surpassed the Pangu sect master, Shen Ni. Ah Jai. Dan Lai Lai approached Kang Ji with a worried expression. Kang Ji waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. My lord, what do we do now? Should we go back? With Kang Ji's successful breakthrough, a new problem now lies before them. Should we go back or stay in the void passage? If it were in the past, they would definitely have chosen to go back without hesitation. After all, their purpose in entering the void passage was to help Kang Ji break through. Now that Kang Ji has successfully broken through, he should logically choose to return. But the problem is, the crowd looked at the connection between the void passage and the void hunting ground, which was already crowded with countless void beasts. With so many void beasts, it would take who knows how long it would take to fight our way back. They couldn't help but look into the depths of the void passage. If that unknown being were to appear, they probably wouldn't even have a chance to escape. For a moment, everyone was caught in a dilemma. Everyone looked at Kang Jai, awaiting his decision. Kang Jai was also in a dilemma. Neither going back nor staying in the void passage was a good choice. However, there is still almost a year before the competition ends. For so long, they were unable to return to the Pangu continent. During this period, whatever choice they make is actually very dangerous. Just as Kang Jai was weighing the pros and cons, Gao Ming suddenly exclaimed, "Patriarch, look! That looks like Fairy Ziyu!" Everyone was taken aback and looked in the direction Gao Ming pointed to at the entrance to the void passage. It looks like someone's trying to break in. None of them possessed the extraordinary ability to see far, so they could not see that far. But they could also vaguely see that someone seemed to rush into the void passage. At this moment, Gao Ming explained, "Yes, it is Fairy Ziyu and her group, as well as the team led by the vice sect master of the ancient realm. They seem to be desperately trying to rush into the void passage." Upon hearing this, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. What are Ziyu and Guji trying to do? Instead of staying in the void hunting grounds, they're rushing into the void passage like them? They don't have anyone they need to break through. Kang Ji's eyes flashed, and he suddenly remembered what the ancient realm had before. This time the void beast was strange. Kang Jai then thought of the roar he had just heard. Could that... Kang Ji's eyes shifted repeatedly, then suddenly hardened, and he ordered, "All troops, follow me to provide support for them." Ultimately, Kang Jai chose to help Ziyu and the ancient realm enter. Passage. At a command, the group once again formed a long spear and plunged it fiercely into the horde of void beasts. With Kang Jai exerting his power, Ziyu and the group from the ancient realm immediately saw hope. After his breakthrough, Kang Jai became even more powerful. If Kang Jai, at the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal, could fight against someone at the early stage of the Dalio Golden Immortal realm, after breaking through, Kang Jai could easily defeat a mid-stage Grand Luo Golden Immortal. In fact, if they fought desperately, Kang Jai could even put up a fight, a late-stage Grand Luo Golden Immortal. With Kang Ji's help, Ziyu and her group finally broke through. Their first words stunned Kang Jai. "Hurry! The other vice sect leaders are behind us. They've followed us too." Ziyu and the others' words startled Kang Jai, who asked with a look of surprise, "You mean, all the other vice sect masters have left the void hunting grounds?" Just as Kang Jai was bewildered, Ziyu grabbed him and, with the ancient realm, immediately turned around and broke out of the void beast encirclement. After fighting for an unknown amount of time, the group finally escaped the encirclement of the void beasts. Once everyone had settled down, Kang Jai looked back at the entrance and exit of the void passage and discovered that Chaos and several other vice sect leaders were still fighting fiercely. At this time, many void beasts at the level of Great Luo Golden Immortals had already appeared at the entrance and exit of the void passage. Kang Jai was stunned by the scene. What's going on? Why are you all out here?" Kang Jai looked at everyone with a puzzled expression. Ziyu shook her head and looked towards the ancient realm. At this moment, Gujai spoke up. "I had a feeling that this void hunt was unusual before, and sure enough, it has only been a short time, and a void beast at the level of a Great Luo Golden Immortal has appeared. If we continue to stay in the void hunting grounds, we might very well encounter a void beast of quasi-saint level. At that time, even the 4 vice sect masters of chaos would not be able to withstand the attacks of those void beasts. At that point, we'll only have one path left, death. If I noticed something amiss, the 4 vice sect leaders would naturally be able to as well." As for Zeus and his ilk, they were just following the crowd. They actually benefited from it. In the end, Guji was still somewhat unwilling. If Zeus and the others hadn't come out, they would have been doomed if a quasi-saint-level void beast had attacked. Unfortunately, once the 4 vice sect leaders of chaos made a move, even though Zeus and the others didn't understand why, they still followed them out. This saved their lives. Kang Jai also felt regretful about this. But what's done is done, and there's nothing you can do even if you're unwilling. Fortunately, in the chaos just now, he had already sent his physical cultivation body over and hidden it among the void beast horde. After they leave, the remaining original beings can use the special features of this place to break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal realm. Just as Kang Jai was feeling relieved, Gu Jai suddenly asked, "Elder Kang, I just seemed to hear a terrifying roar. Do you know what happened?" Kang Ji's expression hardened, and he nodded, saying, "That is indeed the case, but I don't know the specifics." The roar came from the depths of the void passage, and it was unknown how far away it was. But after that roar, the void beasts in the void passage became even more frenzied. I suspect that the void beast's unusual behavior this time is likely related to the owner of that roar. Upon hearing Kang Ji's explanation, everyone's hearts sank. What kind of being could be affected even by a void beast at the great Luo Golden Immortal realm? They must be at least at the quasi-saint level, or even higher. Such beings are simply impossible for them to deal with. The group exchanged glances and saw the sorrow in each other's eyes. At this moment, Ziyu spoke up. "Why don't we go and help the 4 vice sect masters of chaos?" Ziyu's meaning was self-evident: to cooperate with the 4 vice sect leaders of chaos. The 4 chaos beings were, after all, peak great Luo Golden Immortals, and it was said that they were only one step away from becoming quasi-saints. This level of combat power is a good protective shield for them. With combined strength, even if they are no match for a quasi-saint level void beast, escape is still possible. Everyone looked towards the ancient realm and the azure calamity, awaiting their reply. Kang Jie glanced at the Chaos 4 Directions teams, still charging outwards not far away, and finally nodded to Ziyu. Partnering with the Chaos 4 is indeed a good choice. Everyone's gaze fell on Gu Ji, whose nod was the most important thing after all. His strength was the strongest among them. Gu Ji hesitated for only a moment before nodding in agreement. Cooperating with the 4 sect masters of chaos is indeed a good choice. After making their plans, the group turned around, charged the Chaos 4 Directions team. With previous experience, this rescue was much easier. In addition, the 4 chaos beings were powerful, and it only took them a few hours to rescue everyone from the Void Beast horde. To Kang Jai and his companions' surprise, Zeus and his group followed closely behind the 4 members of Chaos. As Chaos's group broke away from the beast horde, Zeus's group also broke out. This made Kang Jai and the others somewhat unhappy, but unfortunately, things had already come to this point, and there was nothing they could do even if they were unhappy. The 4 chaos figures approached Kang Jai and his companions, cupped their hands in greeting, and said, "Thank you all for your help earlier. This situation is somewhat unexpected, and we can't return to the void hunting grounds. Do you have any plans?" Kang Jai and the other 2 exchanged a glance. Gu Ji then spoke up. "We don't plan to return to the void hunting grounds for the time being, but we haven't decided on the specifics yet. Do the 4 of you have any suggestions?" The 4 Chaos members exchanged a glance and Chaos spoke up. "You all heard that roar just now, didn't you?" Everyone nodded. Chaos then said with a solemn expression, "Although I did not see the owner of that roar, based on my deduction, all of us combined would not be enough to be crushed by the other party with a single finger." Everyone gasped, their eyes filled with horror. Even the most powerful cultivators in the ancient realm were no longer calm and couldn't help but ask, "Then what should we do?" Chaos took a deep breath and looked at the three of them, saying, "Continue to venture deeper into the void passage and try to avoid contact with the other side as much as possible." Kang Jai and the other two frowned. Once they were deep inside the void passage, they might get lost. Once you get lost, finding your way back to the entrance exit of the void passage is not so easy. Seeing the hesitation of the crowd, Chaos reminded them again. "Everyone, I know your concerns, but in the current situation, if we encounter the other party, we might not even know how we died. In this situation, saving your life is the most important thing. As for everything else..." Chaos didn't continue speaking, but everyone's expressions became extremely solemn. After some deliberation, Kang Jai nodded to Gu Jie and Ziyu, indicating his agreement with Chaos's proposal. Seeing this, Ziyu struggled for a moment before nodding in agreement. Seeing this, Gu Jie no longer hesitated and nodded to Chaos, saying, "We agree to your proposal." Upon seeing this, Chaos was overjoyed. With more people, the safety in this void passage would be greater. At this moment, Chaos hesitated it again and said, "Gentlemen, I know you have some conflicts with Zeus and the others. But in the current situation, the more of us there are, the safer we will be. What do you think?" Kang Jai naturally understood what Chaos meant, but having Zeus and the others join was rather unsettling. However, they couldn't refuse the 4 Chaos members' request, as they would need their protection for a long time to come. The group exchanged glances, and finally reluctantly agreed. With the 12 teams reunited, their strength increased once again. Even if they encounter a void beast at the early stage of quasi-saint level, they are not without the power to fight back. The group found a direction and quickly left the entrance to the void passage. There, the number of void beasts has been increasing. Even the body cultivator's main body, after Kang Jai and the others left, immediately departed from them the entrance and exit of the void passage, and headed deeper into the void passage. The body cultivator didn't care about getting lost. He came here only to break through his cultivation level. With him there, the other main bodies can be continuously teleported into the void passage, and with the help of the special nature of the void passage, all 9 main bodies can break through. Of course, the chaos body Kang Jai still intended to stay in the chaos to break through. Because the chaos body is very special, Kang Jai is worried that the void passage may not be suitable for the chaos body. Thump! 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 Just as Kang Jai and his group were cautiously exploring the void passage, a terrifying tremor sound appeared in their ears. Everyone couldn't help but look in the direction from which the sound came. Everyone was stunned when they saw it. A terrifying giant of unknown height walked through the void passage. Even though every step he took was in the void, it still caused the entire void to tremble. The crowd watched in terror as the giant approached them step by step. The only saving grace was that the giant wasn't heading in their direction. "That direction looks like the void hunting grounds." Gu Jai swallowed hard and said with some trepidation. Everyone's faces turned pale. "The void hunting grounds? What is he doing at the void hunting grounds?" the crowd asked in utter terror. Upon seeing the giant's figure, Kang Ji's heart was filled with turbulent waves. He had seen that figure before in the images passed down in the Pangu Palace. That is the war demon god, the chaos demon ape. How could it be him? Isn't he already dead? Kang Jai had a million questions in his mind. Wrong! Kang Jai suddenly thought of the chaos demon ape's eyes earlier. They were empty, not at all like someone with intelligence. Chaotic demonic ape devoid of intelligence? Kang Jai was even more puzzled. That chaos demon ape had clearly reached the strength of a primordial golden immortal, which is the level of a saint. It's really strange that a powerhouse of this level has no consciousness. Or is it that I failed to perceive his consciousness, or that my understanding is insufficient? Just as Kang Jai was doubting himself, Chaos spoke. Chaos said with a solemn expression, "It seems that the void hunting grounds cannot be saved." Upon hearing this, everyone trembled. Zeus said in disbelief, "The hunting grounds are doomed?" Deputy Sect Master of Chaos, "Are you kidding me? Even a peak-level mixed-origin golden immortal couldn't break through the hunting grounds. You're saying the hunting grounds are doomed?" Chaos sighed. A peak-level Hunyuan golden immortal indeed cannot break through the void hunting ground. But what about a Hunyuan golden immortal? A Hunyuan golden immortal! The crowd exclaimed in surprise. But soon everyone covered their mouths with their hands, afraid of disturbing the Chaos Demon Ape that was heading away. Chaos sighed and said in a leisurely voice, "That terrifying being who just passed by was indeed a powerful expert at the level of a primordial golden immortal." Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. A powerful expert at the level of a primordial golden immortal could probably crush Shen Ni, the sect leader of their Pangu sect, with a single finger. Such beings, if they go to the void hunting grounds, the void hunting grounds will indeed be unable to hold them back. Then what should we do next? Everyone was at a loss. Chaos frowned, feeling equally confused. According to his deduction, if the Chaos Demon Ape went to the void hunting grounds, it would definitely enter the Pangu continent. Once they enter the Pangu continent, chaos will surely ensue. Although the 3000 demon god realm has 13 powerful beings at the level of Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal. But that person just now didn't look like someone to be trifled with either. If chaos breaks out, the entire Pangu continent will likely suffer. If they went back now, they could do nothing but die. Seeing everyone fall silent, Kang Jai had a sudden thought and said, "Why don't we continue exploring the void passage?" Most of the void beasts in the void passage have now been driven towards the void hunting grounds, making the passage on the other side much safer. Instead of going back now, why don't we explore the other side? Kang Jai made this suggestion because he was also very curious about how the Chaos Demon Ape could travel from the primordial world to the 3000 demon god realm. Is this the Chaos Demon Ape's own idea? Or is someone using the Chaos Demon Ape to try and find something? With his thoughts racing, Kang Jai longed to go to the other side of the void passage and take a look. Let's head the other side. The Chaos Vice Sect Master was somewhat tempted. Given the current situation, going back is impossible. But staying in the void passage and definitely isn't a good idea either. Most importantly, he is also very familiar with the prehistoric world, so the past is not a problem for him. Looking at everyone, Chaos asked for their opinions with his chaotic eyes. The three Tauti were the most decisive. After all these years, how could they not know about the concept of chaos? The three Tauti were the first to agree, and now 5 forces had agreed. Ziyu and Guji didn't hesitate much. Given the current situation, what could possibly be worse? In this way, only the 5 factions of Zeus remained hesitant and wavering. Kang Jai really wanted the other party to disagree, so he could abandon them. Even those without peak Great Luo Golden Immortal level are in danger within this void passage. Unfortunately, although Zeus and his companions hesitated, they were not stupid. Only by following the 4 members of Chaos can they be truly safe. With a sigh, Kang Jai could only set off with Zeus and the others. Which way should we go? A new problem arose. They didn't know which way led to the primordial wilderness. There is no direction in the void passage. You will lose your way if you walk up, down, left, or right. Kang Jai glanced at the back of the Chaos Demon Ape, pointed in the opposite direction, and said, "How about we go in the opposite direction?" Everyone was taken aback at first, then suddenly realized, that's right, that being was very likely coming from the other side. The Chaos Deputy Sect Master was overjoyed, and without further hesitation, led his men in the opposite direction from the Chaos Demon Ape. And this took a very long time. Fortunately, ever since the main mind followed the immortal cultivator's body out of the 3000 demon god realm and entered the void passage, its own time flow has actually synchronized with the primordial world. This made Kang Jai very curious, as this was the time his own time flow was the same as that of the primordial world. Could it be that this is because the void passage connects to the primordial world, and I have entered the primordial world? Kang Jai couldn't figure it out for a moment, so he stopped thinking. Meanwhile, as Kang Jai and his group were on their long journey, the Chaos Demon Ape arrived outside the void hunting grounds at a speed that appeared slow but was actually extremely fast. Countless void beasts saw the arrival of the Chaos Demon Ape and fled frantically in all directions. Thump! The Chaos Demon Ape leaped down from the void passage and landed in the void hunting ground, emitting a thunderous roar. The human cultivator, hidden in the shadows, watched intently. He wanted to see what the Chaos Demon Ape was up to. Boom! After landing in the void hunting grounds, the Chaos Demon Ape unleashed a punch. With a single punch, countless cracks immediately appeared on the ground of the void hunting ground. The body cultivator stared in shock. He had experienced firsthand how hard the ground was. With his strength, one punch would at most create a small crater. However, the Chaos Demon Ape's punch caused cracks to appear on the ground of the entire void hunting ground. Boom! Another punch. With that punch, the earth churned, and countless fragments scattered in all directions. Shen Ni, who was cultivating far away in the Pangu sect, suddenly opened his eyes and stared intently at the void above. Snap! Suddenly, cracks appeared in the void above the Pangu continent. Shen Ni stood up in shock, staring intently at the void above. Countless fragments of the void fell, crashing down upon the Pangu continent below. Shen Ni flashed into the void, staring intently at the shattered void hunting ground. Call! A strong wind swept across the entire continent, and a towering figure plummeted towards the Pangu continent. Hiss! Without a second thought, Shen Ni teleported away into the distance. Boom! Shen Ni instantly teleported out of the giant's range. Looking back, I gasped in shock. The Pangu continent below had countless pieces of land smashed to pieces, and even the space where the Pangu continent was located seemed to be unable to withstand the power of the Chaos Demon Ape. With cracks appearing. Mixed, a primordial golden immortal. Shen Ni exclaimed in shock, staring intently at the figure not far away. The moment the Chaos Demon Ape appeared, the primordial golden immortals of the 3000 demon god realms immediately sensed its presence. Foreign enemies have invaded. One after another, figures disappeared from their original spots and quickly headed towards the Pangu continent. After the Chaos Demon Ape appeared on the Pangu continent, it ignored the Divine Rebellion Sect Master not far away and instead looked in a certain direction. Thump! The Chaos Demon Ape took a step forward and then quickly walked in one direction, completely ignoring everything around it. Stop! A loud shout rang out, and countless chains of law surged toward the Chaos Demon Ape. It's the 9th Supreme Elder! Upon seeing the newcomer, Shen Ni was immediately overjoyed. This is a powerful Grand Lulu Golden Immortal, on par with the Chaos Demon Ape. However, faced with the swarming chains of laws, the Chaos Demon Ape simply threw a punch. Countless laws formed a giant fist, which slammed heavily onto the chains of laws. The swarming chains of laws were utterly powerless against this punch. shattering into fragments that scattered in all directions. Thump! The fist of law continued its momentum, slamming heavily into the ninth Supreme Elder. Thump! The ninth Supreme Elder was sent flying backwards without any suspense, smashing countless pieces of land. Hiss! Seeing this, Shen Ni, who was watching the battle, couldn't help but gasp. Even the Supreme Elders of the same level were no match for the Chaos Demon Ape. Just how terrifying must this Chaos Demon Ape be? After smashing the ninth Supreme Elder away, the Chaos Demon Ape continued walking forward, as if nothing had happened. It was as if the ninth Supreme Elder, who had just blocked him, was merely a mosquito that had been casually swatted away, utterly insignificant. In this situation, Shen Ni couldn't help but carefully conceal his aura. If he were considered an enemy, the other side could probably slap him into a bloody mist. Cough, cough! You're asking for it! The ninth Elder, who had emerged from underground, was utterly enraged. To be swatted into the ground like a fly, what a humiliation! Although he was not good at fighting, the giant ape opposite him was really too disrespectful. The ninth Supreme Elder's anger was completely ignited. He had to teach the other party a lesson. The ninth Supreme Elder made his move once again. However, the Chaos Demon Ape continued to move forward regardless, ignoring the attacks of the ninth Supreme Elder as long as they did not hinder its progress, and never stopped to retaliate. Faced with such a chaotic demonic ape, the ninth Supreme Elder became even more furious. As the ninth Supreme Elder grew angry, the attacks became increasingly frequent. This caused great suffering to the creatures living on the continent of Pangaea. If two powerful beings at the level of Grand Luo Golden Immortal were to fight, even the slightest impact would instantly reduce them to ashes, their souls scattered, their bodies and souls destroyed, leaving them no chance for reincarnation. Countless people fled into the distance. At that moment, they wished they had 2 more legs so they could run faster. Countless people fled, while some, unafraid of death, secretly watched the two fight. Among them was the true form of the demonic cultivator who had been hiding and hiding. The demonic cultivator had been searching for a way to leave the Pangu continent, but unfortunately, leaving the Pangu continent had never been so easy. Even if you enter the boundless sea between the Pangu continent and other continents, you will be sent back by the formations within it. Unless the barrier between the two can be broken, leaving the Pangu continent will be extremely difficult. But now, the appearance of the Chaos Demon Ape has given Kang Jai hope. Perhaps, with the help of the Chaos Demon Ape, it is not impossible to break the barrier between the Pangu continent and the other continents. The demonic cultivator secretly followed behind the Chaos Demon Ape, watching the battle between the Chaos Demon Ape and the ninth Supreme Elder. Through observation, Kang Jai discovered that the Chaos Demon Ape really had a problem. His eyes were empty and lifeless, as if he were a dead object. But who can control the physical body of a saint? Even Hongjun probably couldn't do that. Ninth brother, don't worry, I'll help you. Another figure appeared, and without a doubt, it was another powerful being at the level of a Grand Luo Golden Immortal. Hiss! 2 against 1. The Chaos Demon Ape is going to be in trouble now. Kang Jai was somewhat worried. What if the Chaos Demon Ape couldn't be defeated? How would they then destroy the barrier between Pangu continent and the other continents? However, Kang Jai's surprise, the Chaos Demon Ape's combat power far exceeded his expectations. Even when facing 2 opponents, he didn't fall behind. In fact, he grew stronger with each battle, seemingly dominating the 2. Hiss! Isn't this guy a little too terrifying? Just as Kang Jai was shocked, another Grand Luo Golden and Immortal appeared. 3 against 1. Holy crap, we're doomed! Kang Jai let out a mournful cry in his heart. Under these circumstances, the Chaos Demon Ape had no chance of defeating its opponent. Just when everyone thought the matter was about to be settled, the Chaos Demon Ape's eyes changed. A touch of agility appeared on the Chaos Demon Ape, and then the Chaos Demon Ape's power actually increased. What's going on? This monkey is acting strangely. Something's wrong with this monkey. The ninth Supreme Elder shouted, and the other two looked at the Chaos Demon Ape opposite them. At this moment, the Chaos Demon Ape was no longer so dull, and a glint of light appeared in its eyes. Who are you? The sixth Supreme Elder shouted loudly, staring intently at the Chaos Demon Ape. However, the Chaos Demon Ape completely ignored the sixth Elder's shout. With a loud boom, the Demon Ape suddenly punched the ground, instantly creating a huge hole. Oh no! Stop him! The third Elder suddenly shouted, and before the sixth and ninth Elders could react, they had already taken action to stop him. Unfortunately, this time the Chaos Demon Ape ignored the other party completely, stretched out its huge arm, and fiercely dug into the hole. The demonic cultivator, hiding in the distance, watched in utter bewilderment, completely baffled as to what the Chaos Demon Ape was doing. The Chaos Demon Ape, which had withstood the attack from the third Supreme Elder, only swayed slightly before regaining its balance and pulling something out of the ground. In Kang Jae's eyes, it was just an unknown blob. However, the three Supreme Elders' expressions changed drastically upon seeing this lump. Quick! Take it back! Without the slightest hesitation, the three attacked. This time, their speed and attack power were even greater, as if they were no longer holding back. Seeing the three attackers, the Chaos Demon Ape grinned, revealing its true expression for the first time. Immediately afterwards, to the horror of the three, the Chaos Demon Apes swallowed the unknown lump of food into its belly. His actions truly surprised the three people who were attacking. You actually swallowed it! The three stared in shock at the Chaos Demon Ape, then burst into laughter. You're practically courting death. Pango's spinal cord isn't so easy to swallow. If they could be devoured so easily, we wouldn't have needed to be suppressed deep within the Pangu continent for countless epochs. The three looked at the Chaos Demon Ape with pity and stopped attacking it, as if they were waiting for it to make a bad reaction. However, the Chaos Demon Ape that had swallowed Pangu's spinal cord did not stop, and once again lifted its leg and walked forward. The three exchanged glances, hesitating for a moment about whether to continue trying to stop them. The Chaos Demon Ape couldn't possibly digest the spinal cord that Pangu swallowed. In this situation, they only need to wait a moment, and the other party will definitely feel uncomfortable. By then, they won't need to exert too much effort to defeat each other. The problem now is whether the Chaos Demon Ape will experience any discomfort. If not, and we just let them leave, wouldn't that be creating trouble for them? But if they try to stop them, the other side will fight to the death, and they will surely be injured. Once injured, given their level of cultivation, it's unknown how long it will take for them to recover. With the plan for the prehistoric world to begin, no one wants to get hurt at this critical juncture. The three exchanged a glance, then shook their heads, letting the Chaos Demon Ape continue forward. However, this time they followed closely, ready to act immediately should the Chaos Demon Ape show any unusual behavior. However, as the Chaos Demon Ape continued its journey, it showed no signs of discomfort, leaving the three Supreme Elders completely bewildered. Time passed indefinitely, and the Chaos Demon Ape, which was walking, lost its divine light once again. This time, however, no one dared to take the initiative to attack the Chaos Demon Ape. The demonic cultivator Kang Jae followed them from a distance, keeping a respectful distance. He wasn't the only one following. Anyone with a bit of strength or curiosity chose to watch from a distance. Meanwhile, The immortal cultivator's true form in the void passage was still on its way, and Kang Jai felt a sense of doubt. How could Pangu's spinal cord be in the Pangu continent? And it seems that it has been suppressed by the 3,000 demon god realm for countless years. Kang Jai suddenly thought of the soon-to-collapse Buzhou mountain. Mount Buzhou was formed from the spine of Pangu. Logically speaking, even with Hongjun's help, Gonggong should not have been able to break Mount Buzhou. It's Pangu's spine, the hardest object in the world. But incredibly, the massive Buzhou mountain was broken in two by Gonggong's impact, which is simply unbelievable. Now that Pangu's spinal cord has reappeared on the Pangu continent, Kang Jai couldn't help but think of many things. Could it be that Pangu's spinal cord was stolen back by the 3,000 demon gods realm long ago, and that Pangu's spine became fragile because it lacked spinal cord? If that's the case, it also explains why Mount Buzhou collapsed. Without Pangu's spinal cord, Mount Buzhou is now nothing but an empty shell. Given Hongjun's scheme, it's understandable that it was broken by Gonggong. Thinking of this, Kang Jai became somewhat solemn. If Pangu's spinal cord in Buzhou Mountain was stolen long ago, how did the 3,000 demon gods realm manage to steal it so quietly? Just as Kang Jai was racking his brains trying to figure it out, the Chaos Demon Ape on the Pangu continent finally arrived at the edge of the Pangu continent. Even now, the Chaos Demon Ape showed no discomfort whatsoever. Of course, his aura remained unchanged. The three elders exchanged glances and immediately formed a plan in their minds. This guy didn't actually swallow Pangu's spinal cord, so what is he trying to do? Everyone was puzzled. The Chaos Demon Ape came to the 3,000 demon god realm, stole Pangu's spinal cord, but did not devour it. What exactly did it want to do? Boom! Just as the three were still wondering, the Chaos Demon Ape threw it forward. With a single punch, ripples appeared between heaven and earth. Oh no! He's going to break through the barrier. Quick! Stop him. The three snapped out of their confusion and hurriedly stopped the Chaos Demon Ape. Unfortunately, the Chaos Demon Ape attacked too quickly this time, and it went all out from the start. Cracks appeared in the barrier in front of them instantly. As the Chaos Demon Ape unleashed its second punch, the barrier that had blocked all life on the Pangu continent shattered instantly. Whoosh! Another figure appeared, and the other three immediately bowed. Big brother! The newcomer was none other than the Supreme Elder of the 3,000 demon god realm, the strongest being, besides the leader of the ancient demon god realm. As soon as the Supreme Elder appeared, he set his sights on the Chaos Demon Ape that was heading towards the opposite continent. Yuan Zhan, you're still alive. As soon as the Grand Elder spoke, the Chaos Demon Ape, which was advancing, suddenly stopped. Tilting its head to look at the Supreme Elder, the Chaos Demon Ape gave him a blank, lifeless glance, offered no response before turning back and walking forward. The third elder spoke up. Brother, this guy seems to be out of his mind. The Grand Elder scoffed. No senses? No senses at all. Yet he turned around upon hearing his own name. The third elder choked on his words, realizing that it seemed to be true. But he also had some doubts. But what's wrong with his appearance? Why do I feel like something's not right? The Grand Elder did not reply, because he also sensed that the Chaos Demon Ape was acting strangely. Let's go see what he's up to. The Supreme Elder did not rush to make a move, but followed behind the Chaos Demon Ape. As the barrier between the Pangu continent and the other continents shattered, countless creatures from the Pangu continent flocked to the other continents. They had been trapped on the Pangu continent their entire lives, and had long wanted to see what other continents were like. Now that they finally have this opportunity, they certainly won't let it slip by. Watching the creatures of Pangu continent continuously depart, the ninth Supreme Elder hesitated and asked, Brother, shouldn't we leave these people alone? The Grand Elder glanced back, then shook his head and said, "No need. Now that the barrier has been broken, we should take action." With a wave of his hand, he called out to Shen Ni, who was following not far away, "Shen Ni, come here." Shen Ni flashed and appeared beside Grand Elder. "Grand Elder, you were looking for me?" The Grand Elder scrutinized Shen Ni for a moment and asked, "Is your true form about to break through?" Upon hearing this, the other three Supreme Elders were not surprised at all. If Kang Jai were here, he would surely be greatly surprised. The Shen Ni, who appeared before them with the strength of a mid-stage quasi-saint, was not even in his true form. Faced with the question from the Supreme Elder, Shen Ni did not hide anything and nodded, saying, It's almost here, but I always feel like something is missing." Supreme Elder nodded. "You come from the primordial world, and now you lack that opportunity, so you should also be in the primordial world." After a pause, he looked at Shen Ni, who seemed to be deep in thought, and continued, "Now that the barrier between the Pangu continent and the other continents of the 3,000 demon god realms has been shattered, it will not be possible to restore it in a short time. Now the void hunting grounds have been shattered by the ape war. Why don't you lead a group of creatures from the Pangu continent to the primordial world as a preliminary step? How about we investigate the situation over there while simultaneously looking for an opportunity to break through?" Although it seemed like a discussion, Shen Ni dared not take it as a genuine discussion. Faced with the suggestion from the Supreme Elder, Shen Ni did not give it much thought and immediately nodded and said, "All right, I will organize the manpower right away." Seeing that Shen Ni agreed, the Grand Elder nodded in satisfaction and smiled. Patting Shen Ni on the shoulder, the Supreme Elder said, "Don't worry, once this matter is resolved, we will organize manpower to go to the primordial world, so you don't need to worry about not having follow-up support." Shen Ni's eyes lit up, and he asked excitedly, "Is it time for a full-scale war?" The Grand Elder shook his head. Whether or not to launch a full-scale war depends on the specific circumstances. As he spoke, he looked at the Chaos Demon Ape in front of him and said with a hint of deeper meaning, "The other side has all a move. If we don't do something, they'll think we're afraid of him." Shen Ni's body trembled, and he looked at the Supreme Elder in disbelief, his voice trembling slightly as he said, "You mean the?" Supreme Elder waved his hand, not allowing Shen Ni to continue speaking, but Shen Ni's heart was filled with turbulent waves. If his guess is correct. For a moment, Shen Ni was worried about whether his trip to the prehistoric world was the right thing to do. Fortunately, this time only his clone went there, and his main body did not need to go in person. Watching Shen Ni depart, the Supreme Elder turned his gaze back to the Chaos Demon Ape. Thump! The Chaos Demon Ape stepped onto the earth once more, its gaze fixed on the center of the continent. The four Grand Elders followed. Upon seeing this continent, the four immediately understood. The continent of war gods, this guy must have sensed something, the third elder said, squinting his eyes. The sixth and ninth brothers exchanged, and the sixth brother spoke up. Big brother, this guy is probably here to find his weapon, right? But why is he trying to steal Pangu's spinal cord? That stuff is useless to him. The Grand Elder scoffed. Seize Pangu's spinal cord? That thing is indeed useless to him, but what if it's not what he wants? Huh? It's not what he wanted? Everyone was a little confused. The Supreme Elder did not explain further, but instead looked at the Chaos Demon Ape in front of him. With a sigh, she said, "You shouldn't have chosen to side with him." As soon as he finished speaking, the Grand Elder's eyes changed and his tone turned icy as he said, "Stop holding back and kill him." As soon as he finished speaking, the Grand Elder took the initiative. The other three were taken aback. They were talking properly, so So why did they suddenly start fighting? Regardless of their doubts, the Supreme Elder had already made his move, and they had no choice but to follow. In an instant, the continent of war gods also suffered. Countless lives were lost, and the Chaos Demon Ape grew stronger with each battle. But the number of enemies also increased. Seeing that it was no match for the enemy, the Chaos Demon Ape began to move towards the very center of the continent. There stands a colossal mountain that reaches to the heavens and the earth. It's more accurate to describe it as a giant pillar than a giant mountain. Seemingly realizing the Chaos Demon Ape's intentions, the other four desperately tried to stop it, preventing it from getting close. Kang Jai, inside the Void Passage, observed everything on the battlefield from the perspective of the demonic cultivator's true form, and couldn't help but focus his gaze on the center of the continent. The Chaos Demon Ape can't go, but it's not like I can't go. He wanted to see what was on that giant mountain. The demonic cultivator's true form stealthily made its way forward, and as time passed, the battle between the Chaos Demon Ape and the four became increasingly fierce. The entire continent was trembling, as if it might fall apart at any moment. This guy's gone mad. Absolutely insane. Is he courting death? The four elders were puzzled by the crazed Chaos Demon Ape. Regardless of their bewilderment, the Chaos Demon Ape continued its frenzied attack. The demonic cultivator stealthily made his way to the foot of the giant mountain. Looking at this colossal pillar reaching the sky, Kang Jai was somewhat speechless. This mountain is so strange. Could it not be a mountain at all? Looking at the giant mountain that resembled a pillar, Kang couldn't help but turn around and glance at the Chaos Demon Ape that was desperately heading this way. Eyes becoming somewhat strange. Hiss! This giant mountain. Could it really be a weapon? And a weapon of the Chaos Demon Ape at that? Kang Jai suddenly thought of this possibility. However, looking at the endless mountain, even if he guessed it was a weapon, he couldn't move it. The battle was escalating, and the laws of heaven and earth were in complete chaos. Kang Jai dared not even extend his divine sense, because the surrounding laws were too chaotic. If he dared to release his divine sense at will, he would likely be torn to shreds by the chaotic laws. No, I can't stay here any longer. If I stay any longer, I'm afraid I'll die here before I get what I want. With this in mind, Kang Jai decided to leave first. Regardless of whether this mountain is the treasure of the Chaos Demon Ape, it is not something he can covet. Just Kang Jai turned to leave, he suddenly met a pair of eyes. Upon seeing the creature opposite him, Kang Jai was clearly taken aback. The creature on the other side was clearly stunned when it Kang Jai due to the turbulent and unstable laws of heaven and earth. Most living beings are now unable to use their supernatural powers to investigate the situation. Therefore, it was only when Kang Jai and the creature opposite them came face to face that they discovered each other. Huh? Looking at the monkey opposite him, Kang Jai suddenly exclaimed in surprise, because the monkey on the other side has 6 ears. The 6-eared macaque! Kang Jai was startled. Wasn't the 6-eared macaque a creature from the primordial world? How could it appear in the 3,000 demon god realm? Or is it that there is actually a 6-eared macaque in the 3,000 demon god realms? But Kang Jai quickly connected the dots to Shen Ni. Shen Ni is a ferocious beast king, definitely a creature from the primordial world, and certainly not native to the 3,000 demon god realm. Since Shen Ni could appear in the 3,000 demon gods realm, it seems not impossible for Liu Mihao to appear here as well. However, how the other party got here remains unknown. Just as Kang Jai was lost in thought, a loud bang suddenly resounded throughout the world. With a deafening roar, The earth cracked at an alarming speed, the cracks extending down to the foot of the mountain. Kang Jai watched helplessly as the entire mountain split in two. Immediately afterwards, with a loud boom, the mountain, whose height was unknown, suddenly split open from the middle. A golden light shone through it, exuding a terrifying aura. Immediately following, a roar that shook the surrounding area was followed by an angry shout. "Bring the club!" Golden light burst forth from the mountain, tracing in an arc as it hurtled towards the distant chaos demon ape. "Not good!" Kang Ji's expression changed. As the golden staff left, the massive mountain tilted to both sides and crashed down. Kang Ji immediately got up and prepared to run away. Looking at the motionless six-eared macaque, a struggle flashed in Kang Ji's eyes. But he still rushed over, grabbed him, and ran away. Unfortunately, with the laws of heaven and earth in chaos, it is impossible for Kang Ji to use his supernatural powers to teleport long distances. Faced with this situation, he could only keep teleporting short distances to try to avoid the falling mountain. Not only that, he also had to run in the opposite direction of the battle, which Kang Ji's escape even more difficult. Damn it! Kang Ji cursed under his breath. If it weren't for the presence of 6 saint-level beings, he would have wanted to leave the 3,000 demon god realm directly through the teleportation portal. The mountain was collapsing faster and faster, about to crush him. Kang Ji disregarded everything else, gritted his teeth, and performed a mid to long distance teleportation. The moment he landed, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The chaotic laws of heaven and earth caused him to be injured instantly after he teleported. Before they could even catch their breath, the massive mountain crashed down on both sides. Thump! An unimaginably loud roar followed, accompanied by a terrifying shockwave. Even the laws governing the universe were shattered by this terrifying shockwave. Before Kang Ji could even prepare, he was violently thrown away by the shockwave. At the same time, the earth was shattered by the terrifying impact, and countless bottomless cracks appeared. With a bang, Kang Ji, holding the 6-eared macaque, tumbled and rolled countless times before finally plummeting into a deep abyss. Roar! Just as Kang Ji was leading the 6-eared macaque toward the abyss rift, an angry and helpless roar rang out. Immediately afterwards, 4 screams of terror rang out. With a loud bang, it sounded like something had exploded. Before Kang Ji could sense anything, the laws of the entire world seemed to have vanished, becoming completely still. But the next second, countless laws exploded, and the world fell silent. In this silence, countless lives wither away, and space itself is extinguished. Even the abyss rift where Kang Ji and the others were located now revealed countless spatial rifts. With the appearance of these spatial rifts, countless void forces invaded. Before Kang Ji could react, he was sucked into one of the largest void rifts. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just before Kang Ji and the 6-eared macaque were into the void rift, 2 golden beams shot towards them. One of the veins went directly into the body of the 6-eared macaque. The other one struck Kang Ji. Puff! The immense impact caused Kang Ji to cough up blood again. Without a second thought, Kang Ji absorbed the object that had struck him into his body, and then the man and the monkey were sucked into the void rift. With the disappearance of Kang Ji and the 6-eared macaque, the raging laws of heaven and earth finally found their outlet and began to slowly calm down. 4 figures appeared in disarray in the sky above the continent. But looking down at the continent now, the continent of war gods is nowhere to be seen. The entire continent has been reduced to ruins. Countless living beings perished there, with less than 1% remaining. Seeing the horrific battlefield, the 4 Grand Elders looked grim. This battle not only shattered a continent, but also injured all 4 of them. Among them, the one who was most seriously injured was the weakest of the 9 elders. The chaos demon ape's self-destruction nearly caused him to fall from the grand luo golden immortal realm, even if he manages to preserve his cultivation. It's uncertain how long it will take to recover from his injuries. The other 3, while not in the same situation as the 9th elder, were not having an easy time either. Even the most powerful Grand Elder needed a long time to recover from his injuries. This kind of Dao injury cannot be repaired by ordinary elixirs. In the 3,000 demon god realms, there are 13 powerful beings at the Grand Luo Golden Immortal Realm. But now, 4 people have been seriously injured at once. What a loss that is. Damn monkey! You'd better be dead already, or I'll never find you again, or I'll wipe you out of the chaotic river of time. The 3rd elder, with half his head on his head, roared angrily. After everyone had recovered from their injuries, the Grand Elder spoke up. Quickly, find Yuan Zhan's weapon and Pangu's spinal cord. Although the Chaos Demon Ape self-destructed, he couldn't lose. What he was carrying. If Pangu's spinal cord were to return to the primordial world, that would be the worst thing. Upon hearing the words of the Supreme Elder, the other 3, forgetting their complaints, hurriedly released their divine senses and began searching for the 2 items. The Chaos Demon Ape's weapon is fine. It was placed on the continent of war gods simply to facilitate the cultivation of the laws of war by the beings there. Now that the entire war god continent has been destroyed, even if the weapon is lost, at most it's just a loss of a chaos spiritual treasure. But Pangu's spinal cord is different. Although almost no one can use this thing, if it were to return to the primordial world, or even be reintegrated into Mount Buzhou, then all their previous plans will be ruined. The 4 divine senses scanned the entire shattered continent again and again. But as they scanned the area, the 4 men's expressions grew increasingly grim. Big brother, I don't think I can find it. The 6th elder stammered a little, and his gaze toward the 1st elder was somewhat uneasy. Could Pangu's spinal cord really be lost? The 6th brother looked at the 3rd and 9th brothers, hoping to hear a different answer from them. However, the 3rd and 9th brothers remained silent for a moment, and finally all 3 looked at the Supreme Elder, meeting the gazes of the 3. The Grand Elder's expression was equally pleasant. He didn't scan Pangu's spinal cord either. The entire continent of War God is only this big, although it is boundless for ordinary living beings. But for beings like them, divine sense can completely cover them. But the 4 of them had searched many times, yet they found no trace of it. In this situation, it can only mean that the item is really lost. Brother, could we have entered a void rift? The 3rd elder asked. The Grand Elder's eyes narrowed as he looked at the recovering void rift, and he felt a headache coming on. If you really get into the void rift, then it's not easy to find. The void rift here is no ordinary void rift. Even they could lose their way if they entered it. You guys help me, I'll try to deduce the traces of that thing. The Grand Elder gritted his teeth and finally spoke. He really didn't want to deduce the traces of Pangu's spinal cord unless he was forced to. After all, that's Pangu's spinal cord. Anything related to Pangu's cause and effect could potentially awaken Pangu's will. If they provoke the will of Pangu, even if their cultivation reaches the level of Hunyuan Dalio Golden Immortal, they will still be no match for him. But now, Pangu's spinal cord is extremely important to their 3,000 demon god realm, so he has no choice but to take the risk. As the Supreme Elder began to deduce, traces of the law of cause and effect appeared in the void. The law of cause and effect extended in a certain direction, but the next second, the Supreme Elder spat out a mouthful of blood and immediately interrupted the deduction. The Grand Elder's face was extremely grim. He had just begun his deductions when he sensed a consciousness trying to revive. He was so frightened that he immediately forced a halt. Fortunately, at the last moment, he saw a phantom image of a void rift. Pangu's spinal cord must have fallen into the void rift. Phew! The Grand Elder let out a long sigh of relief, whether from relief or something else was unclear. I'm both glad that Pangu's will wasn't aroused and glad that Pangu's spinal cord entered the void rift. He truly didn't know what to do if other unexpected events occurred. Seeing the other three looking at him with tense expressions, the Grand Elder forced a smile and said, "Fortunately, that thing fell into the void rift." Upon hearing about the void rift, all three breathed a sigh of relief. As long as we don't return to the primordial world, everything is fine. While the four Grand Elders were celebrating, the demonic cultivator's true form within the void rift was far from relaxed. The environment inside the void rift is extremely poor, with space-time turbulence everywhere. Kang Jai held onto the six-eared macaque tightly, fearing that if he let go, the monkey would be swept away by the spatial turbulence, and then it would be impossible to save it. By activating the laws of space-time and stabilizing his body, Kang Jai finally had the opportunity to investigate the current situation. Looking around at the chaotic space-time currents, it seemed almost impossible to find a way out from here. Unless a void rift leading to the outside world happens to appear near you, it is simply impossible to find a way out in such a place. Fortunately, Kang Jai doesn't need to search for a passage. The portal to all realms can directly teleport him to his other bodies. Looking at the still unconscious six-eared macaque, Kang Jai remembered that a golden light seemed to have just crashed into the other's body. However, after Kang Jai investigated, he found nothing. Could it have already merged into the other's body? Or is it some kind of magical artifact that has recognized the other as its master? Kang Jai's eyes flickered, a hint of suspicion creeping in. However, the six-eared macaque is still unconscious, so there's no way to ask him anything now. Taking this opportunity, Kang Jai remembered the golden light that had struck him earlier. With a flick of his wrist, an item appeared in his hand. Kang Jai was somewhat puzzled and examined the golden bead in his hand again more closely. Something's not right. Kang Jai's eyes narrowed. He could actually sense the pure Pangu aura emanating from this bead. Kang Jai was no stranger to the Pangu bloodline, and was naturally very familiar with Pangu's aura. He sensed the purest and most pristine aura of Pangu emanating from this golden bead. In other words, this golden bead was an item on Pangu's body. After Pangu died, most of his physical body was transformed into the myriad things of the primordial world, leaving very little behind. Looking at the bead in his hand, Kang Jai suddenly thought of the Pangu spinal cord that had been swallowed by the Chaos Demon Ape. Could it be that this thing is Pangu's spinal cord? Kang Jai was shaken. If this thing was Pangu's spinal cord, Kang Jai's heart began to pound wildly. Looking at the golden bead in his hand, he couldn't help but swallow hard. If one were to fuse with Pangu's spinal cord, how powerful would one become? Even if one couldn't directly break through to the Grand Luo Golden Immortal Realm, one's physical body would probably be comparable to that of a saint. Thinking this to himself, Kang Jai couldn't help but swallow again, as if he wanted to swallow the golden bead whole. But the next second, Kang Jai forcibly held back. If this thing is Indigo's spinal cord, then its preciousness is truly unimaginable. Its most fundamental essence is the chaos sense, which not only transformed into the chaos world, but its soul also evolved into an immortal true spirit. Even if the other 8 original bodies were combined, they would not be as important as the chaos original body. Thinking of this, the demonic cultivator glanced at the golden bead with reluctance, but ultimately transferred it to the chaos entity. In chaos. The moment the chaos entity received the golden bead, it immediately chose to merge without any hesitation. But the next second, why can't we fuse them? The chaos entity looked at the golden bead in its hand with surprise, its brows furrowed. Could it be because the true form of chaos has no physical body, and its physical body has already transformed into chaos? Kang Jai pondered this in his heart, feeling that such a possibility existed. So Kang Jai teleported the golden bead from the chaos body back to the demon cultivator body. The item was obtained by the demonic cultivator's main body. Since the chaotic main body could not use it, it was naturally handed over to the demonic cultivator's main body. The demonic cultivator hadn't expected things to take such a turn, and in the end, the golden bead returned to his own hands. Seeing the golden bead he had lost and found again, the demonic cultivator's true form did not hesitate and immediately fused with it. But when the golden beads failed to fuse again, Kang Jai fell silent once more. Even the demonic cultivator's true form is useless. Could it be that this bead has already transformed into a magical artifact? Despite the golden bead not resembling a magical artifact, Kang Jai still attempted to refine it. However, despite trying many different methods, the demonic cultivator's true form was completely unable to obtain the golden bead. Fusion doesn't work, refining doesn't work either. Isn't this thing Pangu's spinal cord? At this moment, Kang Jai was almost questioning his life. Looking at the unresponsive golden bead in his hand, Kang Jai frowned again and again. If the demonic cultivator's physical body is no good, then what about his other bodies? Undeterred, Kang Jai transmitted the golden bead to the other main bodies for further experimentation. Unfortunately, even the immortal cultivators traveling through the void passage tried, but none of them could do anything about the bead. Could it be because of bloodline? But that makes sense either. Martial cultivators possess the bloodline of the witch clan, so why is that not possible? Undeterred, Kang Jai sent the golden bead to Kua Shu's clone for another attempt. The moment the golden bead into Kua Shu's clone, it seemed to sense something and immediately moved. It is the merit of the great Tao. In an instant, Kang Jai determined that the cause of the golden bead's unusual movement was the merit of the great Tao. Unfortunately, when Kang Jai tried to infuse the golden bead with the merits of the great Tao, the golden bead showed no reaction. No matter how the book-shattering clone tried, it was powerless against the golden bead. Are we just going to leave it like this? Having finally obtained the treasure, yet being utterly helpless against its owner, Kang Jai felt discouragement he had never experienced before. Is the only option to reintegrate into Buzhou Mountain? Kang Jai's eyes flickered. Why should we return the treasures we obtained to Buzhou Mountain? Kang Jai gritted his teeth. Although he couldn't use the item, he didn't intend to return it to Buzhou Mountain. Mount Buzhou is crucial to his next plan. If Mount Buzhou doesn't fall, how can he proceed with his next plan? With a flick of his hand, Kua Shu clone collected Pangu's spinal cord. Although he couldn't use it, Kang Jai had a feeling that this thing would be very useful to him. It may play an unexpected role at some point in the future. His mind returned to his original purpose of cultivating immortality. After going around in circles, Kang Jai still hadn't used up the golden beads, so he had no choice but to continue on his way. Meanwhile, the demonic cultivator, having lost the golden bead, looked at the still unconscious six-eared macaque, took a step forward, and through the portal to all realms, first went to the void passage where the physical cultivator's main body was located. With the help of the void passage, he first successfully broke through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. After the rest of their main bodies broke through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal level, they followed the body cultivator back to the prehistoric human race. As for the chaos entity itself, it chose to break through within the chaos. The breakthrough of the chaos entity was so significant that it once again alarmed many living beings in the chaos and the primordial world. Fortunately, the chaos entity was quick-witted and left immediately after breaking through, thus avoiding being discovered. On the other side, the cultivator's true form followed the team on their exploration, a journey that lasted for over 10,000 years. After more than 10,000 years, the group finally saw the light at the end of the tunnel. Over 10,000 years, under Kang Ji's deliberate suppression, the cultivation level of the immortal body only broke through one small realm, reaching the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden. Immortal. Even so, the others were still dumbfounded. You should know that for these people, after reaching the Great Luo Golden immortal realm, it takes them millions of years to break through even a small realm. But what about Kang Ji? In just over 10,000 years, he broke through another minor realm. What a monstrous and terrifying talent he is. Zeus and the others stared at Kang Ji's retreating figure, their eyes flickering with uncertainty. The pressure from Kang Ji was simply too great. It hasn't been that long, and we're almost on equal footing with them. If Kang Ji were given tens of thousands more years, would he still want to surpass them? This is intolerable to them. They have a grudge against Kang Ji. If Kang Ji were to surpass them, wouldn't their lives be in danger? Of all these people, Luo Yuanshou was the most afraid. The Luo family and Kang Ji have a blood feud. Kang Ji is a powerful cultivator, and the first people he wants to kill are the Luo family. Luo Yuanshou nervously transmitted his voice to Luo Yuanjing. Brother, what should we do? How can that Kang Ji be so terrifying? We are still far from reaching the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. But he has already broke through to the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. If they were to recklessly try to kill us, even with our master and the others around, it would be difficult to defend against them. It should be noted that although they appear to have 5 Grand Luo Golden Immortals on their side, 2 of them are merely pseudo-Grand Luo Golden Immortals, created by piling up resources, and their combat strength is only slightly stronger than that of a peak Taiyi Golden Immortal. Of the other 3, Zeus and Odin reached the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. But truth was only at the mid-stage of the Quasi-Saint Realm. Now, regarding Kang Ji's side, it's uncertain whether the 4 vice-sect Masters of Chaos will take sides. Even if they don't favor them, the ancient realm is still a peak Great Luo Golden Immortal, while Ziyu, although only at the early Great Luo stage, can still withstand the True Truth stage at the mid-Great Luo stage. If the ancient realm to intervene to stop Zeus and Odin, then no one would be able to stop the calamity. In this situation, their safety is truly not guaranteed. Sensing his younger brother's fear, Luo Yuanjing also looked worried. Although this is not his true form has not yet broken through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Breaking through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm is not an easy feat. In a sense, the Great Luo is already an immortal being. As long as a mark remains in the river of time, it may return at some point in the future. Such a terrifying existence is not so easy to overcome. Kang Ji's cultivation speed had far exceeded his expectations. Even with his talent for creating infinite clones, he still couldn't catch up. This filled Luo Yuanjing with fear, shock, and intense jealousy. He has the ability to create infinite clones. Moreover, after the last baptism of the Blood Lake, his talent ability has been enhanced and is now no less than that of a colored talent. Most importantly, all his clones acquired other bloodlines, making their cultivation aptitude far more powerful. Even with the ability to share and merge with clones, the main body still couldn't break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. How could this not fill him with fear, shock, and jealousy at Kang Ji's talent? Who? Luo Yuanjing took a deep breath and warned Luo Yuanshou, "Let's keep a low file during this time and not cause any trouble. With the 4 vice sect leaders of chaos here, he won't touch us." The time being. Only. At this point, Luo Yuanjing paused, his heart filled with worry. "However, we are about to leave. Once we enter the prehistoric world, I'm afraid the other side will find an opportunity to kill us." Luo Yuanshou froze, somewhat alarmed, and asked, "What should we do?" He was truly at his wits' end. Unlike Luo Yuanjing, who possessed an infinite number of clones and whose true identity remained unknown to all, he was not. Once he dies, he is truly dead. Luo Yuanjing's eyes flashed. The current Kang Jai was no longer someone he could handle. He needed time to grow stronger. Luo Yuanjing believed that with his talent, given enough time, he would eventually surpass Kang Jai. He also knew that the Kang Jai possessed the flower of 10,000 years, in a glance, and the pill of 1,000 years. He believed that Kang Jai must have used those pills to cultivate to the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm so quickly. But elixirs are limited, and Kang Jai, without elixirs, is certainly no match for him. Once he transcends the heavenly tribulation, everything will be reversed. Luo Yuanjing glanced at his foolish younger brother again, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. If all else fails, then the only option is to abandon his younger brother in order to save himself. No matter what, Luo Yuanjing would not allow himself to get into trouble, not even with just a clone. Thinking this to himself, Luo Yuanjing said aloud, "Don't be anxious. For now, we can only rely on our master and the others." Kang Jai is currently only at the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, and is still far inferior to his master and the others. If we can persuade our master to deliver a fatal blow to that guy when necessary. Luo Yuanjing did not continue speaking, but his words stirred something in the heart of Luo Yuanshou, the listener. "Big brother, you're right. We can't just sit here and wait to die. If we have the chance, we can ask our master and the others to take action and kill that guy." Looking at the slightly excited Luo Yuanshou, a glint of light flashed in Luo Yuanjing's eyes. "Good brother. Don't blame your brother for being heartless. Only if your brother lives will our family have a chance to take revenge." Luo Yuanjing's encouragement of Luo Yuanshou was not because he truly wanted to take the opportunity to eliminate Kang Jai, whose cultivation has reached the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, is not so easy to hunt down. Moreover, Kang Jai has 2 allies by his side, making it even more impossible for them to hunt him down. If Kang Jai senses any killing intent, he will not spare them. Luo Yuanshou was a pawn that Luo Yuanjing pushed out. Once Luo Yuanshou dies, Kang Jai will no longer pay attention to him. After all, in Kang Ji's eyes, he was not Luo Yuanjing, but Li Xuanyi. Just as Luo Yuanjing's thoughts were racing, the group finally arrived at the other end of the void passage. Here everyone saw a huge and terrifying vortex. "Once we pass through here, we can leave the void passage and enter the primordial world," the Chaos Vice Sect Master explained. Seeing the void vortex that was clearly moving in the opposite direction, the group looked at each other in bewilderment. "Deputy Sect Master of Chaos, is this void vortex dangerous?" Someone couldn't help but ask. After a moment of silence, the Chaos Deputy Sect Master said, "Only cultivators at the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm have a chance to pass through this vortex." Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed. At this moment, Taosi added, "You don't need to worry. I'm sure you all have spatial magic treasures. Just put the rest of you inside them. Once we, the deputy sect leaders, pass through the vortex, we can release them." After Taoti said that, everyone came to their senses. Yes, there are also spatial magic items that can store people inside. Seeing the relieved crowd, Taoti had one more thing to say. In this void vortex, power of the vortex is very unfriendly to spatial magic treasures. If the magical artifact is not sturdy enough to withstand the swirling force of the vortex, and it breaks, then the people inside will surely die. However, in the current situation, if the truth were revealed, many people would be worried, and it would also disrupt the morale of the others. Taoti simply relayed this message to Ziyu, as a way of repaying the favor Ziyu done by giving him Dian Lai as her disciple. Upon receiving the news, Ziyu informed Kang Jai and the ancient realm of the situation. Guji was quite relaxed. His true form was the world tree, and now it had evolved into a true chaotic being, with numerous worlds of varying sizes opening up within its body. For him, as long as his physical body is not destroyed, his inner world cannot be harmed. As for Kang Jai, he can simply send people into the Three Kingdoms world or the world tree, so there's no need to worry. On the contrary, Ziyu not only had the lowest cultivation level, but also the lowest foundation among them, and she didn't have any good spatial magic treasures. In this situation, Ziyu looked troubled and asked Guji, "How about I settle the person with you?" Guji didn't refuse and quickly took the person away. As for Kang Jai, he refused the ancient realm's offer, and even Jiangxu and Fengbu Hui were taken into his inner world. It wasn't that Kang Jai didn't trust the ancient realm, but rather that he had never experienced the void vortex. In the event of any unforeseen circumstances, even if the cultivator's physical body dies, it will not affect the inner world of the body. But others are different. If Guji were to perish, the world within him would completely collapse. Seeing that everyone had put their bodies away, Chaos looked at the crowd and said, "All right, now it's just us left, let's go." After saying that, Chaos took the lead and headed towards the void. Text. Kang Jai and the other two exchanged a glance, then followed without further hesitation. Zeus and his 5 companions dared not delay and followed behind them. However, the way Zeus and the other 4 looked at Kang Jai was particularly sinister. "This is an opportunity. Do you think we should make a move?" Zeus transmitted his voice to the other 4. The pressure from the heavenly tribulation was simply too great. Once Kang Ji's cultivation surpasses theirs, they will likely be in great danger. However, they did not know that even now, they were no match for Kang Jai. Kang Jai is now more than just someone whose cultivation level has broken through to the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. In fact, the cultivation of the other 8 original bodies had already broken through to the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. It's nothing special for tens of millions of clones to cultivate with all their might, and for over 10,000 years to advance their cultivation to the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. If it weren't for the bottleneck in breaking through to the primordial Golden Immortal Realm, the 8 original bodies would probably have already broken through to the primordial Golden Immortal Realm by now. As for the other clones, because they borrowed their computing power, apart from a few important clones, such as Kuashu, the other clones did not make much progress in their cultivation over the past 10,000 years. Even so, with 8 peak-level Great Luo Golden Immortals present, ordinary people simply cannot kill Kang Jai. Even if Zeus and his 5 companions were to ambush him, Kang Jai could easily summon one of their true forms to annihilate them if he so desired. This is also why Kang Jai, even with his immortal cultivation body suppressing his cultivation level, was not afraid of this group of people. We should be careful, since only great Luo golden immortals can pass through this void vortex. It means that its interior is not simple. Once we go inside, let's assess the situation. If there's an opportunity, we'll make further plans. If not, let's just pretend nothing happened. Odin, being more composed, offered his opinion. Truth's cultivation was inferior to the two, and seeing Odin's caution, he echoed, "Vice Sect Master Odin is right, let's see how things go before we speak." Seeing this, Zeus didn't ask the other two servants and said directly, "If that's the case, then let's do as you say." The five of them caught up with the group and followed closely behind Kang Jai and his companions. Kang Jai glanced back at Zeus and his group of five. Although Zeus and his companions concealed their intentions well, Kang Jai still sensed their constant scrutiny along the way. Although he didn't know what the five people wanted to do, Kang Jai still became more vigilant. The group quickly went against the current and rushed into the vortex. But the moment they entered the vortex, everyone's expression changed. Even the four chaos beings who had experienced the vortex changed their expressions and were greatly alarmed, exclaiming, "The intensity of this vortex has increased." Upon hearing this, Ziyu was the first to change her expression. Purple Moon, who followed closely into the vortex, was the first to feel the pressure. And just then, two of the five Zeus members who had just entered the vortex, including the two deputy sect leaders who were merely tools, immediately turned red in the face and spat out a mouthful of blood. "My lord, save me!" The two cried out to Zeus and Odin for help. No one expected that this would happen as soon as these two newly appointed deputy sect leaders entered the vortex. Everyone was shocked to see that the two of them could not withstand power of the vortex. Kang Jie glanced at Ziyu and saw that, although her face was flushed and she was having some difficulty resisting, she had ultimately withstood the pressure of the vortex. In contrast, the two deputy sect leaders, Tepu and Madden, were truly incompetent. As soon as they entered the vortex, they were severely injured by the pressure there. If they continue their assault, they'll probably perish before they even reach the halfway point. Seeing their Granluo Golden Immortal Vice Sect Master was about to perish, Zeus and Odin had no choice but to step forward and protect the two. Fortunately, the two were still powerful beings at the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Although they were a bit weak, they managed to stabilize themselves with the help of Zeus and Odin. With the help of Odin and Zeus, the two gradually regained their composure and finally had a chance to catch their breath. However, Zeus and Odin had grim expressions on their faces. Both Tep and Madden were comfortable, but the pressure has shifted onto them. If they weren't both at the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, they would probably be coughing up blood and injured right now. With grim faces, the two men each led one person and rushed upwards towards the vortex. The pressure from this reverse impact vortex is unimaginable. As for the original hunting opportunities, there's no time for them now. At this moment, Kang Jai also had no time to pay attention to the five people behind him. As time goes on, the higher they climb, the greater the pressure becomes. Moreover, Kang Jai discovered that this pressure was also affecting their bodies. This caused even the world tree, which possesses an inner world, to feel the pressure. The world tree had to unleash more power to protect the world within it. In this situation, it would be difficult for the world tree to take care of both Kang Jai and Ziyu in every aspect. Fortunately, Kang Ji's inner world was not within his cultivation body, within his chaotic body. Therefore, although the pressure of the vortex is great, it cannot affect the inner world. It can only affect the physical body of the Kangji immortal cultivator. Kangji's physical body, which was originally a cultivator, was not merely at the mid-stage of the great Luo golden immortal realm. Kang Jai has always paid great attention to physical tempering, so his physical body is much stronger than that of a typical mid-stage Grand Luo golden immortal cultivator. In this situation, vortex pressure poses little threat to him. On the contrary, Ziyu only has the cultivation level of the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Although he has benefited from the 1,000-year pill, his cultivation level has been infinitely close to the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal over the years. However, he has not yet broken through to the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, and remains stuck in the initial stage. Faced with increasing pressure, Ziyu found it increasingly difficult to move forward. Seeing that Ziyu's speed was getting slower and slower, and even showed signs of reversing, Kangji had no choice but to take a step forward. "Walk!" Kang Jai struggled to transmit his voice, pulling Ziyu along as they continued forward. Within this vortex, even divine sense cannot penetrate. The moment it does, it is torn to shreds by the vortex's terrifying pulling force. Kang Jai only briefly transmitted a single word, yet it consumed a great deal of his divine sense. Kang Jai dared not release his divine sense again, and hurriedly pulled Ziyu to speed up their advance. As the vortex rises, its pressure, tearing force, and downward pulling force also increase. Kang Jai and the other two followed closely behind the four chaos, taking difficult, slow, and determined steps towards the exit of the vortex. After an unknown amount of time, even Kang Jai felt he was about to give up and was preparing to use the power of his remaining body parts when they suddenly felt lighter and actually left the vortex range. Puffed! As soon as she left the vortex's range, Ziyu spat out a mouthful of blood. Originally, his whole body was under tremendous pressure, and he used all his strength to resist it. Suddenly, all the pressure disappeared, and Ziyu suffered a backlash, instantly spitting out a mouthful of blood. The Azure Calamity and the Ancient Realm are also suffering. Fortunately, they were stronger and had better physical bodies. They adjusted their aura the moment they came out, which prevented them from suffering the same fate as Ziyu. He assessed his own condition and then investigated Ziyu's situation. Seeing that he was only spitting blood and not seriously injured, they breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did Kang Jai have time to look around. Looking up, he saw that the four people in front of him were motionless, as if they were frozen in place. Confused, Kang Jai and the other two looked at the four chaos beings who had transformed into their enormous forms and quickly approached them. "Four vice sect masters, have we already arrived in the primordial world?" Kang Jai had only ground briefly and found that the place was still empty, and he had no idea where he was in the primordial world, so he asked. But his inquiry went unanswered. Kang Jai and the other two were puzzled. What was wrong with the four chaos people? Why are you standing there without moving? Kang Jai and the other two stepped over their massive bodies and came to stand before them. Just as they were about to ask, Kang Jai and the other two were stunned. In front of the four chaos figures, a palace was floating. Upon seeing the palace, Kang Jai froze, his heart churning with turbulent emotions. "Pan the Pangu Temple," Kang Jai screamed inwardly. He was somewhat incredulous and looked up again. It really is the Pangu Temple. The exact same Pangu Temple. But wasn't the Pangu Temple located at the foot of Buzhou Mountain in the territory of the Wu tribe? Kang Jai was momentarily stunned. Could it be that the Pangu Temple was moved here for some unknown reason? But the next second, Kang Jai directly denied it. because his clone had already seen the Pangu Temple at the foot of Buzhou Mountain. Since the Pangu Temple of the Wu clan still exists. So what's the story behind this Pangu Temple? Kang Jai swallowed hard. He felt things were getting increasingly bizarre. No wonder the 4 Chaos people were standing there dumbfounded. They had also seen the Pangu Temple. Although the Wu tribe had not yet been born when they wreaked havoc in the prehistoric world. However, they were aware of the existence of the Pangu Temple. They also knew what the Pangu Temple meant to the prehistoric world. But now that the Pangu Temple has appeared here, how could they not be utterly horrified? Hun, the vice sect master of chaos? Unaware of what the Pangu Temple was, Gu Ji and Ziyu approached the 4 chaos figures, waved and softly called out, "Gentlemen, what are you looking at? Are you looking at that palace? What is that?" The 2 from the ancient realm hadn't noticed anything amiss and asked the 4 who were in a daze. Their questions brought the 4 chaos figures back to their senses. Looking at Kang Jai and the other 2, the 4 members of chaos had complicated expressions. After glancing at the Pangu Temple, not far away, the 4 of them shuddered and involuntarily took a step back. Kang Jai did not to know about the Pangu Temple, and looked at the 4 of them with puzzled expressions along with the 2 from the ancient realm. The 4 coughed lightly, glanced at the unresponsive Pangu Temple not far away, and then said, "You've all come out too." This seemingly pointless reply left Kang Jai and the other 2 speechless. Seeing the 4 chaos beings who were startled by the Pangu Temple, Kang Ji found it amusing, but also quite understanding. After all, even at this moment he was just as bewildered. "Ahem, 4 vice sect masters, were you looking at that palace just now? What palace was it?" Gujai stroked his beard, looking at the 4 chaos people with a curious expression, and then looked back at the Pangu Temple not far away. Although the ancient realm possesses some of the memories of the Chaos Demon God World Tree, the Chaos Demon God World Tree has only seen Pangu, but has never seen the Pangu Temple. Looking at the palace that had shocked even the 4 vice sect masters of chaos, Guji's eyes revealed curiosity. Chaos was about to explain when a thought suddenly struck him, and a glint flashed in his eyes. He said calmly, "We don't know what kind of palace this is either. However, when we came here last time, this palace wasn't here yet. The sudden appearance of such a palace here is quite shocking." Chaos explained it this way, and the 3 Taoti who knew the truth were surprised. But they did not expose Chaos's lie. Guji didn't realize that Chaos was lying. After all, in his opinion, there was no reason for Chaos and the other 3 to lie to him. Kang Jai, who knew about the Pangu Temple, glanced at the 4 Chaos people with some surprise. Seeing the 4 people's calm expressions, Kang Ji's heart stirred slightly. What were these 4 people up to? Kang Jai was not sure what the 4 Chaos people wanted to do. Just as Kang Jai was wondering, Gujai suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Do you think this palace might be the place where that terrifying being lived before?" Upon hearing this, Kang Jai and the 4 vice sect masters of chaos all looked at the ancient realm with strange expressions. When did the Pangu Temple become the dwelling place of the Chaos Demon Ape? Unaware of the situation, Ziyu exclaimed in surprise, "That's right! How could I not have thought of this place? It's so mysterious. Who could live here besides that terrifying being? It can't be the dwelling place of a void beast, can it?" Hearing what they said, even Chaos and the other 3 were bewildered. Could this palace not be the Pangu Temple, but truly the abode of the Chaos Demon Ape? Because the Chaos Demon Ape is also one of the Chaos Demon Gods, their dwellings are actually the same. The 4 members of Chaos exchanged glances, all looking somewhat bewildered and thoughtful. Guji then suggested, "Whether it is or not, why don't we go in and take a look?" Ziyu was intrigued. Anyway, That being has already gone to the Pangu continent and won't be back anytime soon, so there's no harm in us going in and taking a look. The allure of such a palace was simply too great. Even a few fine items inside would be enough for them to use. Ahem. Seeing the two so agitated, Kang Jai had to remind them, "Don't forget, if this really is the residence of such a terrifying being, how could this place be simple? Even the slightest hint of a formation inside would obliterate us completely." Kang Jai had to stop their recklessness. They were practically courting death. After Kang Jai said that, Guji and Ziyu were finally awakened and realized that they had indeed been a little greedy just now. Chaos's eyes flickered. Seeing that Guji and Ziyu had given up their desire to explore, it spoke again. Elder Kang's concerns are valid. But now that a palace has appeared here, blocking the exit, even if we don't want to provoke it, we probably have no choice but to explore it. Upon hearing this, Kang Jai frowned immediately. Blocking the exit? Chaos nodded and pointed around, saying, "Look, is there a way out here?" Kang Jai and the other two looked around and found that they were surrounded by void, and it seemed that there was really no way to leave. Even Kang Jai was somewhat bewildered at this moment. Could it be that the exit passage was really blocked by the Pangu Temple? Guji and Ziyu frowned. If that were the case, they would have to explore this temple. Just as Kang Jai and the other two were struggling with their decision, Tao transmitted its voice to Chaos, saying, "Big brother, that passage isn't..." Before Tao Ti could finish speaking, Chaos glared at him and transmitted his voice, "Shut up. This palace is mysterious. Let them explore it first. What if they suddenly attack us while we're leaving?" Tao Ti opened its mouth, but ultimately chose to remain silent. As for Kang Jai and his two companions, after some investigation, they indeed found no way to leave. Under these circumstances, they had no choice but to turn their attention to the Pangu Temple. Gu Jai spoke up, "Chaos Vice Sect Master, what do we do now? Shall we explore this palace together?" Gu Jai stared intently at the chaos, and after being reminded by Kang Jai, he dared not explore it on his own. Chaos did not refute this, but nodded and said, "Of course, if we want to leave here, we must enter this palace. However, Zeus and his 4 companions haven't come out yet. The 4 of us will wait here and see if we can help them. You go check the situation first, we'll be there shortly." Upon hearing this, Gujai frowned slightly. He still wanted to explore the temple with Zeus and the other 3 at the same time. He couldn't refute Chaos's claim. Chaos was the strongest in the Pangu sect besides Sheni. To some extent, when Sheni is absent, Chaos can even represent Sheni in issuing commands. Now that Chaos has said this, he cannot object. After hesitating for a moment, Gujai could only nod and say, "All right, let's go take a look around the outside of the palace first, and then we can explore together when you arrive." Chaos nodded, non-committally, then looked toward the vortex, seemingly intending to meet Zeus and his companions. Left with no other choice, the 3 from the ancient realm headed towards the Pangu Temple alone. Kang Jai remained relatively calm. He had already determined from the aura that this palace was indeed the Pangu Temple. However, he had no idea why there was a second Pangu Temple here. Since it is the Pangu Temple, given Pangu's inclusiveness, it shouldn't be too terrifying. Moreover, they had no intention of acting alone, and it was impossible for them to be used as cannon fodder on expeditions. The 3 of them flew for a short while before arriving at the foot of the Pangu Temple. It was only here that they truly appreciated the grandeur of the Pangu Temple. Looking at the temple before him, Gu Jai sighed. No wonder it's the place where such beings reside. It's truly terrifying. Kang Jai curled his lips. This was not the place where the Chaos Demon Ape lived. This was the proper Pangu Temple. The closer one gets to the Pangu Temple, the clearer and purer Pangu's aura becomes. This is definitely the Pangu Temple. Sensing the aura emanating from this temple, Kang Jai still noticed some subtle differences. Well, the Pangu Temple at the foot of Buzhou Mountain, also known as the Ancestral Witch Temple, is a divine artifact used to nurture the witch clan. It is filled with many laws, such as the law of bloodline, the law of creation, the law of nurturing, and the law of life. The temple before him also contained those laws, but it seemed to contain something else entirely. That indescribable feeling made Kang Jai frown slightly. The three looked at the palace before them, and Guji hesitated before asking, "What do we do now? Should we wait here or?" Guji looked at Kang Jai and Ziyu, asking for their opinions. At this moment, Ziyu pointed to the bronze gate in front of her and said, "Aren't the patterns on it very peculiar? When I looked at those patterns, the laws within my body actually fluctuated slightly." Upon hearing Ziyu's words, Kang Jai and the ancient realm all looked at the mysterious patterns on the bronze gate. Upon inspection, they found that, just as Ziyu had said, the patterns on the gate caused the laws within their bodies to stir, seemingly showing signs of growth. The three of them involuntarily took a step forward, wanting to get a closer look. But the next second, the three of them vanished from their spot in a flash, disappearing into thin air. Chaos had been secretly watching the situation of Kang Jai and the other two as they approached the Pangu Temple. But right under his nose, Kang Jai and the other two suddenly vanished without any spatial fluctuations. What happened? "Brother, where did those three go?" Taoti, who was also secretly watching the situation, exclaimed in surprise. Kyungki and Taoti turned around and looked in the direction of the Pangu Temple. Sure enough, Kang Jai and the other two were gone. Kyungki and Taoti looked at Chaos as if asking what was going on. Chaos frowned. He had been watching Kang Jai and the other two, but hadn't noticed anything unusual. But the three of them just vanished into thin air, which puzzled him greatly. "Brother, could we have entered that palace?" Taoti asked hesitantly. Chaos's eyes flickered, and after thinking for a moment, he said, "Fourth brother, go and check on the situation." Taoti opened its mouth, somewhat reluctantly saying, "Big brother, what if I also disappear? Let's wait for those five guys to come out and let them go." Taoti clearly didn't want to be a guinea pig. Just as they were discussing this, the vortex behind them finally stirred. "Big brother, they're out!" Taoti exclaimed in surprise. The four looked in the direction of the sound, and sure enough, Zeus and his 5 companions were struggling to climb out of the whirlpool. Just as they were about to climb out of the vortex, a powerful, full suction force was about to pull the 5 of them back into the vortex. The 5 people struggled desperately, but they were still slowly sinking into the vortex. "Help me quickly." Chaos was startled. These were free guinea pigs. Without them, how could they explore the Pangu Temple? The 4 Taosi naturally understood this principle, and all stepped in to help. With the help of the 4 chaos beings, Zeus and his companions finally managed to escape the vortex with great difficulty. The moment they burst out of the vortex, all 5 of them coughed up a mouthful of blood. The 2 tools, Tep and Madden, lay sprawled in the void without any regard for their image, as if they had no desire to stand up again. Upon seeing this, the 4 members of Chaos all gave the 4 of them a look of disgust. Compared to Kang Jai and his 2 companions, these 5 people in front of them were simply too embarrassing to look at. If they weren't still needed, none of the 4 Chaos members would want to deal with these 5 people. After resting for a while, Zeus was the first to regain some strength. He looked around, and was surprised to find that he did not see Kang Jai and the other 2. He clearly saw Kang Jai and the other 2 walking ahead of them and had already broken out of the vortex. So how could there be no one there? Seemingly anticipating his confusion, Chaos explained, They have already entered the palace. The four of us stayed here specifically to meet you. Entered the palace. Zeus couldn't help look at the palace in the distance, and the more he looked, the more surprised. Uncertain he became. Chaos Vice Sect Master, what is this palace? We suspect it's from that terrifying giant, Chaos said casually. What? That person's palace? Ignoring their own pain, Zeus and his 5 companions were so startled that they stood up abruptly. They had experienced the terror of the Chaos Demon Ape firsthand. Despite the great distance, the unintentional aura emanating from them as they passed by rendered them unable to move an inch. Such beings were beyond the comprehension of Zeus and his companions. Perhaps only the legendary leader and the supreme elder of the ancient demon god cult possess such power. If this palace truly represents that being, Zeus said urgently, Deputy Sect Master of Chaos, now that you know it's that person, how can you let the 3 from the ancient realm go in first? Seeing Zeus's anxious look, Chaos waved his hand dismissively and said, They've only been inside for a short while, it's nothing, let's go over too. Seeing the indifferent Chaos, Zeus was extremely anxious. At this moment, he prayed in his heart that the good stuff would not fall into the hands of Kang Jai and the other 2. Looking at the carefree Chaos, Zeus wanted to speed things up, but he was too embarrassed to do so. Chaos waved his hand dismissively. If you're in a hurry, you can go and check the situation first. Upon hearing this, Ant and his 5 companions disregarded their injuries and rushed straight towards the Pangu temple. Kianki asked with some worry, Brother, what if they really snatch the good stuff first? Chaos rolled his eyes. Regardless of whose palace this is, do you think the things in the Chaos Demon God's palace are so easy to take? Upon hearing this, Kianki and his 2 companions were immediately speechless. Just then, Zeus and his 5 companions, who had rushed to the front of the Pangu temple, were suddenly thrown back. Huh? What's going on? The 4 members of Chaos felt a chill run down their spines as they watched the 5 people being bounced back. They suddenly had a bad feeling. Upon reaching the 5, before Chaos could speak, Zeus urgently exclaimed, Vice Sect Master Chaos, something's happened. The ancient realm has done something shady. We can't get in. The 4 Chaos beings felt a chill run down their spines and hurriedly went to the front of the Pangu temple. Sure enough, at some point an invisible barrier suddenly appeared around the temple. Chaos, unwilling to give up, unleashed a punch. Unfortunately, the next second, he was blasted away, just like Zeus and his 5 companions. The 3 Kyongji looked at each other, bewildered as Chaos was flung away. Chaos Vice Sect Master. It must be that the ancient realm people did something. They went in first and must have found something good, and they don't want us to go in and share the benefits. Zeus spared no effort in smearing Kangjai and the other 2. Chaos's expression was extremely grim. He had sent Kangjai and the other 2 on the expedition out of caution. Unexpectedly, Kangjai and the other 2 disappeared inexplicably after approaching the temple. Now things are even worse. These people can no longer enter the temple, which makes him extremely unhappy. Brother, what do we do now? The 3 Taoti were at a loss. They didn't know what to do in this situation. Chaos's face was gloomy. After a long silence, he finally said, Let's wait here for now. They'll come out eventually. The group thought about it and agreed. As long as they could get out, everything would be fine. No matter what benefits the 3 of them gain, with them around, it's impossible for them not to share the spoils. A month later, seeing that the Pangu temple was not responding, Chaos and the others became somewhat anxious. They still have the mission to explore the primordial world, and it's unknown how long Kangjai and the other 2 will stay in the Pangu temple. Just as the group was growing impatient, Kang Jai and his two companions finally arrived at a mysterious place within the Pangu Temple. The layout of this Pangu Temple is very similar to that of the Pangu Temple of Buzhou Mountain. Under Kang Ji's deliberate guidance, the group quickly arrived at the most important part of the Pangu Temple, the Pangu Blood Pool. However, Kang Jai was stunned when he arrived here. The blood pool that should have nurtured the Wu clan has disappeared, replaced by a yin-yang taiji lake, brimming with vitality and creation. The entire lake is not only filled with the laws of life and creation, but also with the laws of yin and yang. Kang Jai was also surprised to see the blood pool, which was completely different from the Pangu Temple of the Wu clan. This Pangu Temple was not actually the one belonging to the Wu tribe, but if it wasn't the one belonging to the Wu tribe, then where did this Pangu Temple come from? Legend has it that the Pangu Temple of the Wu tribe was formed from the heart of Pangu. Considering that the Pangu Temple of the Wu tribe could use the essence and blood of the 12 ancestral witches to nurture the descendants of the Wu tribe, this statement seems to be true. But what about this Pangu Temple now? There is no blood pool in this Pangu Temple, but there is a yin-yang lake instead. Looking at the yin-yang lake before him, Kang Jai was momentarily at a loss. Just as Kang Jai was pondering the purpose of this yin-yang lake, Gu Ji, sensing the rich life force and laws of creation within it, rushed into the lake without hesitation. By the time Kang Jai realized what was happening and tried to stop him, it was too late. The ancient realm that rushed into the lake was directly teleported to the yin lake of the yin-yang lake, where countless yin laws rushed into its body. Kang Jai and Ziyu were both shocked, but neither of them dared to enter the lake casually, as no one knew what was strange about it. Just as Kang Jai and Ziyu were worried, the ancient realm had already manifested the world tree in its true form. A tall world tree stands in the yin lake of the yin-yang lake, as if it were rooted in the lake. Countless yin laws surged into the ancient realm's body, interacting and reflecting with the yang energy within, giving birth to many yin-yang laws. Moreover, with the fusion of the yin laws within the yin-yang lake, a law familiar to Kang Jai was born. Pregnancy, the law of conception. Kang Jai was greatly surprised. He actually sensed the law of nurturing on the ancient realm, which left Kang Jai completely bewildered. This wasn't the end. As the laws of gestation appeared on the ancient realm, the world tree itself began to blossom and bear fruit, with fruits appearing on the treetops. What's going on? How did the ancient realm start bearing fruit? Ziyu asked, her face full of shock. Kang Jai squinted, sensing the changes in the ancient realm, and he had some vague guesses. At this moment, the ancient realm was surrounded by the laws of yin and yang, and the laws of gestation, but also by the laws of chaos, the 5 elements, the world, the fortune, and many other laws. These laws all rise from the yin-yang lake, surrounding the ancient realm, as if they were available for you to pick. Kang Jai disregarded everything else, and hurriedly reminded Ziyu, hurry up and cultivate. This is a rare opportunity. The vice sect master of the ancient realm should be all right. Kang Jai saw it clearly. The ancient realm was not in danger at the moment, but rather presented an opportunity. As for what kind of opportunity it was, Kang Jai had no idea, but he was certain the ancient realm's reckless rush into the yin-yang lake must have been because they had sensed something. Upon hearing this, Ziyu glanced at Kang Jai, who was already sitting cross-legged, and then at the ancient realm standing in the lake. Finally, she followed Kang Jai and began to cultivate as well. With the ability to manipulate the laws of heaven and earth within the yin-yang lake in the ancient realm, Kang Ji's understanding of these laws is also rapidly deepening. As time went by, The fruit on Guji's body gradually ripened and eventually fell into the yin-yang lake. As soon as the fruit fell into the lake, it immediately broke through its shell and quickly transformed into sapling world trees. However, these world trees disappeared as soon as they hatched, as if they had never existed. After an unknown amount of time, the ancient realm began to conceal its aura, and Kang Jai and Ziyu slowly opened their eyes. Looking at the ancient realm leaping out of the lake, Kang Jai and the other stared at each other with curiosity. Vice Sect Master Gu, what were you doing just now? Ziyu asked impatiently about the situation in the ancient realm. Guji coughed lightly, a smile on his face, and chuckled. I was too excited just now. It's my own opportunity in this lake. Guji felt a little embarrassed. He had been too excited and had rushed into the lake, without even saying goodbye to Kang Jai and the others. Upon hearing this, Ziyu's eyes lit up, and she asked with some anticipation, "What's in this lake?" Guji didn't hide anything and said directly, "This lake is filled with the laws of yin and yang, as well as some other laws. After I entered it, I went directly to the lake of the laws of yin. These yin principles, imbued with life force, combined with the yang energy within me, forcing me to conceive many offspring." At this point, Guji was a little embarrassed, because although his true form was a tree, his gender was not so absolute. However, when he took human form, he chose to be male, but now, because of the existence of the yin-yang lake, he has conceived many offspring, which makes him somewhat embarrassed. Ziyu didn't pay much attention. She was quite surprised to hear that the yin-yang lake could allow the world tree to directly conceive offspring. Then where are your offspring? I haven't seen any. Ziyu asked, somewhat puzzled. Guji's smile froze and he sighed. I don't know either. Those offspring disappeared the moment they were conceived. I don't know where they went. The only thing I know is that they didn't die and should be living well. Ziyu opened her mouth, but for a moment she didn't know how to respond. At this moment, Guji said again, even so, Yin-Yang Lake has still brought many benefits. Not only did it cleanse my physical body, the powerful laws of creation within it also influenced my inner world, giving birth to countless beings and increasing the vitality of my inner world. So, it was a trade-off. It can even help nurture life within the body, Ziyu exclaimed in surprise. Guji nodded, seemingly knowing why Ziyu was so excited. Guji explained, in this yin-yang lake, besides the yin-yang law, the most powerful thing is the law of pregnancy. It not only allows me to conceive offspring when I enter it, but it also doesn't spare the living beings in the inner world. Upon hearing this, Ziyu disregarded everything else and jumped directly into Yin-Yang Lake. Upon seeing this, Kang Jai was greatly surprised. Before Kang Jai could ask any questions, Guji waved his hand. Don't worry, Fairy Ziyu knows her limits, and she has her reasons for doing this. Kang Jai was puzzled, and Guji explained, you should know that Fairy Ziyu has very few members, right? Kang Jai's eyes flickered slightly, thinking that it was not just a few, but most of her clansmen were probably in there. Kang Jai still vividly remembers the immortal tomb from back then. Guji didn't pay attention to Kang Jai's expression and explained to himself, there is a divine kingdom of fortune within Fairy Ziyu's body where her people live. I think her eagerness to enter the lake was probably for the sake of her people. In the inner world, Kang Jai suddenly realized that he also knew about Ziyu's situation. Almost all of her clansmen had been wiped out, and it was fortunate that some of them were still alive in the inner world. However, Ziyu's main cultivation method is the law of luck. Without enough clansmen, even with her exceptional talent, it would be difficult for her to make rapid progress. It's no wonder they're so excited to see an opportunity to strengthen their community. Only, Kang Jai frowned slightly. He had not forgotten that entering this lake would force him to conceive. Thinking of this, Kang Jai turned and looked at the lake. As expected, after Ziyu jumped into the yin-yang lake, she appeared directly in the yang lake, the exact opposite of the ancient realm she had just been in. The boundless yang energy surged into Ziyu's body, causing her belly to visibly swell. At the same time, numerous laws surrounded Ziyu, making the laws in the entire lake very active. Kangjai and the ancient realm naturally wouldn't miss such an opportunity, and they all sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. At the same time, Ziyu smiled as she sensed the changes within her body. The Fox Spirit clan, which had been declining and even showed signs of extinction, began to multiply rapidly as the laws of gestation permeated their population. Originally, with the destruction of their world and the reduction of their population, it was extremely difficult for them to have offspring. This is why, even though Kangjai gave her the 1,000-year pill, Ziyu's cultivation level remained stagnant at the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. As someone who specializes in the laws of destiny, it would be difficult for her to make any breakthroughs without the support of her clan. Fortunately, with the permeation of the laws of conception, her inner world is undergoing earth-shattering changes. The race is multiplying at a visible rate, and her body is undergoing a transformation under the influence of life and creation. The only thing that frustrated her was that, just as the ancient world had said, the yin-yang lake could automatically give birth to life, and it was irresistible. At this moment, her belly grew larger and larger, and Ziyu had no choice but to reveal her true form, a 9-tailed purple fox. As Ziyu revealed her true form, the spiritual aura around her grew stronger and stronger, and wisps of law mist appeared, surrounding her and concealing her figure. Kangjai and the ancient realm could only hear Ziyu's painful wails. After an unknown amount of time, a faint humming sound rang out. As the mist gradually dissipated, a phantom image of a 9-tailed white fox appeared in the air before disappearing. Ziyu regained her human form and looked at the vanished 9-tailed white fox, feeling a mix of emotions. Although she was mentally prepared, Ziyu still felt terrible when she actually saw the child she had conceived disappear. Purple, fairy purple moon, your cultivation has broken through? At this moment, Guji exclaimed in surprise, looking at Ziyu with some delight. As for the disappearance of Ziyu's child, Guji didn't have much of a reaction. After all, he was just a tree that had given birth to so many offspring, all of whom had vanished without a trace, so he didn't feel much about it. Moreover, Ziyu had only given birth to a child, which he didn't think much of. Ziyu composed herself, jumped ashore, and looked at Kangjai and the other person with complicated feelings. This yin-yang lake is indeed, as the vice-sect master of the ancient realm said, it is very magical. It not only purified my bloodline and gave birth to offspring, but also caused earth-shattering changes to the people in my inner world. My successful breakthrough to the mid-stage of the Great Luo, Golden Immortal, is entirely thanks to this lake. After saying that, he looked at Kangjai, hesitated, and said, Kangjai, do you want to give it a try too? Kangjai is different from them. The ancient realm is made up of trees, while Ziyu is a woman. For them, bearing children is nothing special. But Kangjai is a man. If the yin-yang lake is truly so mysterious, capable of forcibly causing people to conceive regardless of gender, then Kangjai naturally thought of this as well, and hesitated for a moment. He certainly witnessed the wonders of yin-yang lake. If he could go in and soak in it, it would definitely be of great benefit to him. Without even looking, Ziyu broke through a minor realm. Although Guji failed to break through his cultivation, Kang Jai could sense from his aura that his true form had undergone another significant transformation. This is an extraordinary opportunity for them. Moreover, from the fact that I just comprehended the laws of the yin-yang lake, I can sense that the laws here are very active and powerful. If he could enter and cultivate there for a period of time, with the computing power of his tens of millions of clones, he could probably allow several of his main bodies and clones to directly break through to the Colossus realm. The primordial world is about to witness the great war between the Lich King and the Demon King, and only those at the quasi-saint level are truly qualified to participate. Entering the yin-yang lake will allow you to conceive and have offspring. For a moment, Kang Jai hesitated. Seeing that Kang Jai remained silent, Ziyu coughed lightly and said, "We'll go look around elsewhere and won't bother you any longer." Guji also realized what was happening and immediately echoed sentiment. Watching the two leave, chirping away, Kang Ji's lips twitched. They believed that they were too shy to enter the yin-yang lake in front of them. Kang Jai was somewhat helpless, as it was impossible for his immortal cultivation body to enter the yin-yang lake like this. He didn't want to actually be pregnant with a child, but this was a rare opportunity, and Kang Jai didn't want to miss it. After much deliberation, it seems that only two people are currently suitable to enter yin-yang lake. One of them was the yin-yang divine tree that had cultivated the law of childbirth. However, the yin-yang divine tree is nurturing demon offspring within the demon court and cannot leave. The other person is Kang Ji's chaotic true form. The true form of chaos has no physical body. It has long since transformed into a chaotic world. Since it is a single world, there is naturally no concept of men and women. It is perfectly normal for a world to give birth to offspring. With that thought in mind, Kang Jai simply swayed his body, and his immortal cultivation form had already changed into his chaotic form. Kang Jai took a step forward and entered the yin-yang lake. However, what surprised Kang Jai slightly, yet not entirely, was that he did not appear in any of the lakes of the yin-yang lake. Instead, it appeared at the junction of yin and yang lakes. As soon as the chaos entity landed at the boundary of the yin-yang lake, the entire yin-yang lake immediately became agitated. First, the yin and yang forces in the yin-yang lake immediately began to rotate around the chaos entity. As it rotates, the forces of yin and yang intertwine to form the laws of chaos. These laws of chaos surround Kang Jai, flow into the body of chaos, and further evolve into the laws of yin and yang and the five elements. At the same time, the laws of life, creation, gestation, world destiny, among others, all emerged in the yin-yang lake. Among them, the laws of chaos, yin and yang, the five elements, life, creation, gestation, world, and fortune are the most concentrated. Almost the instant Kang Jai came into contact with them, he could continuously analyze countless spiritual essences of these laws. Without any hesitation, Kang Ji immediately began absorbing the power of these laws from the yin-yang lake. As Kang Ji's understanding of the laws deepened, subtle changes also occurred in his various main bodies and avatars. Of these, the chaos entity itself naturally benefits the most. The main law cultivated by the chaos body is the chaos law, and the chaos law is one of the most concentrated laws in the yin-yang lake. Upon reaching the great Luo golden immortal realm, one must condense a heavenly Tao level law body and refine it to 1/10 of its level before breaking through to the primordial golden immortal realm, which is also the quasi-saint realm. The main law cultivated by the chaos body is the chaos law. Therefore, if the chaos body wants to break through to the primordial golden immortal realm, it must condense 1/10 of the chaos law of the chaos body into the chaos law of the heavenly Tao. Kang Ji's original chaotic had long since broken through to the peak of the great Luo golden immortal realm through years of cultivation. Now, with the help of the yin-yang lake, I have finally cultivated the chaos law to the first level. As 1/10 of the heavenly Tao level chaos laws successfully condensed, Kang Ji felt as if something within the chaos body had shattered. The next second, the laws within the chaos entity suddenly collapsed. The collapse of the 3,000 laws had no effect on the celestial tribulation. Under the influence of an unknown force, the 3,000 laws were instantly reorganized, and a new law based on the law of chaos was born. This law is still a law of chaos, only it is a law of chaos that Kang Ji himself comprehended. The moment the laws of chaos coalesced, the remaining laws, according to their respective order, restructured the chaotic world once again. When all the laws stabilized, Kang Ji could sense that the current chaos entity was far more powerful than before. There is still a big difference between the Great Luo Golden Immortal and the Primordial Golden Immortal. In the primordial world, perhaps because the cultivation method involved severing the three corpses, cultivators could not sense the terrifying difference between a Great Luo Golden Immortal and a Primordial Golden Immortal. Kang Ji, who could break through the Hunyuan Golden Immortal realm, could clearly feel the gap between the two. The Primordial Golden Immortal has finally acquired the title of Primordial, and has truly touched upon the laws of heaven. According to Kang Ji's perception, he was now completely capable of easily defeating 100 of his previous selves. This is the terrifying difference between a Great Luo Golden Immortal and a Primordial Golden Immortal. The quasi-saint realm in the primordial world is more like a castrated Primordial Golden Immortal, not a true Primordial Golden Immortal. Sensing the power of the chaos entity, Kang Ji instantly concealed his aura, preventing it from spreading out. Fortunately, it was the chaos body that broke through, and all its auras were already bound within the chaos world. He won't let his aura emanate unless he wants to. Even after breaking through his cultivation level, Kang Ji did not stop cultivating. Aside from the chaos body, the immortal body primarily cultivates the law of life. The demonic body primarily cultivates the law of death. The witch clan's witch cultivator body primarily cultivates the law of the world, and the demonic body primarily cultivates the law of reversal. As for human body cultivators, they mainly cultivate the law of destiny. Ghost cultivators mainly cultivate the law of tribulation. Divine cultivators mainly cultivate the law of space-time, and Buddhist cultivators mainly cultivate the law of cause and effect. Among the 9 main bodies, the law of chaos, the law of life, and the law of the world are the most concentrated laws in the yin-yang lake, and are also the laws most likely to allow him to break through to the quasi-realm. Now that the chaos body has broken through, Kang Ji will naturally not let go of the other bodies that mainly cultivate these laws. With the heavenly tribulation no longer suppressing him, the cultivator's true form is breaking through at an extremely rapid pace. Meanwhile, the main body of the Wu clan, far away in the primordial world, is also accumulating power, preparing to break through to the quasi-saint realm in one fell swoop. In addition, several important clones are also making rapid progress. The main practitioners were Suiren Shifeng, who cultivated the law of destiny; Yu Chao Shishan, who cultivated the law of creation; Yaoshi, who cultivated the law of yin and yang, and yin-yang; Shenmu, who cultivated the law of gestation. At this moment, they are all using the laws within the yin-yang lake to rapidly break through their limits. As for Kua Shu, who specializes in the law of power, and Daizang, who specializes in the law of reincarnation, their progress is much slower because there is no suitable and abundant law in the Yang Lake. Even so, during this grand feast of laws, the cultivation levels of the 9 main bodies and the main avatars are rapidly changing. Following the breakthrough of the chaos body, the next to break through was the Wei Wu clan martial cultivator body. The original witch realm space within the body is undergoing earth-shattering changes as the laws of the world evolve. With a deafening explosion, the entire witch realm transformed into a vast new world. Meanwhile, the martial arts cultivators of the Wu tribe, who were cultivating in the Hutu tribe, also successfully broke through to the Hunyuan golden immortal realm. As Wu Xiu broke through to the next level, a powerful aura spread out, quickly enveloping the entire Hutu tribe and spreading in all directions. Who broke through to the quasi-saint realm? Among the witch clan, the 12 ancestral witches are discussing how to deal with the 30,000-year deadline. Unexpectedly, someone in their witch clan actually broke through to the quasi-saint realm. Quasi-saint realm is already among the top combat forces in their witch clan. Even with Kang Ji's cultivation method in the witch realm, there are no more than 20 strong individuals in the witch clan who can break through to the quasi-saint realm. It is evident that even within the witch clan, quasi-saint represent the pinnacle of combat power. Now that their witch clan has gained another quasi-saint level expert, how could they not be overjoyed? They're in the Hutu tribe. Quick! Bring them here immediately! Dijiang was the first to react and immediately ordered Tianwu, who controlled the law of wind, to go and pick up the person. The remaining 12 ancestral witches immediately took flight and headed towards Mount Buzhou to prevent Daijun and the other demons from causing trouble. Meanwhile, in the demon court, Dijun and the others naturally noticed the abnormality in the witch clan's territory and immediately learned that someone in the witch clan had broken through to the Quasi's realm. Brother, should we make a move? The opponent has just broken through and is probably still very vulnerable. This is the best time for us to kill him. Dong Huangtai was eager to try, and a glint of light flashed in Dijun's eyes. He was also somewhat tempted. Just as Daijun was about to agree, a sudden fluctuation came from the direction of the 100 Herbs Garden of the Demon Court. With a loud boom, the entire Demon Court trembled. Immediately afterwards, streams of bloodline energy rose up, and Daijun and Tai Yi stood up abruptly. Not only them, but the other demon generals also immediately turned their attention to the direction of the 100 Herbs Garden. Many demons awoke from their seclusion and all looked toward the 100 Herbs Garden. There, familiar bloodline auras rose up, a sign that their demon race's offspring had been successfully conceived. Big brother, the children have conceived successfully. At this moment, Dong Huangtai no longer cared that someone from the Wu clan had broken through to the quasi-saint realm. The most important thing is that their demon race offspring are successfully conceived. In the 100 Herbs Garden, the yin-yang divine tree exudes a misty aura, nurturing laws that surround it and grow increasingly dense. With the transformation of the laws of gestation, the demon offspring that were originally still in gestation all showed signs of being born at this moment. Seeing this, the yin-yang divine tree did not stop them. But just as these demon offspring were about to hatch successfully, an unexpected event occurred. Although the yin-yang divine tree primarily cultivates the law of nurturing, the other laws it cultivates, including the law of Taiyang, the law of Taiyang, the law of yin and yang, the law of chaos, the law of 5 elements, and the law of destiny, are all within the scope of this breakthrough. With the breakthrough in the laws of gestation, these laws also broke through to the primordial golden immortal realm. As the yin-yang divine tree broke through, a powerful force of fortune rose up, enveloping the entire tree. Upon seeing this, a glint of light flashed in the eyes of the yin-yang divine tree. When he was conceiving his offspring, he only dared to target other demons, and did not target the offspring of Dai Jun and Donghuang Taiyi. But now, because of the breakthrough, the laws of energy in his body, and even the surrounding void, are running rampant, which is a good opportunity for him to make a move in secret. Without time to think it over, the yin-yang divine tree hurriedly used its own laws of fortune to weave a fortune contract within the bodies of Dai Jun and Taiyi's offspring. The moment the destiny contract was formed, all the demon offspring gestating on the top of the yin-yang divine tree formed a destiny contract with him. At this very moment, as the yin-yang divine tree established this wondrous connection with the offspring of the demon race, and now that the yin-yang divine tree was at a critical juncture of breakthrough, all the laws that the yin-yang divine tree could not withstand began to flow back and be injected into the bodies of these offspring of the demon race. In an instant, a high-pitched dragon roar resounded above the heavenly court of the demon race. Immediately afterwards, the golden dragon of the demon race fortune manifested and began to grow rapidly. When the demons arrived at the Hundherb's garden, they saw the various demon offspring frantically absorbing the power of the laws, as well as the yin-yang divine tree, whose aura was constantly surging. This is... Even the usually composed Dai Jun could not remain calm at this moment, especially when looking at the 9 sons who were being conceived anew, who were now absorbing the endless true fire of the sun and the laws of the sun between heaven and earth. Sensing the presence of his 9 sons, Dai Jun was overwhelmed with emotion. The auras of all 9 sons have now reached the Taiyi golden immortal realm. Moreover, he is not only not at the early stage of Taiyi golden immortal, but has already reached the late stage of Taiyi golden immortal, which is no less than that of in the past. In other words, his 9 sons who are about to be resurrected will be able to regain their original strength as soon as they are born. How could this not excite him? As for the son he later cultivated through experiments, and the bloodline clone he prepared for himself, they were not as powerful as the 9 sons, and have now barely reached the Taiyi golden immortal realm. As for the other demon races, Kunpeng and the offspring of the 10 demon generals also barely reached the Taiyi golden immortal realm. As for the other demon races, they were not so lucky. They were lucky if they could barely reach the golden immortal realm. After all, the energy within the yin-yang divine tree is also limited. Even though its size is now unimaginably large, it is still limited. Furthermore, the yin-yang divine tree could not possibly use all its power to nurture the offspring of the demon race. So naturally, it could not be as powerful as the offspring of Emperor Jun and the others. Even so, the demons were very excited, as there were not any offspring who could reach the golden immortal realm at birth. Moreover, it takes them several lifetimes to conceive a child. Now, only a little over 10,000 years have passed since the yin-yang divine tree was established, which is equivalent to 1/10 of a yuanhui, a unit of time, in Chinese calendar. It has already helped them conceive a child that even more powerful than a normal pregnancy. How could they not be excited? It was precisely because of the yin-yang divine tree's actions that the entire demon race's fortune surged instantly. As the fortunes of the demon race surged, excited smiles appeared on the faces of all the demons. The witch clan was somewhat nervous when a quasi-saintly shaman appeared before them. But now, not only have they each gained a child, but the yin-yang divine tree has also broken through to the quasi-saint realm, and judging from the situation, it is not an ordinary quasi-saint realm. The demon race's fortune surged by more than 1/10. Don't underestimate this 1/10. It's 1/10 of the entire demon race, which will give them a significant boost in both cultivation and combat in the future. Very good. Wood Emperor, you truly are the lucky star of my demon race. Rest assured, after we destroy the witch race, I will certainly reward you handsomely for your contributions. Daijun was all smiles as he made grand promises. It wasn't that he didn't want to reward the yin-yang divine wood on the spot, but with the great war between the Lich King and the Demon King imminent, all the rare and precious materials in his possession were being used to refine the control flags of the Zhu Tian star array. Nowadays, apart from a few treasures that absolutely cannot be given away, there really aren't any good treasures to offer. In this situation, Daijun simply made empty promises first. Yin-yang divine tree, no attention to this. With the decisive battle between the Lich King and the Demon King imminent, his plan had reached a critical moment, and Yin-yang divine tree naturally did not want to cause any unnecessary trouble. While the demon race was celebrating, 3 quasi-saint realm aura rose successively from the human race below. From Nua's palace to the western sacred mountain, the moment these 3 auras appeared, 2 of them were immediately concealed. It was Nua and the 2 western saints who took action to cover up the breakthrough auras of Yu Chao and Yaoshi. Nua and the 2 western saints did not expect that Yu Chao and Yaoshi would break through to the quasi-saint realm in such a short time. Moreover, they all follow the path of laws, making them far more powerful than most quasi-saints in the prehistoric world. As for Xitigarbha, since his main practice is the law of reincarnation, he failed to break through to the quasi-saint realm during this opportunity. Even so, the 2 Western saints were extremely excited, for the West finally had its own quasi-saint level powerhouse. And he wasn't just any ordinary quasi-saint level expert. How could this not excite and thrill them? Seeing that Xitigarbha had failed to break through to the quasi-saint realm, Jiayin and Junti felt somewhat regretful. If the 2 of them were to break through at the same time, what a sight it would be for the West. Senior brother, the laws that Xitigarbha are difficult to break through, Junti said with a sigh, looking at the place where Xitigarbha was in seclusion. Jiayin did not reply immediately, but looked towards the direction of the prehistoric world, especially the lands of the Wu and Yao races, and then looked towards the direction of the underworld. He then said in a low voice, "It will be soon. The most suitable place for Xitigarbha to cultivate is the underworld. However, the underworld is currently the domain of Hutu, and we cannot participate in it for the time being. But it doesn't matter. After the Lich War ends, Hutu will inevitably weaken. Then, it won't be too late to place Xitigarbha there." Upon hearing this, Junti nodded in agreement, agreeing that the underworld was indeed a suitable place for Xitigarbha to cultivate. Senior brother is right. Once Xitigarbha also breaks through to the quasi-saint realm, our Western paradise will truly have great hope for prosperity. Seeing the somewhat excited Junti, Jane reminded him, "Xitigarbha and the medicine master alone are not enough. I observe that the human race is not simple at all. In such a short time, 2 quasi-saint level experts have appeared, which also shows that the human race has great potential." Jiayin was unaware that Yuchaoshi Mountain in Nua Palace had also broken through to the quasi-saint realm. Otherwise, he would have gone even more insane upon hearing Jiayin's words. Junti immediately understood what his senior brother meant. Senior brother, are you saying we should migrate some more humans here? Jayan nodded and then shook his head. Humans need to migrate, but not now. Not now? Junti asked, somewhat surprised. Yin explained. You should have sensed it too. Although the heavenly secrets are in chaos now, the bloodthirsty aura deep within the human race's destiny has not been eliminated. This shows that the calamity of the human race was not resolved by the breakthroughs, Renshi Feng and Yaoshi. If a calamity were to befall humanity, it would be a crisis of annihilation. When that time comes, if we step in to help, we will not only win the hearts of the human race, but also make our human race the legitimate successor of the entire human race. Once the humans here become the legitimate human race, we will be able to enjoy the blessings of humanity. This is what's in our best interest. Junti's eyes lit up. If what Jayan said was true, then the human race might actually become one of their forces in the future. With this in mind, Junti was no longer in a hurry to migrate the human race. He would wait until the human race was in turmoil before making any decisions. While the two Western saints were plotting against the human race, Nuwa, far away in the Nuwa Palace, also stared wide-eyed. The breakthroughs of Yuchaoshi Mountain and Suirenshi Wind completely astonished her. Humans are merely an acquired race, a race created by her. Yet, this race, which was not favored by the masses, produced quasi-saint-level experts in such a short period of time. Moreover, both Yuchaoshi Mountain and Suirenshi Wind are quasi-saint realms that have broken through the laws. Such a quasi-saint realm has not appeared for countless years. Even these saints chose the path of severing the three corpses in the beginning. The path of laws is simply too arduous. Only those without innate spiritual treasures would have no choice but to choose this difficult path. However, it cannot be denied that once one breaks through to the quasi-saint realm, which is the primordial golden immortal realm, by relying on the laws, one's combat power is incomparable to that of someone who has severed the three corpses. Now that two quasi-saints have emerged in succession from the human race on the path of laws, how could Nuwa not be shocked? If they continue on this path, Yuchaoshi Mountain and Suirenshi Wind will not be without a chance to break through to the Hunyuan Dalyu Golden Immortal Realm. Upon realizing this, Nuwa became excited. The strength of the human race is also beneficial to her. But when Nuwa thought of Zixiao Palace and the deep, indelible bloodthirsty aura within the human race's destiny, she couldn't help but sigh. After glancing at Yuchao Mountain, where the clan was still in seclusion, Nuwa's gaze couldn't help but turn to Bayou Palace. On Jinao Island, in Bayou Palace, the Tongqian sect leader, who was in seclusion, seemed to sense something and looked up in the direction of Nuwa Palace. The two locked eyes, and Nuwa transmitted her voice to Tongqian Jiaozhu, saying, "Senior brother, would you be willing to visit my Nuwa Palace when you have time?" Tongqian smiled slightly and nodded, saying, "Since you have invited me, I am naturally happy to do so. However, I have some matters to attend to." As soon as he finished speaking, the Tongqian sect leader vanished. When it reappeared, it had already arrived among the human race. Looking down at Suirenshi Feng, who was breaking through, Tongqian Jiao revealed a satisfied smile. No one expected that the first person in the entire Jai sect to break through to the quasi-saint realm would be Suiren Feng. Moreover, Suirenshi Feng followed the path of laws. How incredible! Although the Tongqian sect leader knew that Suirenshi Feng had extraordinary comprehension, he never expected that Suirenshi Feng would be so extraordinary. Not only him, but the Tongqian sect leader also discovered that the aptitude of the entire human race was unusually high. This is all thanks to Kang Ji's countless clones. As his clones continue to reincarnate, Kang Ji's clones now reincarnate most frequently as humans. As more and more human clones are reincarnated, the overall aptitude of the human race naturally continues to improve. Since Kang Ji can resonate with thought, the human clones can completely borrow the computing power of those primordial weed clones to cultivate. In this way, the aptitude of the human clone will naturally show remarkable signs. The Tongjian sect leader merely glanced at the entire human race and immediately made the same decision as the two Western saints. That means migrating more humans to Jinao Island. However, unlike the two Wen saints, the Tongjian sect leader did not intend to intervene and relocate the human race only when it was in peril. He planned to begin the migration of the human race to Jinao Island after returning from Nua's place. After glancing at Suirenshi Feng, who was still cultivating, Tongjian Jiazu waved his hand and casually set up a defensive array before disappearing. With the Tongjian sect master's formation in place, the demon race naturally dared not launch a sneak attack. With the two main bodies and 4 avatars breaking through one after another, the main body of the immortal cultivator has finally reached the most critical moment. After the cultivation body released its suppression of the law of life, the person began to improve rapidly. Although he was cultivating inside the chaos body, the cultivation speed of his immortal body was not affected in the slightest and was increasing at a terrifying speed. In order to enable his immortal cultivation body to break through to the quasi-saint realm in one fell swoop, the chaotic body even used the laws of time to accelerate the flow of time around his immortal cultivation body. With the acceleration of time, the speed at which the cultivator's physical cultivation level increases becomes even more terrifying. Just as his other main body and clones broke through to the quasi-saint realm, the cultivation main body's strength also increased to the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. As his cultivation level instantly rose to the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, his chaos body, Audi, also successfully broke through to the quasi-saint realm. What Kang Ji did not expect, when the chaos body successfully broke through to the quasi-saint realm, it actually felt an unparalleled repulsive force. Yin Yang Lake is trying to exclude him. Kang Ji then understood why Gu Ji and Ziyu left Yin Yang Lake after successfully conceiving their offspring. Despite the immense benefits of cultivating in the Yin Yang Lake, Gu Ji left the lake without even breaking through to the quasi-saint realm. It turns out that it wasn't that they didn't want to continue cultivating in the Yin Yang Lake, but that the Yin Yang Lake would exert a repulsive force on them at a certain moment. Both the ancient realm and the purple moon were expelled after giving birth to their offspring. However, its own chaotic essence is merely a chaotic world, incapable of producing offspring. As a result, when he successfully broke through to the quasi-saint realm, he was actually rejected by the Yin-Yang Lake. But the immortal body within the chaotic body has not yet successfully broken through to the quasi-saint realm. What should be done? For a moment, Kang Ji felt anxious, wondering whether to leave his immortal cultivation body behind to continue cultivating, or to leave directly with his chaotic body. If the cultivator's original body remains, it is very likely that it will be forcibly ported to the Yin Lake, and then forced to conceive offspring. However, since his true form is not from the ancient world, he can transform into the world tree and bear fruit. His original form of cultivation was ultimately just a primordial being, and therefore also had a gender. If one were to bear children while in a male's body, Kang Ji shuddered at the thought. But to just give up like that, Kang Ji was somewhat unwilling. No, this is a rare opportunity. If we miss it, Who knows how long it will take for our cultivation body to successfully break through to the quasi-saint realm? Kang Ji's thoughts raced, connecting with boundless computing power, and he began to deduce all sorts of possibilities. In just a moment, a flash of inspiration struck Kang Ji. That's right. I also have my natal magic weapon. If I use my natal magic weapon to envelop myself, can I filter out the nurturing laws that I don't need? Kang Ji was eager to try, but he didn't know if this method would work. If all else fails, I will release my chaos body, and then let my immortal body hide inside the chaos body. Overall, I still have a way out. Since there is a way out, Kang Ji is not afraid of experiments. Feeling the increasingly strong repulsive force, Kang Ji quickly switched bodies. With a flicker, he reappeared in his true form, now a cultivator. The moment his immortal body appeared, he was immediately teleported to the Yin Lake. The moment Kang Ji entered the Yin Lake, he felt a strange power seeping into his body. That is the law of conception, but it is even more powerful than the law of conception that I had comprehended before. How could this be? Why is it different? Kang Ji was greatly surprised, and hurriedly mobilized the power of his natal magic weapon to try to stop this force. To his surprise, even his own natal magic weapon couldn't stop the invasion of this power. Something's not right, something's not right. This power seems familiar. Sensing the terror of that power, Kang Ji's eyes flashed. Just as Kang Ji was in shock, the Three Kingdoms' heavenly Dao avatar sent a message. Master, this is a great Dao law. This is a great Dao-level law of creation. Kang Ji suddenly realized why he felt this power was both strange and familiar. He had also felt when the fragments of the Pangu Dao fruit decomposed. Although the force wasn't that strong back then, he still remembered the feeling. The laws governing gestation here are very similar to a portion of the power contained in the fragments of Pangu's Dao fruit. Reminded by the Three Kingdoms' heavenly Dao avatar, Kang Ji immediately realized this. No wonder even the natal magic weapon couldn't withstand this power. This is a power at the level of the great Dao, so it's normal that it couldn't withstand it.